Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
First, I want to say that this work won't slow down the writing of my one-shot/short story book, so don't worry. Third POV. Location, France. In a small apartment, where there was merely enough to live a normal society slave's life, a lone man could be seen working on his computer. The light was off, the only source of light was the screen of his laptop, multiple bowls of instant noodles on the side, the room was messy. This lone was what you call an author, went through multiple jobs on different social media, he had continued to pursue his dream of one day making his own novel. But ultimately failed, that pain led him into depression, yet he continued to hold on to this dream, until working late at night, barely getting any sleep. His name, or rather ID name, is Elite. Elite POV. Well, I think that is a failure again. I chuckled as I let myself fall back into my chair. Just now I had received another refusal, sending chapter after chapter to some editor, none of them accepted. How many was it again? Oh right, I stopped counting after the 25th. What a pathetic guy I am, destined for so many great things, yet I failed miserably. Now that I think I did really waste my life, born in a good family despite having a shitty father and a not really present mother. They still gave me everything I needed. I wasn't one to go buy new things every day, so it made their job easier, I guess. During my studies, I was for a long time called a model student, never missing a single class until high school. It was quite funny, that adolescent crisis. Well, anyway, I then decided to stop college after only 1 year and dedicate myself to this dream, my own novel. And this is where it led me, a failure. Elite, maybe I should just abandon. I think my parents still own that restaurant, working there wouldn't be that bad. I muttered weakly before laying myself over my desk, my face pushing some of my laptop keyboard touch. I didn't care, I just closed my eyes and rethinking about my life choice. Maybe I should just die, no one would remember me anyway. Those thoughts, it reminds me back then when I didn't have any purpose but to live for my mother. I smiled before fully closing my eyes and fell asleep. I'm tired. Third POV. That night, the individual Elite was found dead, from overwork and depression. It was the end of his adventure in this world and the start in another. The cry of a baby could be heard. He was in his mother's arm while being slowly burst around. The mother being a young lady with brown hair and gray eyes, she smiled softly while admiring her baby. As for the baby, he slowly opened his eyes, the same color as his mother. Elite POV. What is this? Why is everything dark and cold? I was in my room, right, so why am I now in a dream? I don't know. Wah wah wah. Ah. That cry, a baby. What is happening? Am I in the hospital? Why can't I move? Or just feel my body? Hey, that reminds me of a certain scene of Tensura. It was at the very start, I think, when Rimuru woke up in that cave. Why am I even thinking about that? I should be panicking about my situation. Well, I guess I was never one to panic. I long ago lost the strength to do so. How cute. I think that name will fit you well, Don Arcead. And why do I suddenly feel warm? Finally, my eyes started to open and vision came back. I looked around and saw a giant. No, it's just a woman who seemed to carry me. Wait, I am quite tall, so how is someone carrying me? I looked down and finally noticed that the cry subdued. And my hand, why are they so small? Wait, my voice, it doesn't come out. I just get reincarnated. A. Third POV. Months passed since then, as Elite, now known as Dawn, started his new life. It was awkward, but his body seemed to have naturally regressed to a baby state. With crying or the need of food, still his adult mind makes the experience really weird. He now understood the pain of those Ice Guy protagonists who reincarnated as a child. Dawn, welp, it could have been worse still. I wonder, where did I get Ice Guy into? Multiple questions rushed into his mind, the one like, is he in an anime or manga? Or a whole new world? If he is in an anime, which? People might believe that it's cool to reincarnate there, but in reality most of those anime are dangerous to the extreme. With monsters, demon, or just noble, everything turns grim once you're there. It appears happy-going just because the reader and watcher follow the main character point of view. Dawn, there is the possibility of me reincarnating in my own novel or inside one of my fanfiction. This is getting out of control. But surprisingly, he didn't feel mentally exhausted. It might be due to his ability, or at least he hoped so. Since he was reincarnated, he must have some kind of gift, or is it a revenge manga where he would have to suffer before getting his power? Dawn, I hope I don't. He sighed while crawling around his room. From what he could deduce, he was born in a wealthy family. He had yet to see his father, but this was fine with him. Dawn, I have a bad feeling when it comes to fathers in general. Though, he could guess a little information from his father as he probably had his hair color from him, jet black. This also made Dawn wonder how he already had hair despite being that young. As far as he remembers, he already had them when he first had his consciousness. Dawn, I'll just leave this question aside. After going around for a while searching for a book or just a journal with the news, Dawn found nothing and just laid back on one of the pouch toys his mother had brought. Dawn, let's see, my last name is Arseid, not a name I'm familiar with, so the possibility of an entire new world is dominant, but at the same time, anime and manga were closed stories, where us readers can't see anything beside what the author decides to show us. He pondered while moving cutely around, like a high school girl dreaming holding her pillow. A few maids saw that and giggled. Dawn, anyway, I still have to see if this is a magical world. I just go to sleep for now. Tired of thinking, Dawn just closed his eyes and decided to rest for the rest of the day and act when he could at least properly walk. But then suddenly, he heard something that would answer most of his questions. My lady. The news had broken down. The destroyer Malim Nava had become a demon lord and had formed with Lord of Darkness Guy Crimson and Fairy of Labyrinth Ramaris, a group called the Demon Lord. Dawn's eyes widened along the rest of the people present. They all broke down in chaos while the baby was left thinking in shock. Third POV. 3 years have passed since the news of the destroyer Malim Nava becoming a demon lord. Dawn was now 3 years old and was carelessly walking around the mansion. The maids seeing him quickly stepped aside to make way. Dawn, I can't get used. I understand your pain now, Rimuru. Passing from a casual environment to nobility, everyone has something stuck in their ass here. Worse, I have to follow them growing up or I'll be seen as bad seen by the other nobles. During those 3 years, Dawn managed to get his thoughts right and overcome the shock of being reincarnated in Tensura. Flashback Dawn POV. I crawled around thinking, I am really inside Tensura. During the last few days I managed to get some information about my new family. The Arseid family is a low nobility from the kingdom of Falmouth. Right, I had to reincarnate there, but luckily it seems the current king isn't as greedy as Idmaris. Though to be exact, I am in what will become the kingdom of Falmouth in the future. Right now it's called the kingdom of Muth, yet they just added a FA in the future. Also I concluded that my family will surely be wiped out in a few centuries or heck years. I remember no mention of that name in the novel. That means, it was either not an important family or one that just didn't exist in Rimuru's era. This led to two possibilities. Either this family is corrupted and was taken out, or it naturally went out as the heir chose to abandon that name. In either case I feel like I'm going to be the center of this. Well, I'm the sole heir and a male at that. Yes, I checked after overcoming the shock of being reincarnated. I just can't imagine myself to be a girl or genderless. Oh, there was that question too. Since I know most of the characters, how should be my relationship with them? It could be a lover, close friend, or enemy. Well, it doesn't matter. My main goal is to survive for now and I already chose what I want. Dawn, Rimuru. The name subconsciously slipped from my mouth. Hopefully no one was present as I am still just a few months old. Talking now would be rather weird. Anyway, I want to join Tempest in the future, but before that there is a long way. Malim just became a demon lord, so there is at least 2,000 years that separate me from joining Tempest. I would be dead by then. My only hope is to become a saint. So much to do, and me being a lazy bun, I guess I have to put my brain into it or I won't last long. Taking a meditating position, I closed my eyes and tried to look into my soul, and as expected I couldn't. Only a few extraordinary people inside Tensura could see their skill directly in their soul, but I guess I am not. I have to wait a few years until I get the authorization to use those devices to see my skill, and hopefully I got some cheat codes. It wasn't explained in the novel how you could learn the name of your skill, but I guess I know now. Flashback end. Third POV. After that, Dawn let time pass until he was 2 where he could start reading without too much suspicion. Yes, it was odd for a small kid. But genius and prodigies exist. Being labeled as one isn't bad considering the fact that he would be able to earn more knowledge directly inside Tensura, information that he didn't have before as they weren't shown in the novel or anime. Currently Dawn was in the mansion's library. It wasn't extraordinarily large, but for a low noble family like his, it was average. As a former reader, Dawn easily goes through the pages and books, one by one absorbing the useful knowledge while leaving the useless one. He also deduced that his mental capability had increased. Dawn, though I didn't get perfect memories, that sucks, my head hurt with how many books I had read. Also magic, it's more common than I thought. In the novel, magic was rarely used as the author preferred the usage of skill, but now that Dawn looked into it, the population who had no skill was much larger than those who had, meaning magic was their weapon and by no means negligible. Dawn, it seems there is also a device to see which natural element you are good at, though anyone can use any type of magic. The book explicitly explained that anyone possessing Magicule could bring forth elemental magic. Some people have better affinity with some elements, but at the end, they are also able to use other magic. Elemental magic works with 3 factors. You first need enough Magicule to cast a spell. Second, you need to imaginate the spell. It can be with an incantation or just imagining it. Lastly, you need the right amount of control to properly cast the spell and throw it. Dawn, fascinating. I am confident I will be able to use magic. I also just noticed, but it seems I do have a skill. Smirking to himself, Don just realized that since day one he could understand the adults talking and reading without difficulty. Extra skill, universal language. Don, I wonder if the skill was default given to me or it is because of my characteristics in my past life. He thought for a moment perhaps the requirement to have this extra skill was due to him speaking more than one language in his past life. Don, if that were the case, then I would potentially have some kind of plot manipulation that would ease everything up. He thought about it again before shaking his head. Such a utopic future was sure a possibility, but he couldn't just rely on that. Relying on if could be destructive. No, the most logical thing for him is to live and train as if he had nothing. Don, for now I need to grow up while training this body. I should also start training in swordsmanship when I reach my 6 years, but for now. Don POV. Bringing my arm forward, I let my palm facing the ceiling while closing my eyes. Every human in the cardinal world should possess magicule. As faint as it is, they still have some. Other worlders have naturally more as they absorb magicule while crossing the world barrier. So for someone like me who saw Tensura as fiction, I should at least possess an equal amount of magicule as an otherworlder. Still, it has been 5 minutes now and I still can't feel it. In the anime, magical was represented like a purple galactic-like nebula fog, but in reality it doesn't have color. Magicule is the ambient mana, the energy that surrounds everything at the same state as the air. It has no form or color. I just can't imaginate it. Dawn, I can't manifest something I can't understand. I see. As I was about to stop and focus on my research, a sudden bright light appeared. It wasn't physical. My conscious was like in a long tunnel with the end of it a bright light. It's weak. Is that magicule? Well, I just have to try. Let's imaginate a small flame. The process of creation of a flame is based on what we call fire triangle. Basically igniting the combustion of a flammable material, the show and friction generated by two pieces of stone. With that image, I started feeling something warm igniting in my palm. I smirked as I realized what it was. Dawn, a success. Opening my eyes, the sight of a small blaze made of true fire appeared. It was so small that my simple could probably swipe it away. Yet I was proud. A success. I hadn't succeeded in anything after losing hope of becoming an actual author. Dawn, it's weird. I don't even feel hot. I wonder if I also got natural resistance. Or is it because I am the one who made that flame? Or is it just too small to actually burn? Well, it doesn't matter for now. I was just happy. This is like I was finally leaving that hell of a reality. Using magic is probably the dream of all fans of Isekai. Third POV. Days then passed with Dawn secretly training. He soon discovered that he was right. The more he practiced, the more magicule he managed to bring out. It was still to the level of a kid, but his magicule capacity should too, meaning he had more than the average kid at his age. In the future, the possibility of him getting more magicule than the average human is very high. Dawn also found an affinity with ice. He discovered it when out of curiosity he tried to freeze water. Unlike the flame days prior, it didn't come small and turned bigger as training went on. Instead, the ice formed in the center of the glass of water and immediately froze up until the glass shattered in 1,000 pieces. It was clear his ice elemental magic was higher than any of his magic. And this was fine with him. He was always told in his past life that closely, and when he talked, he kinda sounded lifeless, cold. Just the way people would prefer to avoid him. Anyway, now Dawn was finally taking steps outside the mansion. Inside a vast garden, the surrounding of the mansion was carefully managed. Dawn could feel the peaceful air, something he wouldn't have expected from the rotten country that Falmouth is. Dawn, what should I do now? Exploring. Thinking about his next action, he suddenly stopped and hid himself behind a pillar. The noise of a few maids snickering then reached his ears. Maid, poor Lady Lara, becoming the mistress of such a monster. Maid 2, yes, she deserves better. Lara. My mother's name. What do they mean? Now that I think, Arcead is the family name of my mother's side. What about my father? I still haven't even seen him once. Maid, so young yet fell pregnant with the Viscount. My eyes narrowed as I started to link everything together. From the many stories I had read, this scenario is probably similar to those noble and mistress relations. My mother must be from a lower noble class or just commoner, but the second possibility is not possible. As she has a last name, my father's name from what I had heard is Levon, which is much less cooler than Arcead. I have to admit, anyway, coming back to the situation, my mother probably had sex with my father and fell pregnant. But since she was from a lower family, she was forced to be his mistress. That would mean my father already has a wife. The fact that I also use my mother's name instead of my father would also mean that he doesn't recognize me as his child and that he might have another kid, which will become the heir. Dawn, it seems I have a few familial problems ahead of me. He muttered before leaving. Fortunately he got more things than he needed. He memorized the faces of those two maids. They are compassionate people. They might be useful in the future. Dawn, I also have to look out for assassins now. Those maids weren't able to sense me despite my lack of control of my magicule. That means they aren't suited to battle or assassination. The possibility of them acting was there too, but why would they act in front of a monthly-old boy? That just made no sense. The more he thought about it, the more questions he had. Perhaps he was just being paranoid. That was the only thought that could comfort him. Months then passed again, and Don was now celebrating his first birthday. There were not many guests, but it was fine for him. He was never one who liked to celebrate events in general, and for a long time despised his own birthday. But this time it was really special. It will be the first time he will meet his father and the main family. It's also his first birthday in this world. Lara, you look perfect, Don-chan. Wearing some kind of ceremonial outfit adapted to his size, Don cringed a little at how tight the outfit was. Don, just bear with it, your mother is happy, that all that matters. It wasn't a way for him to atone for his regrets. His mother in his past life was disappointed after he dropped his studies, along with the multiple failures that followed. Don, I wonder if she was actually disappointed in me. Well, I wouldn't fault her if she did. I truly failed everything I was given. Smiling sadly, his thoughts stopped when a maid knocked on the door and announced the arrival of the main family. The first event of his new life was about to start. Third POV. As his birthday party was about to start, Don watched closely as the main family part of his father's side entered the mansion. Making way to them in a royal motion, the maids and servants all aligned while bowing. As for Don and his mother, they were a floor above, watching them arrogantly walk. Don had a disgusted expression as he for the first time saw the men he was supposed to call father. Don, now I'm happy I didn't get too much from him physically. A grassy pig taking the form of a human, his arrogant smile and way of walking along that the three ugly women that followed him made Don have some flashbacks. The typical noble in anime, one that is destined to die painfully in the most pitiful way after begging for mercy. The begging that he must have heard from all the people he harmed. Don, and she must be the heir, huh? As he deduced, his father already had an offspring acting as the heir. Walking behind the group was a lone girl who inherited her mother's blonde hair and green eyes. She was around her third year yet walked alone and had an air of maturity. Don, oh. This intrigued Don. Someone like that shouldn't exist when they were born and lived around greedy nobles. Children are often influenced by their parents, even if you don't notice it. They are signs and behaviors that you inherit and naturally assimilate from your parents. Don, if I am really in a novel, then beside the main cast everyone should be NPC, but this girl is acting weirdly off, or am I wrong? Until now, he had realized that this world was real and was now his new reality, but the thought of being inside Tensura was still there. All these people, maids, and even his mother are living beings, but for Tensura novels, they are just NPC and winnable characters. And this was quite proven when Don saw how everyone would act. They had emotion and will but no development, as if they were destined to live a life of no change. That was when Don realized, everyone is NPC, even back in his past world, all follow the cycle of daily life and just live on. There is no main character as they aren't in a novel properly, rather than that everyone is their own main character. But for the world, there is none, but among all those characters some are developed, the great men who achieved great things. That's why Don found this girl odd. Why would she be different? Why does she act differently when she should be an NPC? The answer is simple, she isn't one. Don, now, what really intrigues me is that there is no mention of the Arcead or Levon name inside Tensura. His logic was, why would a developed character not appear in the novel? The only answer he could form was that she is like him. Someone who shouldn't be there normally, an anomaly who reincarnated inside Tensura. Don, that might be just a theory, but something tells me I'm right. As his eyes carefully followed the girl as she followed their father, she suddenly turned and looked at him, their eyes meeting, gray against green. It was brief, the matter of a second, yet for them it seemed to have been an entire conversation. As if reading each other instantly. Don POV. My birthday party starts tomorrow. All the important family guests had already arrived and went on in their room without even greeting me. I guess for them, I'm just an insignificant son of a lower branch, not like I care, rather I'm happy they don't have interest in me. Don, a family matters, I was never good with it. It's the same for parties like that. I'm sociable but at the same time hate noisy and loud places with many people. From what I heard from the maids, there are at least 50 guests in total. They are surely there to establish relations with the Levon family while estimating me as an individual. It's the same for father surely, he isn't interested in me, he just came here to solidify his relation with other nobility while keeping his image as a father in front of others. If I make a good impression, I would manage to earn more attention from the other families, as if I wanted that. This might be embarrassing for the employees of this mansion and mother, but I don't plan on going on with the lazy noble life. Noble's attention isn't wanted, I'm going to make sure no one will come back next year. Dawn. I suddenly jolted when 3 knocks were heard coming from my door. Weird, the maids would have already voiced my name to announce their arrival. Mother would have immediately entered after knocking. I don't expect to be treated with respect by the other family members. Maybe, it's her. I slowly went on to open the door and surely my intuition was right as my half-sister, the heir of the family. Wait, heir, I just thought about it, but is she the heir? Falmouth work with the law where even if the son is born after the daughter, he will take the place as the heir. I wasn't announced as such mean that there is forcibly a male among his children. Why would father come to my birthday with the heir or other children of his? And now that I rethink about it, he wasn't very close to his daughter, like they weren't walking together as my half-sister was steps behind. As my train of thought finished, my hand was already pulling the door open, revealing the same blonde girl with green eyes I had seen earlier. It was about time for you to open this damn door. She smiled cockily before looking past me. It was basically a request for me to let her in and I just did that. Moving aside for her to pass, I immediately closed the door afterward. Dawn, what an odd girl, acting all mature when you are still so young. The same for you. Well, I already expected it when I saw you, reincarnated I suppose. It seems I was right, she is reincarnated too. Dawn, it makes things easier to explain now. Sighing, I leaned on the door and stared at her while she gracefully sat on one of the many chairs I had in my room. Our eyes met again. I still didn't know her name. Sola, I'm Sola by the way. Dawn, did you just read my mind? Sola, nope. She smiled brightly, that kind of smile, it basically means yes but don't ask many questions. Sola, anyway, excuse my rudeness but how did you get reincarnated? Dawn, so how did I die? Well, I honestly am not sure. The most probable way is by heart attack or I got killed in my sleep. Well, the second possibility isn't really realistic, like who would even be interested in my life? Sola, I see. If I tell you the word Tensura, do you understand it? My eyes widened slightly. Tensura is a term used by us readers. The character inside the story shouldn't know it. Main cast or side character, there is no exception, meaning Sola is the same as me, someone from Earth where we saw Tensura as a novel/anime and manga. Dawn, I guess I'm not the only one having read the light novel then. Sighing to myself, Sola grew a big smile as she jumped up and approached me. Sola, I'm so glad I'm not alone. Been 3 years since I got here, you know how boring it was to pretend to be a baby. Dawn, I can understand that. We both shared a pity stare before bursting into laughter. I guess it isn't bad to know I'm not alone. The problem now is the plot. We are two who know the future and can affect the original plot, and potentially there are more people like us. Surviving inside Tensura is already hard, but until now I knew the event I had to avoid, but if some people started to mess with the plot, then everything would turn chaotic. And all my knowledge would be a waste. Sola, I guess you have the same thought as me. Indeed, until now I had met none other reincarnator like us, but possibly one would appear and destroy everything. Dawn, again, you did read my mind. That's dangerous. Was there any skill that allow mind reading? Or is this confirmation that our appearance in Tensura generated a whole new skill? Sola, don't worry, I can't fully read your mind, instead I can see the emotion you transmit and deduce it from there, like you just felt anxious. Dawn, a unique skill. Sola, yup, the unique skill, insight. So there are really new skills. Well, it's normal I guess since we are now inside Tensura, our existence should also follow the course of reality. Dawn, what does it do? Sola, hee, I'll keep it a secret but I have to admit insight is more on the intellectual side, for fighting it's barely useful. Dawn, I see. So a skill more based on management and deduction. Insight, if I translate the skill literally, it would help her look deeper into details. Sola, anyway, I came here to confirm that you're like me, now let's pass to intel time. Dawn, intel, time. Sola, naturally, from what I can see you are an ally, plus you're hella smart. I have to admit I wouldn't be able to even deduce you were like me without my insight. Dawn, I see, then what can you tell me? Sola, no, before I tell you anything we have to make a deal. What? Didn't she just tell me she was going to help? So why now the deal is not like I'm against it, like it's fair? Dawn, what do you want? Sola, well you see, I don't plan on staying on the side in the future. Dawn, so you want to go out of the plot? Sola, no. I want to live a good life here. I have no ambition or goal, I just want to live in peace, but as you know it's impossible. I nodded. That was true and false at the same time. In the future where Rimuru would appear, war and conflict will happen. But right now we are in Falmouth, or at least what seems to be the kingdom who will become Falmouth in the future. Though again this isn't really a problem as we naturally won't live long enough to see the event of Rimuru. Dawn, can I conclude you want to evolve too? And live long enough to see everyone from the main cast? Sola, yes, naturally as a fan of Tensura. Dawn, so what does it have to do with me? As I asked she shook her head. Sola, as I said I am not strong enough and my ability doesn't allow me infinite potential. At this rate I fear I might not be able to awaken as a saint in time. So that's the problem, she doesn't seem the fighter type, that's probably why she gained ability outside fighting usage. But what about me then? If ability and skill are given based on our preference before reincarnation, then what would be my skill? Sola, but then I saw you. With my skill I can see your power and gain hope. So you have to help me. Dawn, huh? Wait, she can see my skill. Insight, don't tell me that skill can work like the magical device that can see your skill directly into your soul. Dawn, can you maybe explain? Sola, no, first promise me to help me. Dawn, TCH, very well, now tell me what you can see. I slightly raised my voice, which made Sola grin before a chuckle escaped her mouth. Sola, hi, I guess I found my night, anyway my skill allows me to see everything like a video game. Dawn, video game. Wait, don't me. Sola, exactly, one of the sub-skill allows me to see an interface above everything being alive or not. Dawn, I see, that explains a lot of things. Sola, what do you mean? I didn't respond but instead closed my eyes. I don't know if it was purposely done, but now I have the confirmation. It might just be a weird tick of mine, but I had carefully analyzed my room, and by analyzing I mean for example testing the chair to see which one was the most comfy. Coincidentally she just chose that one despite it being the chair with the oldest less attractive look. A chair which was in a very bad state, yet she chose it. Humans naturally search for luxury, so choosing the worst option isn't something you do by instinct. But then, if you get a skill that gives you the info, then Sola must have seen that in reality the most crappy chair was the best one to sit on. Dawn, well you have a very useful ability. Sola, it is useful but the downside is that my physical strength is very low. I can see every stat like a video game and my strength is below the average. Dawn, you can even see that. That's broken, not gonna lie, but I couldn't expect more from a special reincarnator like me. Dawn, anyway, can you see my skill? Sola, I do, that's why I made a deal in the first place. This can be hardly considered a deal, she basically has something I need and uses it to her advantage. If I refuse now, I would have more loss than her, she has the advantage of the situation. Sola, anyway first your stats are way above average. Dawn, develop please. Sola, yeah, a normal 3 years old kid stats are around an overall of 2, yours is already at 1.5. So my physical stats are boosted. That's good, speed is an important factor in the future, if I don't have a body that can support it, then fighting won't even be necessary. Dawn, so a growth boost skill. Sola, no, your skills are apart, it's rather your body has a passive which allows fast growth. I nodded, this is useful, I didn't train at all yet my stats increased, or was it already that high? I can't know for sure. Sola, now passing to your skill, you got 2 of them. 2 skills, huh, I need to keep that number in mind, it might help. Secretly I hope I am myself an anomaly like Rimuru among the group of reincarnator from a higher reality. Otherworlder naturally gain 1 unique skill when summoned, but Rimuru gain 2, if Sola only has 1 and me 2. Then perhaps I am too an anomaly. As a fan of Rimuru, I couldn't help but imaginate this. Sola, first is the unique skill, Reader. It's a useful ability that allows the user to read any kind of text, being secret code or ancient language, but also understand them instantly and retain the information forever. Wait, that would mean I don't have a universal language but an alternative to that. This skill sounds kind of dumb and useful only for management and data collection. But when you think deeper into it, this could mean I could read ancient text including forbidden knowledge. It's naturally known that in the past, strong and overpowered spells were created but then disappeared with time as humans started to fear them. Also, can I retain them? So perfect memories. Overall this skill would help me understand and make plans easier. It seems it works like a passive or at least the language translation. Sola, and your second skill is weird, but that's why I chose you. Dawn, weird. Sola, yup, it has interrogation points so I can't read it at all. Putting her arm behind her back, she smiled sweetly. The worst is that I could understand her. Her skill seems to work even on people stronger than her, so if you suddenly saw someone whose skill cannot be seen, mean this person has something that blocks you or that the said skill is too powerful to be seen. Sola, it says the unique skill. Third POV. After their small discussion, Sola left without anyone seeing her. The birthday party will take place in 3 phases. 1. A first banquet presenting the main individual of the day aka Dawn. 2. A dinner with the entire family, they're the family members present. 3. The gifts are presented to the birthday holder. Dawn, all this would normally take 3 days but it seems they made it shorter for me, I guess because I'm just a low member of the family. Sat in front of his desk, Dawn was planning his next action. He got the information of his skill earlier, though he was just able to get 1 of the 2. The second skill he was granted is still merely unknown with just the knowledge of its name. Dawn, I clearly received skill from the characteristics of my past life. If I fully follow this logic then I can predict and anticipate which field I will be the best at. With a solid base, Dawn made himself a schedule which he would start when he turned 6. This included physical training, swordsmanship training, magic training, and lastly something he wouldn't have done in his past life, studying. Dawn, there are 3 schools who are worth attending inside Muth. You can only enter them when you reach the age of 11, by then I should have concluded which is the best for me. Nodding to himself, the question of the school academy was put on hold. His eyes then shifted to the 2 biggest problems. Don clearly knows, he has an insane potential, he wasn't one to underestimate himself when the facts are there. Activating magic without incantation, having 2 unique skills and a passive that grants exceptional growth. He needed a teacher who would teach him the art of sword and magic. Unfortunately, this is a kingdom and instructors here are directly affiliated to the Night Order and the kingdom itself. If he was discovered to be a talent off the chart, he would be taken away and trained for later war usage. That's why he needs to find someone strong and trustworthy. Don, I have to think about it later. I have 5 years ahead of me to search and find, if not then I will have to learn with the hundreds of videos I have watched about martial arts. Fortunately I got the skill reader with its function to retain memories. I didn't understand it at first but I got the gist of it. Closing my eyes, I can see like a giant library with hundreds of books, inside are the information of everything I have seen and read or even heard. This subspace seems to have also a sort of thought acceleration as the time passed inside to search for information isn't proportional to the time that passed outside. I had used a simple clock made with grain of gravel, building a sort of hourglass. The sub-skill works like that, the more distant the memories are, the more time I need to pass inside the library. I tried to get memories from my childhood in my past life, and I had to close my eyes for 1.8s, the downside is little but I can still get overcharged and do a burnout. My memories seem to have increased but if too much information is sent at the same time I just can't analyze and stock them at the same time. Don, with training I should be able to make something dangerous of this. Well that for me to figure out in the future, for now I have a banquet to attend. Third POV. Walking up toward the balcony leading to the main hall where all the noble guests were waiting. Don was accompanied by his mother, his noble attire made fit for a 1-year-old kid. Though he wasn't walking like one, usually at 1 year you aren't able to properly walk without difficulty but with muscle memories, Don was able to get used to this small body faster. And now that he is conscious of the unique skill, reader, everything is easier. Finally Don arrived in front of everyone, they all looked up, Don could see his father talking to some nobles, not even coming to present him. Don, I guess that's just how low his opinion of me is. Every nobles looked at the young boy with some curiosity before switching to a bored look, he was still a baby child which was uninteresting and since it was well known that he was from a lower nobility. Their interest had just decreased, that was fine with Don. Don, I just have to act like a child and everything would be perfect. His eyes scanned the crowd of people before stopping on Sola who flashed a grin, he felt something was wrong. Don, my instinct is tickling, it seems what humans call sixth sense, the instinct of feeling danger or anomaly has also increased. Calmly looking around, being the attention of such a large crowd wasn't a problem, as he had helped his parents in his past life in restoration. Being in front and talking to a few hundred people wasn't a problem. Don, but now why do I feel danger? Assassin. Robber. He tried to look around but couldn't, the tense thought of an assassin being near was potent in his mind. An assassin is a trained warrior, there is no way a child like him without proper training could detect them. Also the level of security set for a lower noble like him is low, very low. Don, if only I had more time to learn magic perception. Contrary to Rimuru, there was no way he would learn such a skill which normally takes years for a human in such a short amount of time. Don, I can't even run, no, be realist there shouldn't be any assassin, I am just a lower noble with no title. He calmed down and started to think logically. Don, I'm just being paranoid and Sola would be able to see everything with her skill, I have to trust her for now. If she is smiling without any worry, there shouldn't be any threat. Sola, hee, look at him panicking though he didn't show it on his face, impressive poker face. The banquet then went on after Don was introduced though most he received was pitiful or uninterested stare. Sola POV. Haha, look at all these idiots nobles. None of them can see the hidden worth of Don Kuan, I don't know who he was in his past life. But surely if someone is influential with the Tensura community, there is no way to get powerful skills like. I didn't tell him but I could also see the skill in different colors. For example skills like reader are orange which mean utility and rarity medium. But then this skill of his, a skill I couldn't read and see a glimpse of it was purple, meaning a skill with the highest rarity. If he understands it and perfect it then he might have a weapon as op as Rimuru's great sage or predator. Well that's still a supposition but the chances are high. I can only bet on him for now. Sola, still not gonna lie, noble food tastes good. I quietly munched this classy and expensive sandwich while sipping my fruit juice served in a wine-like glass. It isn't as good as the food back on Earth but I guess this does the job, like the cardinal world isn't a place known for its food culture. Anyway, occasionally I would glance at Don Kuan, though he didn't seem to want to stand out. Honestly, I don't understand him sometimes. His intelligence stats are insanely high, I know for a fact that the more you know Tensura the more intel you will naturally get. But this isn't all, he just has a stat of 67 which is higher than most nobles and adults who barely reach 35. So who knows what is going through his head, should I tease him? Nah for now let's just try to get a good relationship with him. Sola, still how can this be, me and him are the literal opposite of the rest of our family. Like, I am quite beautiful unlike my father and the rest of my siblings who took after him. My mother, which is that damn slut gold digger, is just vulgar. As for Dawn, he did inherit his beauty from his mother, which is the kind of person I wanted to raise me. I am not really jealous since his situation is complicated due to the fact that Lara-san is from a lower family. Anyway, out of the 6 children in total, only the 2 of us didn't inherit the genes of this bastard father we have. Maybe it's because we are reincarnated, who know, Kia. I finally used it like Kyo. Now that I think it is really useful, hee. Anyway, my theory is that since everyone here is supposed to be NPC, they don't have any chara design, but we are different and thus got one. Sola. Sola, eh. Suddenly snapping me out of my thoughts, I jolted a little when this slut mother of mine called me. Pay attention when I talk to you. Anyway, you should get close to this pitiful boy, show him how superior we are to the likes of him. My mother's name is Eliza, and honestly I hate her but she doesn't. Contrary to Donku, I didn't hide my intelligence and showed feats which a 3-year-old girl shouldn't be able to do. Nothing extraordinary, just enough so my siblings and mother won't abuse me. They think of me as a prodigy who is like them, greedy and shitty. As for her dislike, she hates Lara-san, Dawn's mom, because well she is everything she isn't, like Lara-san is kind, beautiful, precious. The perfect woman NPC. While my mother is a slut who runs after gold, her personality is trash and for her look she is in the medium tier. So she naturally hates Lara-san along with the rest of father's wives. Sola, okay. I simply nodded to her request and left. I wanted to talk with Donkuin anyway, he is the only one I can have fun and talk with as for now. He still doesn't know but every noble here has criminal activity, I can see it with my skill, right on their left is all the crime they had committed. And it's disgusting, if I wasn't sensitized with all this dark shit because of my overdose of anime, I would have been traumatized seeing the number of scumbag. Anyway, I approached Donkuin who was right beside his mother and a few maids, it seemed they had all expected that not many would come talk to him. Sola, I greet the Baron Arseid. Bowing while lifting my noble dress, Aunt Lara seemed to be surprised by both my arrival and manners. A warm smile formed on her face as she greeted me back. Lara, it is my pleasure, I suppose you came to talk to my son, we shall give you some privacy. She talked in a very polite way, it's natural since I'm technically ranked higher than her by just being part of the Marquis family. Still, Aunt Lara is really an angel. Her smiling face is so cute. Wish she was developed in Tensura novel but I guess NPC is NPC at the end. Anyway, the maids and aunt quickly left, though I noticed among the group of maids present just now. One of them had stats higher than a normal soldier, a trained maid, huh? Well, she is probably a gift from the royal family. The Baron Arseid is a lower family but in the past they had multiple achievements. A family who in the past gave birth to multiple geniuses but after an intense war with another kingdom. The family had been cursed and no prodigy or genius ever happened to be born again here. This made the new generation of the Arseid family lose a lot. Their land, their wealth and honor. I guess Lara was forced into sexual intercourse with father. Fortunately, the current king is someone with a sense of respect and supported the Arseid family even if it's just a little. He acknowledged their deed and hoped for a rebirth worthy of their name. This maid just now is probably one of the guards the king had set for the Arseid family. Dawn, you seem to think a lot, did something happen? Sola, eh. Ah sorry. Dawn, no problem, so what did you see? I hesitated a moment before remembering, I should trust him, the description of his personality is one of those if you don't betray or try to harm me, I will be your allies. Sola, this maid with brown hair and blue eyes. Dawn, you mean Felfiana? Sola, what an interesting name, anyway she is strong, from what I had seen she is on par with the royal guards. It seems I was so entranced in her stats that I forgot to check her name and other information. Dawn, I see, do you think she is an enemy? Sola, no. I didn't get the time to read her personality and description but her loyalty to Aunt Lara is high. Dawn, that's good, at least I'm sure I am safe for now. Sola, anyway, we have some time to lose so why don't we take a walk? Dawn, you know I'm still 3-year-old, even walking through a simple corridor takes ages. Sola, right. Well I guess just talking there isn't bad. Third POV. Hours passed and finally the banquet ended, it was now nighttime and the entire family were now dining. The luxurious and largest room of the mansion is the dining room. The father and his wives were the dominant one there, talking loudly while criticizing the quality of the food coming from peasant cooks. In contrast to when he was in public, there he didn't hide his true personality and just went on. The Viscount Alexis Levon. Alexis, the food is so mediocre, I guess I couldn't expect much from the estimated Arseid household. Lara, who took the insult head-on including the degrading glare and stare from the wives, just smiled. Lara, I hope the following dish will be of your taste. Alexis, so pathetic. Chuckling to himself, he took another sip of wine before bursting in laughter as he returned his attention toward his wives. Dawn and Sola could only sigh internally, they were sat face to face with only the table separating them. And despite having met just a day earlier, they already shared a common thought. Dawn/Sola, this father sucks to the highest degree. They exchanged a stare before returning to their meal. A few hours later it was finally done. And Dawn couldn't have asked for more than getting out of this room filled with toxicity. He was finally back to his room and let himself fall on his bed, which was way too large for his 1-year-old body. Dawn, tomorrow is the only decent day of this shitty birthday, the day I receive my gift, though I don't expect much. The nobles who had come weren't interested in him, so their gift must be at the same level as their interest. Though, he will receive them since it's a question of pride. When you are invited to a party, then your gift turns into a weapon. The one noble who will give the most expensive or valuable gift asserts dominance. Dawn, I just hope I don't get a bad surprise. Muttering those last words, he closed his eyes, falling asleep. The next day around lunch break time, multiple carriages with the gift arrived. Soon everything was taken inside with the maids opening them. For one, to make sure nothing dangerous is inside, and second, most of the gifts don't fit in 1-year-old kid. Still, Dawn was watching the whole process with his mother. Lara, so, did you see anything that you wanted? Dawn, MMH. Scanning the dozen gifts, none of them were particularly useful for his future. Most of them were vases, statues, some jewelry or gold. Until one thing finally caught his attention, and he immediately knew who gave it to him. Dawn, that. Point his small finger toward a piece of shining stone a maid was trying to lift without succeeding. Lara raised an eyebrow and went there, talking to the maid before letting her go. Lara, what is that? A shining stone. Well, I guess children do like shining things, maybe I should get him more toys. She sweetly thought while observing her son carefully checking the stone out. Dawn, as expected, it's from Sola, magic ore, and a very pure one at that. From all the books he had read, a few of them were about blacksmithing and weaponry. He learned that in this era, weapons made with magicule condensed ore aren't common and not used at all. For now those ore are worthless and only used for their aesthetic, but in the near future, their value would increase tenfold. Dawn, Sola must have found out about this and went to hunt those ore, and with her skill finding them among normal ore is a piece of cake. The amount he received was way more than enough to forge a sword. He would have to carefully hide those ore and find a good blacksmith. Dawn, Kaijin isn't born yet. I can't wait for him, so I have to either learn to be a blacksmith myself or find a trustworthy and good blacksmith. Thinking to himself, he soon made the servants put this precious ore in the secret chamber of the Arseid mansion located deep underground. The day then went on as there was still one day left to conclude this birthday. A last day where the cake will be eaten. Normally it's the day where everyone drinks and enjoys. But after the gift, they aren't forced to come, and since the boy in question wasn't interested in their eyes, this last will be celebrated with just the people who either live or work in the mansion. Sola had already left with her father and his wives. So for this moment, only Dawn's mother was there for him, which was more than enough. Dawn, I wonder when did I start hating my own birthday? He asked himself. He could find the memories using his skill but didn't. Perhaps he just didn't want to remember. Dawn, how ironic, from my raw memories alone, the last cake I had for a party like this was the same as here. A strawberry cake, his favorite fruit and the only sweet he never got bored of. As the medium-sized cake was brought forward, the few maids and servants started clapping their hands, the candle blazing. The chant then started. It wasn't like the traditional one used on Earth but another version directly made in the cardinal world. The common part between those two chants are the emotion coiled inside. The people living there were all loyal and genuinely happy for their young lord. A warm and slow moment for Dawn, who unconsciously smiled. Dawn, maybe it wasn't that bad, a birthday party. A good way to end this day before the start of a new one. Third POV. Years had passed since that first birthday. Dawn was now 7 and slowly ran up doing his daily routine he had imposed on himself. In the last few years multiple things have happened, one being Dawn's debut with swordsmanship and magic. The latter was already performed in his early days but now he could use it in public without making too big of a scandal. Dawn, it's damn tiring, but I have to say this changed from my past body. In his past life, he wasn't the most big or small, his weight was average for his size while being able to do basic exercise. At the same time, he couldn't perform sports for a long period. This was one of his regrets, having slacking off during his teenage years and only starting taking care of himself after his majority. But right now, he won't make the same mistake. His body characteristic is growing at a fast rate due to his passive grant. A few more years and he would already have the physic strength of an adult, at least that's what he hoped. Dawn, though, I still struggle strength-wise. For my speed it's more decent. Ending his jogging, he had a private lesson with a magic theory instructor. Since he is from a noble family he was allowed a private tutor. But unfortunately for them, those tutors were barely holding when it came to Dawn, him who knew much more about the system, and despite magic being limited knowledge-wise in Tensura, he was still better than them in this field. It was now the 8th tutor and again, at the end of the day he never came back feeling dumb when Dawn asked a question he couldn't answer. Dawn POV. Really, I can naturally read the magic language used to form magic formulas along with the process and imagination to form magic. But I didn't expect the average level to be that low. I can just grind by experimenting and understand magic myself for now. Dawn, the best would be finding one of the demon lords or going to Dynasty Sarian to ask for the elven knowledge. But the demon lord route is too dangerous and Sarian is hidden in a place I won't be able to attain even in years. I guess I can just focus on my physical strength and swordsmanship. Luckily for me, in this case I got a few competent teachers. I also have 100 videos and TikTok I have watched about Japanese swordsmanship. Using the skill, Reader, I somehow reproduced the movement. I also discovered that I could copy physical prowess if I have the capacity to do so. Dawn, I wish I could get a katana through. Walking down a corridor, I thought, I know that swords are better than katanas as a weapon, but this was because their durability was much greater. A katana can break in contact with a bone while a sword won't, but inside the cardinal world we got much more durable and high-class weapons. Also, my main strength is speed. I want to build my technique around that, and a katana is much more suited. I would also like a gun, but that's not possible, as for now. Lastly, my memories recorded movements for katana-like weapons. Dawn, I should maybe make the plan and give it to a random blacksmith. Otherworldly summons aren't commonly developed yet, so I can't expect to see weapons or earth culture here. Dawn, oh, I could also ask Sola. In the years that passed, I also learned more about her and our family. The Viscount Levon is a pig-like noble who had someone earn debt from the Arseid family. My mother, being the sole heir, was forced to pay. And since she didn't have the money or any backup, she had to do it with her body. When I heard that, my blood boiled to an unimaginable level. I still remember, this was when I just turned 5, and for the first time I released a sword of hockey. The materialization of my Magicule.it wasn't as impressive as Rimura, but still, Sola said in Royal Mage Magicule count would be around 7 on 100 while mine was roughly around 26. Since the day I had oathed myself, I would annihilate this shitty Viscount family. I also learned about our 4 older siblings, 3 boys and a girl. I had seen them once and my impression of them is worse than the mix of coffee and sushi. Anyway, the oldest of them is a pig-perfect image of his father, the second in the heir succession is the only other daughter he has. She is like a slut who gave me a dirty look in the negative way, and lastly the 2 others are twins and not worth mentioning. Dawn, well, since there is no mention of such a family in the future, that means they are bound to disappear. Sighing, I also learned from Sola that our father actually gained 80% of his fortune through slave trading. This made me think that Falmouth's internal story is much bigger than I originally thought. If the Levon family disappeared, it would be because of something. Logically, from what I have seen until now, it is surely because of the slave trading, which is actually illegal. But somewhere in the future, after our family demise, Muth would become Falmouth and make slavery legal. The Arseid family is also no more. In the original novel, I was probably never born and mother never had a child, making the family heirless. But now I am here. Dawn, I have no intention in making the Arseid family shine again, but I will make sure mother lives the rest of her life happily. Third POV. After that, Dawn went on with his training. A few days later he went out to the city, where they lived in the capital. He was accompanied by a few servants and his goal was to search for precious raw minerals or just something interesting while resting from his constant training. Overworking is something bad and dangerous after all. Unfortunately, Falmouth, despite being a merchant kingdom, being one of the main targets of trading, had nothing valuable for him. He just walked aimlessly while occasionally tasting new food and allying with him. Dawn, so that's how a deer cow tastes, pretty good if you're not vegetarian. Thinking to himself, he was munching a brochette until his body suddenly froze, his eyes widening as a trail of particles followed a small light point. Dawn, that's a spirit. It was merely a lesser spirit, yet their presence here meant someone could summon them. Dawn frantically looked around and saw that no one was reacting to this spirit presence. Dawn, huh? They can't see it. Wait, is that one of the effects of the skill, Reader? Thinking, he narrowed his head and dropped the brochette before running following the spirit. The servants who were with him got startled and ran after, but couldn't believe the child's speed. They weren't suited for combat or trained, still they were perfectly fit physically, yet they couldn't catch him. At the end, they lost him when he switched between left and right in those tidy pathways. Dawn POV. Following the lesser spirit, I soon found myself in a dead end as the spirit just crossed through the wall. This isn't Harry Potter where I would walk through the wall myself. I guess this is where I'm going to stop. Still, now I know someone who is knowledgeable in spirit summoning is here. I don't know if it's a traveler or a random individual crossing Muth, but I have to find him. This might also be a trap, as using a lesser spirit as bait to attract talented people who can see them. My skill, Reader, allow me that, but it should be normal due to the fact that spirits are visible to the common population. The trap then is more possible, a trap that aims for people talented or strong enough to bypass the spell they use to make the spirit invisible. But then why would the spirit who are known to be good-willed follow such a master? Dawn, spirit slavery. The words just left my mouth when I suddenly felt something crash onto me, the left side of my body hurting. I felt for the first time an uncontrollable pain. Dawn, Ugh, bingo, we got a good catch. The boss is gonna be happy. Barely holding on to my consciousness, I looked up and saw a man clad in random bandit clothes. Damn it, this dead end was the location of their trap, and stayed motionless like an idiot, and I can't beat a grown man right now. And on top of that, he is an NPC. Ending my thought process as I went unconscious. Third POV. It was only hours later, when he finally woke up in a basement. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a complicated situation as both his hand and legs were tied, a piece of rubber covering his mouth. Dawn, did I really get into one of those cliché scenes? And also, couldn't they just tie my hand to the wall? This reminds me of our 34. Sighing internally, he didn't appear panicked or agitated, perhaps it was because he knew the pattern of such an event. Also, he was surely going to be sold, so they cannot hurt him too badly in case of damaging the merchandise. Now, he needed to focus so he would know how long he was out and where he was. Dawn, this basement is dark, but it seems a unique skill. Reader allows me to see in any kind of environment like a night vision. Useful. Scanning the surroundings, Dawn managed to determine a few things using his skill. Weeks ago he had randomly stumbled on a book architecture. The way this basement was founded on a large pillar along with the raw materials used helped Dawn define that this basement was located within Muth, in the northern part. Dawn, coupled to that, the north sector is known for its illegal and corrupt activity. Now, he wanted to identify how long he was unconscious, but that was impossible. The room was fully closed with no source of light. Dawn, still, I am in the position of the hostage. If we follow the basic schema of a kidnapping in anime, then there must be a hero who will come save me, or is it me who had to escape? The problem is that he didn't have the strength or power to untie the bind. He wanted to sigh again, but suddenly, a loud explosion happened above, followed by crying and shouting. Dawn looked up and closed his eyes, so it was the first option. It seems the heroes have arrived. The possibilities of guards and soldiers of the kingdom intervening was very low since most of them are corrupted. The only sure force is the royal guards who receive orders only by the royal family, but they are way too busy to come down for a slavery trading affairs. Dawn, well, I'll see soon enough who my savior is. Closing his eyes, he just waited patiently, and a few dozen minutes later, the hero finally opened the room. Dawn looked up and became speechless. Dawn, what? How can she be here? POV. Seriously, this kingdom is really just trouble, but it's necessary for the future. I sighed after finding yet another slave trade post, a place where they stock their merchandise which are living being and then sell them later. When night came, I sneaked my way in and went on knocking out and killing the bandits and slave traders. It wasn't that special as I had destroyed camp like that dozens of times now, yet this time it was different. After a few minutes, I had already freed most of the slaves, elf, beastmen, or human, these poor creatures whose freedom were almost ripped. Anyway, there was a last room, and inside, I just felt one presence and magic signature, a young boy. I cracked the door open and entered, my eyes falling on a 7-year-old boy binded in a very odd way. His eyes widened seeing me. I guess I scared him, but judging by his clothes, a noble. How did he end up here? Calm down, I'm here to help you. Bending my knee, easily freed him from his binds, but to my surprise he wasn't scared but rather looked at me with surprise and shock. Dawn, Chloe Aubert, my eyes widening under my mask, I unconsciously grabbed him by the collar and teleported away to a farther place. How did he know? How does he know my true identity? Chloe, this is bad. Hinata. Hinata, calm down, let's hear him out first. Dawn POV. I can't understand what was happening right now. Malim had become part of the Demon Lord long before Chloe's time loop. So how was she here? Anyway, I accidentally blurted her name. Now I was sitting on my knee while she held her sword at my neck. Chloe, now talk, how do you know my name? I didn't know how to answer. Should I be honest or lie? No, Hinata inside can detect my lie, so it would only aggravate my case. Dawn, I know about Chloe-san's time loop and goal. I know about Rimuru Tempest and everything happening in the future. Admitting, Chloe removed her mask. It seems I honestly managed to calm her down a little. Now my action might appear weird, but I know I can trust Chloe. Our goal goes the same way. She is also a hero who was trusted by many. But what's more is that I am not smart enough to beat Tensura. I know the future event, but my deductive and planning ability isn't that great. I need strong allies, and what better than someone like Chloe who planned basically the plot of Tensura. Chloe, you aren't lying, are you from the future too? Dawn, and no. I'm from, how to explain? A higher reality. Chloe, huh? After that, I spent 30 minutes explaining how I had read the novel of Tensura, how I lived in a world that saw this world as fiction. But it seems she didn't fully believe me. Chloe, it's really hard to believe, but since you should know everything, then tell me something only I should know. Dawn, well, let's see, your name is Chloe Aubert, your childhood friend is Demon Lord Leon, you have Hinata residing inside you, you love Rimuru romantically, your body proportion are. Chloe, okay, stop. Her face flushed in embarrassment. Oops, I think I got carried away. After all, Chloe is one of my favorite characters. But was she already there? Did her time loop actually didn't start 2,000 years before the main event? Chloe, so what now? I don't know what to do with you. Dawn, well. What to do? The timeline seems different. The fact that she doesn't recognize me means I am not part of the future she knows. Also means either I failed in my task and died early or I never existed in the first place. I might be inside Tensura, but still this is real life, not a novel. Me having reincarnated means there is a system even I as a human who saw Tensura as fiction had to follow. Wait, her being here is actually very good. Dawn, maybe, you can become my teacher. Chloe, eh? Dawn, I mean, however much time it needs, I will prove myself to you that I am an ally, but as a normal human I cannot help Rimuru and even less attain the state of a saint by myself. The more I lived in this world, the more I realized things I couldn't do. I got some good skills, but in the end I am by myself. Rimuru had great sage who was the cheat code of Tensura, but me, I have to control my skill with my own mind. This is too much. I will need a year before optimal use, and by then, I wouldn't have enough time for other things. Dawn, I am not a genius like you or Hinata-san, but if I train with you, I will get stronger faster. Chloe, I see. Taking her time to think, I waited impatiently before seeing her shake her head, so she refused. Chloe, very well, I can hear in your voice how much you admire Rimuru-sensei. Dawn, really? Thank you. The sudden rise of joy inside me made me jump. She accepted. I really managed to convince her somehow. Well, from now on, my progress will go a lot faster, though there is still Sola. Should I inform her? No, for now I should keep this for myself. Chloe, but be careful, Rimuru-sensei is mine. I don't think you'll like him that way, but we never know. Dawn, don't worry, Chloe-sensei. I always ship you and Rimuru. There is also Seal or Luminous. Chloe, you really know everything, huh? Wait, Seal. Who is that? And Luminous. Dawn, hee. Anyway, I should go home for now, my mother must be worried. I wanted to run away but realized I was somewhere I didn't know. Chloe-sensei had teleported us. Chloe, Dawn-kun, I think we have a lot to talk about. Grabbing my shoulder while approaching her ice-cold terrifying smile, I shrink in fear. I hope I survive this. Third POV. A few days has passed since the kidnapping and Dawn was in front of his mother with Chloe at his side. Lara, so let me recapitulate, you traveler saved my son from a kidnapping and now want to train him. Cronoa, indeed. Chloe had presented herself as Cronoa, her true name shouldn't be known by anyone. Lara, I see, fine. Cronoa, I know it's hard for you to true. Lara, I said fine, if Dawn-chan trusts you then I do too. Dawn, I knew she would allow it. Hiding his smirk, Dawn side-eyed Chloe who just contemplated the scene dumbfounded. Even if she was wearing her mask, Dawn could feel her widened eyes. Chloe, what kind of duo mother and son they are? One is a freaking reincarnator who knows everything about us and the other is a nonchalant and innocent woman. The hero sighed and could just go along. From that moment onward months had passed as Dawn finally got to start true training. The first few weeks were hard as his body barely adapted to Chloe and Hinata's ruthless training, physical enhancement or swordsmanship. Chloe had some frustration to let out after knowing how many women hypothetically loved Rimuru in the future. Because of this, Dawn had to suffer on several occasions bursts of training passing from hard to extreme, but the results were here. Reaching the age of 8, he was already proficient in holding a sword, not at the level of a royal knight, but this was just a matter of time. He had memorized most of Chloe's technique and Hinata's way of sword. The only reason he still lacked was his body. It wasn't full grown, his strength and speed along agility, flexibility, and more are not at their peak yet. But that was fine. By now Dawn could surely take on D-rank monsters by large numbers and individually handle C-rank if the matchup is met. Now passing to his magic and skill, he also managed to learn a few things but mainly spirit art from Hinata. The Cold Sword Saint was surprised by Dawn's thirst for learning, but she could understand him to some degree. He was finally able to use the magic and power that he saw until recently as fiction. This was like a dream coming truth. Also Hinata was surprised at his affinity with spirit. He was like her as an individual liked by the spirit, making the learning of spiritual arts easier. Hinata, listen, spirits seem to naturally come to you. It's to a point where your affinity with them surpasses even mine. Talking using Chloe's body, Hinata was now teaching Dawn, the two being in a plane outside the capital. Hinata explained clearly how spiritual arts worked. This includes how to make a pact with a spirit, how to summon them, how to use their power once the pact is done. When she discovered Dawn's affinity, she was left speechless. In his first try multiple lesser spirits of all kinds appeared. And without doubt more would have come if Dawn had a better control over his magicule. Dawn, my affinity with spirits is that high. While I guess I can forget summoning demons now, as they are the natural enemy of the spirits. The angels are superior to the spirits are superior to the demons, and the demons are superior to the angels. That was the natural order of the nature Veldanava had created. But then Dawn suddenly realized something. During the kidnapping he had fallen into their trap after following a lesser spirit. He had deduced he could see them because of his unique skill, but in reality, it should be more because the lesser spirit liked him and allowed him to see him. It could be because of both his skill and the spirit, so right now he couldn't reach a definitive answer. Hinata, anyway, it seemed that once you control your Magicule perfectly, summoning greater spirit would be a piece of cake. Dawn, that's nice to hear. Hinata, still be careful, even among the spirits some of them are ill-intentioned. Dawn, I see. This was something he didn't know, perhaps that's what spirit of darkness meant, the opposite of light. This resumes Dawn's new path. He at first wanted to focus on magic training, but spiritual arts are much more unique and stronger if controlled. Though he won't neglect his training at any level, after all, he deduced that his affinity for ice magic is at the same level as for the spirits. There is also the fact that Sola wasn't able to see his affinity for spirits means she couldn't see it because spirits are living beings, or that his affinity is due to his other unique skill. He had much more mysteries to resolve around himself before he could make significant progress. Now passing to his progress on his skill part, the unique skill, Reader developed further inside Dawn's mind. He uncovered more of its capability, finding it was still faint, but he could read the movement of its opponent like in a book, along that reading the natural chemical composition of objects was possible. For example, he could read around the line while observing a rock and see its composition, carbonate of calcium, silicate, and dense magicule. By that, he could also possibly read the flow of blood inside the human body and find a miracle way to repair or destroy shock points. With that, Dawn understood that the skill, Reader, was one of those skills you should translate literally for his ability. So maybe he would also be able to read the emotions of others, read their skills and much more. This was a very op if all he thought ever happened. Anyway, a year then passed, but this single year where he was taught by Chloe/Hinata was fruitful and opened him multiple gates for the future. But for now, it was time to say goodbye, as Chloe as the masked hero had duty to attend. With her help, Dawn managed to approximately scale the timeline. It was different than in the novel. Right now, there was around the time where Malim became a demon lord, 20,000 years before Rimuru reincarnation. Here it's 5,000 years before. In a few years Daggerel and Luminous would join the Great Demon Lord, while after that millennia later the new Demon Lord would join in, aka Fry, Carrion, and Clayman. Veldora's rampage would begin 300 years before Rimuru's reincarnation, and Chloe would go to slumber 280 years before. This leaves Dawn a shit ton of time, but he was confident he could achieve a pseudo-immortality when it comes to age. Anyway, at the moment Dawn and Chloe were behind the mansion, the hero had already given her goodbye to Lara and packed her things. Dawn, well, I guess you can't stay longer. Chloe, yes, it's time for me to make a name so I can catch the attention of Luminous. Over the years, the two of them had grown closer. It wasn't love or romantic feelings, since both of them wouldn't be able to. Dawn was someone who knew everything about her, and she loved Rimuru. As for Chloe, she saw him more like a companion and little brother with benefit. Dawn, I see, good luck then, but no need for a serious goodbye. In a few years we'll meet again. Chloe, sure, at exactly 10 when you turn 17, the beta version of the Adventurer Guild would be created. It isn't as good as Yuki's Freedom Guild, but nonetheless a good way to gain experience. Dawn, noted, hopefully we'll work together. Chloe, I'm sure we will, then good luck, Dawn Kuan. Smiling under her mask she turned away, waving her hand, space bending as she walked. She just teleported away, leaving Dawn staring at the empty air. Dawn, I would have liked to pass more time with you, he muttered before closing his eyes, and shortly after left for his room. Multiple days then passed until Dawn's door was forced as a living bomb entered. Sola, yo. Where is she? Not even looking at her, Dawn was studying a book called The Art of Forging, an interesting book which had given him multiple names of famous blacksmiths and their method of forging. Dawn, you are finally here. You took a year to understand that Chloe was here. Sola, why you? Like I just heard you got a teacher. Dawn, in my mother's letter, it was said I got a black-haired teacher who hid her true name but is very skilled. Sola, well, I was busy. I'm starting school in a year so. Dawn, oh right, now that I think I have to visit the main mansion soon, to meet my dear brother. Entering a phase of deep thinking, he was 7 and around time to be introduced to the main family. He wasn't expecting anything but to free her mother from these binds. He would have to destroy the Viscount Levon. So meeting his future enemy isn't bad, though he would most likely be treated like trash. Sola, oh that, I think it's planned in 2 months. Dawn, I still got time, huh? Sola, you still have something to do. Dawn, way too much actually. Sola, ugh, I mean what did you plan for the next 2 months? Dawn, does it concern you? Acting a little cold, Sola pouted and turned away with a humph. Years had passed since they last met. Their way of communication were per letters, and since Sola's father wasn't fond of Dawn, he just didn't come visit. Lastly, Sola was too young to travel alone, even more so when she was the jewel of the family, a prodigy that needed to be protected. But now she was 11, and grew into a cute young lady whose blonde hair reached her shoulder, her green eyes gained pigment making them feel like emeralds. She could also go out and had her own carriage. Sola, fine if you don't want to tell me, I wanted to pass more time with thought. Dawn, we're half-siblings please no incest. Sola, idiot. Like hell I would like someone blood-related. This wasn't actually uncommon in the cardinal world but the two of them had value from Earth. Incest isn't actually even wrong, it's just genetically bad. Dawn, good anyway for your question, I'm going to search for a blacksmith and make a katana. Sola, huh? Well okay for the blacksmith but there is no way you'll get a katana, like even if you convince a blacksmith to follow your instruction it would take decades before you get a satisfying result. Dawn, yes, but I don't intend to let them make it, I'm just searching for a blacksmith to do a sort of internship and learn the basics on the field directly. Sola, you want to make it yourself? Dawn, my skill allows me to learn fast too, when I get the basics I would be able to use all the knowledge I had gathered and forge surely an A-grade weapon. Sola, you sound confident, then let me come with you. Smiling proudly, Dawn already had the intention of letting her come since she was an influential individual heir of a Viscount family. It would be easier for him to get an internship if she is here. Dawn, then I'll come pick you up at your room tomorrow. Sola, okay, you also need to show me what you learned from Chloe. Speaking of her, where is she? I want to meet her. Dawn, she already went off. Sola, eh. Dawn, don't worry you'll meet her in a few years. Sola, why you? Dawn, Angel. Yeah, I know I'm sometimes too good with others. Sola, bastard. With that, the two continued on their adventure. The next day they went out to the city, their destination being the 3 best blacksmiths which are located in 3 different sectors of the capital. A lot of walk. Sola POV. Walking in the capital with a friend feels so refreshing. I would lie if I said I wasn't here to meet Chloe, but in truth I also wanted to be here for Dawn-kun. It's not love, it's more loneliness. My entire group of friends are noble ladies who think with their tits and gold. So I was pretty lonely in the fact that I couldn't even meet the only I could call a friend for years. This naturally made me build stress and envy. But now I'm here. In a year or rather 9 months I'll start the academy which promotes both knight and mage. Fortunately, it's located near the east part which is where the mansion of the Baron Arcead is. So I managed to convince my father to send me here, thought like always he wanted ill from others so tasked me to watch the Arcead family and report him if anything happened. Which I absolutely would not. Anyway now I am having the best time of my last few years by just walking. Compared to my past life I got money here, and a lot of money. So buying things isn't a problem, I can make as many memories as I want. 9 months, that is an odd number for some reason. Anyway, this is the time I have left here before going to the academy and living there directly. I have to make the most of it. Dawn, by the way, I will need your help. Sola, sure. I smiled brightly, it might have appeared fake for him but it was genuine, I just want a friend I could talk freely with. Dawn, your skill, system can see the quality of a weapon too, right? Sola, indeed. Dawn, then when we enter the blacksmith shop, scan all the swords and see if there is one that stood out, we'll do it for the 3 shops and choose one after. Sola, sure. So he wanted to use my eyes, well I don't really mind, this reminds me of Classroom of the Elite. Ayano Koji uses everyone and sees them as nothing but tools, this mindset is cruel but the most realistic. After all you make friends to use them to not feel lonely, this is a simple example that just shows that humans cannot live alone. We are a race that follows the rule of cooperation, alone we are weaker than most animals while together we become the strongest. My eyes turned colder. Sola, but in the end, this cooperation was meant to help everyone until greed manifested destroying this balance. I muttered quietly as for no one to hear me, the concept of working together slowly turned into using others to get yourself better. Exploiting in modern society is like slavery but a consented one, the only way to get out of it is to become the one who takes advantage of others. Us women had it easier, if you chose this path of lust. My eyes turned colder and colder, I recalled some painful memories and traumatism. But before I could get too deep inside, I felt a flick of my finger hit my forehead. Sola, ouch. Dawn, stop dreaming, rockhead. Sola, Mo, you could be more gentle with a lady. Dawn, shut and come, we're here. Holding my forehead, I pouted as he ignored my pain and just entered the shop, a luxurious one that was adorned with gold and diamond. The blacksmith working here is a renowned one who forged the Royal Knight Captain's sword, though after entering the weapon barely passed an average grade. It was sure good and sturdy for this era, but my skill rate with the best quality and rating I had in my memories. Simply, my skill is comparing weapons here and the quality of weapons in my past life and future of Tensura like Sword of Tempest. The Gawain quality is just too big, but here it's not even passing 0.5 on 10 which one is above average. Sola, we should go, this place is expensive for nothing. Dawn, I see, well I couldn't expect much from a blacksmith famous for only one sword. Sola, we should go to the next one. Don Kuin just nodded and we departed. On the way we stopped at a few shops and found a few meaningless things such as necklaces, bracelets, and goodies like that. Don, I'll think I'll buy that. Sola, MMH. Turning around, I watched as he picked up a necklace with an oval shape, a ruby encrusted in some kind of metal. Sola, are you into necklace? Don, well, I wore one in my past life, also this one is kind of special. Sola, MMH. Handling the necklace to me, I started manipulating it a little and heard a click when I slided a part of the necklace to the right. Ah. There are two necklaces in one. And to my surprise the form of the ruby changed, it was cut into two. I didn't properly analyze it when I first looked, on my left hand was a moon-shaped ruby while in my right hand was a sun-shaped necklace. Don, I'll keep the moon, you can have the sun since it fits with your name. Sola. This guy, I don't know if he is doing it intentionally or just acting naturally but this is kind of a thing you do with your love partner. Still, I couldn't help a tear flow down my cheek. Sola, huh? Don, you were feeling lonely, right? I heard an object could remind you of someone you liked, so I at least hope you see me as a friend. Taking the moon part, he smiled before turning away to pay for the necklace. I was left hanging staring at the empty space he was just a moment ago. Sola, he noticed, huh? Holding my part of the necklace tightly, he was right, this single piece of object would become one of my most precious possessions. Sola, thanks Don Kuin, it means a lot to me. Third POV. As the day continued, the duo Don plus Sola had visited the three blacksmiths dominating the kingdom of Muth. And as expected none of them was good enough to satisfy them. At the very end, they chose the second one to learn as it was the least, how to say it, rich-like. The other blacksmith just screamed arrogance and superiority complex. While the second one was more a shop made for the night order, weapons that are suited for combat and not ceremony. They aren't the most good-looking but in terms of effectiveness it has nothing to envy the other shop. Now Don was walking a small corridor behind the shop where the blacksmith named Roar should be working. His name was recorded in the archive and all his weapons were mediocre but good for this era. This was the perfect profile to learn the basics. Finally, as a hit of heat traveled across his face, Don entered like a living hell. The wall and ground were lava red within the center, a lone man working. He was massively built, a human with big arms and developed muscle. Don, the typical blacksmith NPC. Smiling internally, he approached the bulky man and waited as the blacksmith finished to forge another of his many swords. Once he was done, he finally turned his attention toward Don. Roar, huh? What are you doing here, brat? Don, I want sir to teach me the art of forging. Roar, so an apprentice. Well, I'm really busy so an extra hand isn't bad. Grabbing a hammer, he threw it at Don before pointing at a smithing table on the side. Roar, go hit this piece of ore, I want it nice rectangle shaped. After being told, Don just gave him an annoyed look but just went to it. Don, TCH, I expected for him to teach me directly but I guess I can do that too. Smashing the hammer, Don was just going to use the technique he had memorized and as expected the first hit was bad. Because he had no manual experience, it was inaccurate but each new hit developed his art. The day went on as some time Roar would come to insult him for his amateurish work. At the end, Don left when the sun started settling down. Sola was waiting on a bench, her eyes locked on the necklace she had just acquired. Her body jumped when Don called her. Don, let's go. Sola, okay. You stayed 3 hours inside. I guess it was successful, then. Don, it was some way. Anyway, I'll come back tomorrow for my estimation of 2 weeks and I should be able to forge a correct weapon for myself. Sola, that's nice to hear. Smiling, the two then made their way to the mansion ending the day here. Weeks passed since then as the two would often train in the morning then go out for a while. At this point the east part of the capital was their territory. Time passed slowly and once again, in a beautiful morning as the sun was settling up, Don and Sola could be seen in the back of the mansion. Where a rather large garden was located, in the middle of it they were doing their usual training, a training that Don took from Chloe. And Sola followed after. Sola POV. Right or left, I can't decide, this dude is annoying. This morning's training menu was light warm-up then sparring, and honestly I might be good with magic but Don Kuin's physical prowess is just counter for me. Using my system skill and following his attack at the same time just overload my brain, I can't follow. Don, behind. Widening my eyes, I turned around only to see nothing. Sola, huh? Don, you fell into my trap. A shadow appeared behind me, I didn't even have the time to react when he locked my right arm on my back and placed his knee in a way I would be immobilized. Crashing on the grass, I felt the impact ring in my head, ouch it hurt. Sola, it's my loss. Don, good job. Letting me go, he got up and started stretching, this guy's skill is just up. Like he had told me he couldn't do those techniques of self-defense and martial arts in his past life. But now that his physical ability is better than his former self, he could use the skill reader to implement techniques like these. It's like seeing a skill on a game and directly using it, a copycat for real. Sola, Mo. You could at least go easy on me. My head hurts now. Pouting, I sat up and glared at him. He brushed me off and went to grab a towel. Dawn, you are growing stronger. If I didn't do that I would be annihilated by your magic. He says that, but if we went on a magic contest, I'm not sure who would win. He is very combat-oriented while I'm more of a support. Sola, why did I even decide to follow you in this training? Laying down, I spread my arm while gazing at the sky. 3 more months and I will be at the academy. Well, I would at least be able to learn a few things there. Sola, anyway, where are you at for your weapon? Dawn, the information on forging magic ore is still very uncommon and I greatly underestimated forging, so it will still take a few years before I acquire the necessary means to forge a good sword. Sola, I see, well hope you achieve it then. Still I wonder what Don Kuin's motivation is. I know he wants to meet the main cast and Rimuru, but what is his plan? He obviously doesn't want to destroy everything or conquer the world. Does he even have a plan? Mine was always to see the world Rimuru would create, a beautiful world where no one has to fear to die from hunger, a world of peace. A world where I could escape from this past of mine. Dawn, you are again dreaming. Come, we still have 3 hours to go. Sola, ugh, hi. Getting up, I shook my negative throw away and got ready. Taking a battle stance I muttered a few incantations and sent multiple fireballs. Ugh, I don't understand. The explanation of incantationless magic was clear, yet I can't do it. I just can't imagine the process of creation and magic release without the incantation. Dawn, stop dreaming. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I watched in amazement as Don Kuin dodged the fireball and quickly approached me with a wooden sword in hand. My spells aren't fast yet, but still, how can he stay calm when there is a literal fireball coming at you? I gritted my teeth and opted for a light magic to distract him, followed by an ice lance. But all seemed useless when a small light appeared in the palm of his hand. He can use magic too. I forgot that, and this was my doom for this round. A mirror made of ice, the reflection of my own light magic was sent back at me, my eyes blinded. I couldn't cast Ice Lance anymore. Only seconds later, when I opened my eyes, I saw a dull wooden blade right in front of my throat. Sola, I guess I'll lose again. Third POV. Once their morning training was off, they went to eat breakfast and decided to part away for the day. Dawn returning to his room, he had something in mind and wanted to try. Dawn, spirit summoning. Drawing a circle with a pencil, he had studied the subject along with forging for the past few days. The circle was still imperfect, but with his memories and the few scenes of the anime that show summoning magic, he managed to somehow form a spirit summoning circle. Once the drawing was done, he set his hand on the ground and started pouring magicule. But the result turned out to be unexpected as a voice rang in his head. VOTW, the individual Dawn received the extra skill, magic manipulation. Dawn, huh? Dawn POV. Wait, magic manipulation. Why did the voice of the world announce it? No. In fact, I remember now when Hinata first arrived in this world. She received a notification from the voice of the world announcing her skill. Then why didn't I get it? Maybe because I am reincarnated. Yes, Rimuru too didn't get any announcement. Well, he did while dying, but does it count? Still, I now received a notification, magic manipulation, huh? Dawn, I can do it now. My eyes glowing slightly, my magicule felt light and easy to manipulate. I couldn't describe the feeling. It's like learning something all your life then suddenly having something helping you doing it. It's so much easier and I feel like a big burden on me disappear. Dawn, spirit summoning. The summoning circle glowing, I succeeded. I summoned a spirit, a greater spirit at that. Nice to meet you, young one. Greater spirits have a spiritual form making them visible to a certain degree. In front of me was a sort of knight. Judging by the curve of the armor, a female, through spirit technically doesn't have gender. Her armor is covered with ice and spikes, like a middle-tier dungeon boss, those badass knights. Dawn, I suppose you are an ice-type spirit. Indeed, I judge you worthy to be my master. Dawn, is that so? Should I make a contract with her? It wouldn't be bad, she is an ice spirit which would fit well with my affinity. Dawn, then shall we make a contract, if you wish to? Getting on one knee, her magicule drew toward me. I felt a sudden burst of power as she slowly evaporated into my soul. Heh, I feel kind of cold right now. It's not a bad feeling, so this is how the children's felt when they obtained spirits. Not bad. Dawn, by the way, can you hear me? Yes, master. Appearing out of nowhere, I forgot spirit could come out in a way where only their contractor could see them. Dawn, good, do you have a name? No. She is kinda cold. Like she sounds emotionless. Dawn, then let me name you, with due respect. I don't think the master has enough power to do that yet. Dawn, I know that, still the worst that could happen is me fainting. Naming one spirit should be fine. I said confidently, my Magicule count is rather high so there won't be any harm if it's just one name. Besides, I also want to know how it feels to lose a big amount of Magicule in one go. The worst I got was running out of Magicule after casting too much spell. Dawn, your name will be Snowy. I thought about snow but it sounded a little too manly. A large amount of Magicule left my body as I fell on one knee. My head started spinning and I feel nauseous. It's like losing too much blood. As for Snowy, her body glowed light blue before stopping. My Magicule was still leaking. I underestimated the amount needed for a greater spirit. The last thing I saw before fainting was Snowy's evolved form. Her armors were slightly different but what stood out the most was her face. She didn't have a helmet covering it anymore, instead it was a beautiful young lady with white hair and purple eyes. Heh, I guess I got a beauty as a partner. Third POV. As he fell on the ground, the newly named spirit caught her master and laid him down carefully. She then sat down beside him and closed her eyes. Snowy, I gratefully accept this name, my loyalty will follow you until death separates us. Vowing her promise, she bowed her head while patting the unconscious boy's hair. Snowy wasn't a normal lesser spirit. As far as she knew, she was never born lesser and evolved. Her consciousness was always there. She was also capable of greater reasoning, yet she never found the purpose of her life. She was born in a particular way, being the result of the coldest Magicule in the entire cardinal world. She always felt different from other spirits, while spirits are a natural-born entity like any animal or monster. Yet Snowy felt like she was born with a purpose, a goal that was set in her. Unfortunately, she never found it even after centuries of life, until now, the moment Dawn tried to summon her. Every route toward other spirits was blocked as if the world wanted this to happen. Snowy, my destiny is to follow him, I'm sure of it. Flashback POV. Being born from the Magicule of a strongest being, Snowy was a spirit that was different from others. Yes, instead of following the spirit queen Ramis, she instead went on her own. One would call her the noir of the spirit. Her cold personality and charisma valuable her the title of coldest spirit. Over the years, decades, and centuries, Snowy had grown stronger, soon surpassing most of the greater spirit. At that time, she felt nothing, no duty, no emotion, no ambition. This all changed when she had met the Spirit Queen. She was still the majestic queen of spirit, not the pixie corrupted by Malim's Magicule. That day, she learned her origin. Like in the future Charybdis, Snowy was born from a true dragon, as her element suggests, during one of Velzard and Guy's fights. Velzard had released too much Magicule and let it out of control, a power that accidentally entered the realm of spirit through space and time. Freezing a small part of the realm, Snowy was born. The revelation of her supposed mother was a shock. Yet, she felt nothing for Velzard. She didn't even acknowledge her as her creator. Something was missing, and it's under Ramis's next words that Snowy would continue to live on. Ramis, you might be lost and feel nothing but darkness, but one day, you might find someone capable of breaking this loneliness. What do you mean? Ramis, you aren't under my authority, nor do you see Velzard-san as your creator. Your purpose is still unknown, but I believe that this darkness will turn into light one day. Those words were confusing, but after thinking about it, Snowy decided that she would wait until this person Ramis had mentioned appeared. Flashback end. Her gaze shifted up as she ended her thought process. Snowy closed her eyes before entering Dawn's soul again. She was also reaching her limits. The energy she put to bypass the evolutionary sleep was high. Now she had to rest. The only reason she didn't go to sleep was the state of her master. He fell unconscious right after the naming process. No one was around to guard him. Only her could do that at the moment, but now that he was waking up, she could rest easy. Third POV. Gaining his conscience back, Dawn smiled as he realized none of what just happened was a dream. Placing his hand on his chest, he could feel a cold yet warm feeling in his soul. Dawn, I didn't expect to lose so much Magicule, but at the end everything worked fine. He could feel Snowy sleeping in his soul. The presence was odd as he felt like someone was intruding his soul. Dawn, it seems my body hasn't fully accepted Snowy yet. I guess it will take time. He was still a 7-year-old boy. A body that is not fully developed yet already has a spirit. Children like Alice or Kenya could welcome them because they had a utility, and that was managing the excess of Magicule inside them. But Dawn had no real use of Snowy, and his body subconsciously saw her as an intruder. But that was nothing Dawn couldn't support. A child body adapt the fastest, so after a few weeks or months this should be gone. For now, he had something else in mind. Since he succeeded in this experiment, he judged himself capable enough to start the next level. Dawn, I have to find a good excuses to leave for the forest. On the side of Muth, there is a forest where monsters reside. Now that Dawn acquired some skills in both technique and ability-wise, he wanted to see monsters and start training in real-life threat situation. For that he had already prepared the necessary stuff, which is a good weapon for this era. Some proposition, and lastly a map having all the characteristic of the forest, the point where which tribe of monster live. Dawn POV. A few days passed since the spirit summoning, and finally Snowy had woken up. I was glad to have someone to talk during my research alone. Sola could be here, but she wasn't much interested in what I was doing and only came when I went out. But Snowy was different. She is an ancient spirit, a being that lived back at the prime of the Spirit Queen. Thus her knowledge far exceed mine. Naturally I have things that even she didn't know via being a reader of Tensura, but in term of raw intelligence Snowy is by far superior. After all, I am at the best a gifted person, one that wasted all his potential by not listening in class and carelessly playing without paying attention to the right thing. Anyway, now it was past midnight, everyone was pretty much asleep aside of a few servants that work overnight. I readied myself and jumped out of this window. My way out went on smoothly as I had Snowy helping me. She had some useful skill like spatial awareness, and the fact that she is probably the strongest being in the kingdom currently make me confident in not dying. Dawn, let's go. Not gonna lie, I'm excited about this. In real-life situation monsters are terrifying, but I know that mindless monster all has pattern of attack and once memorized they pose no threat anymore. As for monster with a conscious, they are more troublesome, so I have to avoid them. I know some of them are good passively, but this is centuries before the main event. This forest is too gone by the time of Rimuru, so I have no information on it. It's dangerous and I'm conscious of it, but the probability of me dying here is less than 2% with Snowy. I constantly went on making deduction while running that I didn't even realize I was already in the forest. Tensing up, I breathed before climbing one of the many trees, on top gaining a better vision over the forest. My eyes scanned the surrounding as the sub-skill night vision helped a lot. Finally I found my first target. A small rabbit which was jumping around. It was looking innocent, but I know for sure it wasn't a vegetable eater. His red eyes reminded me of Minecraft's rabbit killer. I unsheltered my sword and once again breathed heavily before departing. Chasing the rabbit, I did my best as to not make any sounds while jumping from branch to branch. Finally, I was above the target. He was eating a prey he had himself hunted down, a sort of deer. I waited for the right moment and jumped down, the tips of my blade aimed for the rabbit's neck, but to my surprise he still reacted in time. Dodging my attack, the rabbit taunted me with a smirk as he sent his claw toward me. I narrowed my eyes and barely dodged. My cheek getting a small cut. I guess that's a real fight. Dawn, this rabbit is fast, AC rank monster. Snowy, does master wish me to freeze him? Dawn, no need, I can't depend on you every time. Snowy, as your wish. Crackling my neck, I took a one-hand sword-style stance and placed my other hand down on the ground. My affinity with ice magic was already high and destructive, but with training I managed to get a good grasp on it. But what's better is that Snowy just make my ice even stronger. Dawn, freeze. As my breath got colder, I could see a mist of coldness invade the surrounding. The rabbit noticed it, but it was too late. The ground froze at my spell, it barely after 10 meters around me, but still enough to trap this rabbit. He tried to run sensing the danger but slipped on the ice. As for me, I effortlessly got up and started sliding on this ice ground. It's crazy how some basic skill can turn this useful. I had learned ice sliding back in my previous life and did nothing of it after learning it. Dawn, with this, you are dead. Slicing his throat, I cleanly separated his head and body, my first kill. And I feel nothing, maybe because they are monster, similar to animal, us human has no pity for them, well maybe the extremist who cry about animal death. For me, it's meaningless as long you have the men to survive, everything is allowed. Snowy, congratulations master. Dawn, thanks, but we are not done yet. I said to her and left without waiting for another target. This is the best training I could have asked. Also judging by the position of the moon, I still have 3 hours before the dawn of the day, I have to get back before that. Let's go. Third POV. Days passed as Dawn took up the habit of getting out late at night, hunting. He built a small experience, though none of the monsters he killed were humanoid types. The presence of goblin or direwolf weren't common in this forest, though he did meet some interesting creatures. Such as deformed monster fusion between bat and snake or things like that. Anyway, now once again he was hunting, taking a break on top of a tree. He calmly drank some water he had brought up here. But then, the sudden scent of smoke alerted him. He turned around and saw a trail of smoke reaching up toward the night sky. Dawn, someone is camping here? His eyes narrowed as no one should be here. This forest isn't even a point of passage for trading or commerce, it was just a dangerous place filled with monsters. Dawn, Snowy, how many are there? Snowy, 13, among them a strong mage. Dawn, that much. Grimacing, he tried to organize his thoughts. He already crossed the merchant route, it could be a noble coming here with guards. But they have nothing to gain. Dawn, maybe, no, I cannot be sure, I just have to see it myself. Decided to go see it with his own eyes. Dawn had a rather childish reason to risk his life, and that was this forest. It's his only ground of training right now. The other places are either too far away or too dangerous. This forest was his territory, and as little his pride is, he still had it. Dawn, if a fight breaks off, I can win. He thought, not being overconfident, but right. Snowy didn't warn him of a death threat danger, and in the worst case he just had to use her. This was as simple as that. Finally, after jumping around for a while, he reached the base where the fire camp was leaking. His eyes scanned the area. He soon found himself in a rather complicated situation. This was as he thought, and more further, this in a way confirmed a few things to him. This base was a slave trader post where 6 slaves freshly caught were trapped behind bars in a shitty cage. Dawn POV. First the kidnapping, now this. Am I really inside a novel? Or is this real life? I mean, it's real life, but the life as I know is filled with random factors. Is this world I am in configured? Like I feel like the first chapter of my life is centered against them, slave traders. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but if this is true then that means the future events are pre-selected. And this event is an important one, as in a novel. This is the first time I can prove myself to be able to do something. Dawn, will go in, Snowy. Snowy, as your wish. Feeling a sudden rise of Magicule, I had already formed a plan, freezing the ground to give me a mobility advantage. I still haven't forgotten that there is a strong mage. I'm going for him first. Holding my blade in a way to kill, I just realized, this was the first time I'm going to kill another human. My heart started to race as I jumped in, launching toward the highest Magicule count. An odd-looking male caped head to toe, and surprisingly, he didn't have the time to react as I stabbed my blade right through his neck. But something felt off, illusion magic. Dawn, damn it. Turning around, I barely reacted in time as a spear made of fire gazed at my arm, burning off my sleeves. I then jumped away, going to hide behind a tree. Bandit, well, I thought it was an attack from the Royal Knights, but to think it was just a brat. The mage's voice rang. I peeked behind the tree and started gathering intels. There is that mage along with 6 more people, the rest are unconscious slaves. This was bad. I can't beat that mage. This illusion magic was clearly high class 1, and my child body won't be able to take on several adults while dodging a good mage attack. Should I run? Dawn. No, running away now. At the very first obstacle. If I do run for my life, I will never be able to move forward and achieve my goal. Think logically, this fight is still fair. You have a greater spirit on your side. I never said I fought fair. Dawn, Snowy, take care of that mage, I'll kill the rest. My eyes turning colder, I gave my first true order to my partner. Third POV. Following this plan, Dawn came out, the tension growing up inside him. The bandits laughed at the small kid. They didn't take him seriously at all, but his next action definitely changed their mind. As a pure icy Magicule was released from his small body, a dome of ice was created separating the strong mage of his group. They didn't have the time to react due to the sudden burst of Magicule and were now facing their selected opponent. On the bandit side, they were inside a prison of ice. Around them were dozens of trees frozen to their very core. They couldn't understand what was happening and just unsheathed their weapon, carefully looking around. Moving fastly around, Dawn was searching for the right moment to attack. His eyes looked like a predator hunting his prey. On the other side, the mage was forced to fight a greater spirit. Her beautiful face was reflecting on her armor. Mage, hey, what a beautiful spirit you are. His perverted eyes immediately aggressed Snowy, who just glared at him coldly. Mage, you made a contract with that little boy. What a waste, why not come with me? His proposition didn't even register in Snowy's mind as she stretched her arm. Ice arrows formed from the thin air. Snowy, I only have one master. Her ice-cold voice sent chills down the mage's spine, who drew his staff ready to fight. The ice arrow shot. Snowy watched as the mage formed a wall of fire. But this wasn't enough. Snowy was a spirit of ice, ice so cold that a normal flame won't be able to stop it. The arrow piercing through the wall of flame, the mage was taken off guard and had his arm severed. Mage, arged. Snowy, pathetic human trying to compare to my master. Her purple eyes shining like an aurora nebula, she reaches her arm out once again to cast another spell. But then, her calm face morphed into rage as she realized something. The precious bond she had created with her master through the soul corridor was damaged. She looked at the mage with anger as he chuckled. Mage, Kukuku, this spell is so mysterious yet so effective against spirit with contract. His laugh reverberating around. He had previously casted a spell that takes time to work, a spell who is known for one thing. Being effective against a spirit who has a host. Humans didn't understand how it worked as they don't have the necessary knowledge for that. But in reality, the spell directly affected the soul corridor between the master and the spirit. Since Snowy is a superior spirit, it just damaged it, but if it was any other lesser spirit, it would have instantly broken down the soul corridor. Mage, now yo. The mage thought he had won. A spirit without its master is only meant to go back to the spiritual world. He had deliberately aimed for the spell, knowing the danger a greater spirit posed. But Snowy was different. She had a name and the soul corridor was still here. Horror spread on the mage's face as he realized the situation. Snowy, you dare attack mine and master's bond. Rage built up in her mind as it was no longer an enemy she saw at her feet, now it was a trash who dared attack what she valued the most. No punishment, no torture, nothing in this world would be enough to calm the wrath she has against this man now. Scream, please, beg, cries, for who knows how much time the mage was tortured. The pain and despair he felt was unreal, yet Snowy wasn't stopping. It was only when a hole was made inside the ice wall that she stopped, turning her attention there. Snowy calmed down as Dawn entered. He had also finished his part, his left wrist broken and most of his clothes stained in blood. He walked up to her. Dawn, I suppose you aren't done. Snowy, Master, this trash has dared harm our bond. It was clear that Snowy was outraged. A lowly human did that to her. If it was just her, she would have made sure this mage's soul, body, and mind rot in the deepest part of hell, his leftover eaten by the demons. Dawn, I felt that too. Looking down at the mess constituted of the mage's body, Dawn picked up something. Dawn, this crest. It was faintly visible, but the crest drawn on the mage's clothes belonged to the royal army. This man was part of the royal court of mage. A group of elite mages serving the king directly. Dawn, TCH, so there are corrupted people there, and me who thought at least they would be good. The royal army knights and mages are selected carefully, their loyalty should be above anything else, yet one of them was involved in slavery. For Dawn, it was either the king is corrupted or there are traitors among the royal army. Dawn, it's no use to think about this now, we should go to Snowy, the sun is already rising. Snowy, hi. Turning one last time toward the mage, she froze his body until every cell inside was solid and then broke the hole, leaving nothing of the mage. Snowy, Master is hurt. On their way back home, Snowy had gone back inside her master's soul, not wanting to leave anymore after feeling their soul corridor getting damaged. Inside this soul, it was where she was comfortable, but right now Snowy was showing way more emotion than she usually would. Her master was still a child, his body barely made it out of his fight, they were ordinary people but still fully grown adults. Dawn had taken them out with tricks and his greater speed, but that was it, his strength was too low and broke his wrist during one of his own attacks. He was now struggling walking back home. Dawn, don't worry. Ugh. Suddenly stopping, he rested his safe arm on a tree and held his chest, pain visible on his face. He soon fell on his knee as the sudden urge of vomiting came, throwing up, the dark forest was getting cleared from its night state. Dawn POV. I stared at the disgusting puddle of vomit I had released, my eyes locked on the ground. I tried to stay strong but in the end failed. I just killed, not only one but 6 humans, my own kind. This feeling of disgust in my stomach, my throat is aching, at the end I'm still human. Dawn, I need to correct that. In a world of survival, there is no need for kindness, it is only a weakness that will betray you one day. Yes, I need to abandon my humanity, killing is natural here. Dawn, grr. I cringed at the feeling of cutting flesh, their blood spraying on me, their organs coming out. The feeling of killing someone, robbing his life, taking him away from the people he loved, their eyes turning lifeless. The stare they gave me, it made me wonder, is there anyone waiting for them to go home? Did I ruin their life as well? I could feel Snowy's presence inside me trying to calm me, but the horror I had just felt was way too big. Dawn, if there is a winner, there is a loser, that's right, there was no need of feeling guilty, if I didn't kill them I would have died. And the slaves I had released before going to Snowy would have lived a life of misery, I killed them and it was for the greater good. Third POV. This morning, Dawn had worried everyone by arriving late and injured at breakfast. He was quickly taken to the doctor for a checkup and ended up in his bed with the order of staying there until restriction lifted. So now he was having a difficult talk with his mother, he had to reveal at least some of the truth to not get suspected for SUS activity. Anyway, after long hours, he was finally left alone, or so he wished. Dawn, can't you let me rest, I'm not in the mood. Sola, how did you know I was there? Suddenly appearing from behind the room, Sola made her majestic entrance. Dawn, well, it was just a guess, did she just use illusion magic? This gave him some flashback of last night, but he covered it well with his poker face. Though he couldn't help but notice how fast Sola had progressed in a few days, and it seems she got the gist of magic manipulation. Dawn, your control over Magicule has improved. Sola, I know, right? I followed some lessons with your mother, she is quite a mage, you know. Dawn, my mom. I didn't know that, I guess the famous genius blood of the Arcead run in her vein too. He smiled, slightly proud of his own mother. Sola, anyway, you went to the forest alone. Why not call me? Dawn, you're too slow. Sola, ugh. Sola took an imaginary hit and held her chest as if an arrow just pierced it. Sola, so mean, well at least I didn't get scolded. Dawn, don't remind me that. From the fight to death last night, to his hellish training with Chloe, Dawn still concluded that his mother's scolding was worse. She was like a true demon, her kind nature totally gone. Dawn, brr, I hope I never get into her scolding again. Sola, fahaha. Dawn, tch, Sola, sorry, but still how did you get out of this? And your statue has changed. Suddenly switching to a serious tone, Sola was genuinely curious, right now she could see a few differences in Dawn's stats window. But those new things are like his second unique skill, blurred and impossible to see through. Dawn, well, it's for me to know and you to find out. Sola, you're annoying. Dawn, if you say so. The atmosphere dropped down to an amicable one, as they discussed a little. Sola went on her way after. She still has a few things to take care of for the academy. As for Dawn, he rested for a short while before getting up. He wasn't very tired, but his wrist hurt a lot. It was broken and should take a few weeks to repair. But with healing magic, it was already in a normal state and of use, just Dawn wasn't used and his child body was reacting badly. Dawn, I really need to grow up. As a child, there was a limit of what he could do, and his physical restraint were one of those limits. Dawn, I should force on my wrist right now. Sighing, he decided to let go of today's training and just went back to bed. By tomorrow he should be fine going out again. Though, he doubts he will be allowed outside the mansion. This didn't mean he couldn't train though. The next day, Dawn got up early in the morning and went toward the back of the mansion where a few maids were doing the laundry. Dawn POV. The fight 2 days ago had left more trauma on my mind than I thought, but it also helped me think and question myself. I guess inside, I was never truly ready to take another life, another human life. I thought I would be able to support it, but the moment I finally did it, I felt miserable and disgusted. This has no change. I can't live and survive here without removing this fear of killing. That's why, I decided to correct this now. Killing will be the foundation of all my future actions. Waiting further would just lead me to more moments of hesitation and traumatism. Dawn, I would like you to teach me assassin art. Interrupting one of the maids who was working, the brown-haired servant froze on the spot before turning to me. Felfiana, a maid that for as long as I remember worked under mother. Since I grew stronger I now can feel and see things I couldn't before. Felfiana is strong. If she was the one taking care of the slave trader 2 days ago, they wouldn't have lived past 3 minutes after the start. I haven't seen the royal knight, but this maid in front of me is at least at their level. Felfiana, excuse me young lord. She was trying to deny the reality that I, a 7-year-old kid, managed to see through her disguise. Dawn, don't act like a fool. I already know you are one of those assassin maids, right? I had learned about this term only a few weeks ago when Sola mentioned it. The assassin maid is a unit serving the king directly. They are overtrained individuals who excel in assassin art, the way to kill swiftly. In a direct fight they aren't as efficient as the knight, in a distant fight they can't match the mage. But if given a killing mission or protection mission, they are the best. Felfiana, I see. It seems I had underestimated the blood of the Arseid. I guess the young lord is one of those geniuses, huh? You're wrong. I only ever had suspicion since your magic count was bigger than the other. It was only because of Sola and the intel she gave me that I'm now standing in front of you. But that's not something you need to know. Felfiana, why would the young lord want to learn this? Her tone was passive-aggressive. If my answer doesn't satisfy her she might consider eliminating me. Dawn, in the noble world killing is normal. I want to prepare myself for that. Felfiana, how wise. What would Lady Lara think of that? She is trying to dissuade me now. At least it doesn't seem she is going to jump at me for now. Dawn, mother doesn't need to know. I'm doing this for myself, not her. Felfiana, you surely are interesting. To think a kid would think like that. Anyway, it's no, I don't intend to do more than my mission suggests. Dawn, I see. Sadly for her, she can't refuse. I looked down, letting my bang cover my eyes, before looking back at her. A cold shine was released from my eyes. Dawn, it would be a big problem for you if I were to reveal your identity to everyone, right? And as expected, she narrowed her eyes, the previous atmosphere totally switching a tense one. Her left hand was rigid, ready to attack. Dawn, don't even think about killing me. Felfiana, why not? Dawn, I had already Sola known that I went to meet you, along the dozen of letters hidden in my room stating that you killed me. If I died it would just lead to your doom. Felfiana, you think I will fall for that? I just have to eliminate the young lady Sola and remove all the letters. Dawn, but you won't know for sure if all of them are gone. And if unfortunately one was left, you will get discovered, and you know how an assassin maid who had failed her mission ends up, right? Smirking, Felfiana finally realized she was fully trapped in my web. Her fate was residing in my hand and her only escape would be to agree to my condition. Through I couldn't know how she would react, so this is also part bluff. Felfiana, why you? Dawn, just train me in assassin art and I won't be a hindrance for you. Her mission is surely to protect my mother, the current head of the Arseid household who held a good relationship with the royalty of our kingdom. Felfiana, I really got tricked by a kid. Sure young lord, I'll comply with your request. Finally abandoning, she lifted her hand to the sky and sighed, finally dropping the Act I2 side. But this wasn't for long, as suddenly my instinct screamed and I got out of a sudden steel hard hand. Felfiana just tried to stab through my neck with her hand. Damn, she is seriously dangerous. Her entire arm is like a sword. Felfiana, hey, you dodged that, impressive. Smirking, she softened her arm and clapped her hand. Felfiana, fine, you win this. I can see a lot of potential in you. Dawn, you say that, but I surely would have died just there if I didn't react in time. Felfiana, the path of an assassin is ruthless. If you would have died from that, then it means you just weren't suited for that. Before, take it as your first lesson from me, never let your guard down. Sweat dropped from my forehead as I nodded. We then concluded that we would train every day after midnight in the garden of the mansion. A place far away enough to not be heard by the sleeping resident. Third POV. Months passed since then. Dawn could see his body getting stronger and stronger every day. It wasn't particularly in strength or raw speed but more centered toward agility. He had also seen one of the main abilities of an assassin. The degraded version of shadow movement, a sort of burst step that gives the illusion of moving along a shadow. But Dawn was convinced he could actually learn shadow movement with burst steps at its base. The usage of burst steps was limited for a child, as the bigger your body is, the larger your step becomes. For that, the efficiency he could apply on burst step was limited. Anyway, for now Dawn was getting ready to say goodbye to Sola as she will finally leave for the academy. He had to dress properly for the reason that the whole main family was there to tell her goodbye, including Dawn's brothers and sister-in-law. Felfiana, are you ready, young lord? The Viscount Levon and his family had arrived. Dawn, I see, make sure to watch them. Felfiana, very well. As time went on, Felfiana started to see Dawn as a true student. At first she went rough on him so he could abandon quickly. But he never backed down and went on with the training, even if it meant pain and suffering. At the end, he gained both her respect and sympathy. Felfiana was in a way accepting him as a worthy master. Something that only Lara had achieved in Felfiana's 28 years of assassin-made career. Felfiana, by the way, young lord, I had heard that a dark elf that could read your future was in town. Dawn, huh? Why mention that so suddenly? Felfiana, well, my guts just tell me you are into this kind of thing. Smirking, Dawn sighed before thinking about what she said, a dark elf that could read your future. Dawn, is it perhaps the ancestor of that dark elf that could see your destined one? His interest was now piqued, but this had to wait. Now his next destination was the main hall where a lot of people were waiting. And none of them released a trustworthy presence. Dawn POV. Reaching the hall, I grunted as before I could even enter the room that a group of nobles walked toward me. 3 males and 1 female, I immediately recognized them, not because I had met them before but because they were the exact image of my father. The oldest son Luke Levon, the oldest daughter Nisoi Levon, and a pair of twins Ray and Lay. They were talking loudly while mocking this mansion's state. Luke, fahaha. Imagine living in such a crappy place. Nisoi, yeah, I can't imagine that, but trash deserves nothing more. Ray, Naisama is right. Lay, yeah. They can't even afford personal servants for us. The oldest son and daughter already finished their school life, being respectively 18 and 17 while the twins are 14. They soon noticed me and stopped dead on their track. Hey, despite being older they are weak, so weak that even without Magicule I would defeat them. I guess they do follow their father's example. Ending fat like a pig, enjoying the luxury of nobility while neglecting what's truly important. Luke, well, if it isn't that lesser younger. Flashing his cocky smile, he approached me, the other followed his lead. Dawn, it's nice to finally meet. Biting my lips, I decided to lay low for now, bowing my head slightly. My eyes showed pure emptiness. Nisoi, at least you know your place, but that's not enough. Placing her hand on my shoulder, she suddenly started to apply pressure along that some sort of gravity spell, though it was totally incomplete and weak. Her Magicule capacity is that of a child, also her control over it is just ridiculous for a graduated student from the kingdom's best academy. At least I know, she passed through corruption, also gravity magic. Do they teach that to anyone? No, gravity magic is not something they should teach to the public, maybe a magic passed down on the family. Anyway, unfortunately for her this kind of power doesn't work on me, you'll need more than that. Nisoi, what? Standing my ground, I didn't flinch as I felt some light weight on me. I was still looking down, a smirk forming on my lips. I decided to scare them a little. Dawn, you can do it, Snowy. I thought, and unleashing the beast, a cold aura forming around my body, the siblings' face morphed into terror as they felt firsthand a small portion of Snowy's death-cold Magicule. Paralyzed in fear, they didn't dare move or talk, their eyes locked on an invisible figure behind me. Rather than a figure, it was the physical materialization of Snowy's aura. A sort of dragon made with aurora mist. The form was surely terrifying, but I didn't care anymore. I wanted to lay low but continued like that. These trash would just continue to step on me. I would rather let them know how dangerous I am now than later. Dawn, I see, if my half-sister says so, next time I will make sure to show proper respect. Looking up, I stared into her brown eyes. She was shaking in cold as I walked past her, a never-leaving smirk. I was sure she wouldn't show her face to me on her own will anymore. Dawn, thanks Snowy, you were great. Snowy, anything for master. Third POV. 30 minutes later, everyone that needed to be present were in the hall. Sola was frowning, forced to talk with her family while the RC had just stayed on the side, though Sola couldn't help but notice the strange behavior of her siblings. They were all looking down, their faces blue of fear. Sola glanced at Dawn, who just kept a poker face, but for her, she immediately understood that he did something to them. Sola, well, I hope they are less annoying now. Finally done with that, and under the request of his first daughter, the Viscount departed. This just showed everyone that despite being a genius, Sola wasn't his favorite. He was more proud of his first children, who took more after him. Some could say he was jealous of his own daughter's talent. Now gone, Sola sighed in relief and approached the one who took her in for the past few months. Sola, I would like to thank you too, Lara-san. You not only let me stay here but also taught me magic. I will forever be grateful. Lara, you don't have to worry about that, it was a pleasure for me too. Shaking hands, Dawn smiled on the side. The scene was like a teacher and student having their goodbye. But more than that, Dawn somehow knew that the two saw each other more as a daughter and mother. Sola, please take care of yourself, Auntie. Lara, I will. Smiling, they gave some last round of goodbye before Sola approached Dawn. Sola, anyway, I guess this is where we parted. Dawn, it's only temporary. Sola, I know, by the way, promise me we'll go on an adventure far away from this place one day. Dawn, are you that disgusted with your family? Sola, ugh, being a noble is good money-wise, but the rest is infuriating if you're not in a good family. Dawn chuckled but could understand. They were whispering so no one heard them. Dawn, sure, we'll go on an adventure one day. Sola, then everything is good. Finally done, Sola backed away and grabbed her bag. Some servants followed her, taking care of her remaining luggage. Sola, I'll go now. Waving her hand, Sola left without looking back. Hiding her tears, she in reality didn't want to leave. The Arseid family wasn't the richest or the most productive nobility of the kingdom, yet they had this kind of warmth she liked. A sort of whole different world compared to the other noble house, something Sola didn't experience for years. She felt more alive in a few months than the whole first 10 years of her life. Now inside a carriage, Sola was staring at the moving background through the window, her right hand tightly squeezing the necklace she had received. She knew this was just the start of her adventure toward her goal. Third POV. In the garden located in the back of the Arseid mansion, Dawn was breathing heavily as sweat furiously ran down his forehead. It was still early in the morning. He had been training at dawn and was now finally able to use his body more efficiently. Weeks had passed since Sola's departure. In the meantime, Dawn decided to increase his training regiment. And once again, he could see the progress happening each day he trained, and this more than enough of a motivation. Dawn, let's do it again. Taking a deep breath, he focused his strength in his legs and dashed forward, executing burst step, but this wasn't finished. He continued, forcing his muscle to bend. And executed burst step a second time, then a third before collapsing on one knee. His breath accelerated as he tried to maintain his consciousness. Dawn, so only 3 times in a row. I could force the 4th, but my body would break afterward. He had been testing the limitation to his body. Having a good knowledge of himself is as important as knowing his opponent. Dawn, anyway, I should get going. He muttered before getting up. His body was in shambles as his muscles started contracting and aching. It was painful but nothing he couldn't handle. And today, he had some business to attend. Mainly, he wanted to meet that dark elf who can read your future. Since it's a magical world, those predictions aren't scam, even more when they come from the mystic elven race. He went to have breakfast with his mother and immediately departed. Dawn, now that I think I'm turning 8 in a few months, time sure flew fast. Looking up to the blue sky, Dawn continued to walk behind him, where a few servants were ordered to keep him out of danger. Thought because of last time, where Dawn managed to run away from them, the amount of servants had increased from 3 to 5. Even so, Dawn was confident he could get away. Burst step is a very strong technique, and just 2 steps well used could get Dawn out of their sight. But fortunately for them, this time Dawn had no intention of leaving, as he just wanted to meet that dark elf. And even if a kidnapping happened again, Snowy was walking beside her master, invincible for all but him. She wouldn't let some slave trader approach them. Dawn, by the way, Snowy, I would like you to constantly use magic perception and see if that dark elf doesn't scam us. He was still careful of strangers, a natural rule implemented in his mind since his former life. Snowy complied and let her eyes glow as all the magicule flux became visible for her. Shortly after, they reached their destination and Dawn entered a sort of tent-like stand. He entered with the servants waiting outside and discovered a very cliché-like shop. Everything screamed medium who could read the future or see the dead. Dawn sighed before taking his seat in front of a face-covered dark elf. Her clothes were provoking and showcased most of her skin. But as a former watcher of Eki and he, anyway, Dawn wasn't much affected. Dark elf, welcome honored guest, what would you like to know? Your destiny? Your future? Your love life? Dawn looked down at the sign showcasing the price. It wasn't cheap but neither too expensive for a noble event as small as the Arseid. Dawn, tell me about my destiny and the fate that is reserved for me. Dark elf, oh. You seem a lot more mature than the children of your age. Very well, I shall show you what you desire. Her hand started to roll around a crystal ball. He didn't look at the crystal a single second but instead her hands. It was like she was casting an incantation through her hand movement. Maybe that's how it works. A time-based spell that activates with a hand sign alone. Dawn, Snowy, do you feel anything? Snowy, yes, it's spiritual magic, a sort of contract with the Great Spirit of Time but nothing too big. Dawn, the Great Spirit of Time, interesting, I can thrust this then. Finally done, the Dark Elf looked at the crystal ball and sighed. Dark Elf, it seems your future follows an unknown path, being destruction, chaos, peace, or harmony. Dawn, is that so? I already quite expected it, but it seems my future is going to be hard. Dark Elf, amidst this path, I can see someone you will be connected to, someone that shares the same fate as you. Dawn, the same fate. Dark Elf, I can't see if it's love, partnership, friendship, or rivalry, but this person is fated to enter your life. Dawn, I see, could you perhaps show me that person? Dark Elf, I can, but it will cost extra. Her hand imitating a coin, she grinned while Dawn didn't care and brought an entire pouch of silver coins. It was more than enough to pay dozens of visits here. Dawn, show me. Dark Elf, right away, dear customer. Beaming, she was clearly a money-hungry woman, thought at least she worked for her money. Anyway, her hands moving above the crystal ball, she once again used an incantation. The sphere shone an instant before an image could be seen. Dawn took a peek and for the first time in this life, felt something tingle his heart. Dawn, my heart rate has increased. Grabbing his chest with his right hand, he felt the power beat hit his chest, his eyes returned to the crystal ball. A young girl with silver hair lighter than even Snowy's hair, her blue eyes shone like the moon in the middle of a sea of darkness. She was the definition of an angel in terms of look, but something stood out. This girl had a necklace. It's the moon part of the necklace Dawn had brought to Sola, the part of the necklace that he is wearing is right now. Dawn, is this love at first sight? No, I don't understand this feeling, but it isn't love, I am sure of that. His hand reached for his neck where he tightly held the necklace, a half-moon made of silver. The words of this dark elf resoned back into his head, this person is tight by destiny with him. Dawn, a reincarnated maybe. He thought lastly before returning to the session, sealing his emotion the best he could. Dawn, tell me, everything you know about this girl. Dark elf, interested now? Well, unfortunately I can't. Dawn, your price is mine. Dark elf, that's not the problem, something beyond my power is blocking me to look further into it. Dawn, I see. It was disappointing, but at the same time, Dawn couldn't ask for more. This dark elf gave him valuable information and this was enough. Dark elf, anyway, this session is on me. You showed me something interesting, so free charge. Dawn, really? Dark elf, yes, but if you really want to pay, why don't you meet my daughter? She is around your age 8. Dawn, you have a daughter. That's surprising considering your young look. Dark elf, haha, I'm already a few hundred years old, young man. Laughing, Dawn later confirmed that the dark elf who gave Rimuru a look for his destined one was the daughter of the current dark elf in front of him. Dark elf, by the way, call me Reina, something tells me we'll work together more often than we think. Dawn, someone who can see the future isn't just important, if I have the opportunity I'll definitely come back to you. Getting up, Dawn smiled and extended his arm. Reina just followed as both at this very moment formed a sort of business partnership. After that, Dawn left and went on, his mind shifting to the silver-haired girl from time to time. Dawn POV. Since I had seen this girl through this ball of crystal, I felt weird and oddly impatient in meeting her. This is making me sick anyway, I need to forget her for now. This girl is someone I will meet in the future, blocking now is useless. I have to prepare myself to join this group Chloe told me, a sort of adventurer guild but without much management. It's more likely the base Yuki later founded the Freedom Guild, I'm nowhere near old enough to enter it. But my progression is slowing down as no practice will be good as experience. I'm also as tall as a 10 years old, which means I can enter the group as long as I hide my face and identity. I have 3 months before turning 8, and so after this birthday I will go there, thus 3 months of preparation. My unique skills, Reader, Burst Step Technique, Chloe and Hinata's Swordsmanship, Elemental Magic, in terms of offense, I'm good enough but defense is another problem. I can form an ice shield but that won't be enough to protect myself, I also need to start learning about alchemy and the art of making potions. It wasn't explained how to make the full potion of Rimuru, but even if I knew I would need hypocute herbs which I won't be able to find here. So the best I could make on my own would be 95% condensed potion as the technology is nowhere near as advanced as Rimuru's era. I also need to take care of this heart of mine. Dawn, I still feel empathy and pity for others. When I see a homeless man, I look at him with pity, this is like an instinctive feeling I have. This has to disappear and for that, I know the ideal place for that. My hand reaching for my left pocket, I took out a paper from it, the location of an illegal slave store inside Muth. This information was given to me by Sola before she left, one of the 3 hideouts of my father's business. My eyes slowly grew colder as I memorized the location before burning the paper down with fire magic. Dawn, I'll go there tonight. Slave trading is a nightly activity as the day is dangerous. My order of staying home is also gone. I had asked my mother if she could let me out tonight and she surprisingly agreed. It was a little suspicious, but it's not like I'm gonna complain. Anyway, I watched through my window as the dusk was happening. I still find it funny I was named Dawn. An English word that means the rise of the sun. Dawn, I should go now. I was comfortable with this name and that was all that mattered. I should go now. Third POV. As night came, Dawn got dressed, hiding his face with a sort of mask, and left. Heading toward the said location, he soon reached it, a shady hidden entrance toward a basement, in front only one guard keeping the door. Showing his noble crest, Dawn easily entered and found himself in a place with dozens of people. It was spacious with a seat for everyone. The people present are mainly nobles who searched for slaves. Now in front of the audience was a big stage where the slaves are going to parade, and auction sells. Dawn took his seat far away for the stage waiting for it to start. Dawn, this place smells and looks like crap. He frowned as he crossed his arm and waited. Finally it started. Dawn was lucky enough to have no one sitting beside him, but still it disgusted him to see those noble women laughing as slave by slave they defiled on stage. Girls, old men, mothers, daughters, all kinds of slaves were shown. He could feel again that deep disappointment in humanity he had felt in my past life. He bit my lips until blood started to come as he constated the state of those slaves. Watching it from an anime and real life is an entirely different feeling. In the end, after a few hours it ended. Dawn left without saying a word as he started questioning a few things. He saw how that worked and it reminded him of the rule of this world, the survival of the fittest. Those slaves were unlucky enough to end up here. Well, those nobles were lucky enough to be the one who bought them. That's just how nature and the magic of randomness had worked. Dawn wasn't able to remove this weakness out of himself, but he discovered something else. That he absolutely despised the human race, his own kind. Months then passed and Dawn was now ready to start his adventurous life. Going toward a building that is the headquarters of this group called Freedom Traveler, their purpose was simple. Going on, taking requests from people in need, giving tasks to the traveler who will then work on the task. The system of reward is still vague as it will depend on how satisfied the customer is and the content of the mission is unknown. As the customers are just giving their name and location, then the traveler would go meet them and learn the condition and their job on the spot directly. Now inside this building to register, Dawn was struggling to answer a few questions on a paper sheet. Those questions were normal but also absurdly accurate. Ultimately he pulled it out with a few lies, enough to pass a device that saw through the lie. Dawn, this paper sheet gave me more trouble than all my exams back in high school. He had to give answers which were lies but still could part with truth. Now to finalize this, the guild employee smiled and gave one last instruction. Employee, now you just need to give us your name. For this one you can give a nickname or whatever comes to mind, just a way for us to address you. Dawn, I see. He thought about it an instant. A name, he can't give his actual name since Dawn isn't common. If he makes a name for himself as a traveler, then people would deduce and link him to the Arseid family and this would cause him trouble in the future. After 2 long minutes, Dawn smiled, feeling stupid. He was thinking way too hard. The name he should use was clear as crystal. It was a name that people had put on him in his past life. Dawn, then please call me Elite. His smile widening under his mask, he felt a wave of nostalgia. This was the start of Dawn's adventurer life as Elite. Third POV. 3 years later after Dawn's debut as an adventurer/traveler, during those years, Dawn had acquired precious experience being against monsters or humans. Bandits, mindless monsters, or annoying clients. He had seen a lot of things without forgetting his physical and magical training. Now 11, Dawn walked through a dense forest going back home. He didn't travel much as he had to stay near Muth so he could come back in time. The sun was rising slowly, piercing the darkness of this forest through the leaf. Dawn removed his mask. His hair had grown a little, barely reaching his neck. His gray eyes became fiercer and the previous human light had grown weaker. He had slowly lost more and more of his sympathy as his human kill count increased. A sword at his wrist, he walked soundlessly and once he could see the end of the forest, he disappeared into a series of burst steps. Reaching his home in a few seconds, he stared at his own hand, a smile forming. He knew he had become stronger. Dawn, 3 months and a half, before I go to the academy. Time sure flies fast. Muttering those words, he removed his clothes and went to take a shower before joining his mother for breakfast. Over the last 3 years, Dawn had gone on multiple missions. To say he was one of the most active travelers. He was shorter than most but still his fellow traveler had to respect him as while they were off resting, this kid was working. But to Dawn's disappointment, he hasn't met Chloe once. She had told him that they will work together but it seems at the end she was too busy for that. Her name as the chosen hero was growing as the day passed, and Dawn saw her fame growing every day. Seeing her advance, he got motivation. Their reunion can wait for centuries, as long down they managed to attain pseudo-immortality. Anyway, today Dawn had a special program as he was going to see Sola in the academy. after long reflection he had chosen the same school since it was the most beneficial. Getting ready, he was also scouting first the school ground so he won't get too lost after joining. Snowy, Master should stop thinking too much or he'll get late. Dawn, oh sorry, bad habit. As time passed, Snowy and Dawn grew closer, they learned more of each other and could trust the other. They also started talking more casually and had random chats whenever they were alone. Snowy also became a sort of advisor as Dawn wasn't an omniscient being, in contrast most of his thinking and plan had a tone of weakness and neglected point. Snowy being smarter and more experienced, she could naturally bring excellence to Dawn's mediocre talent. Now down, Dawn said goodbye to his mother and the entire carriage for the academy. The travel was short as they just drove through the capital before ending in front of a sort of castle-like academy. Dawn got out of the carriage and stared up at the immense building. Dawn, it sure is big, they didn't give an exact number but I would guess this academy has space for around 2,000 students. It was certainly impressive but the school back in his past lives was much more. The campus didn't have much as the building was reserved for class and separately 2 buildings for the dorms, as for the meal system. You were allowed to eat outside as the whole part of the city accommodated the academy. Most of the shops near this school are restaurants and food stands. Dawn, interesting. He could see a few students walking holding books or their swords. The academy is separated into 2 factions. The mage and knight. Dawn chose the mage course as swordsmanship isn't his priority. Plus, in the mage course you got a class about the chosen few, a group of people who obtained ability from heaven themselves. Dawn, well that's just the human's way to call the holder of a unique skill. Their knowledge about it is limited, it will increase in the future but now Dawn is probably the one who has the best knowledge about unique skills in the kingdom. What he was after wasn't the knowledge but the device the kingdom was using to see if one has a unique skill. Humans don't understand it yet can use it. Dawn wants to discover the secret behind it and hopefully he will learn something he didn't know from the novel. This was just a side quest he put on himself, naturally the main point was to make his magic better. Random student, did you hear, the major once again broke a record. Random student, yeah. She is incredible. I wish I could have her as my fiancée. Random student, dream it, she is part of a Viscount family, she is out of our league. Random student, ugh, you're right. Dawn could overhear some casual chatting, suddenly he got a bad feeling as he registered the information. The major they were talking about is probably the major of the school, a role given to only one student in the entire academy. The one who has the best overall being physical or mental exam. Why does I feel Sola, yo, been a while right? Dawn. Sola POV. When I learned that Don Kuan was coming, I couldn't help but smirk and for the first time skipped class. He could have at least told me a week before so I could arrange my schedule, but I had to learn it while being in theoretical class. Anyway, I got up earning the attention of the few hundred students constituting my class along with the teacher. Teacher, MMS Levon, is there perhaps anything wrong? He instantly became nervous. Logic: since the start of my school life I quickly imposed myself as the best student and even the teacher couldn't manage my supposed excellence. It was boring but this academy helped me focus on my training at least. Sola, no, I will just leave this class. Bowing lightly, I didn't wait for his answer and walked through the door. The career of this teacher will surely take a turn now that the best student to have ever set foot in this academy left his class midway. Not my problem, he was a scumbag anyway, everyone here is, and with my high status I can't even go to the lower class and talk to them. As they would either bow or run away, but it doesn't matter anyway, Don Kuan is coming so I have to welcome him at least. Under the gaze of some students, she walked through the corridor and reached the front of the school and waited. Finally, I saw the crest of the Arcead on one of the many carriages. I smirked and waited. Sola, it has been a while. Staring at Don Kuan, he stood up on the ground staring at the building. He didn't notice me and instead went on thinking or analyzing. I don't really know. He became taller, a bit more than despite being 4 years younger. This is unfair. Also, what's up with this haircut? I can't say if it looks good or not. Anyway, I should greet him. Dawn POV. I turned around meeting the eyes of a young lady, her blonde hair shining like gold. Sola, she sure had grown beautifully in her eyes, something had changed in her but I can't pinpoint it. Sola, Mao. How are you so tall? Dawn, well, I'm just above average. That's true, it's just Sola who is extremely short. She is 15 now but her height is one of a 12 years old. She can't be called a loli but she can't be called tall either. Dawn, anyway, yes it has been a while. I gave her a small smile while side-eyeing the surroundings. A small group of students were staring at us from everywhere. I guess that confirms my suspicion. Sola is the major of the academy. Dawn, you sure cause me trouble. Sola, sorry but you have to get used to that. In my last 2 years here I do intend to pass time with you. Dawn, well, I didn't intend to hide either so it's fine. Even so I don't plan to stay here for too long, grabbing Sola's hand and under the squeal or glare of the students around. I quickly led us to an isolated area without prying eyes. Sola, there is an unused room on your left. Dawn, okay. Doing as she suggested, we end up in an empty room, sort of a training ground for knights. I scanned the surroundings for an instant before turning my attention to Sola. Dawn, you sure grow up, you're almost as tall as me. Sola, ugh. Third POV. The two spent a dozen minutes discussing and catching up before Sola decided on her own to be Dawn's guide. Going through the few buildings and showing him the classroom also he met a few teachers but didn't get much as they were all the stuck-up type who only swear by talent and results. The sun slowly flew through the sky as the dusk started, Dawn looking down at the city from the highest reachable point of the academy. He didn't expect to spend a whole day visiting. This academy wasn't just big in size, it also had multiple places like an underground area or dozens of floors. Dawn, I didn't expect much but maybe I can get something out of here. Looking down, the knights class were having practice courses. To Dawn their swordsmanship was boring and merely consisted of swinging the sword heavily. No real form, just pure show-off. It does train the muscle and your balance but that's all. Dawn, if every knight uses this meaningless style then when I reach my physical peak, no one will be able to match me with a sword here. He was confident in that but there were still the royal guards which followed an entirely different military course. Their swords technique must be better but to know that he will have to see them in action himself or fight one. Dawn, Sola had shown me the magic instructor and none of them used chantless magic. It was already teased in Tensura anime that chantless magic wasn't common even at Rimura's era. The children of Jeff Sensei, Class A weren't able to do that despite Jeff being a top instructor for the human world. That would mean Sola or Dawn, both of them could easily win a battle of magic. Sola, wakey, you're dreaming again. Suddenly appearing behind him, Sola held out a glass of water and Dawn accepted with a nod. Both then sat down on the edge of the building, their feet above the void. The sun was going down on the horizon. Sola, by the way, your stats have increased insanely. What kind of training did you do? Dawn, well just the usual. Sola, I see, I can see his kill counts. I guess he decided to get rid of his humanity. I don't think I can do it yet. Sola bit her lips. She thought she had caught up with this boy younger than her, but every time she looked at his stats and status. He is growing extremely fast, due to his passive growth but also his training and effort. Sola, I have to train harder too. If I get left too much behind then I'll be as good as dead. She was always alone since she came into this world, until Dawn appeared. Since then she chased him maybe out of boredom or loneliness. Even now, she felt no one was closer and more precious to her, and knowing how he could abandon her because she couldn't help. It made her sick. Even if at the end her unique skill would forever be useful to Dawn, he was still a factor she couldn't read or understand. His emotion and goals were unreadable. But she was sure of it, if one day she fell too much behind, then she might be all alone again. Sola, just like before, I don't want to be left all alone again. I don't want to live through this in this new life. Closing her eyes, she had a bad time remembering trauma and darkness, but among this hell she was suddenly woken up as Dawn shook her shoulder. Dawn, now it's you who is dreaming. Sola, I guess I took some bad habit from you / Sighing, Sola looked down. She knew it wasn't the time to be held back by her trauma but still. Until now she had never managed to overcome it fully. Sola, anyway, you should go. The school is gonna close and the guards are awfully annoying if someone stays longer than needed. Dawn, I see then I shall go. Getting up, Sola suddenly had a smirk forming on her face as she bashed Dawn's legs. He was startled and reacted when he was already falling down from the building. Dawn, the foo. Sola, don't worry, the stairs are boring to take so this way is faster. Dawn, oi. My wind magic isn't that advanced yet. Sola, don't sweat it, in the worst case I learned some healing spells. Smiling, Sola's body glowed green as she condensed magic in her feet before waving her hand. She then swiftly dived down before landing perfectly as the spell she casted nullified any fall damage she could have taken. While Dawn was halfway down, he sighed and looked at the wall. If he grabbed it he would damage the structure and cause himself trouble with the administration. At this speed and distance, he would at least break a few bones hitting the ground. His only available solution is magic. Strengthening his back with Magicule, he then formed a few blocks of ice mid-air, letting himself hit by then. He managed to slow down his fall through the damage on his back that would haunt him the next day. He ended his fall by sliding on the wall. It sure was unexpected but compared to the life-death situation he had faced during his recent adventure, this was like a light breeze. Sola, damn, you sure got stronger, accurately creating blocks of ice mid-air. Dawn, I want to say something but I feel it's going to be useless. Sola, it will, there is nothing you can say that will change my mind. Dawn, I'll just go, I guess I'll see you in a few months. Sola, yup, CYA Dawn-kun. A hint of sadness in her voice, she reluctantly said goodbye, his back disappearing after he turned around a corner. Sola just stared at the empty space. After a few instants she shook her head and left wordlessly. Back to Dawn, after he left he walked through the academy with his reader skill. He already had a sort of map in his head. Finally reaching the entrance of the academy, he walked down some long stair leading to a carriage waiting for him, a few students leaving too. The atmosphere was kind and warm, a light breeze hitting his face. He suddenly froze when he heard two adults walking past him. With them a little girl from Dawn's age, her silver hair reaching down her shoulder, her blue eyes shone like gems. "Men, I told you, sir. This girl is a commoner, we shouldn't let her in such a prestigious academy. Men too, Luna is a blessed being, commoner or not, she is going to be a weapon of quality for war later. Men, tch, I can't believe my ears. This girl can barely hold her sword, her magicule may be higher than average but she can't even cast basic magic. Men too, and we can always throw her away if she deems herself useless." The two men talking, Dawn didn't register their words as he turned around, eyes widened, he continued to stare at the now named Luna's back. Feeling his stare, she turned around, her ocean eyes tainted with coldness made contact with Dawn's gray eyes. Both stared at each other while Luna was getting further away, her quick steps seemed to have slowed down as Dawn felt something react in his chest. It was not only him but Luna too, perhaps that's what the dark elf Reina meant by destined fate. "Men too, you listen, Luna. From now on you'll live here, don't disappoint me." "Luna, hi, father." Finally breaking eye contact, Luna answered, a voice that sounded like it has lost all will for life. "Men, I still can't believe you adopted a commoner among all people." "Men too, shut it and lead the way, I need to talk to the director." "Men, I can't handle you really." The three figures disappearing as they walked in the academy, Dawn stayed there outside alone, his right hand subconsciously reached for his chest. He couldn't understand what was that, he had never met this girl before yet the moment their eyes collided, it was as if he felt her emotion. A world of coldness, like the translation of her name, Luna, in French Lune. The cold and distant moon that bring nothing but emptiness. Dawn, her name is Luna, now I am sure, I have to come study here. Totally sealing his resolve, he turned around and left feeling unsatisfied. Third POV. Months passed, and finally the first day of school of Dawn had arrived. Staring at himself through a mirror, he woke early in the morning and prepared himself, a white scholar uniform on. He now just thought about all the things that happened since he reincarnated, he had never really sat down and looked at himself. This new appearance, this new life, now that he could breathe a little, he realized how much he had changed. Smiling, he turned away, grabbed his bag and left. Dawn POV. After giving my goodbye to my mother, I left in the carriage, 6 years of class without only a few holidays to come back. You could say I was leaving the mansion for good at this point. I sighed, 12 years in this world, time sure flies fast. Dawn, now I wonder what the future has reserved for me. Pushing my chin onto my hand, I stared at the horizon, my thoughts shifted toward this girl Luna an instant. I quickly shook it away and looked at my hand, the academy shouldn't be much of a problem. Tensura human world was acting in a medieval knowledge era before the arrival of Otherworlder, meaning, the modern knowledge stocked in my brain is much more advanced than anything you can find here beside magic and skill. Dawn, I also gave my resignation letter to the traveler group, their reaction was really particular. The employee that took charge of my mission almost cried, losing her most active tool, because yes, the environment there was toxic. If you don't benefit, then you'll be treated like trash, anyway, they aren't my business anymore, in the end their group was meant to do good. Just once they noticed how much money they could make from this, greed took over and that's why Yuki's system later was easily implemented. Because most of the travelers will realize how toxic this is and would rebel for changes. Finally opening my eyes, the carriage stopped, I sighed once again and got out. The academy in my field of vision, I tightly grabbed my bag and walked forward. Dawn, 6 years, I have those years to become the strongest in this kingdom. Third POV. An hour later, Dawn was sitting in a classroom, his first ever academy class was about to start. He was one of the first people here and waited watching the students entering one by one, some had already formed a group of friends. Dawn, it seems friend groups are made per social class, also judging by the clothes of all, there are no commoners here. His eyes scanning, he had no intention of approaching any of them as every single one of the people present were clothed in a very arrogant manner. Showcasing their jewelry and gold, trying to catch other attention and give themselves some importance. May I sit here? His body freezing, Dawn slowly turned toward his left, the same voice he had heard a few months ago, the same face and blue eyes. Dawn, yes, does as you please. He muttered slowly as the girl sat down, her hair trailed down the chair, she had let them grow a little during the last few months. Her name is Luna Zickard, the adopted daughter of the Viscount Zickard and a former commoner who possessed more magicule than any noble. Dawn, this girl, I was too shocked to analyze her back then, but now, she is a beast. Keeping a straight face, he eyed her from time to time as he used his unique skill, Reader. Through the years it had evolved, or rather Dawn understood and discovered more of its true nature. He could now read the magicule count and power level of some people, and this Luna was ever more magicule than him. Luna, you already know my name, so what's yours? Suddenly initiating the conversation, Dawn fully turned his head toward her. It was clear now that she still remembered him from that day when they first crossed stare. Dawn, you could remember from so far before. Well, I am Dawn, nice to meet you. Luna, I have a good memory. Her voice was ice cold, yet she wasn't acting cold toward Dawn. In fact, she even tried to open up herself to him. This made Dawn wonder if she actually felt the same feeling he had, a sort of comfort yet uncomfortable feeling when they first laid eyes on each other. Dawn, I guess it's work of fate for us to be seated in the same class. Luna, fate? No, I just asked to be here with you. Dawn, with me. Shouldn't you be more careful of someone who knows your true origin? It was true, if Dawn wanted he could expose her. Commoners aren't well seen and the Viscount Zickard isn't on good terms with Dawn's father's family. At any moment, Dawn went on and destroyed the reputation of the Viscount, and Luna was surely aware of that. Luna, my blessed ability, it tells me you are a good person. Dawn, huh? Blessed ability. Does she mean unique skill? I wonder what her skill, with this much magicule, she must truly be blessed. Luna, tell me, do you believe in reincarnation? Dawn. His body shook heavily at her question. Was she a reincarnated like himself and Sola? Analyzing her expression, Dawn wasn't able to properly read her. It was a genuine question, but why that now? Dawn, why ask that? Luna, I mean, I had read a book about a hero who gets reincarnated in another world. Do you think this actually exists? Dawn, I mean, what should I answer? Yes, I believe in that. Luna, I see, I do too. This was really strange. They barely started to interact, but they were already some kind of friend. The people around who saw them had multiple reactions. A few of them recognized the two, one being the daughter of the Viscount Zickard and the other, the youngest son of the Viscount Levon. Two enemy families who discussed like they were friends. This was shocking for them to say the least. Noble, are they serious? How can they be so casual? Noble, isn't the youngest Levon called trash? Noble, I heard Lady Zickard was a genius, so why is she with this brat? Jealousy to simple insults, mutter filled the room. Dawn noticed them but didn't care enough to actually confront them. Only a few students actually caught Dawn's attention, not because of their strength but rather the way they looked at him. It wasn't malice but rather they looked at him with interest. Surely they were smarter than those NPC nobles. Dawn, those kids probably noticed that I wasn't like the rumors said I was. He knew about the false rumors and words his father had said to him. A worthless trash who can't fight, is dumb and had no future. But now that he was here in person, people should be able to understand the situation. Unfortunately, nobility had rotten too many minds. Finally the teacher entered and the lesson started. Dawn POV. This class is boring. The basics are important, but what I'm watching right now isn't even the proper basis. Well, at least, I can use these 2 hours of teaching to analyze this class. Dawn, so what do you think, Snowy? Snowy, Master was right. No one present, teacher included, has the capacity to defeat you. It's normal, the students are just normal kids with maybe slightly advantageous potential, but then as a reincarnator, I will always be superior. As for the teacher, they aren't experienced in fighting. They surely had never seen a monster and just graduated with practice and knowledge. They can't hold a candle against any of the superior travelers. I'm not saying I am way stronger than them. My magicule count and skill might exceed them. And with my extra skill, I can control magic as well as them, but in the end I'm still a 12-year-old boy. I can compensate for the physical gap by enhancing my body with magicule, but this will just lead to my doom if I fall on an opponent who knows how to manage his magicule. He would just have to wait until I fell from exhaustion and ended me. Dawn, what about Luna? Snowy, this girl has an immense potential. If we talk about raw power, then she is by far the strongest individual here. Dawn, you are not counting yourself in, right? Snowy, naturally, this girl won't hand a candle to me. Heh, why does she sound smug as if she was proving an important point? Wait, this feeling, the soul corridor between me and Snowy. Is that jealousy? Envy? I can't understand it fully. Oh. It's gone. Snowy, Master doesn't need to know. Dawn. Did she turn off my perception of our soul corridor? Why do I feel I got a seal like Rimuru? Anyway, Luna is that strong, huh? She seems calm and collected too. Her potential far exceeds Sola's. Dawn, impressive. I muttered under my breath. Still, Luna sat beside me for an instant. She managed to hear me. Her senses are sharp too, but I should be more careful. I still don't know her true nature and the fact that we are part of an enemy family. Make the possibility of her being my enemy possible. We are tied by fate, but it's also possible that we are each other's biggest enemy. Anyway, aside from her, there are 5 other students who caught my attention. I don't have their name, but it's clear from their clothes and attitude that they are part of the high nobility. There are also the twin princes and princesses, Leo and Ria Muth, the 2 direct heirs to the throne. They don't matter much to me. What really stood out was rather a boy isolated from all. I start connecting the dots of Falmouth history. This boy is the exact image of Admaris, the king of Falmouth during Rimura's era. There must be a swap through time and this boy is the ancestor of Admaris. I can read him like a book. His magic count is mineable but the ill intent he emanated was potent. I need to keep an eye on him. Unfortunately I can't kill him just for the reason that he is needed for Rimura's evolution, as in the near future he will take down the royalty of Muth and create Falmouth. Anyway, I should somehow pay attention to this boring class now. Lifting my pen I started taking meaningless notes. Luna POV. Born in misery and raised to nobility, I was always conscious of my innate talent for magic. I was well taught from my youngest age before I became an orphan. I had 2 loving parents. They were small merchants but still managed to give me the right education. I was naive. I learned the basics of magic and even learned some economics and management skills. It was the good old time before both of my father and mother were taken in an ambush and killed. These bandits' faces are still clear in mind. I remember every single detail, how they thrust their sword in my father's chest, how they decapitated him and made his face unrecognizable without remorse or pity. How they broke my mother physically and mentally. They did the worst things humanity imagined and then left her dead. Their laugh, their facial expression, just thinking about them filled me with anger. But this was just the start of my nightmare. After getting caught by them I was sold as a slave. Being 6 back then, my current family the Zickard Viscount adopted me after finding out of my natural talent for magic. For years, the anger I felt lit down, feeling just cold. I wondered, what did I do to deserve this? Why am I just seen as a weapon for this new family, my new father, my new mother, my new siblings? They just saw me as an object and slowly I just started to lose hope and will to do anything. I just live on obeying whatever father wanted me to do. At the end I just become what they wanted, a living object. I thought that all hope for me was gone, until that one day where I followed my father to my future school. I had seen this boy, around the same age as me. His gray eyes pierced my back the moment we walked past him. My body felt as if it got struck by lightning. Turning to him, a simple staring contest started. It might not be much but for me, it was like a revelation. I was known for my ability, a power blessed by heaven. The unique skill, observer. For as long as I can remember I could see people under form of colors. Humans were always greedy and appeared with darker colors. My true parents had bright ones, but none of them compared to the color I had seen in dawn. I couldn't understand it. It was neither bright or dark, it was just there, a color that was calling me. Since then months passed as I wondered what that feeling was. Fortunately I was given the opportunity to find out as Dawn was in the same class as me. Entering the classroom, I didn't recognize him at first but then the color hit me again, a room filled with dark colors and his shining among all. I subconsciously stepped forward and sat beside him. The colors he released were more potent, and my mind directly reacted to it. It was the light of hope I had abandoned years ago. Third POV. Hours passed and it was now lunchtime. Don was sitting in a nearby park. In his hand were handmade food brought in the stand beside. It wasn't expensive but the price was still here. Sat beside him was Sola, who munched on her food while grunting. Sola, nay Don Kuin, we said we would eat together. Don, well we are eating together. Or was it not at lunch? Sola, no. I mean, why is she here? And first, who the hell is she? Pointing her finger to the other side of Dawn, Sola glared at the girl who increased to stead herself here. Luna, am I bothering you? Tilting her head cutely, Luna asked while Sola was taken aback by her attitude. Sola, and no, I mean. Dawn, first, Luna had followed me without my intervention, and second, she can sit wherever she wanted. Sola, ugh, fine. Sitting down, Sola pouted and continued to munch on her food. Luna did the same. She nodded and returned to her sandwich. Dawn was left awkward between those two. Dawn, what did I do to deserve this? Also, I'm getting glared at by the male population. Bitch, one is a girl I just met and the other is my half-sister. Sola, stupty Dawn. Why are you going to make friends that easily when in years I wasn't even able to make one? Luna, munch, munch, munch. Luna was the only one not paying attention to her surroundings and had no particular thought. She just ate her food like a hamster. A rather good first day. Third POV. 3 days have passed since the great start of Dawn's school life. Finally, at their first practice class, all the students were gathered on a training field with their wand or whatever weapon they chose. Waiting for their teacher, the students chatted separated by their social class, beside Dawn and Luna, who stuck together. It didn't bother Dawn even though he wasn't the one who insisted on being together for lunch, walking from the dormitory to the class building in the morning, sitting beside her in class, finishing school, and going back to their dormitory together. It was Luna who just followed him and didn't even bother to hide her intention. At the end, they pretty much grew closer and somehow became friends. Now standing beside each other in the background, they exchanged a few meaningless words while staring at the crowd of students. Dawn, by the way, Luna, I still don't know what kind of mage you want to become. Luna, what kind of mage? Dawn, I mean, we all know you got a high amount of mana, but if you don't specialize in some field, this power of yours would be useless. Luna, I see, then I was told to learn offensive magic. Dawn, offensive. Well, it's logical since it is the type of magic that doesn't rely on anyone but yourself. It's also the favorite type for any noble since it's the strongest weapon besides skills. As he thought, someone sneaked beside the duo. It was the prince of this kingdom, Ray. As the prince he was surely handsome and well built. With a smile, he waved his hand and spoke up. Leo, you two seem to get along despite your family difference. Anyway, you must already know me, but I'll still introduce myself, Leo Muth, the heir prince of our kingdom. Extending his hand toward Luna, Dawn narrowed his eyes. He was polite and showed no sign of superiority complex, yet it seemed he didn't acknowledge him. Luna. Shaking his hand, Luna only nodded before going back behind Dawn and stood there quietly. Dawn, well, at least this prince isn't one of those generic pigs of a royalty. Leo, you must be Dawn Arseid. Despite our social stature difference, I hope we can be good partners in the future. And to Dawn's surprise, the prince extended his hand for a handshake. It was honestly kind of a shock, the prince of such a kingdom not being arrogant. Again, Dawn remembered that the actual kingdom of Muth isn't Falmouth. The king is someone good, at least this is what all the rumors said about him. Dawn, the same for me, your highness. Leo, oh please don't call me that, honorifics are useless here since we are just students. Dawn, if you say so, Leo. Now it was Leo's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect the boy in front of him spelling his name so directly. Thought it was refreshing. He smiled and nodded before turning away. Leo, you sure are interesting, much more than what the rumors of you say. I look forward to our future interaction. Dawn, if you say so. He is weak, but his intellect seems gifted. I guess this kingdom has a great leader for the future. Leo POV. After leaving this interesting duo, I went back to my sister who stayed unfazed by all the noise. A lot of students had come to us and still bother us since we are royalty and having our favor is something great. Anyway, I just stood beside my twin and crossed my arms. Dawn Arseid and Luna Zickard. The girl suddenly appeared and was presented as the Viscount's daughter, and she possessed an abnormal amount of mana. Along that divine gift, a blessing by the heaven, surely her value skyrocketed and she was granted the title of genius. On the other side is the so-called worthless bastard child of Viscount Levon, but from what I just saw, he is nothing like the rumors say. His body is fit as if he trained his whole life to be a knight, and he is extremely calm. Also something is odd about him. He always has a sort of cold aura around, an aura that screams, be my enemy and you won't live another day. Rhea, so how are those two? Leo, honestly, they don't seem to care about our statue at all. I would say Miss Luna just doesn't bother to pay attention to anyone beside Dawn, while the latter is unreadable. Rhea, I see, Dawn, huh? Leo, did he pick your interest? Rhea, yes, he has a blessed power too. Leo, huh? My twin sister Rhea is particular. She is a lone wolf who has a special talent. She can feel and act like a device that sees through your soul. She can naturally detect blessed ability, but to think Dawn has one, he hides himself very well. Leo, I see, I guess he is one of those geniuses too. Genius attracts genius. Those two are valuable allies to have. Now I'm truly excited to spend more time with him. Rhea, by the way, you suck at hiding your emotions. Leo, ugh, did I let my emotion show on my face again? Rhea, yes. Third POV. Finally the teacher arrived and every student was separated in pairs. Today's content is gauging the level of mastery of each. Having a target a few miles away, they just had to shoot their elemental spell and try to hit it. The teacher thought it was going to be an easygoing lesson while watching children fail since it was their first day, but against all odds. 2 explosions resounded as both Dawn and Luna had hit in their first try, the target blown away by an ice arrow and a boulder rock. All the other students' sweat dropped as the duo stood there unfazed. Dawn, you can already control your massive mana. Impressive. Luna, you say that but you did better than me. The fact that Dawn had formed his spell a whole second earlier than her and that his attack caused more direct damage on the target didn't escape Luna's eyes. But to others, those two were unmatched monsters for their age. Teacher, you two seem quite advanced compared to others, so why not go for a spar? Dawn, a spar? What kind of teacher asks that in the first class? Luna, I want that. Dawn, huh? Luna, you don't want to. Tilting her head, Dawn was perplexed, but once again something reacted deep inside him. He held his chest for a moment before nodding. Dawn, let's do this. He agreed and soon both found themselves encircled by the crowd of students, miles away from each other. This fight was going to be intense in a way where Dawn can't use his physical ability and sword. Relying only on magic against someone who has twice your amount of magicule. Dawn POV. Taking a step forward, my entire body started to shake when I realized something. This girl, she is more dangerous than I thought. Her massive magicule count is impressive, but if you can't use it properly, it becomes useless. But this feeling. I immediately jumped back miles away as multiple spikes of tone formed on my previous location. Dawn, you sly fox. Luna, you dodged. If it wasn't for my magic perception and physical ability, she would have crippled both my legs and I would have been out for several weeks. She isn't as soft as I thought. Well, I should also try something since she goes in seriously. Luna, you aren't moving. Dawn, just now, you used a single word incantation. Luna, you heard me. Just before my instinct kicked in, I saw her lips move. She still can't use chantless spells, but it's just a matter of time before she can. Her mastery over magic is way above the average. Was she trained to reach that level, or is it just Luna who is a genius? Dawn, I didn't expect to struggle that much here. Sighing, I muffled my hair a bit before letting my eyes turn cold. Luna flinched as she realized I wasn't going to give her any mercy. I understand what she wants now. If we don't go seriously against each other, our relationship will never progress. Third POV. Luna took a step back, readying her wand as her sense sharpened under the effect of her unique skill, Observer. Luna, his mana is rising dangerously fast. She gulped her own saliva as for the first time in a while she felt nervous. Her vision was then blinded by a light blue flash followed by a cold feeling gazing at her cheek. Her eyes widened when she realized Dawn was in front of her, an unknown-looking sword in his hand, her fresh blood slowly flowing down her cheek. Luna, so fast. Dawn, is that all you got? Luna was bewildered. She wasn't dumb, and could see the difference in experience and capability at the moment. But the boy's eyes were waiting for her to move. She couldn't abandon now. Luna, Earth life. Muttering two words, the ground around them moved in a way where Dawn had to back down. Luna had a great affinity with the Earth element. Though she can hardly control her Magicule and thus is limited, just now, this single spell had drained a lot in her mental strength and the flux of Magicule in her veins was growing out of control. Yet, she didn't back down. Her body strengthened as she pushed her wand up, manipulating fewer pieces of stone and sending them forward. Dawn, playing with the surroundings now. Well, you'll have to do better. His grip on the katana of ice he had made, he swiftly dodged the flying rock and approached Luna. The girl struggled in following his irregular movement and each seconds became more and more dangerous. Finally a step away, Luna bit her lips and sent a close-ranged shot, the stone forming midair. It drained all the remaining force she had left. Dawn, impressive. Solid elements like earth and ice aren't like the other. Creating ice and stone from nothing requires an insane amount of control and mental capacity. Dawn has Snowy to help him, but Luna had no one. For that, Dawn didn't stop and instead sharpened his blade with Magicule. His eyes glowed as the unique skill, Reader, was activated. Accurate lines slowly drew on the stone projectile. Rhea, that's... On the side, the spectators were shocked to see people of their age acting and moving the way they do. Rhea, with her talent, could feel more than the teacher themselves, the true intensity of this fight. Back down, with his skill he could see the weak point of the incoming projectile. His eyes tracked down the single point where his blade ran through this stone. And surely he did. The katana was swung in a way where the stone found itself cut into two distinct slices. Luna widened her eyes, realizing her loss. She tried to balance herself, but Dawn was truly merciless. Throwing his sword midair, he grabbed Luna's arm before kicking her left foot, her balance totally out. She closed her eyes as the sharp pain of being pushed on the ground registered in her mind. Luna, arg. She grunted in pain, some blood spilling out. Once she was fully locked down, she opened her eyes and froze as Dawn wasn't done. The sword he had previously thrown fell back right into his hand, his eyes as cold as ever. The persona he had gained in killing dozens of bandits and monsters kicked in. Smashing his sword down, it landed and pierced the ground just beside Luna's head. The girl shook in terror as her life flashed in front of her. Teacher, you stop. Finally reacting, Dawn was quickly restrained. He didn't try to resist as he knew he went overload and just went on as he was escorted out of the training field by the instructor. Lune was still on the ground contemplating what just happened, the katana of ice slowly melting. Rhea, you noticed it too, right? He wasn't like he usually was, more like a wild beast. Leo, yeah, I honestly don't know what to say. Rhea, Dawn Arcead, I don't understand how someone like him had a bad reputation. Luna POV. He was different, those cold eyes were screaming danger. What did he go through to have them? He killed, this was sure, but somehow I don't feel scared. I was startled, but now, for me those eyes just belong to a man who has a heavy burden. Someone who must accomplish something even if it cost his sanity. I slowly got up and stared down at my legs. I'm still very weak. I thought I was strong, but just now, I realized how big the gap in strength is. Luna, huh? Wait, since when did I start to care about these things? I'm just a mere tool for the Viscount. It's natural for me to grow stronger. And I never really cared about these, just following what I was told, so why do I want to be stronger now? Luna, this is weird. I muttered before getting up. My legs still felt shaky and I had not much strength left. I should go rest and skip the remaining class. Luna, I don't understand. Rhea, do you need help? Turning to my left, I saw the princess. My blue eyes met her emerald one. She wore an emotionless expression while extending a hand for me. What does she want? Rhea, you are drained out, let me help you. Luna, I'm grateful for your kindness but allow me to refuse. Without saying much, I just continued my walk, leaving the princess alone. It might have sounded disrespectful but something felt wrong. It was as if she had another intention in helping. I don't need that. Dawn POV. I messed up. I lost control over my emotion. If Snowy didn't stop me, I would have killed Luna. Right now, I was sitting in a room, a sort of punition I guess since I almost killed the one everyone is interested in. Dawn, I wonder how Luna will look at me now. Teacher, you can go out now. Finally, someone entered, the teacher who supervised the fight. He came in and gave me an annoyed look before sending me out. I was freed with just an expulsion warning. It isn't much fortunately, but now the rumors have spread and whenever I go, people look at me with different emotions. Not like I care, I just walked forward ignoring these fools. Finally reaching my room, I entered and just let myself fall on the bed. Dawn, I should apologize to Luna. Closing my eyes, for now I just wanted to rest. Third POV. Weeks passed, Dawn had apologized and his and Luna's relationship somehow went back to normal. Not much happened as they just attended their theoretical and practical class, though Dawn had a harder time dealing with others' stare from fear, to jealousy, or other due to the rumors. He already expected it since in nobility, jealousy is a base stone, some even tried to pick a fight with him. But since he already got a warning, Dawn decided to lay low and just ignore them, fortunately since Luna is constantly with him. If those noble try to come with hands or magic, Luna's presence alone dissuaded them as she was still the school's genius. Now to class once again, Dawn was dozing off staring at the night training field through the window. Dawn, I analyzed the kingdom's basic swordsmanship and it's mediocre at best, but I wonder if I can actually reproduce them without having ever tried them. The limits of his skill, reader, was still unknown. Every day that passed made him discover new thing about it. Teacher, not listening to class, Sir Arseid. It doesn't make a good example for us noble people. Dawn. Dawn could hear a few people snickering and mocking him. Thinking about what he should do, Dawn came to a conclusion. Dawn, some light taunts shouldn't hurt. His eyes fell on the book they were studying. It was a large manual with over 300 pages about the basics of magic, history and much more magic-related. Dawn didn't bother to read a single page of it until now, as most of this was complete bullshit formed on theory which wasn't even confirmed via experiment. His eyes glowing an instant, all the information present inside the book were immediately transferred and stocked in his mind. It hurt a little his mental strength but nothing he couldn't take. Smirking, Dawn got up. Dawn, then teacher, how about we make a small bet? Rhea POV. I stared emotionlessly at our teacher who was on his knee, his pride totally ripped off as Dawn left the room. Just now, he had challenged a teacher of this estimated academy, where each teacher has dozens of years of experience in theory. Yet, just now he had destroyed one of them, answering each one of his questions and then ending him at the first mistake he made. He was merciless, and now leaving as their bet stipulated, he would be allowed to leave early in case of victory. Rhea, he is a monster. Just now he didn't just state a known fact, rather he used the teacher's knowledge and destroyed him by giving a more logical and possible reasoning. Leaving no room for debate. Leo, what a savage, why did he even come to study here? I feel like he already completed our whole school program. Rhea, he sure isn't normal. My eyes trailed on Miss Luna who got up and left following Dawn. They sure are close, or rather, I feel like Miss Luna just follows him. As if those class lessons were meaningless. Now that I think, wouldn't it be better to learn from Dawn who seems more knowledgeable than our teacher? Leo, what are you thinking? Rhea, nothing, honestly I think if you really want to take the throne and become the king, make him your ally. Leo, I know. I did some research. Dawn Arseid is also the half-brother of Sola Levon, a lifetime genius. Now Luna Zickard is also attached to him. Two geniuses, he couldn't be normal since the start. How stupid of the Viscount Levon to ignore such prodigies. Third POV. Another day has passed and Dawn's reputation keeps getting worse as now he not only has the students but also the teacher on the back. Though at the end, nothing much happened beside piercing stares. Anyway, now Dawn was walking down the long alley from the main building to the dormitory. Lune still following him. Dawn, by the way, Luna, what was the name of that teacher yesterday? Luna, I forgot. Dawn, I see, well can't judge her, I myself don't try to remember. He deadpanned before stopping dead on his track, his body and sense reacting as he felt disturbance in the air. A weak pressure hitting his instinct. Dawn, that. Luna, you felt it too. Dawn nodded before looking around. It was the same feeling he had felt when he was in the forest hunting. A wild beast was running with bloodlust. Dawn, but why would a wild monster be here? Wait, isn't our next class? He finally connected the dots as a high-pitched cry was shouted from behind. Turning around, both Luna and Dawn stared down at the alley as a woman was on the ground, a sort of bull deer charging at her. Luna, why is that monster here? Dawn, our next class is a practical lesson. The school was surely going to put a real monster for us to kill. His eyes turned colder. The distance was quite high but nothing. Dawn couldn't make it, he just had to enhance his body and make it. But he didn't, instead he stared upward as someone had already jumped in. A knight student, he jumped up in a vulgar way and tried to pierce the monster's body with the tip of his sword. Dawn, this idiot, the tip of a sword is the weakest point of your weapon, even more when it makes contact with a solid area. And as expected, his sword broke, shocking the student, thought at least the woman was safe as the focus of the monster turned to him. Oh shit. Now running, Dawn and Loon could just stare at this comical scene. Luna, should we help? Dawn, I honestly don't know. His hesitation comes from the fact that it will attract more attention to him, Frostbind. Before Dawn could act, someone jumped in, a senior mage from Sola's class. Her short blue hair and crystal-colored eyes radiated as multiple binds made of ice locked the monster's mobility away. Dawn, an ice user. Luna, she is strong. The newcomer took her wand and formed a block of ice midair, knocking the monster out, a clean and fast job. Lyra POV. Lyra Ashwald, from a lower Baron family. I always did my best to achieve perfection, since my family had lost a lot of influence through age. My goal is simple, I want to restore my family's fame. That's why I always worked harder than anyone to reach the top until I met her, Sola Levon, a genius I couldn't beat. Even after years passed with her, training with her, learning with her, I could just watch the gap between us increase. Well, it would be natural from a higher noble family member to be that good, I could just stare at her doing everything I did better. Ultimately, I had abandoned catching her up and just did my best to stay second of my grade. It was frustrating, but I understood how lucky I was to be second behind such a genius. Now, I have helped a junior from the night class. He tried to subdue a monster but failed miserably. Lyra, are you okay? Boy, yes. Thank you. Bowing, he blushed before running away, weirdo. Lyra, still, how could a savage monster run wild in this prestigious academy? How irresponsible of our instructors. I sighed and went on checking the monster. The teacher should already be on their way. Third POV. Walking away, Dawn didn't care enough of Lyra to go to her. The only thing in common they had was ice magic, but again her control could be the best in the kingdom at the end. Snowy would dominate when it came to ice. Parting away with Luna, Dawn went back to his room before sneaking out. He wanted to be alone for a while. His destination was the training field, a hidden one, or rather rarely used. Dawn, my eyes are hitching for a while. Rubbing his right eyes, since he had used his unique skill, Reader, against Luna, his right eyes started convulsing. At first, he thought it was a background effect from the skill, but now he feels like something had changed, or rather it had evolved. Dawn, I can see further. The property of the air, the raw material and chemical composition of the ground. He could also deduce the age of the training sword and when they were crafted, as he could read the detail of the material. Dawn, that's insane. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Grabbing a training sword, he swung the air, his eyes scanning as transparent lines fluctuated around his blade. Dawn, I wonder what use it could be to me. Looking down at his hand, detail like his own blood slowly flowing inside his veins could be perceived. Each of his movements were slowed down when he focused his eyes on it. Sub-skill, instinctive thought acceleration. Dawn, I see, so every time I focus my eyes to analyze something, thought acceleration is activated. This was good news. He smirked as many doors just opened to him. Another day then passed and Dawn was now in practical class. The deer bull he had seen the previous day was there in a cage, dozens of them for the student to gain experience against true monsters. Teacher, please all form a group of 5, mage and knight mixed please. This class had the entire first years, the purpose being mage and knight to work together. The senior year was also there to watch and act in case something went out of control and support the teacher. As the first year formed the group, Sola was watching amused as she reflected on how to annoy her friend. Lyra, Miss Sola. Sola, MMH. Suddenly interrupted by the number 2, Sola turned to her waiting for her next words. Lyra, I heard your younger brother is part of the new students. Sola, yes and. Lyra, the rare times you praised someone were all about him, but from what I see, he is just using a genius to protect himself. Their eyes falling on Dawn and Luna who were discussing, they have already decided and formed their group. 2 knights, another mage of their class and the 2. Sola, hey. Lyra, also, who do you think is the most talented? You are the daughter of the Viscount Zickard. Sola, haha, you talk more than usual, what happened? Lyra, what do you mean? Sola, never mind, for your question I don't know. Lyra, what? Sola POV. Honestly, I haven't paid much attention to Luna, but she is a monster. While Dawn's Magicule stats are around 7 on 10, hers are at 9, she doesn't have the status reincarnated like me or Dawn. She also has a unique skill I cannot see the characteristic of, just the name, unique skill, observer. And her name, I had never seen that, it's shining. Who is she really? Oh, also, I recently discovered that the more experience I get the more accurate the scale given my unique skill are. Lyra, by the way, what do you think of the prince and princess? Sola, those two, huh? Turning my head toward the two in question, they easily formed a group via their popularity. Leo Muth, he has below average physical stat and average magic stats, but his intelligence is above average. He is handsome for sure, but that's all. He is also taller than the average person. I hate him. As for Rhea Muth, she seems to have a higher form of instinct. Her ability is similar to her brother, but her magic is much more developed with a high affinity for wind. Sola, they are the future ruler of this kingdom. Lyra, I know, right? The prince looked so good. Alright, I forgot she is a huge fanatic for royalty. Her family was famous for serving the royal family back in the age. But now, they had lost pretty much everything. Still, Lyra was born and educated under those old pieces of history. She might show a friendly side toward me, but if I wasn't a genius like they said, I would just be ignored or even trashed. After all, Lyra is one of those arrogant nobility. Hee hee, not like I care, for now all that matters is that I'm the one supervising Donquin's group. Teacher, Miss Sola will have the honor to tutor our prince and princess. I kept a blank expression as later, I was given my group. Fuck this. Third POV. While Sola was having her time, Dawn was talking with his new group mate. Dawn, I thought no one would group up with me, but somehow these three came to me by themselves. Looking at the small group talking and Luna just hiding behind his back, Dawn started to analyze. The two knights are male while the mage was a female. It was natural for this categorization as male are naturally and genetically more made for close combat with a few exceptions. And boys tend to prefer swords over wands. The first knight was a brown-haired boy with an arrogant smile. Aaron, the second knight, was his subordinate or dog, just a guy who followed Aaron. Lastly, the mage name was Leica from the innocent household Barvage. A well-known family for their non-involvement in politics, they had committed no crime for centuries. Dawn, this Leica has shown average results everywhere. Well, it seems she is a jack of all trades but for the common folk. Now that he had upgraded his skill, she eyes could see much more, the flow of magicule inside each one of the students present, the teacher or seniors. Speaking about them, the senior supervising them was none other than Lyra, the second best of her grade. Lyra, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Leica, Miss Luna. She didn't bother to greet the others. Dawn read through her and noticed that she had no real ill intent. She was just not interested in people of lower standing than her, despite the Arceid family's situation being similar to her own. Aaron, you don't greet me. I'm hurt. Dawn, oh. Lyra, TCH, eyeing at the conversation. Dawn listened as Aaron approached the senior student. Aaron, don't worry, I have no eyes for you anymore. Lyra, you haven't changed, heir of Count Baron. Dawn, he is a count. Aaron, why would I? Anyway, as I said, you no longer interest me. Lyra, disgusting. Licking his lips, Erogen looked over at Dawn, his malicious eyes turned friendly as he waved his hand, but unfortunately for him, Dawn could read his true intention. Dawn, he shows hostility toward me. Aaron, I'll take this genius for me. Lyra, you mean? Brutally turning her head toward the girl hidden behind Dawn, Lyra's eyes widened as she gritted her teeth. She had always hated the Count Aaron. He is a talented swordsman who followed a strict education. Through this he had grown his ego and turned not like the hero his father expected. Luna, MMH. Dawn, huh? Turning around, Dawn didn't notice that Luna was sleeping the whole time. She just woke up and yawned cutely, not bothered by the stare. Luna, did the practice already start? Dawn, no. Luna, okay. Closing her eyes again, she leaned down on Dawn's shoulder before falling asleep again. Dawn, this girl. Lura witnessed the scene as she couldn't understand how two people totally different, one a genius and the other a failure, could be that close, while Aaron grew an annoyed smirk. Aaron, I'll destroy you, Dawn Arceid, you don't deserve this genius's company. Dawn, more trouble. Dawn could just sigh as a teacher stepped forward. Teacher, we will now release the monster, be careful and do your best. Doing as he says, panic rushed as the monsters were released instantly after the end of the announcement. Charging toward the student before they could even make a proper plan, screams and shouts were heard. Naturally, teachers and seniors would make sure to stop these weak monsters before they can cause causality. Unexpected things happen as Dawn opens his eyes, glaring at the beast. He lightly woke Luna before getting up. Lyra, you should stay down for now, it's not a beast you can overcome alone. Her didn't never end as Aaron rushed in with a smile, his sword in hand he went on shouting. Aaron, look at me killing this small fry. Lyra, this idiot. Reacting too late, she didn't expect him to be as arrogant as he is to charge alone this way. And the horrific scene of his sword breaking in contact with the deer bull's hard skin was an example for all. Amen, what? This sword is one of the best in the kingdom. The bull didn't stop. At this rate, Aaron was going to be crippled for life. The charge of such a beast could cause heavy damage to any human. So a young student like him, it could even be fatal. Dawn, how annoying. Lyra was out of range along with the other teacher, but Dawn, who specialized in speed, was in. Appearing in front of the monster, he placed his hand on the bull, releasing his killing intent. He made the beast flinch, but it wasn't enough to stop it. Sighing, a cold mist escaped his mouth as Dawn magicule fluctuated. Dawn, I wanted to let you live longer, but if you don't listen. Instantly freezing the monster, a block of ice was formed. The frost from it made everyone stop what they were doing. Even the other monster. As Dawn looked down on his arm, half of it was stuck in the ice. Dawn, I lost my time here. Forcing his arm out, his cold eyes terrified Eren, who was just below him on his butt. Third POV. The training ground tense, the students went back to their practice, fighting those beasts, but the cold atmosphere didn't leave. As Dawn was standing in the back line alone, it was clear after this most of the rumors about him being an inept to magic, a trash swordsman, or just failure as the father tried to imply. All these were overlapped by their fear and the intimidation just shown. Still, because he wasn't favored by the teacher, he was still forbidden to participate despite the teacher themselves knowing the bad outcome if Dawn happened to rampage. Luna was in front taking on one of the monsters with her squad, her eyes falling behind from time to time. She merely did her job restraining the monster for the knights to attack. Funny enough, there was more teacher guarding Dawn than the monsters. This was just how big the impact of his action was just now. Lyra, I can't believe it, his ice magic was beyond the level of even the likes of me. Lyra wasn't much focused on her task. Luna was strong enough to take care of everything herself, so Lyra allowed herself to doze off a little. Her eyes directed toward that boy who had broken all rumors on his back. As an ice user, she understood how hard and big of a feat he just displayed. Lyra, why can't I just be the best somewhere? First Miss Sola and now him. She couldn't be the best of her grade, now she couldn't be the best ice user. Her pride definitely took a huge hit. Lyra, I don't know what to do. Why did I born in such a generation filled with genius? Sola POV. Things sure turned unexpectedly well. At least Don Kuin is out of those pathetic claims. I was kind of annoyed when I heard or people talked about him without having even met him. But now, look at them avoiding his gaze, it's kind of funny. I chuckled and turned back my attention toward my group. The prince and princess sure aren't what you usually expect. They are horrendously weak, yet they manage to pass the practice with ease, just with their intelligence. It's a great talent and ability, but in a world where skill and power is supreme, this is kind of less attractive. Sola, Mao, and I'm stuck here. I pouted, crossing my arms. Third POV. As the course of events continued, the day soon ended for the rise of a new sun. Then comes their 2-day break from school. You could say it's the weekend for them as the student body just goes to rest to better start a new week. Dawn got up early in the morning and went out. He didn't have much planned since he was going to grab something to eat and head to the training ground or library. But things didn't turn the way he wanted, as the moment he got out of his room. Dawn, huh? Luna, hi. Sitting on the ground, her arm around her knee, Luna was there hugging a book. Dawn, what are you doing? Luna, waiting you. Dawn, I could have not gone out at all, you know. Luna, then I would have waited. She tilted her head before getting up. Luna, where are you going? Dawn, grab some food. Luna nodded and waited. The awkward silence suggested that she was waiting for Dawn to move. He sighed and just complied as Luna followed his step. Dawn, this girl is becoming too dependent on me. Well, he couldn't complain much as he himself was dependent on Snowy, so he just kept it shut and walked. After getting out of the building, another unexpected encounter occurred. Leo, well, I didn't expect to meet the both of you on this break day. Dawn, another two. The prince and princess were also out and coincidentally met our duo. Leo, where are you two going? A date. Dawn, no. Luna, I don't know. Leo, PFF, you two sure are something. Rhea, I don't think it's a compliment. Anyway, after some light talk the two royalty joined the group. At this point a few students noticed them and rumors spread out. A little later, they crossed paths with yet another duo. Sola, oh, if it's not Don Kuin and the rest. Lyra, what a surprising group. Dawn, you two now. Dawn sighed, it seemed nothing would go as he wanted today anyway. At the end, they all headed to a restaurant together. Dawn and Sola were talking quietly on the way. Sola, by the way, don't you find it funny? Sola for the sun, Luna for the moon and Dawn for the rise, we just need dusk and we're all fit. Dawn, well, it sure is a rather big coincidence, or is it? This naming sense is very familiar to me. On the side, Luna was listening but didn't try or care to understand, she just walked. Another person who was listening was Rhea. She was a bit confused as those English words weren't from her vocabulary and for her they were just random names without meaning. Lyra too was listening but she cared more about the prince and tried to be closer with him, which made Leo kind of uncomfortable. Ultimately they reached their destination and sat down. It was a luxurious restaurant suggested by the prince. Now they waited for the food to come. Leo, by the Dawn and Luna, did you two already choose your options? Dawn, option. He is probably talking about the extra activity curriculum provided by the school. Leo, yes, at the start of next year we are forced to take more classes. It's still far away, but it's better to choose early because some of the popular options often get packed up. Dawn, well, I still have yet to look at them. Honestly speaking, I don't know. The thought of leaving this school came into mind after yesterday. Sola, I'm sure Dawn Kuin would love the traveling class. At this mention, Dawn's head perks up. Dawn, traveling class. Sola, it's not very popular as it lacks class, but you basically learn more about geography and I think you get a field trip out of Muth for a month or so. Dawn, I see, this might be worth it. Leo smirked as he somehow managed to read Dawn. It was clear nothing would interest him more. Well, as long as it's not something absurd like having access to the royal archive and the kingdom's secret. Leo, and you miss Luna. Luna, I'll take the superior magic class. Lyra, oh, then you'll be my junior there too. Luna just nodded. Her option was imposed by her adopted father. It's basically the higher studies for elemental magic. Leo, haha, this is promising. For info, me and Ria will both take diplomatic class. Dawn, that isn't surprising. Leo, well, haha. As he laughed awkwardly, the few waiters came in nervous as they were still serving this kingdom's royalty. Giving them a feast-like meal, they left as soon as they could. They ate in silence except for a few light talk until, and surprisingly the silent princess spoke up. Ria, may I ask a question, Sir Dawn? Dawn, huh? Sure. Really now, sir? I will never get used to this. Ria, a week ago, you had fought Miss Luna in a spar here, but at that time you used a sword made of ice. It was certainly magic but at the same time swordsmanship. Her words were like a revelation for others. It was true, they were too blind and focused on the display of ice manipulation that they forgot about this detail. Ria, but I could clearly see your sword technique is much more advanced. Dawn, you noticed that? Her instinct and eyes are problematic. Sola, this girl is perceptive, should I help? Turning toward her friend, Sola shook her head. If she made a bad move it would worsen everything. A bad ally is much worse than 10 strong enemies. Dawn, well, I'm a fan of the hero Arceid. He was my ancestor and used a sword, so I learned from that. Sola, hero Arceid, he was the founder of his family and genius swordsman. His first name was I think Lance. Lyra, this hero had won multiple war and is the main reason for the Arceid former glory. Leo, contrary to the rest of the Arceid family, he was the only swordsman. Ria, then why switch to magic when you have such a talent for swords? Dawn, MMH. Because magic is more diverse. Ria's eyes met with Dawn's. They had a short contest before Ria nodded. She secretly admitted defeat, not believing his words but couldn't do much. Ria, I see, thank you for answering. Sola, it's like watching two big shots talking about business. After that they resumed the meal. Afterward they left, all walking while talking. Dawn influenced them directly because he wanted to go to the training field. Luna and Leo followed him. Ria and Lyra followed Leo and Sola. She just followed the group. Unfortunately for them, they could have a calm travel as Dawn's luck today with encounters was at its lowest. Crossing through a small park, they stumbled on a group of 10 people. Aaron, well, if it isn't Miss Luna. Suddenly appearing with 10 of his dogs behind, Aaron still had his arrogant behavior and ignored everyone before stopping in front of Luna. Kneeling down, he tried to grab her hand and kiss it, but the girl quickly stepped backward. Hiding behind Dawn, the Count gritted his teeth. Dawn, sorry but you're on the way. Aaron, why you dare talk to me like that? Getting up, it seems he had overcome the fear Dawn installed into everyone last day, the dogs behind him readying their wave of insult and meaningless attack. Leo, now, we should be here. Interposing himself between Dawn and Aaron, he smiled. His presence alone set everyone down. Aaron, why your highness, I didn't see you. Backing away, Aaron's attitude quickly changed. Dawn, you think I will let you off the hook? His eyes growing colder, he felt something tickle in his soul when he touched Luna, and for that. All. A sudden cold aura released. Everyone, ally or enemy, was paralyzed. Dawn, go easy Snowy, I wouldn't want to commit a genocide. Snowy, as your wish. Taking a step forward, Dawn's breath was materialized under the form of a mist, his body temperature decreasing. He stopped when he was in front of this pathetic count. Dawn, I'll tell you this once, don't get in my way. Placing his hand on his shoulder, at the same time his gray eyes turning blue, he had Snowy's magicule overdraw his own. At the moment his body had more spiritual magicule than the human known as Dawn. A little more and he would change his appearance even more. Sola, I guess his second unique skill is just like that, unique skill, author. The effect and capability of it are still unknown to me, but I'm sure the current phenomenon is because of this. The unique skill, author. Until recently Dawn wasn't even able to properly activate the skill. It allows his imagination to come to reality, or rather it allows him to rewrite things. Just now he had rewrote the property of his body in a way where he would be able to receive Snowy's Magicule without after effect. Fortunately, he used this because a single utilization would have ripped his consciousness away and cost all his Magicule. But since his reserve was immediately filled with Snowy's Magicule, he could continue. Dawn, I'll kill you next time. Tapping his shoulder, the pressure was released as Dawn continued to walk, leaving everyone behind shocked and fearful. Eren fell on his butt. Again it was the second time Dawn made him fall. His pride was shattered and replaced with fear. Leo and the other were too shocked to move while Sola just stared at Dawn's back. Sola, power comes with loneliness. Since I'm the supposed genius, no one really dared come to me. I didn't care much, but I can't help but feel worried for you, Dawn-kun. Fortunately Sola's worries were quickly bashed out when Luna moved and just followed, ignoring the tense atmosphere. Sola, maybe I watch too much anime. Not everything is like there after all. We aren't in a story. Smiling, she turned away and readied herself to leave too. Luna POV. As I followed Dawn, he suddenly took a turn in an alley. I got confused as this isn't the way to the training ground, but nonetheless followed. What truly shocked me is that the moment I turned around the corner, I stopped catching an unconscious body. Luna, huh? Using most of my strength to support it, Dawn just collapsed. This power earlier was on another level. Did it drain all his mana? He is heavy. I struggled in laying him down without hurting him. Luna, what should I do? Looking at him, he didn't think he would wake up soon. We are in the middle of the city. The training ground is 10 minutes on foot. The dorms are 30 minutes away, and we are currently in the commercial part of the area, so finding an inn or somewhere to rest is very unlikely. Luna, MMH. As I was thinking of a solution, something attracted my attention. There was no sun or any sort of light, but somehow it happened. A sort of reflection hit my eyes as my eyes stumbled on something under Dawn's shirt, around his chest area. Luna, huh? My eyes, it feels the same as when I use my divine blessing, observer. But why now? I didn't activate it. Should I look? I opened my mouth before closing it, no words coming out. I decided to follow my instinct and reached my hand down. Tracing my hand around his neck, I found out what that object was, a necklace, pulling the mane of the object out of his shirt. It was a crescent-shaped silver moon. Luna, I didn't know he had that. My mind dozed off an instant as I remembered that Miss Sola had one too, but a son. They are half-siblings from what I know, so it isn't a coincidence, but why are my eyes attracted to this? It's as if fate led me to hold this necklace. Luna, maybe. I suddenly released the necklace, holding my head instead, an intense headache overlapping all my sensation. I gritted my teeth as it became unbearable. Only a silent voice reached my mind. It's not time yet. Luna, huh? What happened? What am I doing? Looking around, I noticed Dawn on the ground. Oh, right, he had collapsed, and I was thinking about what to do. Luna, I feel like I forgot something. Did something happen to me? Why do I feel I missed something very important? This is confusing me. Third POV. After this weird event, Luna decided to stay there waiting for Dawn. The sun already settled down and finally he opened his eyes. By that time, Luna was already asleep as he found himself resting on her lap. This was a very cliché scene, but he didn't mind it. It might be generic, but it's not every day you sleep on a woman's lap that isn't your lover. After that, he took her back to her dorm and himself went back to his, ending the stay. Months then passed and finally new things started, chaos or order. Third POV. Standing in the line to give his choice for the special class, Dawn waited, a paper sheet in hand. He waited patiently to submit his choice. Dawn, traveling option was the best. During our second year we'll get a field trip to Ingracia. Finally I will be able to visit another kingdom. He was kind of excited as originally, he shouldn't be able to leave the kingdom before his majority, for multiple reasons. But this field trip bypasses all those reasons. As the line decreased, Dawn turned around, finally addressing some words to the girl who stuck his sleeve for a while now. Dawn, by the way, you are still taking the advanced magic class, right? Luna, Nodding, both submitted their choice and left. For the last few months nothing much changed. Fortunately, Dawn didn't have much problem with the other students. As for Eren, it seems the intimidation worked as he stayed out of his way. Now walking around the school ground, Dawn continuously thought about a few things. Certainly nothing much happened at school for the last few months. But for the world, it was another story. A few weeks ago, the Demon Lord had announced 2 new members, Duel and Demon Lord Valentine. It was shocking news for all, but for Dawn it was a reminder at how fast time passed. Dawn, at this rate, things are turning grim. I'm losing my time here. It was a fact that he had become stronger in this school, but compared to the growth he could have earned training outside, this school lost most of its value the moment Dawn understood that his current level, both technique and knowledge, surpassed the teachers themselves. But now, Dawn has found something to hold on in this school. Dawn, also I need to train and readjust myself to my new ability. For the past few months, aside from studying and gathering more knowledge, he didn't read the novel. Dawn tested out his new or rather newfound power inside the unique skill, Author. It was still very blurry and the path he had to take to perfect this skill is still unknown. Anyway, now that he could manifest it at will, he distinguished and separated the skill into two abilities. First being, Rewrite, it's the perfect ability to accompany the unique skill, Reader. As with it, Dawn could perfectly see and visualize each chemical composition of anything. Taking a glass of water which we mix soda inside, with Reader, Dawn can clearly see the composition of it, the quantity of each drink and more. And now with Rewrite, he could change the composition at will. If the glass is filled at 80% of water and 20% of soda, then he can rewrite its composition and make it 80% of soda and 20% of water. The power is still limited as Dawn still works on it, but he has great expectation in it and is currently trying to rewrite a piece of magic or he had kept. He wondered if by changing the property of such a mineral, he could get something unique and unseen. Now to his second ability, Write, the efficiency of this one is still low as a single use of it would literally take more magicule than what Dawn has currently. And its usage is full of mystery as Dawn couldn't unveil much of it. Dawn, if I'm not wrong and with my knowledge of amateur scalar, this would be equivalent as a low-graded reality manipulation, but I feel I haven't discovered its true nature. The only time Dawn has used it is a week ago. He was still trying to rewrite the composition of the magic ore and ultimately he understood something was lacking. For that he imagined this missing piece and accidentally triggered Write, altering reality itself to accommodate his imagination. He unfortunately is limited by his magicule count and falls flat on the ground. This was a harsh way to discover it, but with the help of Snowy, he took multiple steps toward his goal. Dawn, now that I think, Luna's magicule reserve kept increasing. At this point she has triple or even more than me. Luna, is something wrong? Tilting her head as she noticed the sudden attention given to her, Dawn shook his head. He already knew that this girl was special, but this didn't make sense to him. After all, she is supposed to be an NPC, if not then she should have made an appearance in a Tensura novel. Dawn, wait, if she isn't an NPC, neither a character from the main cast or a reincarnator, then does that mean she was born and solely came to life because... Memories flood his mind as he remembers the very first time they stared at each other, the fate they shared and more. It was as if they were meant and tied together by fate. Dawn, fate, bullshit, I'm getting more and more sure that I'm inside a fanfiction or novel. The more time he lived as Dawn Arceid, the more he realized that things turned around him. The course of his life was like a scenario pre-made. In the end he couldn't do anything even if this was true, he could only get ready for the future event. And for that once again, all return to high having to be stronger. With those thoughts, he continued to move on as 1 week later, the first lesson of his optional class. First thing first Dawn noticed is that not many had chosen this option with only 2 new members, him included. Sitting with this other student alone in a large classroom, they were both waiting for the teacher to come. Laus, by the way, I'm Laus, it's a pleasure to talk to the infamous Dawn Arceid. Dawn, well with all the rumors on my back, I'm probably as famous as Sola in this school at this point. Greeting him back, Dawn quickly scanned the boy known as Laus. He seemed to be a senior student who either started school later or just dropped 1 year. He had lavender black hair and the same eyes, nothing much to tell about him. Both waited a few more minutes before finally the door opened up and a teacher came in. Raska, welcome, dear students. Dawn, shit. Raska POV. Honestly, the life of an optional teacher is so lame, and the pay is ridiculously low. Anyway, I'm not a noble and randomly was appointed as a teacher in this school via connection. After all, I'm a famous traveler. TCH, if it was not for those 2 bastards I would have been a really famous traveler and wouldn't have to work here. By those 2, I mean that girl who received the title of hero, Cronoa, and that kid Elite who came out of nowhere and disappeared the same way. By the way, the day he stopped coming, IT was a shock, so big that our entire community made a myth about it like he died on a mission or some shit like that. Anyway, I couldn't care less, I'm a kind woman, but for people like him who ruined my chance of being famous, no thanks. Coming back to what I was saying, since I was a good traveler, I naturally got in contact with some noble and from string to string I managed to get this shitty post. Meh, it's not well paid but at least I make some money at the end of the month. I also get free vacation in another kingdom since the field trip is on the academy's count. Anyway, now I'm in front of the 2 sole new students of my class. Last year there was none, same as the year before, so they are actually my first 2 students. Raska, Wait, that boy, I think I had seen him before, but where? I narrowed my eyes as he tried to avoid them. At the same time, I looked at the files given to me with the information of my students. His name is Dawn Arceid, the latest child of the heroic family. Well, I know where I had seen him. Raska, you. Dawn, ugh, yes. Raska, you're Lara's son, right? I knew I had seen your face before, you have similar face features. I laughed lightly. Lara and I were friends back in our younger years. I wasn't a noble and she was, but this girl was crazy enough to go meet commoners like me on a daily basis. Dawn, yes. Dawn POV. Is this girl serious? We had met multiple times at the Adventurer building. She even confronted me once. Welp, better for me, she still knows my mom, huh? Now that I think I don't know much about my mother, Lara Arcead, the child destined to failure. Raska, curious about something, kiddo. Suddenly jolting, I turned my head to my left and sighed deeply. I shouldn't let my guard down like that. Anyway, it was already past the end of class and I decided to stay here to study a little more. The current cardinal world is rather particular and has multiple names I can't recognize. I wanted to study deeper after all this information is equivalent to winning. Raska, beside the face, you are also like Lara when it comes to study. She was like a giga nerd too. Dawn, I see, did she just call me a nerd? What does she even want? Let me alone so I can study in peace. Raska, anyway, I bother you because I'm bored. Also I wanted to ask how Lara was. I heard she got it hard after graduating. Dawn, I don't know, why don't you go ask her yourself? Not hiding my annoyance, this woman was friends with my mom yet didn't keep in touch with her after school. From what I know, my mother was deemed a failure like me and shortly after she got pregnant, and gave birth barely 2 years after her graduation. I can't imagine her happy to be with this bastard father of mine, and the support she received was close to none outside the Arcead mansion. That means no one, neither this teacher tried to help her and now she comes asking for news. It's a little too late. Raska, rude, well I don't deserve to talk to her now. Dawn, huh? Raska, you don't know. Well, since you're her son I feel like I need to tell you. Third POV. 33 years ago, the current master of the Arcead household was born, a girl with divine-like talent. She was beautiful, compassionate, and powerful, one of a kind. She did everything was told with perfection and for most of her life everything went fine until, all crumbled in the time of 2 years. The Arcead family was already at the lowest of their reputation. Lara Arcead might be a prodigy but her parents were not and for 3 generations in a row. They have been talentless until now so the expectation of Lara's back was enormous. Yet she managed to fulfill them until her 16th birthday where all started to go down. She lost her father mysteriously, her mother was then assassinated and the culprit has yet to be found. Leaving Lara all alone, she tried to focus on her study but rumors started destroying her reputation. Her friends, the teachers, the acquaintances she had, all turned their back on her. Still, she moved forward but the hope of restoring the family name slowly faded away. And then after graduating in the worst atmosphere, she decided to try one last time, but it ended with her getting pregnant. Her world crumbled. She cried a lot and after that day she left the art of fighting, the chivalric order, the royal mage and all behind. Raska, you see, she is from an heroic family and I'm just a commoner. I didn't even attend this school and met with her when she came to eat in the same crappy place as me. Dawn. Dawn was silent through the entire story. Surely Lara Arcead was more than just a mob. But then it clicked. Dawn's eyes widened as he got up startling the teacher. Raska, huh? Dawn, sorry, I have to go. Grabbing his vest, he turned around and disappeared along the sound. Raska stood there not knowing how to react but she already deduced where he would go now. She just sighed and started cleaning the book-filled table Dawn had left behind. Running through the town, the sun was settling down, information connected inside his head with everything reaching a single conclusion. Finally after 20 minutes of running, he had arrived, back to the Arcead mansion. Barging inside, he quickly went to the master's room where a lone woman was sitting staring at the horizon through the window. Lara POV. Things had gone a lot different than what I wanted, but I don't mind it. When I fell pregnant with the Viscount, I was disgusted and betrayed, but that pain was doubled when that happened. Dawn, I need to confirm something. The door suddenly bursting open, I turned around smiling. I guess he finally discovered it. It was only a matter of time anyway. Lara, go ahead, let your heart out. Dawn, my name Dawn, an English word, the fact that on multiple occasions you saw me do some weird thing as a baby, your life is totally different from the other mob, are you, a reincarnated? My smile grew wider as I closed my eyes, he saw through my lies, I can't help but feel proud. That day when Lara Arcead lost her parents, was forced pregnant, at the very same time, the memories of Kagura, a Japanese girl was transferred to this body. My life on Earth wasn't good either, born in a poor family, there too I lost my parents, grew old in misery and, was killed during the bombing of the terrifying World War II. I still remember the despair and emptiness I felt when both memories connected. I didn't understand how and why I suffered that much. The months of cold I lived after weren't better, the crushed goal and life of Lara and Kagura slowly ate me as I wondered if life was worth it. But all changed when my son was born, he was my light. With my skill, I directly saw through him and witnessed his potential, the dream of Lara Arcead of being a successful mage and the all-time wish of Kagura, of a loving family. All came true in a single day. I was part reincarnator, so having a child would have bothered me. Because this child would be Lara Arciad's child, but I wasn't totally her anymore, but since he was a reincarnator too, I felt more connected to him than ever. It's true, I just can't see myself ever hating him, he is the only reason I am still alive now. Lara, you are right, are you angry at me for hiding it? I opened my eyes, my full attention on my son, I watched him grow and now he has already surpassed me. His name, I chose this word Dawn because he was truly the start of a new life for me. Dawn, no. I was just surprised but at the same time relieved, after all I am also the one who stole the life of an unborn child. Since he took the place of Dawn Arciad, or at least the original child of Lara Arciad, he must have felt guilt. I guess it's time for a long talk between mother and son, and the time for him to receive the gift I've been preparing for years now. Lara Arciad's dream, I will transfer this dream to my son along with her unique skill. Third POV. Months had passed and now Dawn was staring out of the carriage window as he was finally on the school field trip to Ingracia. His eyes wandered at the moving horizon, he remembered the talk he had with his mother months ago. And the sudden acquisition of a new unique skill, the heritage of the Arciad family, the unique skill, heroism. Through age, no one had ever managed to activate and control this skill, beside the founder of the Arciad household. This skill is a treasure passed down and its function are unknown. Lara Arciad was able to crack some of its mystery but at the end failed because fate wasn't kind to her. Now, it was in Dawn's possession. Closing his eyes he remembered the discussion. Flashback. Sitting in front of each other, 30 minutes had passed since the revelation. Both mother and son shared their story, at least most of it. Dawn, since you talked about World War II and from the description of it, it seems you died during the explosion of Hiroshima. Lara, Hiroshima, huh, interesting. Dawn, by the way, how do you even know the term of World War? It was made after the actual war. Lara, oh that, well seeing the intensity and most of the world involved, for me this war deserved this title of World War. Dawn, she is smart, deducing this on her own. Dawn took a thoughtful pose thinking. Lara said she was a normal woman living in Japan. But something felt off, not of Lara herself but of her story. It felt like Dawn was missing something. Dawn, Hiroshima, huh, wait, wasn't Shizu summoned during that war? Lara, MMH. Is there something wrong? Dawn, huh, by any chance does the name Izawa sound familiar? She was in Japan around the year 1940. Lara, Izawa. How nostalgic are they famous in your era? Dawn, not really. Lara, oh. Anyway, Izawa Shizun, she was a great teacher in the area I lived, very well liked by the children. Dawn's eyes widened at this mention, a teacher, a name close to Shizue Izawa, this was clearly a member of her family. Lara thought sadly, the entire family was during a bombing, I haven't seen any survivors from them after. Dawn, I see, well Shizue was summoned here afterward. Flashback end. It wasn't much but still it kept going back and forward in his mind. Dawn, Ingracia, I wonder what it is like. The current Ingracia is similar to Muth, very different from the one he knew from the anime. They were halfway there, but there was still a long way as Dawn shifted his attention toward his teacher and classmate. Both were sleeping, and weren't good sleepers as they moved around having Dawn dodging a few of their unintentional jabs. Dawn, ugh, maybe I should shock them with 1,000 bolts. Sighing, he just closed his eyes and asked Snowy to guard him while he rested. Basically every time something comes close to him, a small wall of ice will block it. Soon enough they arrived at their destination, a beautiful merchant city who held the lowest level of corruption in the current era. Dawn, well it's much more different than I thought. Looking around, the architecture, the way people clothe themselves, the way roads are agenced, it's nothing like what Dawn had seen in the anime. Walking around Raska and Laos were both ahead looking at the large open market, the teacher was more like a student than an actual teacher. Dawn, now that I think, isn't this her first school trip too since she didn't get any students until us? Deadpanning at this thought, Dawn just continued to walk forward and like always having Snowy watch out for the surroundings. He was also checking a few shop stands as something unexpectedly good could appear. Dawn, by the way Snowy, do you think an artifact or object with ice affinity will be effective with you? Snowy, negative, spiritual art is on a whole different system than Magicule in general, we have the same base but an artifact made with Magicule would be as useless as mixing oil and water. Dawn, I see. For a while now, Dawn wondered how he could get even stronger magic. He still has a gap for improvement but at this rate I'm going to be stuck quickly. My control over magic has improved due to the extra skill magic manipulation, and with Snowy I can break those limits but I'm conscious of it. I won't be able to even match the likes of Guy Crimson, am I capable of equaling them? I don't know but I cannot just aim for something low. I have to strive for the top and for that I need more base power. Dawn, I saw multiple Magicule enhanced tools but it seems I will have no need of them. Turning around, a spark of shine attracted his attention, a single stone in a random stand, buried under a few others. Dawn, this is just a stone. It was just a stone, nothing particular, not even magic-based, but the color was uniquely beautiful. Dawn, now that I think I haven't given any gift to Lara, for having raised me I should at least do that right. Going as he thought, he bought the stone. It didn't hold much value, categorized as a low-quality gem, but the beauty of it is enough. Dawn, a ring, earring, or necklace, with my current knowledge of forging and using what I know from Earth, I should be able to do something with it. Smiling, a sudden shout alerted him and the people nearby. Random, thief. Come back. Dawn, oh. Looking through the crowd, someone was running, a man clad in black. The speed he was traveling at was nowhere near amateurish. Raska, that's a professional thief it seems. Laos, a professional thief. Raska, those are sort of bandits, but instead of operating on Commerce Road to ambush merchants, they are just stealing and operating inside the town directly. Behind him were a few guards, but it seemed they were too slow. Dawn, interesting. Side-eyeing behind him, another shout occurred and a third one. It seems the thieves plan to cause some chaos by causing multiple crimes at the same time. Dawn, it's smart, since the number of guards patrolling a single sector is limited, they won't be able to catch them all. Raska, I guess I should help. I'm sure the reward from the night order will compensate for this month's rent. Smirking, Raska didn't wait for her student's answer that she already left. Laos, teacher. Dawn, seriously, this goddamn teacher, well, maybe I should help too. The simple reasoning behind this is that thieves often steal valuable and expensive stuff. They aren't homeless people, so it won't be cheap things like food or clothing. You. Dawn, I need to go. Laos, tell the teacher that I'll join you guys later. Laos, huh? Turning his head toward Dawn in confusion, he was even more confused when the said boy was already gone. Dawn POV. Running after one of the thieves, I was clearly faster and it seemed he hadn't noticed me yet, my eyes piercing his back. I used Reader to read his strength, and clearly beside being agile he wasn't much. Though it seems he has a large amount of stolen product judging by the way he runs and the heavy movement of his bag. Who knows, maybe I'll get a jackpot this time. Dawn, oh. Turning right and left, he soon stopped in a dark alley far away from prying eyes. My track ends here it seems. I was following him through the roofs of the nearby building and house. It seemed he didn't have the reflex to look up. Anyway, I should go now. Jumping down, I directly crashed into him, knocking him out in a single hit as my foot crushed his back. Dawn, thanks for the hard work. Adding some lighting to it, I made sure he was out for at least a few days. It will be dangerous if left alone, so I'll report the body to the guards later. For now, let's see what you got. Dawn. What a disappointment, there are just a few jewelry and gold accessories. Well, I couldn't expect battle-oriented things here. Should I give everything back along with the thief? I could get some recognition and get some positive points among the guards, also the reward for helping the night order. Dawn, Well, it seems I found an interesting boy. Huh? Is someone there? But how my magic perception and Snowy should be on guard. Dawn, My body freezing completely. I haven't felt this feeling in years, the feeling of overwhelming difference in terms of strength. I turned around slowly as I heard Snowy alert me. Her voice was never that agitated. Snowy, Master, no hostility was sensed, but the level of threat had never reached this high. Dawn, who could this be? A thief chief. Finally fully around, I looked up, my eyes widened as I saw a silver-haired lady. She was sitting on the edge of the room I was previously standing on. Her eyes I once found so unique and beautiful were now glazing down at me, blue and red. I felt fear running through my very core. Dawn, LL. The words I intended to say never left. Luminous/Ruminous Valentine, the future demon lord and goddess of Rubrios. Third POV. The situation was odd. Dawn was excited to meet with those characters, but now, he was reminded that the anime and reality are different. The intensity of Luminous' presence was infinitely weaker in the anime. Now that he was facing the vampire, it was clear that all screamed danger. Luminous, what? No words coming out. And me who thought you were strong. She was clearly looking down on Dawn, being in passage and in search of entertainment. She decided to visit this country when the thieves' incident occurred. It was rather generic for her, but then this boy decided to take action. Right now, Luminous was just intrigued as the movement Dawn used and the way he moved were similar to Chloe. Dawn, what is she doing here? This is bad. The warning of Snowy turned useless as Dawn couldn't move. He felt as if a single wrong move and he would be dead. This was just how big the difference was between a human and the vampire Luminous Valentine. Luminous, oh. It seems you have a contract with a spirit and you are clearly stronger than your average human. Jumping down, Luminous gracefully landed on the ground, Dawn's eyes following each of her movements. He just couldn't make a proper decision as the gap in power was never that big. Luminous, your movements were familiar too. What's your name, human? Dawn, Dawn Arseid. Luminous, I see. Approaching, she took a closer look at him. If he was a girl she would have surely kidnapped her. Luminous, foo-foo, how interesting. At this point, Dawn reached his limits. He had to try something and the first instinctive move he made was running away. But the moment he turned around and tried to leave, Luminous was already facing him, an arrogant smile plastered. He just had one choice, and that was fighting. Luminous showed no sign of hostility, but it's clearly known and a fact that she shows no mercy to anyone beside the people she can't beat. Dawn is no match for her, and if whatever interest she had in him disappeared, then killing him would be the least she could do. Luminous, oh. A katana of ice forming, Dawn performed multiple slash, but each one were either dodged or parred. It didn't even leave a scratch on Luminous. Dawn, tch. Changing the method, ice wasn't going to do it, so he opted for the opposed fire, adding to that, the factor lightning. He won't be able to perform spiritual art with Snowy with those elements, but his ice was clearly not enough. Luminous, you have good control. Hey, he is still so young, and those movements, it's blurry, but I can see some of Cronoa in there. Are they related? Smirking, Luminous once again came out of the assault with no damage, and this time it was her turn, bringing her arm up. In a single movement, Dawn felt as if the air was crashing into him. His body crumbled into the wall. He felt a few of his bones break. Luminous, well, I saw what I needed. Perhaps he could be an interesting addition for my project. The Holy Empire of Rubrios was yet to be formed, but with Cronoa's advice, Luminous had already made plans to create it. And just now, this boy could be a good addition to the overall project, a pawn she could use. Luminous, my name is Luminous Valentine. Remember this name as we'll meet again in the future. With that said, the vampire disappeared as Dawn felt his conscience leave. He gritted his teeth and used all the remaining strength he had to use the unique skill, Author, and change the characteristic of his body. Switching to a 90% spiritual energy, Snowy transferred enough power to keep him awake. Dawn, shit, why did Chloe meet Luminous this early? There is still over 1,700 years before Veldora's rampage. Third POV. Staring at the night sky, Dawn had gone back with the thief after his encounter with Luminous. He was honestly not feeling well, so instead of visiting with Laos and Raska, he went to their inn and rested. Night has fallen and it seems his two colleagues went to a sort of party held in the inn. Dawn used this alone moment to collect his thoughts. Dawn, how come I met Luminous this early? It was a known fact that the vampire queen often took stroll in the human city to entertain herself. But to think he would stumble on her, more than that she is interested in him. Dawn, now that I think she was really beautiful, seeing her here and in the anime is really incomparable. Still, he couldn't shake off the feeling of intimidation he felt. It was terrifying and it will follow him as long as he will this week. Dawn, and I got one shot. Worse, if it wasn't for Snowy's help I would have died. Snowy was also awfully quiet. This was her first failure with her master. It sure hit hard and was a good way to question themselves. Dawn, I was given such powerful skills, but in the end, they aren't suited for battle. Sola once said, her power was more on the administrative side, and that Dawn was better on that field. But it isn't quite right. Certainly reader is useful, but it's more of an administrative skill. Right now, besides elemental magic, spiritual art, and swordsmanship. Fighting is hard, and against an overwhelmingly stronger opponent all this becomes meaningless. Dawn, I need to awaken a new skill, something that will compensate for my lack in raw power. Unfortunately he had no lead. The voice of the world was far too complex for him to understand it. He couldn't be like Rimuru, creating and forming skills like that. After all, he wasn't the main character of this novel. Dawn, perhaps, this is the key. His hand pressing on his chest, he felt his heartbeat, where his soul should be and where everything about him was. There was still one skill he had, the one he was given by his mother and the heritage of multiple generations. The unique skill, heroism. Dawn, I need to find how to use it. Closing his eyes, he tried to activate it, but once again no reaction at all. Dawn, nothing, Snowy, Master, the skill seems to be sealed within multiple barriers. Dawn, is that so? Could it be sealed by the founder? He is a rather mysterious figure, honestly. A sealed skill, he had never seen that. This was something new, and the only guess he could make was that he had to break those barriers to use the skill. Stretching his hand, he wandered around his possibility when suddenly the door opened as his teacher and fellow students came. Raska, oh Dawn. Come here and drink too. Falling down with a bottle of alcohol, Raska fell asleep just like that. Behind her was Laos, who was in a similar state, crawling on the ground. Laos, alcohol, Both now unconscious, Dawn stared at them seeping on the floor. Dawn, I'll think about this later. Helping them to their bed, Dawn then left, taking a walk in the night of Ingracia. The city was much quieter, and as a merchant city, a lot of citizens or travelers came and passed by, enjoying the night before another day of business in the morning. Dawn, by the way, the night order sure seems to have a lot of gold, judging by the reward given to us. 5 gold coins, even a single one of them is rare to find in the city due to the commerce. It would be equivalent to using a 500 euros bill in France. Dawn, night stroll, been a while since I did one. The last time was during his adventurer day where he would sneak out at night. Dawn, hope I don't fall on a vampire queen again, I still feel the pain from that one hit. Fortunately for him the day passed without problem and so his school trip continued. 3 days left. Sola POV. 2 years left before graduation, honestly I don't know what to think about it. I achieved a lot for the academy standard but my goal of meeting Rimuru and the others is still so far away. I need to evolve into a saint at the minimum but, despite my genius title I'm not even on the first step. Sola, I don't even know the requirements to achieve it. Crossing my arm, I looked out of the window, what should I do? Don-kun isn't here and class is cancelled today for whatever reason. I got no duties of any sort, oh right, I think I received a letter from my mother to visit the familial mansion. Sola, yeah, I won't go. Taking those old feathers, I imbued it with ink and wrote a simple to understand letter. Content, I'm busy with studying. Sola, this should do, I'll send it later. Smiling proud of myself, I grabbed my vest and left in search of entertainment. I could train but I forced too much last day. Now my magicule reserve are very very low, it would take a few days to completely recover. Sola, maybe the library. I muttered and nodded, having chosen my destination. I was there 5 minutes later. Hee, time to use my gift. My eyes glowing blue data, Don-kun isn't the only one who evolved. My unique skill has become stronger. And now I can see the data of other things than leaving being. Sola, let's see. I'm currently inside the magic section of the library, my eyes traveling around. I could see the level of utility and complexity of each book. It's really like a video game. Perfect, with that I can waste the least amount of time possible. For now, let's check the most difficult book here. Sola, MMH, it seems most of these books are about the basics of magic. Only a few are complex and demand some advanced comprehension. I went to grab one of them and coincidentally someone else wanted it. Sola, Luna, MMH. This girl, she is Don-kun's stalker. Luna, oh sorry, you can take it. Retreating her hand, I stared at her for a few seconds before taking the book. I didn't even have time to try to talk with her as she had already left. Honestly, she talks to no one and barely interacts with the bare minimum. What a strange girl, I wonder what's her backstory. Sola, meh, I'm not here for her so let's just start reading. Going toward the reading section where hundreds of seats were located, I chose an isolated one and sat down. Sola, Coincidentally again, this girl Luna sat beside me at the very same time. Sola, why are you here? Luna, reading. Sola, but why here? At least 90% of the seats are empty. Luna, because it's near the door and there is no window to spread wind. I was speechless, this girl answered simply and directly went to read, ignoring me. Ugh, if I leave now, it would taint my pride. Whatever, I'll just read and ignore her. Sola, seriously. I sighed and opened the book. So magic formation is a complex art and requires multiple elements for activation. The origin of such a power is unknown but the rumors say that it all began with a superior entity known as God, Veldanava then. So humans still don't have the knowledge of Veldanava and the voice of the world, well even skills. Sola, MMH. As I was focused on reading, I was brought out of my focus when Luna stood up. What is she doing? I secretly watched her going back to the magic section and bringing another book. No way, she already finished her lecture, this fast. She then came back and sat reading again. I can't lose. Third POV. And for the next 3 hours, Luna and Sola both went on reading books without stopping. When one finished the other wasn't far behind. It was almost a competition though Luna didn't even know and just read at her normal pace. In reality, Luna had other things in mind. 2 days ago, she went back to her family mansion. The Viscount Zickard had shared some confidential information that was overheard by Luna. Flashback. Waking through the corridor of the big mansion, Luna suddenly halted when she heard her adopted father's voice. It was in the meeting room where he welcomed another noble. Staying as quiet as possible, Luna's eyes dropped on them. Zickard, everything goes as planned. Yes, more than 40% of the army is on our side. Zickard, perfect, this kingdom needs a new ruler, the current is too senile to make the correct decision. Both of them laughing, Luna barely reacted to this news. She closed her eyes and tried to leave but again stopped when another topic came in. By the way, I heard your daughter had been hanging with that Lav or rather Arseid brat. Zickard, I heard about that too, but honestly it doesn't matter that both the Lavan and Arseid households will burn down before the revolution. I see, then I count on you. Turning around, the guest prepared to leave. With a smile he grabbed his coat and wore it on his overweight body. Zickard, yeah, Baron Falmouth Edgar, by the way how is your son doing? I heard he was in the same class as Luna. Outside, Luna's eyes widened coldly, her hand was rigid as she quietly left, an intense rage building within her. the remainder of the conversation fell on deaf ears. This was the first time since her childhood that she felt such an emotion. After that, she locked herself in her room with the excuse of studying, her mind dozing around what she heard previously. Flashback end. Her eyes traveling through the lines of her book, Luna didn't know what to do. A revolution was ongoing, her father wanted her soul friend's death along with his entire family, and she felt powerless in front of all these obstacles. Luna, MMH. Looking up, the sun had already settled down, the library was also open at nighttime and it seemed she was the only one left. Luna, I should go too. Grabbing her stuff she told goodbye to the employee who got the unfortunate night shift and left. The moon was high in the sky, the silver color reflected in her eyes as she kept staring at it for a while. Luna, yes, why am I hesitating? This world is full of darkness, there was no light in her life before he came, there was no need of hesitation. The answer was clear. Back in Ingracia, Dawn was on top of one of the guard towers, it wasn't used at the moment so he took advantage of it and sat on the roof. The clear moon was in sight as he held up the necklace he shared with Sola. Comparing it to the moon, he smiles softly. Dawn, I didn't notice, but I'm already starting to miss Sola's antics. It sure was a weird feeling, he always thought of himself as alone and here he started to care about someone, no in fact he cared about multiple people. This was a great change in him, a change he could gasp as good or bad. Dawn, Luna too. Snowy, Master, a soldier is coming that way. Dawn, I see, I wanted to observe the moon longer but I guess it's fine. Standing up, he jumped away while making sure no one saw him, and so the night passed smoothly. Along the remaining days of this school trip nothing worth it happened, until the way back, inside the carriage, they rested peacefully. When suddenly the carriage stopped, as loud whisper were heard outside. Raska, what happened? Getting serious, the teacher asked the driver who just turned to her with a scared expression. Driver, we are getting ambushed, I don't want to die. Raska, TCH, bandits huh? Opening the door, Raska jumped out, Dawn peeped his head through the window scanning the area. Dawn, how many? Snowy, there are 24 of them, none are imminent threats. Pondering, he wanted to go outside but retracted himself, there was no need of participating, Raska would be more than enough if Snowy didn't give a warning. Shortly after, the first few bandits came out provoking and threatening the small group. Laos, there are so many of them. Dawn, shut up. Certainly, the number difference was big but when it comes to magic and fighting, quality will always be better. Dawn, their weapon. Something caught Dawn's attention, the quality of their weapon is way too good for simple bandits. Dawn, this ambush is also way too organized. The location give nowhere to run and perfect to encircle, along that, it was early in the morning, the exact time where monsters are less on the road. Dawn, ugh. There was only one way for him to be sure and this was to get out and find out himself. Laos, what are you doing? Dawn, some warm-up. Getting out, Raska wasn't surprised as he stood next to her, this boy character was just like that. Raska, to think I would have to exercise now, well at least I can show off in front of my students. Dawn, you want a praise? Raska, brat, never mind, let's just get over this. There were 7 bandits in front of them, 8 behind and the rest still hidden. Dawn, should I kill them? It doesn't really matter as I got this to gather intel afterward. Making up his mind, he turned around slowly walking toward the bandits behind, the moment he was a few steps away. The clash started as his teacher bursted forward. Dawn POV. I stared at the few bandits with cold eyes, the one hidden doesn't seem to move, so I should take care of those 8 first. Forming a katana of ice, I could hear these pieces of shit laughing and mocking me calling me a lost brat or something like that. It doesn't really matter anyway, then shall I start, my breath turning icy, I channeled Magicule in my sword and heavily hit the ground. The blade piercing through the grass, dirt and stone below, I muttered my first attack. Dawn, ice ground. As the name suggests, I froze the entire area ground, the release of my Magicule made them shiver, this is understandable after all none of them are strong. Bandit, what the? Bandit 2, my legs. Their cry and shout reached my ears, it seemed they were too slow and got caught in my spell, frost covering their legs. It was an easy kill for me now, I grinned before using a burst step forward, a single instant before my blade made contact with their flesh. 4.23 seconds, this is what I took to kill the 8 of them, blood splashed on my clothes as I swiped the taint of my cheek. Dawn, now who next? Staring down at the last one I killed, my grin widened as I then turned toward a seemingly random spot in the surrounding forest. But for the one I was glaring at, he knew I had already localized all of the hidden bandits. Bandit 3, shit art. Trying to leave after noticing my glare, I didn't let him as in a single instant with burst step I appeared right in front of him. Sword in hand, I directly stabbed his chest with the tip of my blade. Dawn, you like the show? You're next now. Lifting the katana, the bandit only saw a white flash as his whole life played in front of his eyes. As the blade sliced him into two distinct parts, his blood, organs, and flesh all flew in the air. The remaining bandits who until had stayed hidden saw the horrific scene. Frozen, they were shocked to see a 13-year-old boy mercilessly killing someone. It was too much for them. As they tried to leave, their instinct just screamed at them to run, abandon their pride. Life or death, this was their choice, or was it? The moment they tried to run, an entire chunk of the forest was turned into ice as I casted a large range of ice magic amplified with spiritual power, immobilizing most of them. Dawn, running from a kid now. How pathetic. The last dance has started. Third POV. Finishing off her enemy, Raska then went to check on Dawn. What stood in front of her sent chills to her spine. She had captured them, not killed yet. A boy decades younger did it. Standing in the middle of multiple dead bodies, the boy didn't even acknowledge them as instead he grabbed one of the decapitated heads. Raska, he is a monster. What was he doing? She wondered, but probably won't get an answer, so she just went back to the carriage to reassure the driver and Laos. On Dawn's side, he was using his power to read their mind. Normally he couldn't, as he still hasn't reached this level yet. But using some trick, he managed. The unique skill, Reader, allows him to read the composition of objects, matter, and more. But it doesn't apply to living beings, so humans aren't an option. But now, using the unique skill, Author, he can change the composition of those dead bodies, passing them from former living beings to objects. Now he could read their composition like a book, the history, the memories, and more of this object. Dawn, I see, he was sent by a noble to kill me. I couldn't see who it was as this guy just received the directive, but my guess would be a noble rival or hater of my family, either Arseid or Levon. Pondering, he went to do the same with the other body, and as expected none of them had more information. His eyes turning colder as he read the last body, he then went back to the carriage. Raska, you're done. Dawn, yeah, let's go. As he said, the teacher agreed and they went back on their adventure back to Muth. Third POV. Back at home, Dawn immediately fell down into his bed as he reached his dorm. His mind dozing off on what he could deduce after the bandit attack. It was aimed toward him. He knew the Arseid family was despised since their fall, but to have them killed, it would be too much. So what is left is his father's side family, and the main suspect would be Viscount Zickard, Luna's father. Dawn, this is starting to get heated. If they are moving now, means something was going on, and for that they needed the Levon family gone. And since he was reputed to be the weakest and failure children of the family, he was the easiest and obvious target. Dawn, that would mean the purpose of the ambush would either be a warning or a serious attack toward the rest of my family. Covering his eyes with his arm, those bandits were merely following orders and were offered money for it. Things slowly started to piece up as Dawn got up. Dawn, I'm missing a lot of information. He originally wanted to rest after this tiring trip, but as things are evolving, he couldn't allow himself that lux. Dawn, for now, I should meet with Luna. Doing as he says, he got out and went toward the girls' dorm. On the way he looked up, the sky was already orange and nighttime was incoming. Dawn, MMH. Stopping as he reached the building in question, he looked up at Luna's room window. There was no light. He had come here a few times since they were close friends, and she has the habit of never turning off the candle, which was the light for everyone here. Dawn, Snowy. Snowy, she isn't here, master. Nodding, it seems this will have to wait. Well, at least he had something else to do at the moment, and this was. Dawn, you should come out now. I didn't know I had a nighttime stalker. As he said, he turned his head toward a tree. The leaves were dense as if someone was hidden inside. Hearing no answer, Dawn signed and sent a dagger of ice. It was fast enough where a single blink would have let you die. But to his surprise, the dagger was deflected as a man in corpulence jumped away running as fast as he could. Because of the surprise, Dawn didn't follow him. How could he have defeated his attack when his Magicule was so weak? Dawn, a physically superior opponent. No, his build was literally one of a student. Dawn POV. A student, I see, so that is how it is. They got me pretty well. Clenching my fist, I approached the tree the spy was hiding on a moment earlier. This wasn't here, my memories are flawless. They planned to spy on me for a moment now. No, they should have been watching me since the moment I left the Arseid mansion. My classmate. My teacher. Maybe among those I call friends. I can't trust anyone at the moment. Even Sola, she knows and I know her secret. We have an agreement, but at the end we are still human. Betrayal is something normal at this point. Dawn, and Luna. I can't honestly picture her doing that, but she is still part of a rival family. This sucks. Was everything until just a lie? I could only close my eyes and leave quietly. After all, she wasn't here tonight, usually in her room beside me. Coincidentally, someone followed me and did it in an obvious way. Well, at least there is one thing I'm certain of. The mastermind behind all this is taking action, and so his plan has already started. I need to move faster before I lose something I will regret afterward. Third POV. The night passes smoothly as Dawn decides to avoid staying in an open field and suggests spying like his room. He stayed outside. The composition of his body was not one of a normal human due to magicule. He was already not really one to sleep much before, but now he could stay a few days without feeling tired at all. Time just passed slowly as he continued his training and experience with his skill. The next day, as the sun rose, Don finally got out of his hiding spot, which was underground in the training ground. The choice of this location was purely practical, as the training ground isn't used during night, so any sound and movement can easily be detected. Anyway, now a new day, he had things to do. Class was ongoing in the afternoon, but he wasn't going to take part in it. Don, for now, let's take care of some trash. His eyes turning cold, he had plenty enough time to get his thoughts in order, and the conclusion naturally came. Now, he was going to execute his plan of action, his destination being the traveling study classroom. It was near occupied and generally a quiet place, as not even the teacher would be there. The classroom was empty with just a few desks, and that was all. Well, not totally empty, as someone was inside, hidden behind the door. Don carefully observed his classmate Lau's writing. Laus, this should do. Lord Falmouth should be pleased with the result. Thought this Don is a problem. Getting his confirmation, the reason Don found him so easily is that he had marked Laus with a magicule tracker since the bandit ambush. Why? Because their attack was way too timed that it became suspicious. At this moment Don concluded or hypothesized that there was someone who gave them information. And the only two who could have possibly done that are Raska and Laus who didn't even try to help during the fight. This could be explained by fear because he is still a student, but then there was no other ambush afterward. It was too calm, and the only thing Don could come up with is that Laus had written and given the information of his feats against the bandits. Otherwise, they would have at least one or two backup plans. The fact that a spy was immediately set behind Don at his arrival at the academy forced the point of having an inner spy. Don, well, there was some flaw in my theory, but all worked out. Sighing, when Laus got up, he tried to activate some kind of special magic but failed as both his hands froze. Laus, huh? Ice. The memories of 2 days ago when Don showed his dark side against bandits flashed in his mind. He had witnessed his main magic, ice. A chilling feeling running through his spine, he immediately stopped whatever he thought of doing, running, screaming, begging. All mattered to Void as the sword placed right under his neck threatened him. Don, don't move and talk only to answer. The neutral voice Laus had heard so many times while being his classmate was gone. It was colder than even the eyes he displayed in front of the bandits. Don, good, who sent you? Hesitating an instant, Laus suddenly screamed as the blade threatening went down, cutting one of his frozen arms. Laus, aw. M.I.A.R. arced. Grabbing him by the hair before he could fall on his knee, the pain was unbearable for Laus. Don, I repeat, who sent you? Laus, arced. His second arm now gone, Laus was way too panicked to answer. Well, it didn't matter at the end. Don could just redo the process he did with the bandits. He just wanted to see if this kid, who was really a student and got involved in this conflict, he was feeling guilty for trying to ruin someone's life. Until now, he was still begging for his life. This was truly the pathetic side of humanity. Maybe all this was just a lie in Don's mind, as he just wanted to see how ugly humans were in those desperate moments. Wrong or right didn't matter at this point. Don, thank you Laus, out of all those I killed, you are the one who showed me the best representation of a human. Bandits, thieves are all guilty for their sins. Similar to Laus, they were people who stood in Don's way. Killing them is natural in this world, the survival of the fittest, but at the end, they are still human, and just now Don could remind himself of that. He was slowly losing the notion of life. This was a good way to remind him how life was precious to one, to the point where even the proudest being would beg for it. Don, rest well, Sir Laus, you were a good classmate. Louding his sword directly through his skull, Don showed no hesitation. At the end it will benefit him. That was all it mattered. Don POV. Reading through his information, I was able to confirm the involvement of Viscount Zickard and surprisingly Baron Falmouth. Father of my former classmate who looks like Admaris, so it's the revolution I predicted that will change Muth to Falmouth. But from what I've seen, Zickard was the mastermind, so why is it called Falmouth? Another betrayal on the enemy side? All could be possible at this point, though Laus was also limited as I only got basic information. Nothing that could help me prevent this, even if I had, should I prevent it. Falmouth is an important piece for Rimuru's evolution, so this is bound to happen. Anyway, I didn't even get the course of action of this revolution. The only thing Laus had was the order to eliminate me and monitor me. Don, wait, he was writing a letter before I attacked. Remembering this detail, I went to grab the piece of paper on the ground, taking a close look to it. It was a coded message. Hey, I didn't know that. Infusing magic through the paper, the text unfolded in itself. The content, however, made my eyes go wide. Don, what? The oldest son of the Levon family, Luke, was killed. They had multiple targets, it seemed. The mode of operation was using a girl to attract him in an isolated place and ganging on him. TCH, this idiot. Don, well, one head for another, I guess. I still have 3 other siblings aside from Sola who might get targeted. I don't care much about them, so I should bother with that. Anyway, with that I also cleared Sola and Luna's innocence. I had just some doubt, but they are cleared now. Now what should be my course of action? Staying in this school isn't a need anymore. And soon the disappearance of Laos would be found and the chance of me getting accused are high. I didn't even try to hide my action. In either way, I will become wanted in this kingdom. I forgot to count all the variables. Dawn, running away to another kingdom isn't an option either. Again, those damn feelings are getting in the way, Lara, Luna, Sola, and the others I had interaction with. Should I just go kill those bastards? But then the timeline would change and I won't be able to use my knowledge of the plot. Also, I don't know when the revolution would truly start. All those actions until now were sort of warnings. Like a prelude to the incoming disaster. It could be tomorrow or in a month or even in the incoming year. Dawn, what do you think, Snowy? Snowy, I am not well versed in human politics, but I will follow whatever Master chooses to do. Dawn, I see. Well, for now, I should check on the Arseid mansion. If they targeted my siblings, then other members of my family aren't safe. As I said, screw my school life at this point. Third POV. Taking steps away from this classroom bathed and drenched in blood, Dawn halted as he felt a quick pain in his chest. Dawn, huh? Placing his hand on his chest, he felt nothing abnormal, neither did Snowy. It was as if something in his soul reacted. Dawn, was this my imagination? Shrugging it off, he just continued to walk, as later that day he reached his home. Nothing bad seemed to have happened. It was only 3 days later when the alert was given and Lao's death was made public. The suspects were as Dawn expected, him and his teacher. It was only a matter of time now before the royal guards came to the Arseid mansion for him. Dawn, well, I'm not really worried, but it's still annoying. Staring at the front gate through the window, it was still calm, but he could already feel multiple stronger than average Magicule signatures coming this way. Dawn, still 3 whole days, they sure took their time. Lara, you don't seem bothered when a direct order of arrest was set on you. Entering, Lara was already informed of what her son did days ago. Just now she also received an official letter from the royal guards. Naturally she was displeased with what he did, but at the end, they weren't normal. She was more preoccupied with what Dawn was going to do now. Dawn, honestly, the royal guards are a total joke. Beside a few individuals, none in this kingdom even pose a threat to the current me. Lara, if you say so, don't be too arrogant. To this, Dawn became quiet. He thought about it a moment. Those last days he sure felt above all, it was because of the lack of real challenge. He knew beings like the Demon Lord, True Dragon, or Hero were still unreachable, but in this weak human kingdom, he was already blessed with a greater spirit and ability superior to all. Dawn, am I becoming arrogant? He asked himself. Perhaps he was, but could he control this? Maybe losing wouldn't be bad for his mental health, but now? No, he had no room for mistake and defeat now. Lara, by the way, I received a letter from a certain Luna. She is from a rival household, so the letter was carefully given to us without the Levant family's knowledge. Dawn, Luna. Lara, yes, I read the first few sentences and it seems she wanted to talk to you, but since you basically dropped out of the academy by skipping 3 days of class, she decided to send a letter here directly. Handing him the letter, a sudden smirk formed on her face. Lara, is that your girlfriend? Era, my son grows so fast. Wiping an imaginary tear as Dawn ignored her teasing and ran through his eyes over the letter. Dawn, I see, it seems I will have to leave for a while. Lara, is that so? What should I do with the guards? Dawn, can you keep them away for now? Lara, you sure are a troublesome son. Sighing, Lara opened her eyes as she nodded. Lara, then go, she must already be waiting for you. Dawn, right. Opening the window, Dawn jumped out as he wanted to avoid getting seen. As he left, Lara's smile faded away. She looked down as a total different emotion filled her. Lara, by Dawn-chan. Those words left her mouth as the first piece was moved on the chessboard. Third POV. Stealthy running through the city before landing in the dense forest outside of Muth, Dawn quickly scanned the area and found Luna waiting for him. He accelerated a brief moment before jumping down from a tree, landing a few feet away from the girl. Dawn, you wanted to see me? Opening her eyes, it was still daytime and the sun radiated a shining light. Still, Luna's natural body didn't waver. Over everything Dawn expected her to say, he unexpectedly was taken off guard as the girl just went to hug him. Dawn, huh? It stunned him for a moment before he decided to reciprocate the embrace. It seems Luna has a lot of things going on in her life lately. Dawn, is something wrong? Luna, my father, he wants to overthrow the kingdom and kill you and your family along the way. Dawn, I see, so she wanted to inform me about that. Luna, I will help Dawn. Smiling lightly, Dawn nodded. He didn't know what to do now, break the hug. No, it would turn down the atmosphere. And to be fair, it wasn't uncomfortable to have a beautiful girl in your arms. But then, something felt wrong. It wasn't physical, but something deep inside him screamed. Dawn, huh? Turning his eyes toward the capital's direction, something just happened and Dawn felt it, as if he just lost something very important. Lara POV. As I watched my son leave, I closed my eyes. A minute later I could already tell he had gone through the entire city. It's time, I guess. As a sad smile formed on my face, an explosion occurred. I looked out through the window as I saw the guards and maid working here laying down lifeless. Not only her but some of the royal guards stationed around the mansion were killed too. The Kingdom of Muth always worked with a special system. The Royal Knight, the Royal Mage are a group of elites serving the king directly. The combination of both of them are called the Royal Guards. But in the shadow, another group existed. They have no name or face, they are just a group of 3 people divinely blessed. The few rumors I heard about them were all tales revolving around myth and legend, so fine you can't believe. But I'm sure of one thing, the leader of that group might be even older than the kingdom itself. Lara, I had long ago foresaw this to happen. My only regret is to not have enjoyed my new life a little more. Sighing sadly, an evil presence formed at the door as I turned around. A man with short gray hair and the same eyes glared at me coldly. In his hand, the head of my maid Felfina was present, so she died. I wished she had a better life after this, but I guess I can only hope for her to reach heaven now. Lara, may I know your name, sir? Raven folk. His power is beyond anything I had seen and felt. My expression turned grim as I stretched my arm forward. Raven, I am the leader of the shadow, and I came here to end your life. Lara, I deduced that much, Sir Raven. Closing my eyes, I won't win this, I'm sure of that, but I can at least put some resistance. Lara, answer my call. Unique skill, heroism. The skill I had given to my son was still present inside me despite it being weakened to the extreme. I was never able to use it, but now that it's a degraded version, I broke down the sort of lock around the skill. My body warmed up as I felt the effect of the Arceid treasure. Raven, this power. Opening my eyes, I studied my opponent's expression. His emotionless face turned rageful as he took out a dagger. The head of my maid was destroyed in the process. Raven, I'll destroy you, descendant of Rexes, you'll pay for what she did. Dawn POV. This uncomfortable feeling kept growing in my stomach. I gritted my teeth as I quickly dashed through the forest, tracing my way back toward the capital as Luna stuck with me, her arms around my neck as she kept a good hold while I ran past the tree. Upon my arrival, I witnessed chaos, the citizens running around panicked. I looked up and multiple buildings were releasing a sort of black smoke. Terrorist attack. Now it's starting, this revolution. I clicked my tongue and made Luna come down. Luna, where are you going? Dawn, the Arceid mansion, you. Luna, I heard my father wanted to overthrow the king as fast as possible. Dawn, so the castle. Nodding, we soon split off as I ran toward my home. I wasn't worried for Luna because she is strong and mainly because her father Viscount Zickard was the author of this. He won't kill the one he considered as a weapon, she is too valuable for that. For now I need to focus on what is in front of me. A burned-down mansion, where I started and lived most of my new life. Dawn, TCH, snowy. Snowy, right away. Casting a large spell, I surrounded the mansion with ice forming an entire dome around it, trapping myself and the people inside. There are over 50 people inside, and judging by the dead corpse of the maid and butler, they aren't allies. I can't also sense Felfina's presence. Is she dead? Dawn, I won't arrive in time if I take them all out. My main priority is to make sure my mother Lara was safe, and for that. Dawn, I'll take a shortcut. Looking up, I located the room with the most leaking magicule. It was my room. They attacked directly after I left. Anyway, channeling Main in my legs, I extended a burst step before bursting through the wall, crashing in the room as shards of glass and whatever materials were used to build this wall. I had already my next spell ready, but all this turned meaningless as my heart dropped cold. A single man standing, he stepped over the woman I started to cherish, the one who fed me, played with me and accompanied me in this new life. Her body had a large mark, 3 scars on her chest area as blood came out of it. Her eyes were directed toward me. The formed radiant light was nowhere to be seen as she was dropped in a puddle of blood, her blood. Dawn. Raven, it seems the sun has come, let's finish this. Looking up as the man kicked the body below him, his dagger out dripping with blood, I felt an intense feeling of rage building inside me. An overwhelming rage as all the aura I kept in check rampaged. Snowy's voice inside me fell silent as I blindly moved. Cracks happened all over the room as a single step shook the mansion. Raven, what a power, and you are still a kid, perhaps you could have surpassed her. I didn't register his words as I instantly appeared in front of him, a burst step faster than anything I had done before. It transcended its original form. Dawn, die you piece of shit. Third POV. As a bright and destructive light filled the room, Raven dodged the offense as he took a step into the shadow with his skill. The unique skill, World of Shadow, the power to directly control the realm of shadow. Raven, you are irregularly strong, but that's enough. Dawn's eyes widened as his eyes turned to his left slowly. This man had just dodged the trump card he had kept until now. He couldn't stop himself and time seemed to have slowed down, Raven holding his dagger high, and dark energy covered it forming a sort of beast paw. The nails were sharp as it menacingly coupled with his murderous eyes. Raven, Shadow Claw. 3 lines going down, in an instant Dawn felt the 3 claws hit him, ripping his skin, through his bones. The impact sent him crash into the wall traveling through the entire mansion. It was the same attack that ended Lara earlier, an attack meant to kill. Raven, his mana seems to weaken at a fast rate, this is the end. Turning around, Raven still had things to do, the revolution was ongoing and he had chosen to betray the king. Leaving in his own shadow, the glorious Arseid mansion was left to burn, the dome of ice surrounding it shattered. The left bandits were free to steal, destroy, and take everything remaining from there. The murder of the Arseid family was perfectly executed, well almost as the last member of this heroic family was still alive. At the other side of the mansion, below a stone of crumble and shattered stone, Dawn was barely holding onto his consciousness. His left arm lost all its strength as he looked down, from what he could feel, all the bone from his neck to his thoracic spine and arms bones were broken. His chest had 2 large bloody scars and the most important piece being his missing right arm, separated from his main body. A single attack had left him in this state. Dawn, it's the end, huh? Biting his lips in frustration, he coughs blood unable to gather enough air under the ruins of the mansion. Snowy, Master. Snowy's voice was back. After the rage and loss, he felt regret. Perhaps if he didn't let those emotions take over, the outcome would have been different. Closing his eyes slowly, Dawn die. Dawn, not yet, I can't die now. To Snowy's shock, even in this state and no control over his spiritual body, Dawn managed to squeeze his left hand. Gritting his teeth, his internal organs were rolling painfully as he tried to get up, pushing the crumbles up. Dawn, I can't waste this second chance, at least not before I kill this bastard. However, even if his determination was at its peak, his body was still fatally injured, the push of strength he just had was as quickly gone. He was just too weak to change anything. Snowy, Master, would you like a new wind? Dawn, Snowy, I'm sorry. Reminding her master that she was still here with him, Dawn calmed down, his emotions were a total mess. Snowy, Master's decisions are mine too, but I can't continue watching my master suffer, so please, allow me to help you. Since the start of their relationship, Snowy only helped when necessary, as Dawn wanted to do things on his own, and Snowy respected that. She watched her master struggle over things she could easily help with, the frustration she felt until now, and Dawn's choice limited the two's coordination and full potential. Dawn, I see, in the end I'm just a fool. Smiling sadly, this was the confirmation for Snowy, releasing most of her power. A new wind was set as the entire mansion turned into ice, the ice magic and Dawn's unique skills combined. The composition of the mansion in itself was changed, passing from diverse material such as stone, granite, glass, and more to pure ice. Dawn/Snowy, Cryostasis, Ice Age. Bandit POV. Coming to this mansion to steal, murder and play with the maids, this was what I was told and offered when contacted by that noble. I gladly accepted when they even offered to pay me for that. They were also doing a revolution or whatever, it didn't concern me. Anyway, with some comrade we did as we were told and collected a lot of things in this burning mansion. What a great life. Bandit 2, boss, should we loot this room too? Bandit, take everything, also I found some nice maids breathing over there, we'll take them too. Bandit 3, right. Smirking, I followed the corridor separating myself from the others. The more I walked, the more damage was displayed until I reached a sort of bedroom. The bed was totally on fire and destroyed with just barely what needs to be recognized and on the ground. The most beautiful woman I had ever seen, she was clearly lifeless and her clothes were torn in multiple ways. Bandit, she must be the owner of this mansion, what a beautiful lady. I licked my lips, a corpse can still be used beside it, still fresh and hot. This was my thought, I knew they were bad and immoral and perhaps I would have wished to never have them as karma instantly struck. Before I could even take a step closer to that woman, the surrounding turned into ice almost instantly. I shivered as a cold and massive presence appeared. I couldn't locate the exact source where this presence was, no, it was so massive that the presence seemed to be everywhere. Bandit, what th? What are you doing? A sudden chill ran down my spine, the voice came from right behind me. This feeling is as if death itself was right behind me. The scythe of the Reaper at my neck, all my surrounding was black with a cold mist glazing my skin. I slowly turned around, my legs shaking. I didn't want to, but my body stopped listening to my will. And the sight I saw after was even more terrifying. A boy, not a man as tall as me, was staring right into my soul. His eyes were like a wave of aurora, the colors were numerous and freezing. His hair turned gray-silver along that body was covered with ice, in fact his entire right arm was made of ice. But what truly scared me to the core was the aura materializing behind him, a sort of demon. Third POV. After awakening his potential with Snowy, the fusion of their will created this. All the bones, organs and body members destroyed were replaced with ice, in fact even his blood as his body temperature reached the sub-zero degree. His body composition no longer human, he had thrown everything useless to become a temporary spiritual being. Dawn, I asked you what were you doing just now? Bandit, aaiwa. Without saying a single word, the bandit was sent flying across the room, a single swipe of his arm had disintegrated his head as only his body was left. Now gone, the bandit's remains immediately turned into ice before getting read by reader. Dawn, the castle, Luna is there too. Taking information from the surrounding itself, the floor which Raven had walked on before. The outside tree where Raven used its shadow to travel, all came into his mind and automatically registered and stocked in reader. Dawn, I'll kill you for sure. His multicolors eyes shone coldly as the mansion shattered in pieces as he wished for it, making way for the boy. The final fight of this revolution was going to happen now, at the castle. Third POV. Inside the great palace of the Muth Kingdom, at the moment, Prince Leo was protecting his sister as he saw the blood of his father spit in the air. Falling on his knee as the rightful king of Muth received a heavy injury marking most of his upper body. Standing in front of him was a woman with light gray hair, she was hooded and the long sword in her hand dripped in blood. King, how dare you betray the kingdom? Mia. Shouting in rage, Mia, a lone girl who works under the unit shadow of the kingdom, it seems like Raven she had decided to go against the king. Behind her was the Viscount Zickard and the Baron Falmouth. Zickard, well, dear King your Majesty, it seems your reign is going to end. Smirking, the Viscount turned his attention toward the side where a few traitor guards tried to subdue the prince and princess. King, why? Our kingdom was finally at peace. Zickard, you lost the will to conquer, the domination of our kingdom had weakened over the time of your rule. King, war brought nothing but desolation. Zickard just chuckled and ignored the king. Zickard, guards. Kill the prince and take the princess as hostage. We'll make an example of her in public later. Licking his lips, this enraged the king as he released a fierce aura and bursted forward. He wasn't blessed in any way. But his skill toned with experience were great, for the human standard he would reach the realm of a champion without unique skill. But to his dismay, the foe he had to face was far too great. Mia, sorry, me lord, but I decided to change. Her long sword glowing silver, this was the fruit of countless years of training inside the world of blood, a merciless part under the light of the common citizen. Where there is no rule but survival of the fittest. Mia, silver arrow. A single quick slash which sliced the king into two, the ruler still conscious of his surroundings. His eyes wandered around as his life flashed in front of his eyes, the moment he was born, the moment he was deemed worthless in his family with 5 siblings, how he proved himself in a war of succession. How his elder sister sacrificed her life to save his, how after this traumatic event he vowed himself to be stronger. How he killed his other siblings and took the throne at the age of 31, how he met his wife, how she died of illness later. How she gave him 2 angels, how he weakened the army to make the kingdom more prosperous, how random children thanked him for all his good deed. King, I failed. His eyes losing its light, his last vision was his son and daughter facing those traitors. King, sorry, my children, at the end I was too weak. Zickard, fahahaha. Incredible Miss Mia, you are truly worthy of being called the strongest woman of the shadow. Mia, whatever. On the side, Leo witnessed all, he was holding his tears in contrast to his sister. All this happened so quickly, the close guards of the king didn't warn them of those traitors' intrusion, they were trapped inside the castle and now. The king had fallen. Leo, why you bastard. His magicule leaking in rage, Leo tried to march forward for revenge but he was held back by his sister, Rhea. Rhea, be brother. Her eyes were red with tears, she was smart and with her gift of feeling one's skill, the moment Mia appeared. She knew it was the end, she had the same feeling as when in front of Dawn or Luna, someone heavenly gifted. Leo could only lose hope as he saw the state of the princess, it was the very first time she made such an expression. Zickard, well, it's the end. I am now the ruler of this nation. Falmouth, wait Sir Zickard. Zickard, what? Falmouth, there is still the prince and princess. We should punish them for being affiliated to the former king. Zickard, oh ho, what a good idea. As they spoke, Leo woke up from his thoughts and looked forward, he tightened his grip on the dull sword he had taken at the start of the invasion. Zickard, let's see, we should show off the head of the prince to the public and give the princess to our courageous soldier to play with. He viciously says, those words terrorized both siblings, and so the Viscount and Baron continued their talk of torture. On the side, Mia flinched when she felt a sudden burst of energy, it was strong enough to even reach and alert her. Mia, what was that? This directly, Lord Raven went this way. This couldn't be the leader of the shadow unit as Mia herself was relative to Raven when it came to raw power. No, this new source of energy was a threat. Zickard, we sh. The Viscount words were cut out as the entire left wall of the room was destroyed as two individuals blitzed through it. Raven, you are annoying Arseid. Dawn, and you're an eyesore. The two standing, it seemed after Raven left the Arseid mansion, he had felt the burst of Dawn's awakening. And to his surprise, the boy had caught on with him. Before they could reach the castle, their round 2 started. Raven, what kind of power is that? I feel like facing an entirely different person, and this isn't the Arseid's secret power. Rhea POV. And no way, that's Sir Dawn. He is completely different from the one I know. The power he excludes right now rivals the Shadow unit. How can someone of our age reach that level? I was sure to be shocked, but at the same time, the light of hope came back to me. Leo, Rhea, let's run. Rhea, huh? Leo, right now, we are just a bother for Dawn, we need to get out of here. I was confused at first but then understood. I looked toward my late father's corpse and bit my lips. Sorry, but I'll swear I will make a proper. Getting up, we tried to sneak out but Mia was there to catch us, paring her long sword with his weapon. My brother struggled to even move under the pressure. Mia, this boy was your classmate, right? To think such a potential existed within the academy. Leo, you traitor, has no right to talk. Using all his strength, he tried to free open the way but all his effort was in vain. Leo was always weak physically, his sword didn't even love an inch and I could tell Mia was holding back. But why? She could kill us. Oh, right, they still want to use us as an example. Mia, TCH, it seems another guest has arrived. What is she talking about? Wait, she is here too. Third POV. As Raven and Dawn went against each other for another confrontation, Dawn outspeeded his opponent. Raven, WH. Taking a direct punch, Raven was sent crashing into the wall. Dawn, you're no match to the current me. Slowly walking toward the hole, Dawn started multiple magic circles, with Snowy taking care of the magic formation and formula. The process of execution for high-rank spells was easy now. This was when a voice resoned in the room. Luna, I'm here. This halted everyone as they all looked toward the new princess. Dawn, Luna. Wait, how did she arrive after me? She should have reached the castle a long time ago. Zickard, my daughter. It seems you managed to complete your task, congratulations. Dawn, huh? Turning his attention fully on Luna, Dawn noticed, her eyes were cold and empty. This was a sign of Dawn, mind control. Raven, you are sharp. Dawn, WH. Paying back the right hook, he received a moment earlier. He did the same and sent Dawn away. As crumble fell upon him, Dawn's brain was overworking as things started to piece together. Dawn POV. The sudden letter of Luna, something she won't do usually, coincidentally the attack AD revolution at the same time. And now the mind control. It can't be, they lured me out of the Arseid mansion via Luna. Attacked Lara while I was away, and planned to eliminate all of us one by one. And all those memories, was this all fake? Was Luna controlled all the way into befriending me? I couldn't process all this right now. Raven, honestly, I would have gladly killed both son and mother at the same time, but I can never let my guard down against an Arseid. Dawn, why you? Slowly getting out of the crumble, I walked up, glancing at Luna. She was an enemy now. Raven, you don't know much, but the Arseid household was always blessed with talent. Us weaker people had to work hard while the Arseid were granted fast growth. Dawn, what are you saying? Raven, it was the same with that witch. The founder of this damn family. She was superior to me in every way. We gave the same amount of effort and she gained more. Now I realized something, this guy wasn't normal. He talked about the founder of the Arseid household as if he knew him, or her now. Dawn, you are a saint. Raven, ha ha ha. Yeah, I am. After I jumped on her with dozens of assassins, I finally managed to kill this witch. So he killed her. I suspect that my ancestor was a saint too. Well, this doesn't matter right now. Right now, at this very instant, I felt pure rage. My right arm made with ice started to melt as the magicule violently shook inside me. Dawn, so if I understand clearly, you went to kill my mother because of a grudge you had with my ancestor. Raven, you guys would have died anyway, it was fated to happen. Third POV. His hair covering his eyes, too many things were happening at the same time. Dawn was still affected by Lara's death, now Luna, one of the people he cared for, was being controlled and used against him. And things turned even worse with the explanation and reason as to why this guy attacked him and his mother. The rage built up inside him kept growing and finally, a crack happened. As a burst of magicule exploded in the room, a golden aura surrounded the last Arseid. Raven, TCH, he broke past the first seal. Unique skill, heroism, the treasure of the family and sole skill of the founder. Its power is unknown and only known by the people who had seen the founder in action, so Raven knew very well how dangerous it was. The reason for it to be sealed under multiple seals was him too, as the skill has a sort of will of its own. It will go down through the blood of the host until it finds a worthy host. Raven, it's fine, he just broke through the first seal through his rage, I can still kill him. His eyes sharpening, the leader of the shadow extended his dagger to form a long sword made of shadow. Raven, yeah, I'll kill you before another beast awakens. Fully losing his calm and cold composure, he went ahead, disappearing the body of a saint can withstand an insane amount of pressure before breaking. The speed he had moved just now far exceeded any burst step Dawn had made until now, yet this wasn't enough. Dawn, heroism, I can feel its true form or at least the surface of its true form. It almost made him chuckle despite the situation, this skill was not suited for him at all. Yet it will save him today. Dawn, I'll deal with you later, I want to take my time killing you. Opening his eyes, the effect of his fusion with Snowy was still on, the multicolor aurora effect shown as Dawn dodged the incoming attack and directly disappeared going for the Viscount. If he died now, the enemy would have lost its leader, and all the troop outside would lose their directive. But as Dawn left Raven in the dust, multiple walls of earth formed around him. Dawn, Luna. It wasn't a problem, at his current level Luna's magic won't be enough, she could at best support the other. Breaking through the wall without stopping, for the first time since arriving the Viscount panicked. Zickard, kill him. The guards posted behind him stood up and barely got the time to reach forward when Dawn was already there. His hand reaching forward, the moment it made contact with one of the two guards, the enemy froze totally before breaking. The temperature inside him reached absolute zero leaving nothing afterward. Guard 2, W.A. Dawn, shut up, you're noisy. And the same happened for the other but the time he took to take them out was enough for Raven to come back. Jumping on the boy, his expression morphed into rage as both crashed into the floor. Raven's sword against Dawn's right arm, both connected as the shadow tried to push further. They ultimately ended at the very bottom of the castle breaking through all the floor. Raven, you can't use heroism don't you? Dawn, you found out. Raven, what are you? I had never seen a member of your so-called genius family use ice magic. Both exchanged a small discussion as the solid ground was being pressured, Dawn's back was facing it as they glared at each other. Dawn, this skill, it turns the will of it work like a simple equation, it will turn the willpower and belief of the user into power. Raven, it also gives the power to save humanity from the demon, the supreme art called holy magic. Dawn, unfortunately, my current will for life doesn't go the same direction as the skill wants it to be. This skill, the principle was that the more you were willing to protect humanity, the more power you would get, a skill that separated the race. If a goblin were to have it, then the more he would want to protect his kind, the more power he would get. Dawn was disgusted by humans, from a skill who converted the actual will to protect humanity, it fell on the wrong hand. But despite the lack of holy magic use, Dawn was still granted an insane physical boost. Raven, it won't be enough, she was much stronger. Releasing more of his power, the shadow blade started to cut through Dawn's arm. But at the same time, the blade was getting covered in frost. Raven, huh? Dawn, ha ha, ha ha ha. Bursting in laughter, Dawn had finished his analysis, using the skill reader he couldn't perceive much about his opponent until now. Because he had to fight and read at the same time but now, this discussion gave him the necessary time for it. Dawn, after understanding his skill, I managed to change the property of my ice to the same as his shadow. The power of Raven is based on shadow, an intangible power possessing excessive destructive capability. The shadow property was odd as it was intangible yet it could still affect the material world, as if the attack came from another dimension. This took time but now, Dawn managed to directly affect the shadow by making his ice the same property as the shadow. Raven, what kind of power is that? Adaptability. Raven witnessed firsthand how dangerous this boy was, he was the current wielder of heroism and now he had another divine blessing, in other words skill. Dawn, now let's see, who will come out of this alive? Your shadow or my frost? Raven, you bastard. Both glaring at each other, the frost and blade kept going against each other, a fight of stamina and endurance. Luna POV. Standing beside my father, I gazed at the prince trying to defend himself and his sister from the weakened attack of Miss Mia. Why am I doing this? I remember wanting to help that boy, but now, I feel like all this doesn't matter. Was I always like that? Cold, yes I just need to focus on father's order, after all I'm just a weapon. Luna, huh? Huh? Why do these thoughts hurted me, deep inside, why? Was this cold persona fake? Was I in reality fond of the time I spent with him? I don't know which one of me is the real me. Zickard, Luna, after this day you'll be removed from the Zickard family and placed under the mage order, understood? Luna, yes. Suddenly, all those doubts disappeared, I felt cold, right the order is all that matters. Falmouth, you sure got a useful tool. Zickard, naturally but at the end she is just a slave from a commoner's blood. Falmouth, heh, I'm sure she'll grow into a beautiful woman later. I could see him licking his lips, not like it mattered to me. My gaze lowered as I saw Miss Mia gathering mana in her long sword. This is the end. Falmouth, what about that Arseid boy? He seemed quite scary earlier. Zickard, it's fine, Raven is the strongest human in the kingdom, I can easily kill some demons, so why bother with a brat? As I could see the near future of this unfortunate prince, something unexpected happened. The room was already damaged and in ruin, but once again another hole was made from below. It seemed Dawn and Sir Raven had finished their fight. It was fast, and again like earlier this event stopped all movement. Miss Mia looked over, not bothered by the fact that she released her guards. I guess this is just how big the gap between her and the prince is. Anyway, coming from below, all were waiting to see the victor, and surely the first to come up is Raven, haha. Sir Raven, his entire body was covered in frost. It doesn't seem he could move his arm and barely managed to walk with the remaining strength he had. His eyes were reaching their last light. Zickard, I knew it, good Joe. Raven, honestly, he is even more monstrous than you, Rexes. Once again I lost. Falling down to everyone's expectation, another figure came out of the hole. My eyes widened slightly as the same boy I hung out with came up almost unscattered. He was obviously tired, panting heavily, but compared to Sir Raven, his right arm was just reforming. Dawn, this idiot, I won this just because of a dirty trick. Third POV. The only reason Dawn was the one currently standing is because when they were pressuring the other, Raven was cutting through Dawn's arm, which was made with ice. It wasn't part of his body, making it an indirect hit, while Dawn was directly reaching his body, a direct attack. If both were back in the same situation and this time they were put in equal situations, Dawn would have lost. Dawn, now. His eyes wandering around the room as all were frozen, he naturally stumbled on Mia, but right now, he felt exhausted. Even with Snowy backing him, he just defeated someone who was much stronger than him, along with the fact that his body isn't fully grown yet. Fighting this girl would lead to his doom. No, right now he has to kill off the mastermind at all cost, even if he dies afterward. Dawn concluded one thing: his and Sola coming into this world brought changes. If Zickard continues to live, then perhaps even if it's just 0.1% chance that Falmouth never takes the throne and changes the plot forever. Dawn has to avoid that. This is the start of the final act. Dawn, let's do this. Bonus. Third POV. In an era far before Dawn's arrival, the founder of the Arseid family, Rexes von Ark, was standing in the middle of a flower field. A sword in hand. Contrary to the tale within the family, the founder was a woman with long black hair and purple eyes. Rexes Ark, later granted the name of Rexes von Ark, a noble, and finally found the Arseid household. Rexes, control your power, and release it. Muttering, her eyes closed, a golden aura formed around her blade. She flashed a smile before sending a heavy slash through the air. A violent invisible slash followed by a gust of wind went cutting a tree in half. Satisfied, Rexes shielded her sword and was about to leave when she heard a cry coming from where the tree was cut. Panicking a little, Rexes quickly made her way there, hoping that her attack didn't injure anyone, and to her relief the tree fell just beside a kid who was now crying. Rexes, sorry, are you okay? Kneeling to help him, the kid wasn't injured, but still this event must have caused a trauma in him. Boy, why yes. Muffling his cry, Rexes sighed before helping the boy get up, since he was clearly not in condition to go back alone and that there was no sign of his parents around. She asked where he was from and decided to help him get to his home. At this time the kingdom of Muth was still a small village. Rexes, by the way, what is your name? Raven, miss. Rexes, a cool name I see. Nodding 2 times, Rexes smiled as the boy blushed. In the small time they passed together, they somehow become friends, mainly due to Rex's friendly nature, the boy being in the future the one who achieved the final blow on the first Arseid was at that time simply an innocent boy. Rexes, I'm Rexes Ark, by the way, remember this name because I will become the strongest woman in the world. Raven. Rexes was a little stunned by his empty answer and just struggled it off, but unknown to her, the boy was staring at her from behind. She was giving him a piggyback, so he could only stare at the back of her head. A sense of admiration washed his soul. This day was the start of a boy chasing the woman he admired but lost it all the day he fell into the wrong path. Third POV. The room was silent and tense. All was broken when Dawn charged forward toward the Viscount. On the side, Mia kicked Prince Leo aside and quickly went to intercept Dawn. But she didn't expect her foot to slip up. Mia, huh? Ice. The entire ground instantly froze. No, the frost was even contaminating even the wall. Mia, it's this boy's aura. What kind of power is that? This goes beyond even the royal mage. At this point it was too late for her, she wouldn't make it in time. Coming back to Dawn, his eyes were locked on his enemy, his right arm was now fully regenerated. Dawn, I feel dizzy, and my body already went past its limit. Calling him a desperate piece of bones wouldn't be wrong, if it wasn't for the ice compensating for his muscle and bones. He would be crawling on the ground. Everything went too well as the number of enemies and its quality was way too superior. Dawn had to face reality. He had won against Raven by pure luck, and without Snowy he would have died way earlier. Dawn, at the end I'm just a kid. He flashed a weak smile before crashing into a newly formed wall of earth. On the side Luna was still here. Her arm up, she was a genius among her generation, her talent rivaled the greatest, and it was a fact for Dawn that this girl had progressed faster than him. He was stronger just because of his knowledge of Tensura, and now she was his enemy. Dawn, ah, how annoying. Luna, earthbind. Dozens of pillars of stone appeared, locking Dawn in the middle of it, but soon all these turned into ice before shattering. Dawn, I see, so my rewrite evolved again. With his mind constantly performing the unique skill, author along Snowy's magic. All his abilities started adapting to his current form, rewrite the stone property before shattering it due to Snowy's control over the ice element. All this could happen by a mere touch of Dawn's hand. Luna, WH. The shard of ice in the thin air was falling slowly. Luna's eyes widened as in a flash the boy she used to follow was in front of her. She was caught off guard, her eyes going down as she followed each one of the boy's movements. Dawn, you won't let me pass you without a fight, do you? He muttered those words before grabbing his friend's throat. At this moment he could have eliminated her, and he was going to. Before he saw Luna letting out a single tear. Dawn, huh? Luna, I don't know what I am anymore, but I can't help but feel happy that you are the one who is going to kill me. This sentence of hers made everything more difficult for Dawn. He was almost convinced that all was fake and that Luna was all the way under mind control. That she never truly intended to be friends with him, and at the end, the real Luna didn't exist, just a puppet. But now. Dawn bit his lips before lifting Luna in the air by her throat. In a strong movement he smashed the girl down to the ground. Destroying the floor once again. Luna lost consciousness with that, but her heartbeat was still there. She didn't die. Looking up with rage, Dawn was even more angry. At the end he couldn't believe that all those moments were fake. Ricard, who saw the scene unfold right before his eyes, was scared to death. Luckily for him, Luna stalled enough time for Mia to come. They were now waiting for the last Arcead to come up from this newly made hole. Mia, it's the end. Mia muttered. Dawn's power was decreasing quickly, and just now she felt the presence of the last member of the shadow. It seems this member had succeeded in his task of killing Sola Levon. Mia, still Raven died. This is quite shocking. I don't think I would have beaten this boy in a direct confrontation. Turning her eyes toward the corpse of her former companion, the face of this shadow was smiling. It was known by Mia that Raven had a deep hatred for the Arcead. She wasn't told why, but Raven was just like that, but it seems in his last moment he managed to collect his thoughts and die in peace. Mia POV. Dragging my sword up, I immediately winced when that Arcead boy appeared out of the hole and rushed straight toward me. Viscount Zickard right behind me was scared for his life, and it was understandable. This boy didn't look human anymore. With his power. Mia, what? Dawn, TCH, I guess I'll die here. What did he do? It doesn't have this menacing presence anymore. No, it is fact his right arm was melting. What happened in this whole situation with this Luna girl? Mia, you, throw your life away for this girl. Dawn, I realized that I hated life in itself. Luna deserves to live more than me. I couldn't understand his logic, but right now, he is as weak as an ant. I strengthened my arm as my sword made contact with this boy's ice blade. And as expected, I overpowered him instantly. He is dead now. Mia, silver arrow. Third POV. His offense getting parried, Dawn's ice blade shattered mid-air, the impact sending him off as a bright silver light made way toward his exposed abdomen. He could just close his eyes. Dawn, even after my rebirth, I wasn't able to achieve anything. How pathetic. He smiled, feeling empty inside. Well, he was somehow wrong. He did save the life of at least one of those he held dear. Minutes earlier, when Dawn held Luna down on the ground, he tightened his grip on her throat as more tears poured down the girl's eyes. Dawn, I'm sorry, Luna. Even as the light inside her eyes was slowly vanishing, she smiled. This was like a confirmation for Dawn. Luna and his relationship was real. They were truly friends. Unfortunately, those times had to be cut short. Snowy, Master. Dawn, Snowy, I'll tell you goodbye too. You were one of the best things that ever happened to me. Dawn's voice went soft as his eyes glowed. Snowy inside his soul felt a disturbance as something was getting rewritten. The spirit was in shock as her eyes witnessed in direct the life force of Dawn decreasing. What was happening wasn't draining Dawn's Magic as he had almost none left from the prior fight. It wasn't even trying to take source from Snowy's power. No, Dawn himself directed it toward his life force. Snowy, what are you doing, Master? Dawn, there is no way I'm getting out of this alive. Snowy, listen carefully. The spirit was totally bewildered. It was the first time she felt that kind of emotion as Dawn explained with a tired voice. Dawn, I'm a lost cause at this point, but Luna, and you can achieve so much. I'm tired of living. Internally I always questioned myself about the meaning of living. His arm glowing, letters started appearing in the thin air. The unique skill, author had awakened. Dawn, what is the point of living? What us being given with intelligence was meant to achieve? All this tormented me, and finally when I was given a second chance, I thought I could achieve something. The letters around started to form a sort of dome around him and Luna. They connected with each other and soon their colors changed from white to gold. Dawn, but in the end, I failed at everything, but I sincerely believe that Luna and Snowy have much more to do. Snowy, why you, Master, you can't do that. Smiling, Dawn closed his eyes. At this point Snowy tried her best to force the ongoing off, but her attempt in closing it was futile as Snowy suddenly lost her force. Her mind turned dizzy before totally turning off. The last words muttered inside Dawn's mind were, Snowy, Master. Dawn, thank you, my dear partner, achieved rewrite. At his words, the golden letters turned rainbow before circling around them and finally approached, penetrating both the boy and girl bodies. The cold yet warm feeling Dawn had before inside his soul was gone and transferred toward Luna. The prince of this spell was the full usage of rewrite from the unique skill, Author. Dawn achieved and rewrote his own soul. The bond he shared with Snowy was bound through a soul corridor. A proof of their relation, something that shouldn't be breakable, yet Dawn did it. He rewrote something that wasn't physical. He rewrote the spiritual path that binds two people. Dawn and Snowy became Luna and Snowy. Smiling at his success, it was almost his end. He could feel himself getting weaker, but it didn't matter to him anymore. Dawn, beautiful. In contrast to him, the unconscious Luna changed radically. Her power suddenly increased along her silver hair. They gained a cold shine. It truly fitted her, Luna, in French Luna the moon. It fitted well with Snowy, who represented snow and its coldness. As the moon was filled with the empty spaces cold. Dawn, thank you, Luna, for being my friend. Haha, I didn't know I could be this emotive. Getting up, he carefully settled Luna down and turned around. He still had one thing to do, or at least he would try. And this was Dawn, to kill the Viscount. Or at least he thought. Mia's attack was charging toward him. Well, Luna was safe, and in a few years she will be the strongest. He can believe that. Leo, don't fucking mess with me. Mia/Dawn. But a string of fate has decided otherwise. This tragic end that Dawn himself foresaw and accepted was broken by the shout of the prince. Leo with his sword barged between the two. Despite being weaker, he didn't even hesitate, standing in front of the silver light. The blink of an instant as the silver arrow hit Leo, his entire arm getting vaporized, he stood still, taking the entire offense, leaving Mia speechless. Mia, this prince. Leo had half of his body gone, yet he stood still, his eyes fully open as the sound of Dawn falling on the ground right behind him resounded. Dawn, what? Leo, you idiot. You can't die now. I refuse this outcome. This was confusing to Dawn. Him and the prince weren't that much of a friend. So why did he do that? He was practically dead, and what about the princess? Dawn turned his eyes toward the said princess, and she was lying on the ground unconscious. Dawn, did he knock her out? Leo, I am the prince of this country. It's my duty to protect it, not a lower noble. A baron nonetheless. Taking pride in his words, he was clearly searching for an excuse to barge in and stop Dawn. Mia was looking at the scene interested, letting them continue. She didn't try to attack. Mia, perhaps I chose the wrong side. Leo Muth, perhaps you could have shown me that. Leo, so be reassured, Dawn Arcead, I will protect this kingdom. His eyes animated with an unknown passion, he charged forward. He was slow, one arm left, not even his full strength at the moment could arm a child. Dawn watched him as Mia didn't show mercy, turned around before landing a heavy side kick, sending Leo back to where he was in front of Dawn. Mia, if that's all you got, then you're screwed. Zickard, what are you waiting for? Kill them both. Mia, shut up, dickhead, I'm seeing something interesting. To Baron Falmouth and everyone's shock, Mia spouted those harsh words toward the new king of the nation, and her next action would be questioning which side she is actually with. As she punched the Viscount, sending him to sleep for the rest of the day. Mia, so we are clear, I am not supporting any of you, neither do I follow the order of Raven. I decided to take action for my own goal. Leo, hey, at least it felt good seeing this trash getting beaten. Smiling, Leo took a deep breath before running toward Mia again, his blood flying everywhere as once again he was sent back by a direct front kick. Still his eyes remained determined. Dawn couldn't understand that. He himself was stubborn, but why torture yourself like that? Leo, Dawn, please, take my sister and run, leave this whole thing to me. Between his struggle as once again he was kicked back to the starting point, he muttered those words for Dawn only to hear. The last Arcead's eyes widened as he looked down, his hair covering his eyes, he bit his lips frustrated. Leo smirked at this and rushed forward once again. A man would even wonder how the prince could still move in that state. Mia, it's pointless. Her patience reaching its limit, she already recycled the same situation 10 times now. Her eyes sharpening, she grabbed Leo by the hair and directly planted her knee into his face. Showing her mastery over martial art, she didn't stop as her arm locked down to the prince's neck. She caught him and swiftly broke his remaining arm and left knee. Leo, arged. Back to the ground. This time Leo gave his all to get up, no support. He came back after a long minutes on one leg. His eyes still showed this flame of determination. This impressed Mia, who started to laugh. Mia, ha 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 ha. You are really something, Prince. And me who thought you royal family were worthless. Holding her face as she laughed all died down when Mia dropped the act, her cold and rigid expression back. Mia, I deem you worthy Leo Muth, so be happy you will die under my strongest spell. Stretching her arm toward the sky, Magicule gathered in one place as a bow formed between her hands. She grabbed it and unlocked it as a bright silver arrow formed on the hilt. Mia, I am the one who seeks true justice, my arrow will pierce heaven itself and show the path of rightness. It wasn't an incantation, it was just Mia's way to show her respect toward the prince, her true goal, the search for true rightness and justice. Mia, silver arrow. A light brighter than anything she had formed until now, this attack would undoubtedly kill Leo and destroy everything on its path. Standing there while just staring, Leo seemed to have resigned to his fate. He looked behind him for an instant as Dawn had yet to move. Leo, go Dawn, if I were the one to run with Rhea, I won't last long and ultimately we will all die, whereas I believe you can survive and give my sister a better life. Dawn, do you expect me to survive? Muttering those words in a heavy tone, Dawn's right arm was almost completely melted, the part of his body made of ice were too impacted by Snowy's transfer. And Dawn didn't possess any kind of regenerative magic or skill. Leo, it will always be better than me. Smiling, Leo turned around fully facing the silver arrow. Mia had waited for them to finish this discussion for her own reason. Now done, her hand released the sting as the arrow flew off to destroy its target. Dawn, TCH. Clicking his tongue, Dawn took support on the ground with his left hand and quickly ran off using a burst step. The speed and distance he managed to travel was much weaker than what he should be capable of, but this was enough. In an instant he took the princess and left through one of the shattered walls. Falmouth, don't let him escape. Mia, self-sacrifice to let the strongest escape, brilliant Leo Muth, you earned my respect. Closing his eyes, Leo felt the mass of pure energy rushing toward him. The heat from the silver arrow disintegrated his skin before it even made contact. And finally, with a smile, Leo Muth, the sole prince of this kingdom, held his last moment as not even ashes were left. Mia just stood motionless as her strongest spell dissipated after destroying half of the remainder of this room. The arrow pierced through the castle, leaving a giant hole in it. The falling night sky could be seen from where she was standing. Falmouth, what is that power? Mia, shut up, you old geezer. Punching him so he could quiet down, Mia was left alone in the top room of this ruin of a castle. Her eyes wandered through the window Dawn had left earlier. Mia, this is where my part ends. On Dawn's side, he was carrying the princess with his two arms, though at any moment his right one would be gone. After jumping through the window, he tried to run down the wall before escaping the capital through one of the cardinal gates. But once again, things turned grim. The shadow group of Muth is constituted of 3 individuals, 2 of them being Raven and Mia. One was missing, and finally he decided to show up as the wall Dawn was running. One suddenly crackled before breaking as a man bursted through it. Ha ha ha. Found YA. Dawn, shit. Rushing at him mid-air with a warhammer, this man was a musclehead contrary to Mia and Raven who used refined skill. He didn't look up the name of a member of the shadow. Dawn, fuck it. I'll enhance my ice with the remaining Magicule. Doing as he says, he delayed the melting of his ice as he barely dodged the incoming attack. As the hammer swung down, it blasted the air itself. Dawn, if it landed, he would have crushed me. Using the piece of wall that flew off when this barbarian burst through the wall, Dawn quickly burst step downward, leaping in the air. Fighting wasn't an option. Ray, running from Ray now. You're just like that Sunny girl. Dawn, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. Ray, honestly, this bitch was annoying, I couldn't even kill her off but you. I'll destroy you to the core. An invisible platform forming below him, Ray rushed once again toward Dawn. The unexpected action made the boy flinch as this time the shock would be inevitable. Dawn, in terms of raw strength, he outclassed me. My weakened state isn't helping, but it's too late to dodge. TCH, whatever, all in. Gritting his teeth, he throwed Rhea in his arm up as she would bother him right now, his 2 arms glowing gold. A wave of energy escaped his body. It wasn't Magicule, it was the heat from the unique skill, heroism. Dawn, let's roll it then. Both hammer and fist clashing, a wave of heat followed with blasts of wind echoed through the sky. Ray was grinning maniacally. His previous fight against Sola wasn't glorious, the fact that she was still alive was proof of it. But now, he truly enjoyed the fight, but this clash had to be cut short when Dawn's arm started to break. Ray, you're reaching your limit, genius boy. Dawn, seriously, first at the mansion, then against this Mia girl and now him. Did my luck run out? Ray, ha ha ha. I'm getting fired up. His big arms strengthening, Dawn flinched as his aura was getting devoured by his enemy. Ultimately it led to his arms getting overpowered. Now closer than ever, Ray grinned, throwing his hammer in the sky as he instead chose for a more radical way. His hand forming a round fist, Dawn's eyes stared at him as if the world had gone into slow motion. Ray, die. Regalia impact. His fierce aura forming the head of a lion, Ray directly crashed his fist into Dawn's stomach. The ice that formed his thoracic cage broke as the punch deformed the natural shape of the body. This single punch caused the boy to see a star. Furthermore, he gasped as saliva left her mouth. Before he flew off away, the next fall will be fatal with his organs and muscle off. His conscience barely holding, this was the end, the end. No, the wheel of fate turned his clock. Dawn, I don't want to die yet. It was contradictory to his own thought, but this was how humans were made: contradict themselves, lie to others. VOTW, individual Dawn's wish was heard, proceeding to an evolution, granted, racial evolution, denied, error, revision of possible outcome, success, the unique skill, heroism will be taken away in exchange of life force, evolution into human, saint, failed. Falling down, Dawn heard this familiar yet distant voice. VOTW, reviewing other possible outcomes, success, removal of the name Arseid, success, acquisition of hero egg, success. The heroism and pride behind the name Arseid was real, even the world itself recognized it, and now this same name was used as a sacrifice. At this moment onward, Dawn Arseid was no more, he was just Dawn. VOTW, negative emotion detected, hero egg will be temporarily sealed, corrupted egg obtained, compensation granted, unique skill, fiction acquired, this will conclude this evolution. As the voice stopped, Dawn regrow his lost members and stood still midair as a platform of ice formed for support. Ray, what? Dawn, I'll think about it later, for now. Turning around, he looked up where Rhea was still falling down. Using burst steps while forming a plate of ice below his feet, he quickly caught her and flew past the sky of Muth. Ray tried to go after him, but he was just too fast. Ray, he is creating platforms of ice to use the burst step. What kind of magic mastery is that? The boy's figure leaving in the horizon, Ray was forced to admit his failure. For Dawn, he managed to leave the kingdom and land in the forest where all his strength left his body. He just was subject to an evolution. But his body wasn't adapted to it yet. Falling down, he muttered a few words knowing that someone was there in the middle of this darkness. Dawn, PL please, help, fufufu, very well boi. Sitting atop of a tree, the future queen of darkness Luminous Valentine smirked as she witnessed everything. Third POV. After the revolution ended, the kingdom of Muth officially became the new dynasty Zickard, with the former Viscount Darren Zickard as the new king. Baron Falmouth the new prime minister. The first thing they did after taking the power was to execute all the noble affiliation of the former royalty. Thus the Duke family and more were publicly executed. This led to many changes and the kingdom slowly fell into corruption. As for Luna Zickard, she was directly sent into the mage section and was removed from the royal family list. The new king deemed her unworthy of sharing the same name and fully made her a weapon for war. Though he was thinking he still had full control over her with his mind control, in reality, Luna had changed very much in the 2 weeks after the revolution. Now standing on top of the castle which was slowly rebuilt, she set her hand on the edge wall and stared at the horizon. Luna, Snowy, do you think I will ever see him again? Snowy. After waking up, Luna had a hard time controlling her new body. Due to Snowy's presence she had evolved greatly. The weak aspect of her body decreased and an entire week she had to readjust herself to her own body. She also met Snowy who was forcefully given to her. The spirit didn't hide her dislike toward the situation and barely talked. Snowy didn't consider Luna as her master. She couldn't understand why Dawn did that. If she stayed with him, they could have still won, she thought. Luna, I really underestimated my own loneliness. To think after he disappeared I would feel such emptiness. Clenching her fist, a small object shone on around her neck, a necklace with the shape of a crescent moon. Luna, I need to stay strong. I know one day our path will cross again. Snowy, TCH. Luna might appear like a strong person right now, but this was after the aftermatch. The reaction she released when first waking up was despair, grief, guilt. She wasn't breaking down at the moment because she already reached the lowest mental state she ever had in this short life of hers. Lifting the necklace to the sky, she stared at it intensely, biting her lips. A shaky voice then escaped her mouth. Luna, I'll swear, we'll meet again. On the other side, hidden in a cold room, Sola was sitting in front of the strongest woman in the dynasty, Zickard. Sola, ugh, she is scary as hell, and what are these stats? She is like a monster in human skin. Mia, so, why the hell are you still alive? Sola, what do you mean? Mia, don't play dumb. And you, Ray? You were ordered to kill her and the rest of Viscount Levon's family. Glaring toward the last colleague she had in the shadow group of Muth, Ray was a musclehead totally opposite from Raven and Mia. He was brain dead, but his strength had to be recognized, as if he truly tried, a single of his strikes would shake the entire nation. Ray, well, this brat won. Mia, huh? Ray, she challenged me in a duel and won. Mia, how in the world? If it was that guy Dawn I would have understood, but a brat girl. Sola, ouch, you know I'm here. Mia, do it look like I care? Taking another hit, Sola dropped her head down humiliated, in truth when Ray came to the Levon mansion. He easily massacred everyone. At some point when he started chasing Sola she thought it was the end. But with a cheeky trick, she managed to survive. Sola, I still can't believe it worked. It might take strength and plot protection if I was in a story. Mia, now explain. Or I'll shoot a silver arrow right through your face. A sword made of silver light formed in her hand. Both Sola and Ray panicked and soon they explained how everything led to this situation. After Ray mercilessly killed and dismembered Viscount Levon's body, he noticed Sola and went after her. Bursting through walls and destroying everyone, Sola did her best dodging but ultimately got into a corner and was forced to face the beast, casting a few spells. None even scratched Ray, who lifted his battle axe. Ray, haha, goodbye little girl. Swinging down his weapon, Sola closed her eyes preparing for the worst, but at the same time her instinct kicked in and she shouted. Sola, stop. And to her shock, Ray stopped, the battle axe an inch away from her face. Ray, why should Ray stop? Ray has already killed that imposter Ray and Big Levon, so why should he spare you? Sola, he actually stopped. Wait, this way of speaking in the third person, maybe. Remember the thousands of anime she had watched, there was one type of character that existed, similar to Malene Nava. Those childish characters who could lose via trick, it's her only chance right now. Sola, I challenge you in a duel. As expected, it wasn't hard to convince Ray after telling him how much of a coward he would be if he refused this duel. Mia, you lost at rock, paper, scissor, what is even this game? Ray, basically you can either choose rock, paper, or scissor. Paper beat rock beat scissor and scissor beat paper. Mia, I see, so you lost to luck. Ray, No, I'm not that stupid. Mia, then how? Ray, this brat told me and saved my honor. Only true men use rock, so I used rock. He said in a proud voice while showing off his chest. Mia facepalmed and looked at Sola, who averted her eyes. Sola, honestly, I can't believe it worked. I just had to tell him that only weaklings use scissors or paper, and men use rocks. Mia, you idiot. Grabbing her forehead with 2 fingers, she massaged it, most likely trying to ease the headache caused by this idiot. Mia, well, nothing I can do about this. What will you do now, bratty girl? Sola, can you please not call me that? Mia, no. Anyway, since you're related to that Don boy, I won't kill you. Sola, now that's surprising. Why would she let me live? Mia, before you ask, he showed me something I will remember for the rest of my life. For that I'm grateful, so I'll compensate by letting you live. Sola, I see. Now what should I do? If I came out now I would most likely be executed. Seeing her indecision, Mia sighed and proposed something that will solve all of Sola's problems. Mia, what about becoming a member of the Shadow, and work for me? Sola, huh? Mia, your half-brother killed our former leader Raven, now down to 2. It will be annoying as I can't count on this meathead for paperwork. Sola, are you sure? I mean, shouldn't I still be an enemy? Mia, don't worry, we'll change your appearance and name. Sola thought about it for a moment. This is the best option she had and by far. Sola, very well, I accept your offer. Mia, good. Smiling a little, Mia appeared much cooler than the first impression she gave off. It seems all those decades as a member of the Shadow, killing, and doing all the dirty work hasn't fully tainted her humanity. And like that, Sola had become a member of this nameless group protecting Zikard from the Shadow. Now on the other side of the world, the man who was wanted as a criminal and traitor by the dynasty Zikard, was slowly waking up. It has been weeks since the revolution and finally, he showed signs of recovery. Dawn, ugh, this hurt. Without Snowy, his ability of regeneration and more were decreased considerably. Dawn, tch, why am I anyway? Fully opening his eyes, he scanned his surroundings, a fairly well-decorated room lit with candles. Dawn, where in the world did I end up? Wait. Remembering the event right before he collapsed, he had felt this familiar presence and decided to trust it as it showed no animosity. Ruminas, are finally awake boi. Frantically turning toward the source of the voice, Dawn's eyes widened when he saw the Blood Queen Rumina's Valentine. She was wearing her usual gothic dress as a smirk cornered her pretty face. Dawn, why you? Ruminas, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Chuckling, she grabbed a chair and sat beside the bed. Dawn was wary at first but then relaxed when he realized. He was in the Night Garden and at the mercy of the future god Luminous and Demon Lord Valentine. Dawn, so, what are you going to do to me? Ruminas, foo-foo, if you were a girl I would have stripped you naked and have my fun. Licking her lips, Dawn was reminded that Ruminas is an horny Yuri vampire. This also led him to be worried as he remembered carrying Ria with him. Ruminas, but since you're a male, I'm just going to have you serve me. Dawn, I see what? Ruminas, I saved you 2 times already, the first one being that day we first met. I did let you live instead of killing you, don't you think it's time to repay me? Dawn, is she really counting that? But, I don't see why you would want someone like me as your servant. Ruminas, let's say I have my reason, also you will only serve me once I call you. For the time being, you can do as you wish. This was strange. Ruminas is a strong woman who won't hesitate to strip everything out of you, enslave you and more. Giving him that much freedom isn't something she would do. Dawn, why are you so lenient? Right now, I'm nothing but a weak prey for you, right? Ruminas, do not question my action, boy. Turning toward him with cold eyes, she grabbed him by the collar, approaching her face. Ruminas, just so you know, if you die before I call you, I'll make sure to resurrect and show you what a nightmare is. Being this close to her, Dawn internally blushed. He still has the fan art and hot AI-generated picture of this vampire in head. And now that he was so close to her, some internal battles started, though they were quickly deleted when Dawn faced the strong aura of Ruminas. He quickly nodded before getting tossed by the vampire. Ruminas, anyway, you can stay here for as long as you want, just don't bother me, and if you need anything ask this butler of mine. Appearing out of nowhere, Gunther bowed as Ruminas just left the room. Dawn, seriously, she smelt very good like Rose. No, it's not time to simp. To think she would give me that much freedom. Processing everything, Dawn reached a single conclusion that would have led to this. Dawn, thank you, Chloe and Hinata. Rumina's POV. After leaving the room, I sighed and leaned on the wall. I don't hate this boy, I'm just at a neutral side, as he isn't like those usual noisy humans full of greed and pride. Ruminas, are you happy now? Turning my head toward the dark corridor, someone emerged from the shadow. Chloe, yes, thank you. Ruminas, I have to admit, he has something other human children don't have, but to the point where you come ask me personally to interact with him. Chloe, he is my student, I believe he will have an important role in the future, so take care of him. Ruminas, meh, I don't think he is going to stay here for long anyway. He certainly has great potential, but I doubt he'll ever reach the top of the world. Chloe, let him do. Those were her last words before she left. Ah, she is so cold, I love it. Chloe POV. After thinking and reshaping my plan, I just couldn't accurately make them. The appearance of Dawn and the revelation of him being a sort of author is way too unexpected, but he isn't a threat, I can tell it. For that I decided to bet on him and thus, change history again. Chloe, are you sure about this, Hinata? Hinata, I am, why shouldn't I be? Chloe, you basically want Dawn Kuan to take the role of leader of the Saints and be your superior in the future. Hinata, honestly, I don't really care, and having him as my superior I will be able to progress faster. It's a win/win for me. The presence of Dawn is really problematic but also positive. He can prevent a lot of events and help us. Aside from that, his power isn't to be neglected. He will be strong in the future. I don't know how much, but I'm sure he won't be a burden. Third POV. After properly resting, Dawn got up from the bed and finally left the room. He had previously asked Gunther where Rhea was and is now on his way to see her. After a few minutes of walking in the seemingly endless big castle, he reached a room with a large door. Knocking on the door, Dawn then pushed and entered to see a young princess sat on the bed, her eyes red from previous crying. She turned her face toward the door, her eyes meeting with Dawn's. Dawn, you don't seem okay, Rhea. The girl had dead eyes, the shine in them was replaced with coldness. She had witnessed her father's death and then lost her brother. Her status as princess and kingdom, all were gone. Dawn, we are currently in a monster territory. I already talked with the ruler here. I can live whenever I want. The girl just stared at him. He heavily implied on the I, meaning he wasn't counting Rhea in. Dawn, I'll still ask, what are you going to do? Rhea, what do you want me to do? I have nothing left but this worthless life. Finally speaking, she was cold and devoid of life. It was clear to Dawn what would happen if he left her alone here. Suicide, someone who lost everything and has no goal in life anymore. His conclusion is only death. Dawn, your brother, he asked me to take care of you. Rhea, he did. So what? Dawn, I'm leaving tomorrow right before dawn. If you aren't waiting outside your room by then, I'll go alone. Turning around, Dawn didn't even spare her a glance and left. Immediately after he closed the door, Rhea let out tears of despair. Rhea, I idiot, you could at least try to comfort me. The tears falling and tainting the bed sheet, she looked down in shame. She could only be angry at herself to be this weak. What does she have left now? Nothing. All her life, the sole thing that made her stand out was the status of princess. Her brother was always at her side no matter what. All this was in the past now. Rhea, no. I still have one thing left. After crying for a while, Rhea crept up a creepy smile. Rhea, revenge. I'll kill those bastards myself. Ha 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 ha. Standing behind the door, Dawn listened to everything with his eyes closed. Sometimes negative emotions are adrift for life. This new hatred will keep Rhea alive and be her new goal in life. Dawn, I guess I will have to plan a travel route for two now. Third POV. 20 years later, a lone individual was walking toward the gate of the recently set Dynasty Zikard's capital city. Caped, he wore a simple plain white mask, a thin sword on his wrist. His sudden appearance didn't go unnoticed by the guards who raised their weapon. It was nighttime, so external visits were prohibited. "Guard, stop right there." And to his surprise the man did stop. When all thought he was just a random traveler, things went downhill for them when the man stretched his arm and unsheathed his sword. A black katana, a weapon the world had no knowledge of. "Guard 2, what are yo?" Before he could finish his sentence, a white flash sparkled in front of them, cardinal slash. In his words, the wall protecting the capital was instantly broken, shaped in a crossway. This unknown attack shook the entire city, alarming everyone. Standing in the middle of this destruction, the men sighed and turned around. "You guys were in the way, sorry." Addressing the completely erased guards, the man once again turned around, this time using his detection skill. Hundreds of guards were coming this way, however he didn't move or try to escape as if he was actually waiting for them. Finally, after a long minute, the first enemy came, and it was a familiar face for the men. Luna, quite bold to attack the capital alone in the middle of the night. Her voice resoned. The masked man looked up at the top of a house, long silver hair flowing along the cold wind of the night. Luna from the Royal Mages, the strongest magic user in the kingdom. What a lovely night to attack, don't you think? The full moon was guiding the sky, a brief silence as Luna's eyes suddenly widened. "Luna, why you? When was the last time we saw each other?" "I guess 2 decades ago." "Luna, dee-daw." Her words were cut off as an army of guards appeared, weapons in the air. Their loud walk could be heard through the entire district. The men turned toward them, completely ignoring Luna, the girl too. She was confused as to what to do now. "Well, I'll go ahead then, see you later, Luna." Talking as if they were long-time friends, the men disappeared, leaving Luna silent. The next thing she knew was that the 132 guards on their way were gone. Nothing from them was left. "Luna, this was Snowy, Master Dawn." He finally reappeared. The spirit appeared in a spiritual form where only Luna could see. She shouted, "Those past years were horrendous, as the alchemy between Luna and Snowy was never great. But in the end they had a common goal. It was finding the same person." Back to Dawn. He was not out of the capital, on a hill a few hundred kilometers away, staring back at the town. He wasn't here to simply make an appearance. Waiting a few more seconds, he lifted his arm, letting a few magic circles appear in the air. "Dawn, transfer rewrite." The magic circle turned into an information particle. His eyes glowed. An instant before one of the trees nearby he was pointing his arm at disappeared. And in its stead, a girl appeared. The girl with tainted hair was the former princess of this kingdom, now short light blonde hair. She slowly fell on the ground and breathed heavily. The phenomenon that just happened was an exchange of information previously set. 2 days ago the same tree's information was saved inside Dawn's mind along with Ria's information, who was previously turned into an object and not living behind. Using unique skills, author, reader, and fiction, rewriting the information in a way to bend the law of space, switching the place of two things was possible. You could also say that the moment before Ria switched places, she had died, becoming a non-living object. "Dawn, were you done?" "Ria, yes, thank you." Over the years, the once weak girl has grown, now a proper woman. She held in her hand a freshly cut head belonging to the King Zikard. All this was perfectly executed. Dawn served as a distraction by attacking openly while Ria sneaked in and killed the king. "Dawn, we can leave then." Turning around, Ria looked at the men she has been following for 2 decades now. "Ria, won't you see our former friends?" "Dawn, you know very well, right now I have no right to call them friends." Speaking those heavy and cold words, Ria shook her head. Looking up at the night sky, she remembered that day when they left the night garden. At the moment, Luminous Valentine was staring at the 2 humans leaving her castle. She didn't tell them goodbye and just let them do. Her eyes followed the boys back as she shook her head. "Luminous, Fufu, show me something interesting." The boy in question was walking in silence. The girl behind him was trailing. This was clearly not a vacation or relaxing trip. "Ria, where are we going?" "Dawn, Human's Kingdom is a big no. I had already seen some wanted posters of me from the Dynasty Zikard's demand." As he pronounced the new name of Muth, Ria bit her lips. The hatred she felt toward the new royal family was beyond all. "Dawn, calm down. I promise you will have your revenge." Ria POV. It has been 2 days since we left that vampire city. My heart felt more empty than ever as I stared at the campfire in front of me. We were now in a forest. Frankly to be said, it's a very small forest but dense. From what I know, our destination is for now the Republic of Ingracia. "Dawn, are you still hungry?" Ria, no. For days now we have been eating berries or fish caught on the spot. It's very different from the royal life I was used to. Ria, you still haven't told me what we were going to do there. Staring at the fire, Dawn didn't look at me. Instead he threw some more wood at the fire and sighed. "Dawn, Ingracia even now doesn't have good relations with other nations. We will be safe for a moment there and..." Ria, and... Dawn, never mind. I looked at him suspiciously but decided to not pry. He is taking care of most things during our travels as I don't even know the basics of survival in the wild. It was always my brother taking care of our stuff back then. Dawn, I had received this corrupted egg during the VOTW announcement. I have never heard of such a thing, but the best I can conclude for now is that it's a hero egg who has rotten. I wonder what I have been doing my whole life. I thought I was kind of special being able to feel if one has divine blessing. Dawn, but as the name suggests, it's corrupted. I might be able to cure it and gain the hero egg, and for that, I have to rely on the Queen of Spirit. But in the end, I wasn't able to achieve anything as both a princess and mage. Dawn, we will stay at Ingracia until we are ready to face the world itself. Rhea, and how long will that be? Dawn, it will depend honestly, maybe a decade, 20 years or 80, I don't know. That's long, whatever, I will kill them for sure even if it's the last thing I do. Dawn, keep your rage for the day you'll face them, for now focus on improving yourself. Rhea, yes. He is right, if I'm totally blinded by revenge I will miss a lot of things and lose myself. Dawn POV. At first I wanted to go to Dworgen, but this isn't a good choice as it will provide me with nothing. I need a safe place where I could improve. Ingracia, where Ramis reside, is the best place for that. From where we are and the way we travel, we'll be there in 2 weeks, it's fine as we won't encounter much trouble. I had lost a major part of my power with Snowy, but I'm still confident enough to take on random bandits. Rhea, I'll go to sleep first. Dawn, sure, I'll wake you up early in the morning. I rather we travel during the less crowded moments of the day. Rhea, sure. Laying down, Rhea was slowly adapting to her new lifestyle. This is good, she is weak right now but I can see potential in her. Also, it's my debt to take care of her. Leo, he gave me a second will to live. Anyway, I clenched my fist as my eyes closed. I had gained a new skill, fiction. It's weird but I feel a strange connection to it. For the past 2 days, I tried to use it but it fell off as too many things happened. The power was unstable. Dawn, if a name like appeared in the light novel, what would it do? I naturally thought about something like reality or law manipulation, but I just don't feel capable of that. Until now there is a pattern, fiction, reader and author, they seem to be a link between them. If reader allows me to read between the lines of the story, author allows me to rewrite the story, then fiction would be the factor that determines the story. Dawn, MMH. Am I really going to try that? I wondered before sighing again. Grabbing my sword, I unsheathed it and pointed toward my left thigh. I closed my eyes and focused, making an image of myself. I am the story. Reading through this story I analyzed each and every single line, letters. Dawn, this could work. I smirked as I smashed the sword down. The pain I should have felt never came as instead the blade missed my leg from an inch. Dawn, I rewrote my own fate. PFF ha 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 ha. Fate, no, there is even more. Unique skill. Author was always weakened because it needed both reader and fiction to perform at its full potential. That moment I used, unachieved rewrite. I now understand why I unconsciously said that, because deep inside my soul, I knew that unique skill, author's potential was still locked. That also means, those 3 skill, author, reader and fiction were fated to be mine. Yeah, with that I can finally see a path toward the top of the world. Third POV. Back to the future after Rhea killed King Zickard, she shook her head and followed Dawn as they left the scene. In the capital, Luna was staring at the sky as the entire kingdom was set into chaos. Behind her was Snowy, taking a spiritual form where only her host could see her. Snowy, Master Dawn changed a lot, and I felt it, inside him. Her eyes turning colder, she never finished her thought as a secret rage filled her. An instant later, a capped figure appeared behind her. Luna, Sola, did you see him too? Sola, I did. The capped individual being Sola, who served the kingdom in the shadow under the teaching of Mia. She had grown stronger since then but her height never passed 1.55 meters. Luna, how strong was he? Sola, even my skin couldn't completely tell it. I'm certain he has evolved into an enlightened human or even a saint at this point. My skill couldn't read his status. Sighing, Luna looked up at the sky again. Even if they were separated, the sky was the same for the 3 of them. Luna, I couldn't give it back to you. Biting her lips as her hand clenched on the necklace she has previously kept for 2 decades, Luna finally let out her frustration. Sola, TCH, why are you acting like this is hard just for you? I had been alone for all these years, forced to stay hidden. Clicking her tongue, Sola turned around, her long blonde hair revealed. She had long ago stopped hiding her identity, not like anyone knew about her beside Mia. Even Ray, who knew it, was dead. Sola, I'll leave then. Receiving no answer, Sola just disappeared into thin air. Luna stayed a bit longer as multiple voices echoed from the guards patrolling below. Guard, did you hear about the news? Guard 2, which? Guard, they say that both the Orc Lord and Charybdis were resurrected at the same time. Guard 2, what? Are you serious? Guard, YH dude. It seems to all happen in that small forest near Dworgen. Their loud voices filled the silent sky of this night. Back to dawn. After leaving, they both appeared near Night Garden as Rhea fell on the ground coughing. Rhea, ugh, I'll never get used to this. Dawn, you better be, because from now onward, we'll use spatial transportation a lot more often. Sighing, he looked up. The operation took 30 minutes, it's still the middle of the night. Dawn, I had set the teleportation base here, but I don't want to see Luminous yet. Years have passed, but Luminous was still a foe he couldn't even dream of facing. Rhea, so, what should we do now? Dawn, I heard the news of a tragedy going on, an Orc Lord and Charybdis appearing at the same time. Rhea, that's bad. I mean, how strong are these monsters? Dawn, MMH. For the Orc Lord I could take him out if he is like Geld, but Charybdis is another story. She might be weaker than most Demon Lord, but she is still comparable to them. Surely I could defeat her, even easily, but that will all depend on whereas my skill work on her or not. Thinking about it, Dawn formed a few plans, but none were really fruitful and beneficial. What would he gain by taking those foe out anyway? A Demon Lord seed. More power? No, none of that mattered. Dawn, the human nation won't let this go without action. If this is an event of the past, then that means those two foes didn't manage to break through. In the worst case, a Demon Lord will take care of them or. Dawn was confident that the now former dynasty Zikard had enough power to take the Orc Lord. Luna has become a lot stronger, Dawn could tell with the single interaction they had. Dawn, I also felt Sola, and Snowy, they should be fine. A small smile breaking his cold emotionless composure, Rhea's eyes widened when she saw that. Rhea, so are we going to go there? Dawn, no. For now let's go back to Ingracia. Rhea, huh? But I thought we were finished there. Dawn, we are. I just thought about visiting Ramis once in a while. She must feel lonely, don't you think? Rhea, I see, but every time we go there I feel like she is shrinking and becoming more childish. Dawn, that's because she is corrupted. Rhea, corrupted. First time I heard that. Dawn, the Spirit Queen Ramis had stopped the rampage of Demon Lord Malim Nava by absorbing her Magicule, thus the Spirit Queen is slowly falling from grace and losing her power. Dawn and Rhea were familiar with Ramis, in fact they have been in the dwelling of spirits years ago. When they first met her she was still a beautiful lady, but slowly her appearance changed to be more childish. Right now, she has the form of an 18-year-old woman. Rhea, by the way, is she still sleeping? Dawn, yeah, it seems she really likes staying inside my Tenryu. Holding up his sword, a black katana forged in Dworgen by a promising blacksmith who bears the same blood as Kaijin, his ancestor. This sword was a piece of art for this era and could be classified as a national treasure. Furthermore, this is the first sword made of magic ore in the human nation. Not counting the Eastern Empire. Dawn, you should wake up, Dusk. The sword shone an instant as a humanoid figurine appeared above. She took the form of a young lady. Her size compared to Sola, her face showed sleepiness as she looked down at Dawn. Dusk, you called me master. Dawn, yeah, you slept enough for now to come back to my soul. Dusk, hi, but Tenryu is just too comfortable. Dawn, glad you like it, this sword means a lot. Taking a salute pose, Dusk closed her eyes and joined her master's body. She is a spirit of light. One Dawn summoned in the dwelling of spirit. Her power isn't as great as Snowy, but Dawn had surprisingly great affinity with her. Dawn, anyway, let's go. Rhea, hi. Third POV. Inside the dwelling of spirit, a young lady with blonde hair stared at the wall aimlessly, her vitality and power slowly getting away. She closed her eyes, remembering the events that happened 2 decades ago. A normal day of calm and void was happening when Ramis felt 2 people enter her labyrinth. She was caught off guard when she noticed the odd presence of one of them. He had a hero egg but, one corrupted. This is a rare occurrence. Ramis, someone who had completed the requirement to become a chosen hero but before he could evolve was tainted and lost this privilege. In general, when the hero egg bearer is tainted with darkness, the egg would just break and disappear if abnormal conditions are met. Then the egg will corrupt itself. It's like a seal. The hero egg is like a living entity. It chooses its bearer and judges him. If the egg decides that you are still worthy even after falling from grace, he will seal himself inside the holder and wait to hatch. Ramis, interesting, then let's see what you can do. Sending lesser spirits and multiple traps, she tested out Dawn as he passed all the things she threw at him. He had a great swordsmanship and good control over his magic. Surely it was more than she could expect from a young human kid. But this wasn't enough to be worthy of an hero egg. Seeing that this was leading to nowhere, Ramis decided to go meet the intruder herself appearing as they cleared another room from the labyrinth. Dawn and Rhea inside were startled at this sudden powerful presence. The spirit in person, she was still in her prime state as the first few crack of corruption from Malim's Magicule were yet to appear. Ramis, so young human childs, what do I owe you for this visit? Rhea, who is she? Shaking while hiding behind Dawn, this was the first time she backed away in fear since they left the night garden. Dawn however kept it cool. He turned to Rhea and whispered a few words asking her to back away a few minutes, the time he needed to talk to Ramis. Rhea agreed and went back to the previous room though her anxiousness could be felt in the air directly. Once she was gone, Dawn turned toward the spirit. Dawn, I want to make a deal. Ramis, oh. I'm all ears. Dawn, you already noticed my abnormal condition. Me and this girl have practically become the enemy of humanity. Looking straight into his eyes, Ramis couldn't see a lie. What Dawn meant is that currently all the Western nations know about them. Information leaked and now a high bounty was set on his and Rhea's head. Even in Ingracia things started to go ill. It was still bearable but Dawn had already killed dozens of mercenaries and assassins. Dawn, Spirit Queen Ramis, I would like to request your protection and also, please let us stay in this labyrinth for a while. Ramis, MMH. Your situation is quite troublesome but do you believe as compassionate as I am, I would let you live here because you asked me? Dawn, naturally I don't. Ramis, then, am I right to believe that you have some compensation of equal terms? Dawn stayed quiet for a moment before nodding, his grey eyes directly assaulted the Spirit Queen. Dawn, you are slowly losing your power and falling from grace aren't you? At his words, Ramis's eyes widened, her body flinched as she wondered how this boy got this information. Dawn, I will engage myself to protect this labyrinth and you when you will need it. Ramis, protection, huh, but you should know that Guy Crimson has promised me the same things, right? Dawn, I do but there are things he won't do while I can. Ramis, and what would that be? Dawn, you are lonely aren't you? Once again Ramis was speechless, this boy was acting way too out of character. Closing her mouth, Ramis sighed, the curse of immortality, people cursed with loneliness. Ramis, I see, very well, may I know your name first? Dawn, I am Dawn, the girl with me is Rhea Muth, the former princess of Muth. Ramis, Muth, huh, I heard the kingdom has fallen through a revolution. Dawn, I can explain all of it later. Nodding, Ramis understood and smiled warmly. Dawn didn't want to continue this further when they already agreed on terms. He looked back as Rhea was peeking through the open door. She was clearly worried and Dawn didn't want to make her wait longer. Ramis, well, I'll transport you two in a separate room, you can rest assured there is not even I will pray into it. Dawn, thank you. Bowing a little, Dawn's words were sincere, during the 2 weeks of travel to reach Ingracia and the 7 weeks of survival there before they came to the dwelling. A lot of things happened, Dawn was mentally tired and couldn't be more thankful toward the Spirit Queen. Ramis smiled before sending them away, she then went back to her own room waiting patiently for her 2 new guests to recover. A smile forms on her lips as Ramis remembers the good times she had after those 2 humans came into her life. Ramis, I guess I was really lonely. Training them, sharing stories, meals, trying to understand this over-complex mind of Dawn, all this was fun. But what really made Ramis's time was seeing both of them grow up, reach humans' majority their strength and mentality. Ramis, come to think, Dawn is really an anomaly. Closing her eyes again, she remembered another scene. A few weeks has passed since Dawn and Rhea joined Ramis in her lonely life. Rhea and Ramis have warmed up since then and actually became good friends. On the side Dawn could see them like a mother and daughter duo. They have been training for the last few days and Rhea was showing clear progress while Dawn was struggling. Mainly because his body has yet to be used to its own power, before Snowy was there to regulate everything. And while Dawn tried to be autonomous on his own, he still took the habit and got used to Snowy's control. Seeing his struggle, Ramis thought about a solution and got an idea. Today they will go into the deepest part of the labyrinth where you can summon all sorts of spirits. Once they were there, Dawn took a step forward knowing how it worked. This surprised Ramis a little but she decided to just lay back and observe. Dawn, Snowy was destined to be with me, I understand that now but I cut down that fate. This is the main power unique skill, Author was granting me. Ramis shook an instant as she felt the room shake. It was perceptible due to its large range but the room was shaking. Not because a strong spirit was coming but because Dawn was directly using his skill on the space. Ramis, is he crazy? Dawn, but if I can cut the string of fate, then I should also be able to create one. This place is the closest to the spirit's realm, using unique skill, fiction, he had set the dimensional gap between cardinal and spirit realm. This was surprisingly not that energy consuming. After that, unique skill, reader to see the information of the spirits inside that gap. Lastly, using unique skill, author to change their fate, a lone spirit of light whose fate never crossed Dawn, was now summoned by him. Ramis, that's incredible. Ramis was surprised by this boy every day. When she finally thought he had shown everything he could, he would come up with something even crazier. She looked up as a greater spirit of light appeared. The spirit looked at Dawn and directly accepted him as her master. It wasn't mind manipulation or forced in the spirit part, the spirit just felt comfortable in his presence. Dawn, beautiful. Spirit, allow me to serve you, master. Still floating, the spirit bowed down, her face facing the ground as she greeted her master. Dawn, very well, then Dusk will be your name. Feeling his magicule leaving him, he felt dizzy, but it was bearable, not like the day he summoned Snowy. Dusk, I Dusk will dedicate my life for you. Her body shone as this greater elemental of light evolved. The simple fact of naming is something that can evolve one considerably in many ways. Ramis, this, his hero egg, the corruption around reacted. This could mean that this spirit of light might be able to trigger it and hatch it. The conditions to hatch a hero egg are complicated, but a spirit of light helps greatly. Ramis unconsciously smiled as she brought her arm up. Ramis, perhaps, Lord Veldanava's words may be true. I will place my bet on you, Dawn. A bright light leaving her palm, Ramis transferred her blessing, hiding it inside the freshly created bond between Dusk and Dawn. She just witnessed the usage of a skill with infinite possibilities. Since then, Dusk has been actively trying to break and remove the corruption around Dawn's hero egg. It was like a complex puzzle for her, and up to this day she has yet to solve it. Ramis, I really went through a lot with them. My time is almost there. I will lose most of my power and become a mere pixie in a few years. She wasn't scared. No, she felt more saddened by this. If it was her years ago she wouldn't mind, but now that she experienced family bond. Ramis, I don't want to go. Biting her lips, she didn't let a single tear drop as a familiar presence entered her labyrinth. A smirk formed on her face as she got up. Ramis, this might be the last time, so let's do a trial. Her eyes glowing, the two people who just entered her territory shook as the labyrinth distorted in a way where monsters and spirits took defensive measures. The trials of Ramis, a way for her to judge one, usually used for potential heroes. On the other side, Dawn snickered with Rhea. This was a way for Ramis to test them, and to make the trial a little more fair, Rhea was teleported to another room with her own trial. Dawn, well, she didn't waste time. Unsheathing his sword as a greater elemental of fire along, a dozen lesser spirits appeared. Dawn, Dusk, you know what to do. Dusk, hi. The black blade covered in unholy light, the greater elemental flinched as he immediately understood the difference in strength. Dawn, cardinal slash, and technique that uses pure swordsmanship, sending dozens of slash at the same time, a technique that has both destructive capability and purposely destroys the opponent to an atomic level. Resuming his technique in his head, cardinal slash was the basic form. Without magic, Dusk's light attribute can also be linked to holy magic. Combining cardinal sword and holy magic gives Dawn a deadly combo that can destroy one, leaving nothing, not even particles or atoms. Dawn, cross cardinal slash. As he bursted forward, the entire labyrinth shook. This was possible due to the powerful attack, but also because Ramis is weakened. All the elementals were sent back to the spirit realm as Dawn remained alone in the middle of the room. Dawn, I'm getting there. It was a fact for him that he could have killed those spirits and removed them to a conceptual level. 2 decades had passed. Who knows how much Dawn had progressed and understood his skill. This was the very core of his unique skills. Dawn, does this end the trial? Ramis, it does. You have become really strong. Appearing in particles of light, Ramis smiled proudly. Both exchanged a few words before settling down, waiting for Rhea to finish her trial. Ramis, anyway, what are you going to do now? Dawn, MMH. I thought about reaching out for Sarian, but I still can't accurately locate the nation. Ramis, Sarian, I guess their technology could be useful, though with Sylvia there, I doubt you'll find a way to Sarian. Taking a thoughtful pose, something bothered her. Ramis, what about Rhea? Dawn. His silence was clear and speaks for itself. While Dawn was an enlightened human, Rhea has yet to show any form of evolution. She was strong, but, at this rate she will just grow old and leave. Ramis, I will be honest, Rhea Muth has only 13 years left, and I know for a fact that she won't achieve higher longevity. Dawn, I see. Ramis, this girl, has suffered a lot. The only time she has smiled wholeheartedly is with you, so please take care of her until the end. Dawn, I will. Nodding, the two then continued to chat aimlessly. Rhea POV. It's so cold. All my life I was dependent on someone. When I was born, my mother, when I was young my brother, and now Dawn. I wanted to become strong enough to hold on my own, yet at the end, I can't do it myself. A few hours ago, I had killed Zickard, the one who destroyed all I had. I felt satisfied, but something deep inside was empty. I then wondered what my goal was now. Naturally only one thing clicked in my mind, Dawn. I had spent more time with him than anyone. For 20 years straight, I had never left his side. In fact, just being alone made me sick at this point. Right now, I was fighting off those spirits, but I was struggling more than I needed. I was breathing heavily as if I had a heart attack. My light isn't here with me. Why am I still this weak? Rhea. Looking up at the greater spirit, I smirked as the figure of Dawn formed behind. He looked at me, waiting for my action. I know, I can't stand by your side in this pathetic state. I don't love him romantically. For me he is my family, my light, the only one left, my everything. I can't love it because I was dependent on him. Rhea, this place beside him, the one worthy of standing beside him is me. No one can take this place from me. My life goal was achieved. I had killed and avenged my family. Now, I had to repay this debt I had toward Dawn for hosting the parasite that I am and giving me a reason to keep living. I will until my death, help and follow him. That night when he came to me announcing that after 20 long years, we were finally going back to Muth. I couldn't contain my excitement, rage and anxiousness. After making a whole plan, the day finally came for us to execute it. It wouldn't have been that difficult if Dawn went in alone. After all, Ramis herself confirmed that with his power, and a good strategy he could even defeat a demon lord, though Dawn himself denied that because there were too many factors to take into account. Anyway, after hiding in the shadows for hours, finally an explosion resounded through the city. The plan was simple. Dawn becomes a bait while I go in and kill the king. I wanted to take down the now Prime Minister too but was told not to. I don't know why, but if it's what I'm told, no order, then I won't touch him. After sneakily getting inside the castle, I easily made my way to the king's room. The new castle's map was memorized in my mind. There were very few guards, and since it was nighttime, their minds were flooded with tiredness. Because of that, I managed to get in the room without a problem. My eyes turned cold as soon as I saw the man that took everything away from me. Rhea, Zickard. My fist clenched until blood came out as I took a step forward, my dagger out. My movements woke the king up. His eyes slowly opening, he crawled in fear the moment he realized my presence. Zickard, who are you? I smirked as my eyes glowed in the darkness of the room. This sight must have terrified him as he instinctively tried to call the guards. Unfortunately for him, his voice never came out as I charged forward. Before he could speak up, my dagger pierced right through his mouth. At the same time I grabbed his neck, strangling him, making sure no sound came out. Blood gushed. The terror in his eyes made my blood boil in excitement. 20 years, this was 20 years of hard work and struggling to get here. Rhea, don't you think you'll die simply? Dawn gave me 10 minutes in total. I have 3 minutes left. We're gonna have a lot of fun. My smile turned wicker and wicker, slowly bringing out the dagger. I stared at the blood-stained blade. This good-for-nothing king was trembling under my grip. He tried to punch and kick me, but he was too weak to even harm me. How weak and powerless. Rhea, now tell me, Zickard, you should remember the torture method of Muth since you once worked under the chivalric order. It didn't seem my words were registered by him. He was just way too horrified. Rhea, let me remind you, first. Bringing my dagger to his right tight, I let out a chuckle as I continued my narration. Rhea, I'll remove your left leg, then I'll. Going up, I grabbed his left hand and brought it up to his eyes level. Rhea, I'll cut down every single one of your fingers and stuff them into the shitty mouth of yours. His eyes were shaking in fear, tears of blood appeared in them. Rhea, lastly, I'll rip off those eyes of yours and feed them to the pig. Shaking his head slowly, all the hate I had kept stocked inside roared out, yes, that's what I wanted to see, pure fear and despair. The same look I had when you took both my father and brother away. Rhea, ha 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 ha. Let's start, shall we? Starting my torture, and all the way until the end, King Zickard's pain will follow him even in his next life. Standing in front of a human corpse. I looked down completely emotionless, blood on my cheek from the brutal murder I just committed. I had just finished. No one will even recognize the rotten corpse of the king now. I turned around, now that I killed him. I felt void. What should I do? I could die now. I have already avenged you, brother, father. I had accomplished my duty as Princess Rhea. Rhea, why should I live on now? I'll probably go to hell anyway. Looking up to the ceiling, I felt cold, until a voice echoed in my mind. Right, I was given 10 minutes, the time is almost up, I need to leave. What did Dawn tell me to do again? Rhea, Dawn, I see. Actually, revenge was never my life goal, it became a simple side quest since that day. Smiling, I took my dagger and proceeded to stab my own head right through its brain. Closing my eyes, I died, or rather I had become an unalive object for a moment. In the blink of an eye I opened my eyes kilometers away from the capital. My eyes landed on Dawn, right, since he showed me that I wasn't all alone and still had someone to care about. Third POV. Leaving the dwelling, Dawn and Rhea made their way towards Sarian. Problem, they didn't exactly know its location. So for now they decided to rest in a human nation between Ingracia and the blurry territory of the elves. They have strong illusion-based magic to hide their city and capital. This was to a point where even Dawn's reader couldn't bypass it. Mainly because of one of the weaknesses of his skill, but that's a story for another time. For now, both duo were sitting in a pub, their head covered with a hood while an illusion magic was casted on their appearance. Rhea, you said you wanted to go to Dynasty Sarian, but we still don't have a single clue. Dawn, they use illusion magic, and surprisingly even my skill reader cannot bypass it. Rhea, so what should we do? Lowering his gaze, Dawn had tried multiple times already. He used different methods but all ended in failure. He couldn't crack the path toward Sarian. Dawn, I guess it can't be helped. Sighing, he was about to get up when a sudden chill ran through his body. Quickly standing up, he turned around visibly uncomfortable. Dawn, what an aura. He had just felt a powerful hockey being released. it was for a short instant, but his sense after being near Ramis had greatly improved. Rhea, MMH. Dawn, let's go. Not waiting, he quickly went to chase that aura. It was pure and colored in green, a mark from the elven race. Dawn, to release such an aura, maybe my luck hasn't run out yet. Quickening his pace as Rhea followed closely, they soon reached an alley where a few bandits were laughing. Laying on the ground in front of them was an elven lady, bound in a very erotic way. Rhea, is that? Dawn, yeah, they are probably going to sell her, basically slavery through the closest city that is either Ingracia or Falmouth. Rhea, should we help her? Rhea couldn't see since she was behind him, but Dawn was smirking. He had recognized that elf and there was simply no way weak bandits like these could beat her. Dawn, stay here, I'll take care of this myself. Rhea, MMH. Fine, I'll wait for you outside the alley then. Leaving the alley, Dawn quickly rushed in, blitzing through the darkness. His eyes glowed as he startled the bandits. Bandit 1, WH**smack**. Before he could even say a single word, he received a jab right into his chin, knocking him out. Turning around, Dawn scanned through the area. Dawn, 3 left. Bandit 2, you bastard. Taking out his sword and swinging it at the attacker, Dawn didn't back down and instead went in. His eyes glowed once again as he swiftly threw a piece of rock right between the blade and him. Dawn, transfer rewrite. The rock switched with a shield. Bandit 2 was stunned for an instant and this was enough for him to get smashed into the wall. Using the blind spot created by the shield, normal humans cannot see through matter, and thus 2 was down. Bandit 3, what are you? Bandit 4, who cares about that? Kill him. Panicking, Dawn calmly looked at them. He sighed and grabbed the second bandit's sword. Dawn, might as well use both of your trash as guinea pigs. Bandit 4, huh? What are spouting? He was trying to sound strong but failed miserably as his voice shook under his stress. Unfortunately for him, Dawn had no pity for the likes of him. The sword he had just picked glowed in bright gold as he slowly walked toward the 2 remaining bandits. Dawn, story's domain. His voice echoing through the alley. Nothing happened, at least for human eyes. Right now, the entire space around them was excluded from the cardinal world. This is an experimental power that Dawn had yet to master. An uncontrollable power that could grant him victory against a much stronger opponent. The rules are simple. Within that space, everything is under the plot's control. Dawn becomes both the main character of the story inside this space, the reader who witnesses the story and the author who makes the story. Bandit 3, what? The bandits were left confused. As for them, nothing happened. They didn't know what to do but ultimately decided to attack. Both jumping on the MC at the same time. Dawn, plot armor. As the 2 bandits reached him, their weapon directly pierced through his body, leaving fatal damage, or so they thought. Instead, their own arms and legs were severed. Bandit 3, arged. Bandit 4, what the hell? Now on the ground paralyzed, Dawn turned on them with a smirk. As the name suggests, the main character received 3 usage of plot armor within story's domain. Those plot armor directly defy logic and law. They would return anything in a way that would benefit the main character. Dawn, I inspired myself of Jujutsu Kaisen for this, though there is an important limit to my skill. With this technique, Dawn knew that he could implement other anime's power as base for his own. Sighing, it wasn't done. Dawn raised his arm toward the 2 helpless bandits. Dawn, you know what's funny? It's that I can literally spam my sub-skill rewrite here. Within this space, all things being living or not became material inside a story. With Dawn being the author, he had literal and absolute control on them via unique skill, author's rewrite. And so, using supreme authority, the fate of those 2 bandits changed as their souls were crushed. The elf who witnessed everything on the side was shocked to say the least. For her, this guy appeared more like a Death Reaper than a knight in shining armor. Dawn, so, are you going to keep playing the unconscious slave? Elf, ugh, you found out. Sighing, the elf got up and easily freed herself from her bind. Elf, now, are you going to kill me too? Dawn, nah. Your Majesty, I'm just here to humbly request your help. Calling her out, the elf's eyes widened as she understood. This man knew her true identity, Elmesia El Rusarian, the Empress of the Sorcery Dynasty Sarian. Elmesia, so you know me, you are strong. Dawn, I could say the same for you. I can't read her, as expected. Coming to the weakness of his skill, his rewrite and reader can't work on people much superior in terms of existence. The term EP can be used if one is expendantly superior to him. Dawn's skill would be useless and at best provide basic information. This also proves the existence of Elmesia. Right now, Dawn's EP is around 35,320. It's pretty low considering his current status. Elmesia, anyway, you said you had a request. Don't tell me you're going to ask my hand. Faking a shocked expression, Elmesia displayed her playful persona while Dawn just sighed. This sure was a sight to behold. Elmesia El Rusarian was described by Rimuru himself to be one of the most beautiful women. Dawn, I'm actually not really into elf. Elmesia, that's sad, so what do you want? Dawn, for 5 years straight, I have been trying to get into Sarian, I want you to help me get in. Elmesia, and why would you go there? I doubt it's for the beauty of my wonderful nation. Dawn stared at the elf empress, she was really childish, but behind you could easily tell she was a monster of deception. Dawn, she must be on guard, I had shown her my skills earlier, it's natural to fear the unknown and at the moment I am a potential threat to her nation. Looking down, Dawn grabbed the sword at his wrist and unsheathed it, showcasing the beautiful blade. Dawn, this sword was called a masterpiece by the blacksmith who forged it but it's incomplete. I heard that the elf are proficient with magic runes. Elmesia, so you want to put a rune on this sword? Nodding, Elmesia carefully stared at the sword then at Dawn, she pondered about a moment before flashing a smile. Elmesia, how about that, you'll help me do something quickly and I'll guide you to Sarian. Dawn, that's fine with me as long as it's not unreasonable. Elmesia, perfect. Then let me explain. Switching to narration mode, the reason for Elmesia's presence here is because of a recently newly established elven slave market. Multiple elves disappeared for unknown reasons. Sarian's spy network managed to discover the market but it seems the entire kingdom it set place was partaking in this. Thus Sarian couldn't take legal action without starting a war, this angered Elmesia who decided to sneak out and resolve that herself. Her plan was to get captured and get into the market herself to destroy it, but since Dawn appeared, she had another idea. Dawn, so you want me to help you destroy this slave market and take all the blame on my name? Elmesia, I know it's a lot to ask as your name will be tarnished forever but it will inevitably lead to a war if my name were to be involved, I don't want a meaningless war at the moment. Dawn, that's fine with me, not like my name has a good reputation anyway. Elmesia, hey. Dawn, I accept, let's get this done already. Elmesia got curious, she expected some hesitation or a refusal but he just accepted, this whole situation just turned more interesting for her. After all, if they do succeed then Dawn won't have room for betrayal, he would be a wanted man by an entire kingdom. If he were to add Sarian in his list of enemies, his life would be as good as over. Elmesia, what about that girl who came with you? Dawn, oh right, Rhea you can come now. Calling her, the said girl popped almost instantly. Rhea, yes. Dawn, we got some change in our plan, for now come meet our temporary partner. Turning her face toward Elmesia, Rhea shook at her beauty but composed herself. Elmesia, Era what a cute girl, is she your girlfriend? Directly sending a teasing, Dawn sighed as Rhea's face flushed red. Dawn, nah, she is my sister Rhea, better lie on our relationship for now, as much as I can trust Elmesia, it would still be bad if someone were to discover her former identity as a princess. What he didn't predict is the state of Rhea after the sudden announcement, the poor girl almost fainted at the shock. Elmesia, sister, anyway call me El for now. Just like this, the new set party went on their mission, this went a lot faster as Dawn easily gathered the necessary information by reading through the bandits' information and memories. There are several underground markets spread around the kingdom of Permia, a pretty large kingdom located near Ingracia. This kingdom has no real influence over the western nation of this era and is mainly a corrupted nation ruled by money. Dawn, this will be our plan. Transferring information with his skill, both El and Rhea closed their eyes and visualized his explanation in their mind. A map appeared displaying the main slave auction located in the capital. If they truly want to end this whole scheme then taking a single auction out of the many present won't do. This whole thing will escalate into a political war very fast, this is unavoidable with a single exception. Destroying the very kingdom. Elmesia, you can't be suggesting the annihilation of an entire nation. Dawn, naturally this is just too absurd, the best we can do is make an example and hope the other stops. His plan was to cause a huge mess at the biggest auction, destroy, kill, make an example horrific enough to pass this message, stop this or hope this disaster won't happen to you. Elmesia, I see, well I was planning to do something similar, when are we going? Dawn, it won't be possible today, from what I saw, the biggest event of the month will happen in 2 days where a record of over 300 slaves will be brought to the auction room. Rhea, 300, that's a little bit. At this information, both Dawn and Rhea flinched when El released her aura, to say she was angry was an understatement. Dawn, calm down, keep your anger for later. Rhea's eyes widened a little remembering this same line he told her 20 years ago. Elmesia, you're right, I'll make them pay later. Nodding, the three of them then went on reviewing the rest of the plan. Finally 2 days passed and the trio can be seen inside the auctions room. Sat in the middle of a crowd of nobles, an illusion spell casted on them. Dawn, everything went as planned. They had successfully infiltrated the auction by stealing the invitation from a noble family of the kingdom. Elmesia, so, we just have to kill everyone here, right? Dawn, is that a problem for you? Elmesia, I don't like unnecessary bloodbaths but this time, they really pissed me off. Nodding, Dawn looked up after scanning the room, there were approximately 98 guests and a few dozen traders. The slaves seem to be in a separate room ready to come parade in front of all. They will have to take action before that. Dawn, I could use Story's domain to end it, but I am not sure about the backlash. Unique skill author main ability is called Rewrite, but this same ability has named sub-skills which aren't necessarily mentioned. Those are the very base of the usage of Story's domain, and like all abilities it takes place after consuming mana. Story's domain isn't necessarily costly when it's used on a few individuals much weaker, but right now, if the domain was to be used the consequence could range from exhaustion to death. Dawn, well, my skills aren't suited for mass killing anyway, I'll just have to resort to magic. Sighing, he opened the palm of his hand as a cold mist started escaping it. Dawn, been a while since I used ice magic. Elmesia, I'll leave it to you then. Dawn, yeah. Rhea, good luck. As they exchanged a few words, Elmesia casted another illusion spell to make herself and Rhea invisible. They then left backstage, their goal: freeing the slaves and taking out the upper head of this auction. Now left alone, Dawn placed his hand on the ground and muttered quietly. Dawn, to think I would cause a bloodbath on my own volition. Well, these people aren't good either, not like I am. The ground freezes at his touch. Even after losing Snowy, Dawn's natural element affinity is still ice. As he grew and developed, his affinity to ice just increased. At this moment 20 years later, his mastery over ice far exceeded what he was capable of with Snowy. Though, sometimes he wondered how monstrous his ice affinity would be if Snowy was with him. Dawn, Ice Palace. Almost instantly, the underground room turned quiet as from the ground to the walls, all were covered in ice. This included living beings, frozen all the way to their very core. Their minds were first shattered, their body temperature reaching sub-zero. It took around 2 seconds for them to die after activation of the spell. Dawn, I might be actually even worse than these people, not caring about life or death anymore. Standing up, Dawn looked around slowly, the face of those beautiful noble ladies, those ungrateful pigs, those who took pride in their possession and showed off. All this didn't matter anymore as they were all equal in death. Closing his eyes, Dawn just walked toward the stage. While doing so, the ice started breaking as one by one the statue of ice which were former living beings broke down living particles of dust. Dawn, I doubt they'll need my help, so I'd rather go check if there are any valuable things here. Directing his way toward the treasure room of this underground auction, Dawn had already memorized the map of the whole structure. He had finished his part much faster than expected, but all this was in his plan as he had planned from the start to let both girls go while he checked for valuable materials or tools. Dawn, I might really be a scum for doing that. As he said, an explosion occurred above. It seems Elmesia and Rhea did their part. Dawn nodded and sped up his search, ignoring the gold or fancy gems and just taking materials and items that could help him. Dawn, well, let's leave then. Unsheathing his sword, he just had to rampage even more. Elmesia and Rhea were never here for the public eyes. For everyone, the sole terrorist is Dawn. That was the plan since the start. Dawn, let's start then. Dusk. Dusk, hi. As Magicule leaked from his body, soon a pillar of light reached up to the sky as the guards and army of the kingdom confronted the intruder. That day, the kingdom of Permia had lost everything. 80% of the nobles were gone and most of their army were annihilated during the grand final. They didn't even succeed in getting the intruder. This news quickly reached the other kingdom as a name was labeled on this event, the night where God's wrath fell upon the sinners. At the end, this massacre occurred because of this illegal and disgusting slave market. There was no empathy from most neighboring nations. On the top of a tower during Dawn's rampage, Elmesia and Rhea had successfully got out and were now watching the show. Elmesia, he sure is impressive. He got a greater spirit, it seems. With this kind of strength he could already be called a hero if he actually sided with humanity. Rhea, Dusk seems to be more energetic than usual. Was she that excited to release her full power? Elmesia, but from what I'm seeing, he is more a monster than a human. He said he wanted runes. I think Mother studied that a long time ago. Having an ally like him could be beneficial if he grows even stronger. As they thought while watching the pillars of light multiplying as Dawn walked through the army, everything went as planned. The name Dawn Arcead, who was previously wanted by the kingdom of Falmouth, now received a higher bounty while classified as a dangerous terrorist. Elmesia, I guess something like fallen hero sounds good for him, hee. Reading the news while riding a horse, Luna narrowed her eyes as she was on her way along an army of 20,000 human soldiers. Their destination: the forest where both the Orc Lord and Charybdis appeared. This was a disaster unlike any other and a first for history. But Luna wasn't much worried. Snowy herself confirmed the threat of those two monsters. As a spirit who had lived for who knows long, she had seen those beasts before and knew one thing for sure. At full power, they weren't a threat. Certainly Charybdis would be like an unkillable tank, but at the end they were just mere monsters. The real problem was the army of orcs who had raised an impressive number of 400,000. This was going to be a rough fight. This is why the now Falmouth army accepted a truce with the other kingdom and formed a temporary alliance. In total with the other army, the force is around 200,000 human soldiers. It will be a total war and bloodbath. Luna, Dawn, what did he think by massacring that small kingdom? The news of the illegal slave market was put public, but many overlooked that instead they searched for a way to blame this tragedy on someone, and the only name that came out afterward, Don Arcead. Luna, the kingdom of Permia might be a small and rotten nation, but they had still agreed to sending forces for this operation. By killing most of their military force, it's pretty much clear that Don was at the moment the most hated man within the human nations. Snowy, they all overlooked the fact that he ended an illegal slave market. Luna, he still killed many people and basically destroyed the kingdom of Permia. Snowy, this is why you are weak, if you think like that. Luna, don't get me wrong Snowy, I do agree with this, but the way it was executed is too radical. Both had different visions over the situation. Snowy is a spirit who only ever cared for her former master, while Luna had grown up as a human. She protected her nation despite seeing all the misery and disgusting side of it. Still, slowly over the age she started to develop a contradictory feeling toward life. She is a warrior at the service of her kingdom. She will kill if needed, but life is precious. By taking one, you're also taking this same life from his family, his friends, everyone who cherished him. Snowy, whatever, but it seems Master Don had become quite the powerhouse. Luna, yes, by the way, I was meant to ask. All this conversation was made by telepathy as they continued to march toward the forest, who will later be known as the Jura Forest. Luna, if I ever become Don's enemy, will you betray me? Snowy. A silence installed as Luna started toward the horizon, waiting for an answer. 20 years, this was the time they passed together. As they speak now, Snowy had passed more time with Luna than Don. Yet they never really got along, but still, it's 2 decades, anyone would start to develop a strong friendship by then. Snowy, don't misunderstand me, Luna. Finally speaking, Snowy appeared in an astral form only for Luna to see, floating right in front of her. Her voice was cold. Snowy, I have no problem to be with you anymore, but if I ever get the chance, no, if Master Don ever orders me to come back to him, I would without hesitation. Luna, I see. Looking down, this might not be shared, but for Luna, this ice spirit was her best and unique true friend. There is also a few contact from their academy days, but most went on with their life. Luna, there is only one thing for me to do then, I will find Don whatever the cost is. Unbeknownst to her, and unlike Rhea, Luna had already started her evolution toward the next stage of the human race. The first crack on her soul leading to a rebirth was apparent. Third POV. After the tragedy of Permia, Dawn and Rhea were now following Elmesia as they walked through the illusion set around Sarian. Finally, after long minutes of walking, they both stood in front of the capital of Sarian, where the World Tree is located. Rhea, that's Dawn, the World Tree, huh, it sure is massive when you look at it with your own eyes. Elmesia, hee, don't faint yet. My city has much more to show. Smiling brightly, she seemed to be excited to bring those two in. Rhea followed, but Dawn kept his eyes on the World Tree. His pupil shone as the sudden idea of scanning the World Tree with Reader came. Dawn, what th? And almost instantly, blood came out of his mouth. This World Tree was just too complex and overloaded his mind. If he had stayed over 0.3 seconds analyzing it, he would have died. This is what he concluded as he fell on one knee. Rhea, Dawn. Elmesia, what did he just try? As they tried to get to him, a shadow appeared behind Dawn. Elmesia stopped right dead on her track while Rhea hurted a barrier. Rhea, what? A barrier. Trying to punch it, no matter what she did to it, was useless. Elmesia, don't worry, it seems that Dawn got her interest. Rhea, what? Who are you talking about? Elmesia, my mother. With a tired smile, it seemed the apple didn't fall too far from the tree, as Sylvia had a similar way to cause trouble when it came to her fun. Back to Dawn, he was panting heavily as he clutched on his head. Sylvia, Era, you sure tried something interesting. A sweet voice spoke from behind. It startled the boy for a moment before he tried to turn around, only to get stopped by a finger poking his cheek. Sylvia, N-E, tell me, what did you see? Dawn, W-H. Sylvia, you just used an intriguing unique skill. It didn't seem like a normal appraisal. Now, it's more like you tried to understand the very concept of the World Tree. I'm curious, what did you see? Dawn was at a loss of words. He didn't know how to answer, and frankly to be said, he didn't see anything but an insane amount of information. Dawn, Sylvia, MMH, to think my daughter would bring such an interesting human. We can talk later. She didn't even let him finish and continued to observe him. It was starting to become really awkward for Dawn. Fortunately, after a few more minutes, she stopped and removed the barrier after healing him. Sylvia, anyway, you brought someone interesting, El-chan. Elmesia, I know, right, he has some business with you, but you can hear him out after I take them on a tour around Sarian. Sylvia, sure, you know where to find me anyway. Elmesia, hi. As they finished, Sylvia turned to Dawn one last time before leaving with a grinning smirk. Dawn, TCH, this woman smells trouble, but you can't say she isn't attractive, an elven MILF, huh, if Retro was here, she would most likely be his target. Thinking positively of his friend from his past life, Dawn got up, no injuries present either in his mind or body. Dawn, her healing ability is also insane, so this is the power of the oldest elf. Elmesia, are you okay? Dawn, yeah, the world tree is really a mystery, there is something weird about it. Looking back at the giant tree, Dawn tried to remember the end of the light novel of Tensura. The world tree information was disclosed and pretty much the entire world was completed yet. Dawn just couldn't remember information about the world tree. Each time he tried using the skill reader, this section of information became blurry. Dawn, could it be that the world tree has more to it? I never really used perfect memories to look into the important place of the cardinal such as the promised land or world tree before because it wasn't necessary, but now, why does it seem reality itself is trying to block me from looking into them? There was only one answer that came into Dawn's mind, all these locations had something to do with his reincarnation. Someone who viewed this world as a novel, an anime, and manga reincarnated into it. This is too big to be a coincidence. Dawn, I wonder, if I pierce through these mysteries will I be able to get back to my old world? Properly said, did I even die? I mean I just went to sleep and got reincarnated, a heart attack. Or is this all a dream? So many questions yet no answer to them. Dawn's mind dozed off as both Elmesia's and Ria's voice chatted in the background. Dawn, even if I could return to my old reality, do I even want that? He might have suffered, lost his family here, become a criminal and killed dozens if not hundreds of people. Still, he found this world pleasurable, the ability to control his body in such a way he couldn't before, magic and meeting Tensura's character. Many people's dream would be to live in a fantasy-like world, no need of thinking about the danger of such a world, this is just a dream-like reality. Snapping back to reality, he was currently walking with Ria at his side, Elmesia a little ahead as they visited Sarian. Turning his attention to Ria who seemed to have opened a little to Elmesia, Dawn couldn't help but crack a smile. Dawn, this isn't a story, in those 3 decades worth of life, I had gone through hell yet if this is a dream, I hope I never wake up. Closing his eyes, an odd image flashed in his mind, the day where all this started when he first opened his computer in his high school library. When he wrote his first words for his fanfiction. Dawn, huh? This is strange, I don't remember when memories happen. Inside the unnamed Jura forest, Luna was staring at the immense orc army coming their way. Luna, it's finally time to clash, huh? Sighing, they have been waiting, setting traps and more after getting reported that the orcs were marching toward them. The human army is divided into multiple sections led by different leaders. Luna was one of them and held a group of 200 soldiers under her. Luna, well I have other plans though, this isn't just a fight for humanity's survival, no, this is just an opportunity for me. Opening her eyes, the entire area started to freeze, the soldiers around her immediately fainted as Luna revealed her true self. Things were never the same after the revolution 20 years ago, Luna hid it but this impacted her more than showed. Her pale blue eyes glowing diamond, snowy at her side. Luna, frozen world. At her words, the entire forest started to freeze, the human alliance couldn't believe their eyes as the Ice Maiden floated in the air above everyone. Her goal. Raising her influence and taking over her home nation, right now many are dissatisfied with the rule of the former king and Luna's adopted father. The new king Falmouth isn't better but on the other side, Luna is a respected public figure, leader of the royal mage and someone the citizens trust, she just needs one last push before definitely taking over the nation. Luna, let's go Snowy. Snowy, you sure are one cunning girl. Luna, I'll take it as a compliment. Flying forward, this supposed battle for survival was turned short as the human alliance witnessed the birth of the Western hero. 2 hours and 31 minutes later, the humans' alliance were celebrating as their force managed to take down the orcs' army. The orc lord was dealt by Luna herself as she was now walking back to the crowd, her long silver hair and blue eyes shining more than usual. The silver armor she wore was stained in blood, one who knew her could easily tell she was different. Sola hidden in the shadow on top of a tree immediately widened her eyes. Sola, no way. Random 1, she really looks like a goddess. Random 2, yeah, I feel like staring at the moon. Random 3, she is our savior. I already abandoned all hope of seeing my family again after I was mobilized into this. That's right, the silver hero was born that day, history was made and furthermore to Sola's shock. Sola, she just evolved into a saint. Swiping the blood on her cheek, Luna's empty eyes gazed at the cloudy sky. Luna, you know Snowy, me too, I haven't abandoned him yet, I can't let the gap between us grow furthermore. She had never had such plans before Dawn's return, she had worked under Dynasty Zikard for 2 decades as the ultimate weapon. Her power increased greatly and she by herself bordered the saint's evolution reaching the human limits. A true genius but her growth was limited by her own self, she always moved alone but gradually over the years a light appeared in her life. This same light was what made her strive to be better, but once that light was gone, she slowly fell back losing hope and continued on her own pace. But now that her light has come back, the flame of growth inside her lit again, plan quickly formed in her mind as she had one goal. Luna, I am sure of it now, our meeting wasn't a coincidence, it was fate, like the prince and princess in a fairy tale, our story was meant to be as if written by fate, we will reunite soon enough but by then, I will have accomplished something we both want, Dawn. After finishing his visit of Sarian, Dawn found himself in the former Empress' personal home with Rhea. Elmesia had left earlier to attend some Empress duty. Now Dawn was watching Sylvia inspecting his sword while adding a few runes. Sylvia, I see, what a nice sword. Nodding, the process was soon done. Rhea, that's really impressive, the way she writes off those runes is so smooth and beautiful. Dawn, you can't expect less from the former elven impression. It was a mini-show. As for Sylvia, she is a natural researcher, someone bound by curiosity and who enjoys discovering new things. This sword is new to her as katana are yet to be publicly introduced to the world. For her, this was a sharp toy she was given authorization to modify at will. Sylvia, this sword's blade is curved in a way that it favors a fast slash. Interesting, I guess adding some wind lesser spirit will help greatly. She was merciless, using mindless lesser spirit as material, they were just composite added to the sword to upgrade it. Sylvia, and done. Finishing, the sword known as Tenryu shone bright as new. Sylvia smirked and tossed it at Dawn. The boy caught it and inspected the blade, it was truly a work of art now. Dawn, we're already past the unique weapon level, hey. Rhea, I don't know why but this sword is getting really scary, I feel like it has an aura of its own. Dawn, this is beautifully made, thank you Sylvia-san. Sylvia, don't sweat it, I had fun working on it. Smiling, she was now cleaning her tools. Sylvia, by the way, I got news that the Orc Lord was already dealt with and now the human alliance was marching toward Charybdis. Dawn, huh? What? Didn't the Orc Lord have a massive army even more than the time of Rimuru? Rhea, what? How? It seems Rhea couldn't hide her surprise, they should have started the fight early today, how come this is already done? Sylvia, from what I heard, a certain Luna from Falmouth Kingdom had raised and annihilated by herself around 80% of the enemy force. Rhea, Luna. Dawn, could it be Snowy? Or did Luna just progress that much? It seems, someone of his age could still rival his abnormal status. Dawn, still, I didn't expect Luna to do that, last time we met during the operation to kill King Zickard, but she didn't appear to me like of showing off her power. This might have been a battle for the survival of humanity but still Luna was a royal mage, people like her would never reveal their full power in public. From what he heard from Sylvia, Luna just showed to every kingdom in the Eastern nation, her power, no one would do that even more when it didn't fit Luna's character. Dawn, this is strange, did Luna really change that much? From the intel I gathered, she appeared to be a lone wolf within the nation. Pondering over the different possibilities, Dawn wondered if he should get to the battlefield and see himself. Dawn, they still have to deal with Charybdis, I could also try this new version of Tenryu. Glancing at his new sword, his thoughts were cut off when a guard entered the room reporting something to the former Empress. Guard, Lady Sylvia, the dungeon started moving again. Sylvia, oh ho. Will I finally be able to enter it? Guard, the way it operates is still a mystery for us, but our estimation says it will open later today. Sylvia, hey, how fun. On the side, Dawn listened intensely, a dungeon. There was no such a thing inside Sarian, what more is that not even the former Empress seems to have uncovered all about this. Dawn, an event that wasn't mentioned in the novel. Sylvia, oh I know, Dawn Kuan, why not come with me? I think that skill of yours might be useful. Smirking, the former Empress spoke up naturally as if she was waiting for this. Sylvia, you won't refuse me after I helped you for free, right? Dawn, this sly elf. It seems the moment he tried to look into the world tree, Sylvia had concluded that the skill of his will help her in whatever research she was doing. This was why she was so lenient in helping with his sword. Dawn, I guess I can help, I'm curious about this anyway. Rhea, I'll help too. Sylvia, haha, pleasure to work with both of you. Thus just like that, the former Empress allied herself with two wanted criminals in the Western nation. Giving a report over the situation, Dawn and Rhea learned that a few months ago, a mysterious door appeared near the capital. This door led to an underground dungeon with multiple floors, each of them having sort of level and different monsters. The elven force tried to break through it fairly but they just got into the 16th floor, before facing an unknown phantom-like monster. Though none of the high executives were present, Sylvia herself wanted to participate but didn't want to destroy it despite being capable of that. She wanted to study this whole structure, but before she could, the door closed and disappeared, since then the door would randomly appear and disappear. Dawn, this configuration, it's like. Dawn immediately understood, this whole configuration was very similar to the typical dungeon in his previous life. And this got confirmed when Dawn arrived in front of the door and used Reader. Dawn, a structure made by the unique skill, dungeon, this is clearly the configuration made by an otherworlder. The skill was very familiar to Sola's status skill, it wasn't something that belonged to Tensura novel system. It was clear at 90% that the creator of this dungeon and holder of the unique skill, dungeon is like Dawn and Sola. Someone from a higher reality, who was granted an extraordinary skill. Third POV. Walking down some long stairs, Sylvia along Dawn and Ria with a few elven guards, they slowly ventured through the first 5 floors of this dungeon. As they cleared them, it was clear for Dawn that an otherworlder created the dungeon. There was no mention of this in the novel, meaning that this is an uncanon event. Sylvia, how interesting, there are some types of monsters I had never seen before. Dawn, it's normal, whoever the dumbass who made this dungeon used our world's monsters which weren't used in Tensura. Monsters such as Minuudor or even fiction like those big green aliens with one-eyed were present in the dungeon. Right now, Dawn was pissed off as such an unpredictable event was meant to mess up the original plot. Dawn, whoever this is, I'm gonna destroy him. Ria, MMH, I never him so pissed off, does he know the origin of this dungeon? I mean he wanted to come to Sarian for a reason. It seems Ria was starting to misunderstand Dawn's purpose, his primary goal was his sword and second forge contact and a relation with Sarian for later use. This dungeon is in fact an eyesore for him. Coming back to their situation, Dawn was using his skill to analyze the structure. But it seems this whole dungeon couldn't be analyzed by an outsider like him. Dawn, this dungeon is a separate space with its own law and space-time, to think such things could come from a unique skill. The only thing he could read was the name of the skill who made this dungeon when he was outside. Now that he is inside, he has to follow the rule here, and this totally shuts down his skill. Dawn, not quite right, I can still use my skills but, the skills I have constraints on are unusable, meaning that the one who created this has an EP much superior to mine. The situation kept getting more annoying for him, but even if by some bullshit the owner of this dungeon was stronger than Dawn. Sylvia was here, so there was nothing to fear as long as they stuck together. Sylvia, the dungeon feels very different from the main world, it's as if the rules here are different. Dawn, you already figured that out. Sylvia, oh. It seems you were ahead of me on this one. As they chatted, they slowly cleared more floors until they reached the 15 floors. As time passed, Dawn was trying to apply his rewrite on the system. At the moment, he couldn't do much, it was like being a hacker trying to get into a system from an unknown and new digital language. But surely he was getting there, it was a drain for his brain but more information was getting revealed. Dawn, there are 69 floors in total but it seems the dungeon is expanding. When they entered, there were 65, from a wild guess, the dungeon can only expand when the main entrance is open. It was just a theory since there should be no reason to expand the dungeon when the visitors haven't cleared even half of the structure. In this configuration, there should also be someone who welcomes them like a guardian or something like that. Ramis can be a reference. But none of that, perhaps the dungeon master is too busy expanding his dungeon. Sylvia, 69, huh? Dawn, wait, now that I think this is a dirty number, is it a coincidence that the moment I find this information it lands on 69? With this useless thought, Dawn and the others continued to clear the floor, Eris to floor 20, things started to get more difficult as the guard's attack couldn't affect the enemy anymore. Guard 1, what? Guard 2, our magic and weapons are going through them. While the monsters were too weak to cause damage, they were still on the way. Sylvia, seeing this, sighed and turned to Dawn. Sylvia, it doesn't seem like anything inside the main world, what are those? Dawn, I'm not quite sure, my analysis is still ongoing but my best guess would be. Narrowing his eyes, this was only something he could deduce as someone who had read Tensura. Dawn, that this dungeon has its own system independent from the voice of the world, and these monsters are spiritual life form here. Sylvia, huh? Sylvia's eyes widened for a moment, first at the mention of the VOTW and then at the true nature of these monsters. Sylvia, you seem to know a lot of things, what are you really? Dawn. Dawn didn't answer, he just locked his gray eyes with Sylvia's and started a silent staring contest. Sylvia, I guess you won't answer, anyway, how are we dealing with these things then? Dawn, compared to the whole dungeon, these monsters are easy to read, my skills can affect them, so attack after I make them vulnerable. Sylvia, I see, then please do so. Nodding, Dawn took a few steps forward before activating unique skill author. First he needed to confirm his claim. The information within those monsters were instantly translated and transferred to Dawn. Dawn, unachieved rewrite. He couldn't reveal all his cards in front of Sylvia and potentially the dungeon master if he was watching. For that, he went on using the minimum of his ability to help. Using unachieved rewrite, the composition of the monsters changed. Since it wasn't under the voice of the world jurisdiction, he could actually overwrite the information, spiritual life form. This was only possible because it wasn't part of the cardinal world, his rewrite still had to follow certain rules, an ant can't defeat a dragon, Dawn cannot rewrite something much stronger than he is. Instantly after he casted his rewrite, the monster's composition changed and was cut down by one of the guards. Dawn, it worked. Sylvia, interesting, could he directly manipulate information particles? No, it wasn't at that level yet. Everyone was somehow satisfied with the situation and thus they restarted their adventure through the labyrinth. Between the 26 to 27 floors, as they walked down a long staircase, Rhea approached Dawn quietly as both stayed a little further back from the elven group. Rhea, how is your analysis going? Dawn, it's getting there. I have to stop whenever special types of monsters appear, but before the 35 floors, I can finish it. Rhea, and your mind? Using analysis for so long should drain a lot of energy. Dawn, don't worry, I'm actually sharing the burden with Dusk. Rhea, I see, poor spirit. Rhea couldn't help but sweet drop. Dawn was using his soul corridor with Dusk to share the burden set on his mind. When he started analyzing using Reed, his mind was constantly going through a ton of information, and judging by the complexity of this dungeon, he has to decrease his reading speed to continue. This is the fundamental principle of reading. The more you read, the more information enters your mind. And slowly you get tired. Dawn was exposed to this constantly for 2 hours now. Dawn, but there is something I don't understand. This whole structure is like a whole mess with nothing coherent to Tensura. It's like the one who made has never read or watched Tensura. That's true, either the creator purposely made it different from Tensura or he just is ignorant from the original novel. Either way, at the moment Dawn could only continue to conquer the floors, which increased to 71 now. As they cleared more and more, upon the 34 floors, something changed, as the guards were struggling against a type of minotaur. A voice resonated throughout the room. Ha ha ha. It seems someone finally came to this floor. Startled, the guards raised their guard as they retreated and circled the Empress and her guests. Sylvia, Mayan, who might you be? Mysterious voice san. I am the god creator of this place. Call me X for now. His voice was coming from everywhere. Dawn, it seems he is telling the truth. Sylvia, I see. Well then, might I ask what is your intention setting your structure inside Sarian's territory? Sarian. What's that? Sylvia narrowed her eyes. Sparks of lightning were released as she smiled. Sylvia, you see, since the 5th floor, I had already seen what I wanted to see. I continued to go down the floors just because it was entertaining to see weird monster types, but now I'm bored. As the former Empress raised her arm, chaos followed. Dawn immediately took Rhea and flew backward as Sylvia showed merciless behavior. The guards with her were blasted along everything in the room. Dawn, shit, I underestimated the mindset of a divine ancestor. Rhea, why did she suddenly attack? Dawn, it's as she said, there is nothing to gain from this dungeon anymore. Sylvia, in reality behind her playful side, is ruthless. Rhea, so she is going to destroy everything. Dawn, most likely, so what is going to happen now? Turning his face toward the ceiling, he could only wait for the situation to unfold. His analysis was still ongoing. TCH. You really destroyed this precious floor. I took hours to make it right. Sylvia, you sound like a brat. Whatever. I'll send you all to hell. As the voice said, a bright light covered the whole room. Rhea closed her eyes tightly as everyone was eaten by the light. Though neither Sylvia or Dawn moved as they instantly understood the nature of this light, a transportation spell. You are now on the 70th floor. My boss floor, so good luck not dying. Ha 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 ha. Laughing, in front of them was a giant mecha robot. Turning on, 2 red lights served as eyes. Sylvia stared at the giant waiting for it to make the first move. Dawn, now, this is pure cliché. Rhea, stay put here. Rhea, huh? Dawn, I'm going to end this whole thing now. Rhea, I see, then good luck. Nodding, Dawn let go of her and quickly ran around the room. The boss's attention was on Sylvia so he could operate in peace. The analysis was finally done. All information was stacked in his mind as he moved toward the path to the 71th floor, the control room. Dawn, I got a bad feeling. Sylvia POV. At first I was intrigued, curious about this structure I know nothing of, but as we passed the 5th floor, everything became boring. I just wanted to end this and leave, but few things kept me in check. I was curious about Don Quin's ability. He seemed to be able to analyze anything. This was certainly a wonderful skill, though I still don't know the nature of it. So I kept observing. Surely he will show more of his ability, but it never happens as he just did the minimum. Somehow it frustrated me so when that annoying voice started to speak, I let my emotion burst and decided to end this. Now in front of this giant mechanical monster, I waited again for it to attack. Since I'm here I might as well do some research on this. I'm really curious about all and nothing. Research is my whole life, so when something new is presented to me, I'm happy to uncover all about it. But after ages doing this, nothing could really make my heart beat faster, and everything became dull. I would start a new research and finish it a few moments later. Sylvia, you aren't using magic or spirit to make this mechanical doll moving, huh? It seems purely made with metal and gear, a purely scientific and technological process. Interesting. I watched carefully, as the beast raised his arm and launched a punch at me. It was slow. Perhaps if you added wind and earth spirit, this would improve it. Sylvia, let's see for the durability now, Spear of Lightning. I used basic spiritual magic to not ruin the fun too quickly, a spear made of lightning appearing and charged toward the beast. It made contact and completely blasted it to the ground, though no damage was really made on the surface. Sylvia, I guess lighting inside is a good element for metal, so let's try fire now. Smirking, I raised my arm once again. I'll have fun destroying it. I'm going to slowly open the whole things and uncover everything about it. Third POV. Opening a hole in the dungeon structure, Dawn can now rewrite the structure to a certain degree, and so entering the control room was easy. Dawn, But something unexpected happened when he set foot in as his body shrinked and changed. Dawn, what the? Looking around, he was in a long corridor made of glass and mirror, his eyes met with his reflection's eyes. Dawn, what is the freaking mother Rimuru? His former black hair was now gray with a ponytail, his body was small and his eyes were more feminine. Dawn, did I just turn into a loli? Grabbing his hair, he tried to read through whatever thing turned him like that, and it worked. Dawn, Corridor of Phantasm. Anyone who enters this corridor will turn into one of the 3 phantasms of the Dungeon Master. It was clear now, Dawn had to fight a Lilicon, wahahaha. Such a cute little loli. The voice reappeared mocking him, a thick mark appearing on his forehead followed by a death glare. Dawn muttered 2 words before his body came back to normal. How did you turn back? Dawn, Story's domain. After analyzing the dungeon, Dawn concluded that the perfect counter of this structure was his own Story's domain. Simply because Story's domain imposed its own subspace, contrary to the dungeon, Dawn was creating a separate spacetime. He was just imposing his law within the actual spacetime, but his skill only worked with the VOTW system. But after witnessing this dungeon structure, he managed to improve it, and instead of imposing Story's domain into spacetime, he will separate it and form a tiny bubble outside the world he was standing in. Simply said, the 10 meters around Dawn aren't part of any world now, it totally became his. Dawn, you must be at the end of this corridor, let's end this, though I must thank you for this free upgrade. Slowly walking through the corridor, the sound of a panicked voice could be heard, though Dawn completely ignored it. Step by step, until he reached the final room of this dungeon. Dawn, sorry. Please don't kill me. In front of him, a little boy bowing in a Dejiza pose as Dawn stared down at him. Dawn, seriously, a little boy? He can't be older than 12. What's your name? Helios, Helios, I swear I just wanted to have fun. Dawn, who in their right mind would think giving such an op skill to a brat isn't a good idea? Wait, perhaps he is reincarnated too, his mind must be a lot older. Clicking his tongue, he grabbed the boy by his shirt and lifted him until their eyes were at the same level. Dawn, are you a reincarnation? Helios, our reincarnation. What does this mean? Dawn, whatever, just don't move. Helios flinched at his cold voice, even if the boy didn't know, but at the moment he could do nothing. He was right at the center of the Story's domain. This is also the place where Dawn's skill worked the best. Dawn, Phase 1, Character Status. Story's domain main power was divided in multiple phases: author, reader, and character. Each characteristic of these forms could be used as power. As an author, you create, and as a reader you read. With these two, accessing someone's status and information become plausible. As previously said, the combination of these skills allow Dawn to perform an infinite amount of possibilities. Dawn, name, Helios, not a reincarnation. He was transported to the cardinal world at the age of 12, his main hobby was playing dungeon-type MMORPG. Well, at least this explained a few things. Dawn's sweat dropped and just dropped the kid down. Dawn, seriously, now what should I do? Helios, oi. Why did you drop me? It hurt. Dawn, shut up, I still need my ears for later use. Helios, what the heck are you? You cleared my Ultimate Demon King dungeon so easily. Dawn, what a cringe name, don't tell me you are a chunny. The two glaring at each other, Dawn was conflicted, should he kill him? But he is just a kid. Dawn, brat, do you know what Tensura is? Helios, Tensura. What's that? Dawn, I see. Closing his eyes, through his status, this boy is clearly like him and Sola, but it seems someone who had never touched Tensura in any way was transported here. Dawn, as I thought, you are a public disaster. His gaze shifting from nonchalant to deadly, Dawn's killing intent materialized as he glared down at the boy. Helios, Dawn, one day you'll become a bother and mess up everything, I can't risk that. Rising his arm with his blade in hand, Dawn didn't show a hint of hesitation before smashing down his sword. Third POV. A cold atmosphere covering the room, Helios closed his eyes tight as he could sense the bloodlust pouring onto him. Right in front of him, Dawn held his sword tight, all kindness or pity left his eyes as he slashed his sword down. But as his blade reached the neck of his victim, he felt something was wrong. Dawn, huh? This feeling. His eyes glowed as he activated Reader, everything was blurry as if nothing around him was real. This was when something clicked in his mind. He has been using Story's domain for a while now, yet he didn't feel exhausted from it. When he was turned into a lowly, it was merely an illusion. Dawn, an illusion. Helios, fahaha. So you finally noticed it. Everything became clear, the illusion dissipated, the previously young boy Helios turned into a middle-aged man. The ground changed and Dawn found himself immobilized in stone. They surrounded his arm and body along the swinging blade. Dawn, so I was deceived from the start, huh, 2 unique skills, huh. Illusion-based skill, this was a major weakness to Dawn's red, because separating truth from fake is something hard to do. It's like having a story and a fanfiction of it, after some point you start mixing up information. Helios, for a hero, you sure aren't the smartest. Dawn, I can't use my skill, huh, well it seems he changed the rule of this floor, no skill allowed. It seems he had to use his illusion to buy time until that rule was set. Dawn, this is bad, I can't feel my arms either and red is barely taking effect, wait. Who can I still use? This wasn't something he should think about now, but it seemed that unique skill, Reader, was somehow less affected by the dungeon's rule. Helios, anyway, I can't risk keeping you here longer, also what kind of monster is that elf? She is literally destroyed by the final boss and isn't affected by my skill, illusion at all. Dawn, well this was to be expected from a divine ancestor, still how much of what we saw was real and fake? It seemed Sylvia was doing well, thought it was impossible for her to struggle at this level. Dawn, wait, did he say she destroyed the boss? Then. As a revelation came to him, a large magic circle glowed below him, from the symbol written and the formation of the circle in itself. Dawn, a seal. No, a teleportation spell. Helios, consider yourself lucky, I have no mana left to kill you, so I'll just send you away. Dawn, heh, I guess you used all of it to create the new floors. Helios, you even saw that, you really look like a hero now, anyway bye-bye. As he waved his hand, the circle glowed bigger. Dawn clicked his tongue, his thirst to kill this guy just increased. Dawn, mark these words, I'll kill for sure. Helios, hee, don't act as if I'm the villain here, you were about to kill a Cheel. His words were cut off as a large explosion occurred right past the room entrance, an ominous aura coming from it. Helios, what? Dawn, so they are finally here, huh? Smirking, Dawn turned toward the entrance. Through the smoke caused by the explosion earlier, 2 figures appeared. Sylvia led the way while Rhea stood closely behind. In the hand of the former empress, she held a big chunk of metal. Helios, how did they find the entrance? Dawn, oh. That's on me, I made a hole in the dungeon to open a path to this floor. Helios, you did what? Dawn, heh, I guess it's too late for me. His smirk widening, the circle below glowed even brighter. It was already too late to try to disarm it. Dawn, Rhea. Sylvia-san. Make sure to kill this guy. As he shouted, he could see the face of realization on Rhea's face as the teleportation spell took him out. A last scream resonated in his ears as Rhea tried to reach for him. Rhea, Dawn. Sylvia, stop right there. Before she could take further steps, Sylvia stopped the girl. Dawn was already gone and the room was full of traps. Surely for normal people or even advanced adventurers, this would have worked, but Sylvia is on another level. Sylvia, we can search for Dawn later, for now calm down, he was just teleported away. Rhea, hi. Though asking to calm down and calming down was 2 different stories, Rhea was trying to calm down but her expression showed pure rage. She glared toward Helios as a dark aura formed around her. Sylvia, so you are the one responsible for this dungeon. Helios, indeed, shit, this elf is a monster, if this continues and my mana runs out, I'll be locked here with those 2, this is bad. Sylvia, just in case, where did you send that human? Helios, oh that, I don't know. I used an item I stole from that elven country but didn't know how it works, so. His words were once again cut off as Sylvia released a large amount of bloodlust. Sylvia, so, it was you who stole from me. It seems while she was away doing whatever she was doing, someone sneaked into her storage room and stole a few devices and research toys she had made. So the culprit was right in front of her. Sylvia, heh, I guess I'm going to kill you for real now. Her hand clenching into a fist, yellow sparks flashed around her, destroying one by one the illusion traps. Helios, hi. What the hell? This amount of mana is totally a cheat code. Sylvia, I don't really understand your words, not that I care, but you see I actually grew quite fond of that boy Dawn, he was interesting to say the least, I really need to kill you now. Crackling her hand and wrist, Sylvia showed such a scary expression that even Rhea backed down. Rhea, as she scary, thought it doesn't seem like Dawn is dead, so he was teleported away. But then with transfer rewrite he should already be back, was he injured? With that Helios doom was signed, by the very hand of the former elven empress Sylvia L. Rusarian. On the other side, in the human nations, Luna was currently sitting on top of Charybdis' corpse. They had just finished him and were now collecting his body for later use. Luna, so we lost around 70,000 men, more than expected. The Orc Lord wasn't much of a deal, but Charybdis was a foe comparable to a demon lord. It was a flying beast with dozens of megalodon. It was a pure nightmare for the humans' alliance to take down, as they had no real way to affect him and bypass his regeneration. It was mainly done with Luna and Snowy's assault. Snowy, so what are you planning now? Luna, can't read my mind anymore. Snowy, I was never able to. It's just before we met Master Dawn again, you were easy to read, now I feel like staring at a complete stranger. Luna, hey, are you trying to be my friend now? Snowy didn't answer, the sun was setting down, dusk was prevailing. Luna, don't worry Snowy, you want to serve Dawn again, I want to meet him again, we have a common goal, just follow me from now on and it will be a matter of years. Snowy, you sure have changed, no perhaps this is your true nature. Both women exchanged cold gaze, at the same time something ran through Snowy's spine, something unimaginable for her an ice spirit. She felt a freezing sensation as if the door of death opened, looking up at the sky, she wondered. Snowy, this feeling, it's like two important things just met. Dawn POV. Shit, he got me hard on this one, anyway where am I? It's all dark, am I in a cave? No, I can't move in this coldness. Snow. So I'm under snow, damn it, for now let's calm down, the teleportation drained a lot of my strength. But at least, I know for sure I'm not in this damn dungeon anymore with those twisted lowly rules. Dawn, fuck this, read. Closing my eyes, I scanned around, it seemed I was at least 50 meters under the surface, everything above me is snow and a few dozen meters below me are ice. I'm scared to understand, the way this ground is constituted reminds me strangely of a certain place. Dawn, anyway, I'm lucky this is just snow, firestorm. Channeling Magicule around me, I couldn't properly form a true storm but just enough to melt the snow above me. I should make a hole to the surface in a few minutes with that. Dawn, it doesn't seem like transfer rewrite work, it seems the teleportation messed with my skill, or am I just too far away from the point set? Anyway, I just waited, it was no use to trouble my mind with that for now, I need to rest, who knows what I'm going to find on the surface. Thus several minutes passed and finally, I got out of this, standing on my 2 feet, my skin paled at the sight in front of me. Dawn, I'm screwed, the ice continent, era why is a human here? Dawn, why me, is this my unfortunate day? Turning around, the White Ice Empress, strongest true dragon alive and frozen beauty Velzard. Third POV. As Velzard stared down upon Dawn, she found herself curious, there were several cases of humans trying to invade the ice continent but none of them survived past 3 minutes in this infernal cold. Yet this human was there, not only that but he had a pretty cold aura. Velzard, favorized by a spirit of light, also what is that? I feel like there is a connection between us. Narrowing her eyes, Dawn was panicking internally, Velzard didn't release her aura yet her presence alone made his body shake. It wasn't like when he met Rumina's, Velzard's presence was a total harmony, yet you could feel her dragon essence behind. Dawn, a connection. Should I use read on her? But what if she feel it? Velzard is by far the worst opponent I could get. Velzard, well you are still an intruder, so I guess I should kill you. Putting a finger on her chin, Velzard let out a sweet smile as shards of ice rose from the ground, Dawn clicked his tongue and quickly dodged. Rolling in the snow, he felt another wave coming from his left. Dawn, no. Above and below too. Jumping another from behind, his only option was to dodge forward but then he will have to face Velzard directly. Dawn, shit. Unsheathing his sword, he turned around and parred the wave from behind, this was the one who emanated the most danger. Dawn, I don't have much option, unachieved rewrite. The target was himself, right now all his reserves are low, but you can also think as if this was a game, the mana gauge was in the red. By breaking into the code and rewriting the game you can refill the gauge, but it's not simply changing the code here. It's literally altering the reality and fate of one person. Dawn. Blood spurting from his mouth and brain information overload, to use rewrite, the first step is for Dawn to read through the information of what he wants to rewrite. Generating and giving himself Magicule isn't something he could do yet. Velzard, how foolish, it seems you are going to die on your own. Falling on his knee as Velzard's attack was approaching, he held his heart tight. Dawn, sorry Dusk but could. Dusk, I understand master, I'll enter sleep mode for now, please be careful. Closing his eyes, all the pain slowly vanished as Dawn got up. Velzard, oh. Interestingly, he gave all the burden set on his body and mind to that spirit dwelling inside him, poor spirit. She was kind of amused by this man's trick, now she was curious about how he will deal with her attacks. Dawn, story's domain will be too much for now, there are a total 5 directed attacks, ice shards, from the way they look I won't be able to cut through them. He can't rely on magic either, since fighting Velzard in a match of ice is asking for death, his fire isn't that strong either. Dawn, then I'll just have to cut them all down at the same time with achieved rewrite. Focusing himself, this was the most he could do. Velzard, hey, I guess he is interesting after all. Chuckling to herself, she decided to just stay on standby and watch the situation unfold. As for Dawn, he waited, focusing his attention and senses. There are 5 attacks coming from different directions, he has to stop them at the same time or it will cost his life. Dawn, I haven't felt this rush of adrenaline, this feeling of near death in a while. It was normal, he stayed in the human nation and Ramis territory for 20 years. The best he fought was monsters, he avoided the demon lords and other strong beings until he could at least face them. Thus he had always got an overwhelming difference in power between him and his enemy. Dawn, just focus, you can't die here yet. Taking a deep breath, it was time. Lifting his arm, the black blade swung in the air as different kind of spark emanated from it. In the split of a second, the 5 different offensives were stopped, or at least were blocked. Dawn still had to completely stop them. At the moment, he was getting pushed back by the force of these shards. Even with achieved rewrite, he couldn't delete them. Dawn, what kind of absurd shit is that? One of strongest skills is inefficient against simple ice shards. Struggling, the effect of achieved rewrite was continuous, a battle of endurance. Will Dawn fall before his rewrite would take proper effect? The answer was clear though, the story couldn't end here, right? Dawn, fuck. His arm strength leaving, it was too much, a true dragon's basic attack, closing his eyes slowly. Each shard piercing his body as blood squirted everywhere, he stood still, life slowly ripping away. Dawn, it's so cold. Velzard, so that's the end, huh, what an anticlimactic one. Turning away disinterested, she proceeded to walk away until a sudden urge of power startled her. It wasn't due to the quantity or strength of that power, no, in fact this could barely even shake her in normal cases. But this time, something was off. Velzard, what? Why is it so familiar? Turning around, she watched with widened eyes as the ice shards she previously sent melted and fused with the bloody body. In fact, the wounds and blood on Dawn's body started to be filled with ice. Velzard, this ice is almost the same as mine. Multiple possibilities crossed Velzard's mind, but one thing for sure, she will have to keep this boy alive for now. Dawn, snowy. Third POV. Slowly opening his eyes, Dawn looked around. It seemed he had collapsed from exhaustion. Dawn, where am I? Wasn't I fighting, Velzard? Remembering what happened before he passed out, he panicked a little and looked around. A room made of ice, even the bed he was sleeping on, but what truly stood out was the white-haired woman sat on a chair beside the bed. Velzard, Era, it seems you know about my identity. Dawn, shit, I spoke my thoughts out loud. Paling whiter than a ghost, this was a lost case, no weapon, directly inside a true dragon's home, defenseless and his Magicule haven't recovered yet. Dawn, I'm dead, haha. Velzard, don't worry, I won't kill you, or at least not yet. Dawn, haha, not yet. Velzard, depending on your answer to my question, I'll judge your faith later. Placing her hand on her lap, the sweet and innocent smile was contradicting her words. It was a terrifying sight and Dawn could only accept his fate. Velzard, glad you understand, anyway your ice magic is really similar to mine, mind explaining how? This was the main intrigue for Velzard. She was a true dragon with natural affiliation with the ice element. So her magic was that as well. When she unleashes her power it's like a natural disaster, something only nature could match. Yet a human had a similar nature. Dawn, honestly, I don't know myself. Velzard, I don't really like this answer. Dawn, ugh, but our magic nature is similar. He felt a chill down his spine when Velzard started glaring at him. She had limited patience after all, so Dawn quickly gathered every brain cell possible and started thinking. Dawn, MMH. Maybe, if I can use my analytical ability on Miss Velzard, I could find out. Velzard, I see, then fine, I will allow it since I'm very curious. Getting authorization, Dawn sighed in relief. There was a reason he didn't use Reader on Velzard all along. First, she was way too out of reach in existence for Reader to work, but the reason Dawn didn't even try is because Velzard would have noticed it. She wasn't like Ramis. Velzard is much more cunning, and with her dragon eyes, she could easily see through his trick. And her reaction would be much worse. Dawn, still, would it even work? This was his only solution, so after taking a deep breath his eyes started to glow silver as Reader was activated. Surprisingly, he could see the information of Velzard. Dawn, it seems since she agreed, my skill worked, but then why didn't it work on Ramis? Perhaps, no, Reader has also more to it, maybe hidden condition. He wanted to try more things but time was running low, so he sealed those thoughts for later and started looking through Velzard's information. After 3 minutes, he finally found the answer to her question. Sweat started pouring from his forehead. Velzard, it seems you found it, so tell me now. Dawn, you have a daughter. Velzard, Eh. Eh. Several minutes later, Velzard finally calmed down and Dawn explained the situation. Basically, something similar to Veldora and Charybdis happened to Velzard, and with her magicule she gave birth to a spirit. That spirit was summoned by Dawn and given the name Snowy. After accompanying him, Dawn's ice magic was strongly influenced by Snowy's magicule. This just showed how high quality Snowy's magicule was. Velzard, so you are the master of my supposed daughter. Dawn, why yes. Velzard's reactions are now totally random, even for a reader like Dawn. Velzard, I see, where is she now? Dawn, we had to be separated 20 years ago, right now she must be with a girl named Luna. Velzard, Luna. I see. Velzard was perplexed, she couldn't feel any form of lie in those words, meaning this is true, that means she truly has a daughter. Spacing out, Velzard wondered, how it felt to have a daughter, is it like when Velgrind and Veldora were born? Velzard, let's make a deal. Dawn, huh? Velzard, you were transported here by an enemy, right? I'll help you and in exchange let me meet Snowy. Dawn, sorry Miss Velzard, but I don't think I deserve to see Snowy again after what I did. He fell silent afterward. In reality Dawn felt guilt and couldn't properly face Snowy or Luna. Because he kept moving forward to get stronger and let them behind. Velzard, MMH, still you formed a contract, right? Someone who is my daughter won't break it even if the soul corridor is gone. Dawn, I. Velzard, shut it, you seem interesting so I'll help you, or are you saying that you'll refuse the majestic Ice Empress's help? She clearly added some threatening tone in purpose. Dawn could just sigh and accept her term once again. Dawn, fine, but I cannot guarantee the success. Velzard, fine for M. Dawn, but before that, can I ask a question? Velzard, cut me off again and I'll put you in an ice coffin. Dawn, Hi. Velzard, whatever, ask your question. Dawn, well, why help me? With the information I have given you, no, you can probably even go through my memory and find everything you need. Velzard, oh that, well, if I killed the one my daughter chose, I would look kind of bad in front of her. Turning around, hiding her expression, Velzard spoke up embarrassed. Dawn, I see, that's horrendously cute. Velzard, anyway, what is your course of action now? My schedule is pretty much clear at the moment. Dawn, if I recall correctly, besides staying here doing nothing all day for centuries, she doesn't have any other duty. Dawn could just stare at Velzard, who was still facing the other way. At first glance you couldn't tell those two were in a death situation fight earlier. Dawn, I think for now I need to recover at least half of my strength, then I need to go to Sarian. Velzard, Sarian. Dawn, yeah, I got my sister there. Before getting teleported we were trying to clear a weird dungeon run by a psycho. Velzard, a dungeon, I think I heard about that. Dawn, oh really? I guess the news travels fast. Well, I was out for a day minimum, so. Still, this was weird. Velzard shouldn't be aware of such meaningless thing, at least not so fast. Dawn couldn't see Velzard getting interested in this weird event on her own will, and he doubted Guy or the two maids would talk about this. Velzard, what do you mean? If it's the dungeon expedition with the former Empress Sylvia in Sarian, then that happened 8 years ago. The sudden information went past Dawn like a lightning strike, his body froze and eyes went wide in shock. Dawn, 8 years ago. Velzard, yes, in fact I only noticed your arrival at the ice continent because spacetime was distorted. Dawn, space, time, don't tell me. Suddenly, a realization struck him. When he tried to rewrite the teleportation spell, something felt odd. He had overwritten the spell but not at 100%, meaning instead of a successful spell, he was teleported by an incomplete spell. Something must have gone wrong in the process. The location was random and spacetime was disturbed. 8 years, he was sent 8 damn years in the future. Dawn, shit. Please tell me what happened during those 8 years. Velzard, whoa, calm down a little. Giving a heavy head chop, Dawn groaned in pain, but this work, he calmed down a little. Velzard, to think your soul managed to resist time travel, how interesting. Dawn, 8 years, but then Rhea, I need to get to her quickly. Jumping out of the bed, Dawn quickly realized something. He didn't have the strength to move. His body had reached past its limit. Even for an enlightened human, this was too much. Dawn, shit. Velzard, seriously, let me help you. Stretching her hand, Velzard started using some basic healing magic. Dawn, wait, she can do that too. I thought she was just an obsessed dragon who lazed around like crazy. To say this was a great shock, it was. Anyway, after getting healed, Velzard went on explaining more things that happened during those 8 years. One of them particularly attracted Dawn's attention. The Falmouth Kingdom has changed its ruler. The now former king was turned prisoner, leaving his place to the moon goddess. A new ruler who emerged after the orc invasion and Charybdis situation. Dawn, that description fits, Luna. I should check on that after I find Rhea. 8 years, she doesn't have much time to live then. His hair flying along the wind, he couldn't even enjoy the honor of flying on the back of a true dragon, the White Ice Empress Nonless. Dawn felt a sharp pain in his heart as rage filled his mind. Helios, that guy just ruined 8 years. He didn't age or anything but missed 8 years worth of life. He was already limited in time to become stronger before Rimura's arrival. And now, 8 precious damn years were wasted. Dawn, if he is still alive, no pain will be enough to calm me, but wait, if my rewrite was incomplete, would that mean I could potentially complete it and manage time travel? Velzard below was in her dragon form. She could hear the grunt of Dawn inside. Sure, he has some good potential, but he was getting a little too ahead of himself. Like at first, he showed fear, then talked respectfully, but gradually as it was natural he started talking and acting as if he knew Velzard for a long time. Velzard, MMH, I've got this feeling, but it's not just his ice magic that is familiar, the way he talks is like he already knew me. Velzard was in her own thoughts. There was no way she knew him. He is just a human who barely started life. Velzard, it seems this boring life of mine finally found some spark. Grinning to herself, then soon arrived above Sarian thought for aerial POV. It was just a large forest. The illusion spell that covers the city is still on, but now Dawn knew how to bypass it, or rather he knew the road to bypass it. Velzard, I'll leave you here then. Dawn, yeah, thanks. Velzard, he talks to me casually now, huh? Dawn, are you going to leave now? Velzard, yes, I only decided to take you here, I need to go back to the ice continent. Nodding, Dawn looked down and jumped. They were high in the sky, but this wasn't a problem. Midway through the air, a platform of ice appeared for him to take support, and slowly he came down. Velzard, I'll send you a thought communication later. So, wait, why am I so casual too? He is just a human who has a connection with my supposed daughter. What a strange person. She fell silent, simply watching him reaching the ground. After a short break she turned around and flew back to the ice continent. Returning to Dawn, he quickly read through the illusion surrounding the city. The whole structure took the form of a maze. Now finding the way was simple. In a flash he went past the illusion and landed directly inside the city, the familiar world tree, the architecture. Nothing has changed in 8 years. Dawn, my body is still recovering, I'm already panting, huh? He felt exhaustion. After running for a while, humans naturally felt that, but for an enlightened one. His body is really in ruin. In this state several weeks are needed for him to recover fully. Sylvia, oh look who's back after years. Dawn, Sylvia. Turning toward the voice behind him, the former empress hasn't changed either. Sylvia, oh. No, honorific. He doesn't seem in his right state of mind. Strangely enough, she felt as if this was actually the way he should speak with her, not arrogance or superiority. It wasn't even on equal stand, it just felt right. Dawn, where is Rhea? Sylvia. Staying silent, she could clearly see some despair in his eyes. Sighing, Sylvia took out a paper from her pocket and made it fly toward Dawn. Sylvia, this is her location, though don't expect happiness. Dawn, I see. Reading the paper, Dawn immediately turned around and left. Dawn, thanks. Those were his last as Sylvia watched him cross the illusion barrier. Sylvia, seriously, he just crossed it once before and now is walking through this mechanism I took decades to make. She shouted, frustrated, though after some time she calmed and wondered if she should have told Dawn about him. Inside the imperial prison of Sarian, the man that caused trouble 8 years ago in this nation was chained and heavily injured. Sylvia, that Helios guy's skill is really a mystery. Even after 8 years of study, it feels like it isn't part of this reality. Actually, I get the same feeling when I watch Donquin using his skill. What are these powers? This was something that even her mad scientist couldn't solve at the moment. Once again back to Dawn, he was running with all the stamina left in him, a village located near Sarian in Ingracia territory. From the paper, he learned the circumstances after he was teleported. For years Rhea tried to find him but nothing. It was as if his existence was erased. On top of that, Dawn didn't show signs of life. This heavily affected Rhea. Depression, anxiety, crisis, fear, she went through multiple phases and slowly lost her will to live. Tension, stress, all these things can affect one's health. Rhea already had a short lifespan, not being able to evolve into an enlightened. What Dawn feared right now was to see someone who accompanied him for 2 decades disappear. He wanted to get rid of his emotions as much as possible. He succeeded, he could control them and suppress them, but Rhea was there. He wasn't resentful, in fact he was grateful that she was at his side, and because of her, he still was human. He couldn't let that light escape, not after he bathed in. Dawn, Heavily panting, he finally arrived, his eyes blank into coldness as he stared at a house in this small village. Some inhabitant looked at him weirdly, but he didn't care. Instead he approached the door and opened it without any care. Inside, an old woman sat on a chair playing with a wooden tool. She looked up and sighed. Old woman, you must be Dawn, the little girl is in the room next door. Pointing the finger toward the place, Dawn nodded, sweat pouring from his forehead. The house was silent, only his footsteps could be heard. Finally, his hand held the door handle tight as he opened the door. Dawn, haha. A warm smile welcomed him. Before disappearing into darkness, his pupil dilated as he fell on his knee. The room was empty with simple furniture. On the bed lay a woman with beautiful features. Though you could clearly see how malnourished the corpse was, at the moment, no life radiated from it. Old woman, she passed away 3 days ago. I wasn't capable of removing her corpse as my instinct told me you would come soon. The old woman standing right next to Dawn, she had sympathetic eyes. She had met Ria 6 years ago and took care of her as her own granddaughter. She was a lost cause because she truly lost everything. Seeing her suffer was unbearable. Ultimately, she held her last breath 3 days prior to Dawn's arrival. Old woman, those were her last words. Thank you, Granny, for these years, though I hope I could at least meet him and my brother in the afterlife. Tears builded inside the old woman's eyes. She who had already lost her daughter, now lost another member of her family. What is even more regretful is that when she spouted those last words, Ria obviously toned down at the end. She still believed in Dawn's survival. But her reaction was cheap compared to the young man on the ground next to her. His eyes were empty, rage. Sorrow. Despair? Who knew what he felt at the moment? His hands were shaking, his skin paled. Dawn, this can't be. Clenching his fist, after denying such reality, he slowly started realizing that it was true. In a burst of anger, he smashed the ground with his 2 fists. This was his fault. Dawn, if only I was there, her lifespan was reduced because of me. He was angry at himself, smashing his fists on the ground again and again. The whole house was shaking. The old woman could only look with pity at the young man. She closed her eyes and slowly retreated. 3 days, she already knew years ago that this day would come, so her reaction wasn't as violent, but Dawn. This all came onto him suddenly. Dawn, it's all my fault. Tears were falling rapidly from all the built-up emotions. He then quickly went to her side and grabbed her hand. Stone cold, no sign of life again. She was truly dead. There was no hope. Dawn. He felt silent as tears dropped on Ria's cold hand. Flash of memories passed with her past his mind. Biting his lips, the worst had yet to come as a robotic voice resonated through his mind. VOTW, individual Dawn will acquire through inheritance, unique skill, false hope, successful. The acquisition of a new unique skill. Anyone would be happy when you know the treasure that a unique is. But Dawn, at the moment, felt it. This unique skill belonged to Ria. She must have awakened it during those 8 years. This wasn't a gift but a curse. The name alone purged Dawn into guilt. Dawn, ahhhhhhhh. Crying and shouting with everything he had, his voice was akin to a savage and untamed beast. This day changed his heart forever. He cried, letting out painful and devastated groans. He just couldn't stop. A clear light then glowed. Due to the overly rampaging emotion, the egg inside germed, giving birth to a new saint. Third POV. Staring at the empty space in front of him, Dawn was welcomed by the old woman whose name is Lucy. She had taken care of Ria after his disappearance, and after seeing how devastated he was, Lucy decided to let him stay for a while. While living there, Dawn didn't have the will to hide the truth. He revealed how and where he was sent. This was hard to believe. But Lucy is a veteran in life. She has a few years left ahead of her, so believe him or not won't change much. His explanation also showed why he was still looking so young despite reaching his 30 soon, though she didn't know that Saint or Enlightened had a longer lifespan. Anyway, it has been 3 days now. Dawn had properly buried Ria in the garden as Lucy agreed to that. His eyes were still empty as he ate the warm soup prepared by Lucy. Lucy, by the way, when you were away, a woman came to visit Ria. Dawn, a woman. Looking up, he didn't have much willpower to think at the moment, though he instinctively tried to gather information. Lucy, yeah, this was quite a shock as she is pretty famous. Dawn, who was it? Lucy, the new supreme monarch of Falmouth, Her Majesty Luna Arcead. At the name, Dawn's eyes finally shook, gleaming in a grey light. Dawn, Luna. I expected her name to pop up when Velzard talked about Falmouth, but Arcead. Why did she take that name? Lucy, seeing how you react, you must know her too. I guess I welcomed some big shot, huh? Dawn, what did Luna say? Lucy, I couldn't hear everything, but it seems it turned into an argument. At the end, Luna-sama said that she will be waiting in Falmouth. This left much to think for Dawn. He looked at his hand holding a spoon. Tightening his hold, he could see his reflection in the soup. Dawn, hey, when did I start to become so pathetic? Chuckling to himself, he couldn't hide forever, even more when he was bothering the one who took care of Ria. Dawn, I see, thank you. Lucy, you don't have to thank me, you can. Dawn, this soup, it's made with medicinal herbs against depression, right? His eyes glowing gray, Dawn just used red on the soup. The warm feeling he felt eating this soup was comforting. Lucy was a bit startled, but she ultimately nodded. Lucy, Ria has been singing your praises whenever she could. I guess you are really good. Dawn, I am still 8 years late. Lucy, that's true, from the look in your eyes you are going to Falmouth, right? Dawn nodded once again. He slowly got up and grabbed his sword and cape before walking toward the door. Lucy, you're already leaving. Dawn, this guilt will never leave me. I couldn't properly admit it, but Rhea was a part of my world, but after talking and thinking more clearly, she wouldn't want me to stay here crying over her for too long. He said without looking back at Lucy. The old woman couldn't see his expression, but something surely had changed in him. However, it wasn't what she thought it was. In reality, Dawn just suppressed all these negative emotions when he could still do it. Using rewrite on himself, he removed the sadness and despair after he regained his sense upon hearing about Luna. Once this was gone, he just wanted to leave this place before more guilt came chasing him. Dawn, take care. Lucy just nodded, watching the young man's back leaving her house. She sighed and let out a few tears. This very same table where she was eating, in 6 years, it was never this empty as she gained the company of a young fallen princess. Lucy, if God exists, if the Creator exists, or any divinity, please look after this boy. She silently prayed, hoping that things will become brighter in the future. Lucy doesn't have a family anymore. The last one that could be considered that was Rhea, and Rhea was Dawn's family. Lucy could just pray for him. Despite having barely passed 3 days together, they could still be seen as family, right? Lucy just pushed the legacy of her small existence onto Dawn's shoulder. Staring at the small and improvised grave, Dawn knelt down and prayed for a while. Before getting up and leaving, this grave belonged to his supposed sister. He had already made the vow of coming back here every year to honor her death. Dawn, in the end, I'm really a scumbag. Sighing, after his mind was cleared, he had directly used Reader on the corpse underground, analyzing and reading through Rhea's memories. 8 years condensed worth of information were assimilated, and information about unique skill, false hope were registered. Dawn, emotional control and the ability to gain more power upon losing hope in your most treasured things. This was a bad ability. The moment it will properly give you strength is when your confidence starts to crumble. Dawn, truly, a curse. Personally, Dawn will never forgive himself if the skill gave him more power. Just the thought of it made his eyes turn stone cold. Dawn, for now, let's go to Falmouth. When Lucy mentioned what she heard from Luna's visit, it immediately clicked. The message was for him. This was the only possible reason Luna had to visit Rhea. He didn't know her intentions, but Luna clearly changed. Dawn, I should prepare for the worst. Also, Snowy will be there for sure. His fist tightening to the point where blood spurted out. There was so much to do now. Chloe, Ruminas, and Ramis. He wondered how all these people were doing, since he had contact with them. On the other side, in Falmouth Castle, Luna was sitting on the throne. Her appearance had reached its peak, beautiful silver-gray hair and blue eyes influenced by the constant flux of frost from Snowy. However, the aura and presence she was imposing to the empty royal room was too much. Luna, I have a good feeling. Muttering these quiet words, over those 8 years she became one of the most influential figure in the Western nation. Her name was even known by the 3 demons, Lord Guy, Melim and Ramis, or the Eastern Empire, who was still growing at that time. Luna, I prepared this stage for us, but why didn't he come back? Standing beside her was a knight wearing ice-cold armor. You could basically feel pure coldness radiating from her. Snowy in her physical form, something they achieved after long research, a body made of precious materials. Snowy, seriously, she had gone totally crazy. Closing her eyes behind her ice helmet, Snowy recalled how Luna took the power in Falmouth. After the Great Alliance took care of the Orc Lord and Charybdis, Luna went back to Falmouth with a new title and fame. She then waited for a week and exposed all the corruption behind Falmouth's royalty. This was a great shock for the world. She then went on a rampage, killing and executing every nobles, leaving only the king alive. The words she spouted at that time still resound in Snowy's mind. Luna, because of you and that damn father of mine, everything went wrong. Don't expect to die before I purge your body and soul from everything it has. And she held her promise as the king was locked in the dungeon, tortured for 8 years straight. Healing potions were available. His mind and body was beyond repair, yet Luna didn't stop. She still had to shatter his soul. And as a saint, she had a skill to affect one's soul directly. After that, she totally reformed Falmouth. People could say the kingdom had become a utopia, though like every man-made dreamland, there is a part of darkness. The justice policy was extreme, and Luna would execute anyone right away if they stood on her way. She was a merciless ruler, yet those who truly devoted themselves to her rule loved her. Her title after 8 years, Ruler of the Moon, the hero who fended off the calamity 8 years ago, the one who borrowed the heroic name Arcead. Snowy, still, I don't understand why you chose this name. Luna, you know very well, Arcead, the household was erased from Falmouth after the revolution 28 years ago, with Dawn being its only living member. Snowy. Luna, everything is ready for us, the kingdom will never fluctuate, I just have to wait for him to come back to me now. This name is also a message inviting him. Snowy could only look down. 8 years, during this gap of time, they haven't heard or seen Dawn at all. It was as if his very existence ceased to exist, even after visiting Rhea, who was discovered. Nothing. The conflict between Rhea and Luna is still in her mind too. Both ladies stood face to face with spark radiating from their eyes. Luna was clearly superior, but it seemed that Rhea could still at least injure her. At the end, nothing happened, but their clash could have destroyed the village they were in. Snowy, you real. Suddenly jolting, Snowy interrupted her sentence and looked up toward the door. A very strong and familiar aura was approaching. It wasn't even trying to hide. Snowy, this is... Snowy looked down at Luna and could see her terrifying smirk. She rested her chin on the palm of her hand and waited. Seconds later, several knights flew through the throne room's gigantic door. Luna, you finally came, my king. Lurking out of the smoke generated by his own attack, Dawn slowly walked in. Dawn, yeah, sorry for not answering your invitation earlier, I was involved in some trouble. Luna, trouble, huh, why don't you tell me more about it? I'll destroy everything on your way. Staring at each other, Luna frowned a little. Dawn was clearly stronger than when she met him 8 years ago. Yet his growth was bad. In 8 years, he should be a total monster now. Even Snowy saw through his strength. Moreover, his appearance doesn't seem to have changed, at all. Snowy, Master Dawn. Dawn, as expected you are here too. Turning his attention to Snowy, he let out a painful smile. The spirit could just hold her excitement and stay back. Right now, she was Luna's spirit. While her loyalty for Dawn was still unbreakable, she couldn't betray 28 years of life with Luna. Dawn, anyway, you invited me here, so what do you want? I can't feel Sola's energy at all. Where is she? He narrowed his eyes. Sola should at minimum be an enlightened human, maybe even a saint by now. Luna, look at this kingdom. Dawn, it's perfect. Everyone is laughing and the risk of a revolution is null. Snowy, after all, you kill anyone from the moment they show signs of suspicion. She didn't even need solid proof. This was just the rule of the strongest at its finest. Luna, join me, Dawn. This kingdom just lacks a proper king now. With you at my side we call to create our Eden. Getting up as she said, Dawn could see it. She clearly lost her mind into madness. She should be the first one to know that a dreamland full of peace and happiness is impossible. Even in the future after Rimuru saved the world, there was bound to be darkness lurking around. Dawn, I refuse. Luna, huh? Dawn, Luna, honestly it has been 28 years since we had a proper conversation. I seriously hoped you would live a good life and end up forming a family on your own. Silence befalls the room. Dawn looked down, gripping the hilt of his sword, from the memories he received of Rhea. He already knew that Luna wasn't the same. Taking a small breath, he then unsheathed Tenryu, at the same time cutting dozens of ice blades coming toward him. Dawn, hey, did you just combine earth and ice magic? Luna, it seems at the end I couldn't get you on your own accord. Behind, Snowy just bowed and retreated, forming a large barrier around both her masters. Luna, then I'll just have to make you mine, I guess. Dawn, I'll end up in a fight, huh? Holding his black katana tight, it was clear that both of them were at a similar level. If it was 8 years ago, Dawn would have dominated, but now, saint against saint. Dawn, I don't really want to fight Luna though. Luna, then join me, I'll take care of everything for you. Calm eyes from Dawn against the crazy obsessed eyes of Luna. Luna, by the way, how do you like this new sword? After living for so long I wanted to look more like you. Holding out a long sword, it was pure black with a hint of silver. One could tell this was a national treasure level. This pitch black long sword called Full Moon. Dawn, can I win? She turned into a true monster in 8 years. Let's see, if we fight to death. Using Reed, he quickly concluded that he would lose in a different fight, judging their EP and raw power. She also outhaxed him with 12 unique skills. Dawn, 12, how did she become so overpowered? It's like she is the main character, or wait, main character. He couldn't properly deduce everything at that time, but the reason Luna grew so much in the meantime. Dawn is the main character of this story, but once he was gone, the status of the main character became empty. Then Luna becomes the main character, gaining the super growth and plot armor from the MC status. But that also shows something. Luna is incredibly talented. Her growth in 8 years is comparable to Dawn's growth in 20 years. Right now they might clash evenly, but if Dawn came back 5 years later, then Luna would totally crush the odds. Dawn, I have to fight with the intent to kill. His eyes glowing as he overrode his inner feeling, he dashed forward, his sword clashing with Luna's. Both glared at each other. This was a conclusion both reached. They knew talking was useless at this point. Their ideologies were too different to coexist, so one of them had to die. Though Luna's outcome was different, she just wanted to crush those ideals and make him join her cause. Their sword dancing in the sky. 3 days have passed since the start of their fight. They have been continuously fighting with sword and magic. By now more than half of the city was either frozen in ice or simply destroyed. One more thing is that this fight started to become famous and many of the strongest beings' eyes are on them now. The likes of Guy, Malim, or Rudra, a fight of the scale was forced to be heard and watched after all. But the biggest uproar was within the human nation. Luna is a heroic figure for them and she was fighting a stranger who was identified as a criminal from 8 years ago. In the Ice Continent, Guy Crimson was grinning to himself as he observed the fight through a crystal ball. Guy, hey, that human, who is he really? Velzard, MMH, to think he would start a fight directly after all, well as long as he doesn't die it doesn't concern me though. Glancing at her partner, Velzard narrowed her eyes. Guy was totally immersed in this fight. Velzard, I should keep him away from Dawn, he might do weird things, weirdo. Guy, it was quite surprising to see the rays of that Queen Luna but this young man isn't bad either, how could he have lived under our nose for long? Velzard, really a weirdo. In the Eastern Empire, the Emperor hero of beginning, Rudra and his partner Velgrind were also staring at a crystal ball. Rudra, this guy must be that criminal whose name was shouted everywhere back then, what was it? Don Arcead I think. Velgrind, he sure is strong for a normal human but the ruler of the moon is going to win this. Through the crystal ball, both Dawn and Luna were heavily injured, their body already exceeded what a saint could normally do. Rudra, still, I didn't feel right about Luna Arcead but this Dawn, he might be a good pawn. Velgrind, if you say so but before that, he will have to survive this fight. The Emperor nodded silently before returning his attention toward the live fight. Rudra, it's true Luna Arcead is winning this but, something tells me the result will surprise us greatly. In Night Garden, Queen of Vampire and Divine Ancestor Luminous Valentine. Luminous, well, it seems he got into trouble right after coming back from 8 years of absolute silence. She was pissed off, after all Dawn had shown no sign of life for the last 8 years. Luminous, anyway, he better not die or I'll resurrect him and kill him myself. Her eyes glowing dangerously, she was definitely serious with her words. Anyway back to the fight, Dawn clicked his tongue as he received a heavy kick sending him through a house below. The city was already evacuated so it's now just a giant arena for them. Dawn, unique skill, regeneration, what kind of cheat code is that? Even if their skills were outpaced by the intensity of the fight, Luna still held a great advantage because of her new skills. Unique skill, regeneration allows her fast regeneration over minor and heavy injury, it is also physical or mental, external or internal. It also accelerates natural stamina and healing recovery. On the other side, Dawn was just healing himself with light magic and rewriting but this was more draining in Magicule. Dawn, I already refilled my Magicule 5 times, if this continues, my mind will collapse first. Clicking his tongue, his mind was already operating at an insane pace, overextending past his limit for so long was only possible with his new body composition after evolving into a saint. Dawn, I have no option left but, no even story's domain won't be enough, she can cut through it with her unique skill. True law, seriously, she got an insane set of ability, law/reality manipulation, she can affect soul and spiritual body directly, she can cause beyond space attack and nullify other skill. The worst thing is that this was just the surface of her power, after all she fought with the intent to injure him not kill. Dawn, I'm matching her strength just because she has to enter story's domain to attack me, using my own skill on myself to keep up, truly ridiculous. His left arm was the most damaged part of his body as he mainly used it to block Luna's physical attack. For now, he had to stay on standby. The assaults are in continuous series so he doesn't have much time to heal himself. Dawn, shit. Luna, you think too much, it's not good during a fight you know. Bursting through the wall, she went past his senses and detection, he reacted too late as another blow landed right into his face. Dawn, this hurts like hell. He was again sent through multiple buildings, during the impact his mind wavered an instant turning off story's domain. Dawn, fuck, if I reactive story's domain now, my brain is going to. Luna, I just told you to stop daydreaming. Appearing above, Dawn clenched his teeth as he received another blow as Luna sent him crashing into the ground. Luna, this was a martial technique powered by a unique skill, your body won't get up after that. She spoke up looking down at the building crumble falling, her technique didn't destroy the area, rather she sent Dawn deep down underground. He was basically being buried alive now. Luna, though, the Dawn Arcead I know won't die from that. She narrowed her eyes before letting them glow, unique skill, divine eyes, this skill allows her to see through things. This includes material things but also emotion, truth and people, but the strongest ability from divine eyes is the capacity to analyze and having an omniscient state when it comes to skill. Being extra to ultimate, as long the target is in her field of vision she can see the skills of the target and what these skills do. Luna, huh? He isn't here. After scanning the entire underground area, she couldn't find him, this confused her as she was certain to have landed the blow. Luna, teleportation. No transfer rewrite. Realizing the situation, she turned around looking frantically for Dawn. Luna, in the air. No, where is he? Even with Divine Eyes she couldn't find him. This started to annoy her, so she decided to switch strategy. Luna, if I can't find you with Divine Eyes, then I'll force you out. Rising Storm. Lifting her sword, soon enough the entire city was invaded by tornadoes, thunderstrike and ice lance rain. The buildings were erased one by one, the sky was cleared from its cloud, the kingdom of Falmouth was totally destroyed, leaving nothing but a giant crater. Luna, TCH, let's add another layer. Answer my call, Earth, and obey my will. Switching to Earth magic, which is her original affinity, the ground started to shake violently, an earthquake that shook the entire Western nation. At this very moment, her action could be called an aggressive action leading to potential war. Luna, this is weird, even after all this, not in the air or underground, where is he? Dawn was still nowhere to be found, there was no place to hide on the surface, so the only two spots he could be are either deep underground, deep enough for him to not be shaken by an earthquake, or he was not here anymore. Luna pondered a moment before closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, calming herself before raising her arm in the air. Luna, listen Dawn. Come out in the next few minutes or I'll blow the entire Western nation. As her raging voice resonated throughout the space, dozens of meteorites formed in the vast sky, each one big enough to wipe out a small country. The entire territory within the Western nation was covered. This was Luna's resolve, it didn't matter if a demon lord was involved now. Luna, meteor rain. She prepared the spell, shocking everyone. The news didn't last 10 seconds before every ruler in the Western nation was informed of this threat. Panic followed, but the strongest reaction came from the strongest beings. Rudra, this woman is crazy. Is she really going to wipe out half of the continent for this? Velgrind, should I go stop her? Rudra clenched his fist, this could be really bad for his game with Guy. Rudra, no. If we intervene, Guy could use this opportunity to attack us, after all the Western nation is a neutral zone in our game. Velgrind, so if we stop her, he would have a reason to engage in a fight, huh? Rudra, exactly, I guess we can just place our bet on Don Arcead for now, though I wonder where he is. He calmed himself and focused his attention toward the ground, he couldn't have fled, so he was most likely underground. In the ice continent, Guy was laughing hard as he watched Luna going wild. This would be bad for the balance of the world. But she was giving him enough entertainment for him to not act and watch the conclusion. Guy, this girl has some guts. Velzard, hey, this is starting to become interesting, it sure looks destructive. Guy, you bet it is. She is going to wipe half of the main continent. Velzard, oh. Did you grow blind? I wasn't talking about those small pieces of rock. Guy, huh? He was a little confused by Velzard's statement before focusing on the crystal ball, before letting his eyes widen. Guy, wait. Is that? Velzard, yeah, the showdown has come. Deep underground, being where any human had reached under the surface of the planet. Far away from the trouble caused by Luna, Dawn was tearing his mind apart. Large magical circle around him, the entire cave he was standing in was frozen in ice. Dawn, I'll put everything into this one. He was aware of Luna's threat, but this didn't change anything to what he had to do. His skills are useless against such a powerhouse, so he had to find another to finish the fight now. Dawn, it's ready. 10 seconds before the doom of the Western nation, Dawn had finished his preparation and his spell was ready to be launched. Dawn, if you want to affect the entire continent, then fine, I'll just have to match that. Here comes my ultimate magic, Frozen World. His breath materialized in the form of a cold mist, 21 kilometers under the surface of the planet, the land itself turned into ice. The natural temperature of the planet fell down into negative as gigantic pillars formed on the surface everywhere around the Western nation. The large meteorites were now resting above those pillars, a divine work. The fusion of achieved rewrite and ice magic, his strongest and masterpiece spell. The ultimate ice magic capable of rewriting the world, earth becomes ice, air becomes frost, the formation of a new ice continent within the actual mainland. Dawn, I can win this. Third POV. Trapped into a pillar of ice, Luna's eyes were wide open, this attack scale was beyond what she expected from Dawn. Luna, this ice, I can't melt it or modify it, neither can I move, what in the world is this? She tried to break through it but no skill worked even if her divine eyes were blocked. Luna, could it be, this ice is constant subject to rewrite? But that would be literally suicidal for him. The amount of information to handle at once is way too much. She gritted her teeth before looking down, the ground was shaking, she instantly deduced that Dawn was coming out now. She had to get out of this ice quickly. Luna, if I can't break through the inside, I'll just make it through the outside. She meant her words, focusing on a combination of her skills and magic, a new meteorite in fusion with boiling magma appeared high in the sky. She aimed it right toward the pillar she was stuck in, this cost quite a toll in her magicule but it was necessary. And as she intended, the pillar of ice was shattered completely by her meteorite. Luna, TCH, to think such ice existed, did he get possessed by the white ice dragon Velzard or what? Even if she managed to get through that, her arms and legs were covered with frost. It seems her mobility will be reduced from now on. Luna, ugh, my mind took quite a hit too. This truly set the score equal. Until now she had the advantage and the outcome of this battle was quite obvious by any veteran fighter, but now everything is possible, nothing is decided yet. Dawn, cross cardinal slash. Luna. Appearing out of nowhere, Dawn sent out his fastest slash, cutting to a molecular degree. Luna got startled, she didn't sense him coming at all. And is forced to take the slash. Her reaction time just allowed her to get out with a single arm gone. Luna, TCH, you imbued rewrite on your blade too. Her right arm was severed and even unique skill, regeneration wasn't working. She tried to use Divine Eyes but it immediately caused her a headache so she stopped. Luna, my mental and physical state aren't reliable anymore, I can't capture him alive now. She gritted her teeth in anger as multiple realizations happened at once. This fight has only two outcomes, and none of them were what she wanted, either she died or he died. Luna, ugh, fine then, let's die together. Dawn. Dawn POV. Where am I? Right, I passed out after casting Frozen World, damn it, I couldn't keep up with the flux of information. What is happening outside now? Dawn, where am I? My conscious reorganizing, I scanned my surroundings, a seemingly endless void, though the clearer my mind became, the more things appeared. A long library with nameless books, what the hell is this? Dawn, is this another skill? A trap? Or a mind illusion? I continued to look around until one of the books flew off of the shelves and stopped right in front of me. The book then opened, hundreds, if not thousands of pages slipped in an instant before stopping around the middle of the book. Dawn, is it asking me to read? I was a bit hesitant but ultimately, I had nothing to lose, my eyes wandering slowly around the page, each letter and sentence registered in my mind. My skin slowly paled as the content revealed itself. Dawn, W. What? The exact description of my fight against Luna, the decision I made, the reasoning I thought, not even what Luna did and thought. Everything was written like a novel nook in front of me. Is this the true face of unique skill, author? Dawn, the ending. Unconsciously, my eyes went toward the ending of our duel. Dawn suddenly started moving in a robotic way as if his mind was somewhere else. This situation is my current present, my physical body seems to be fighting in an auto-battle mode, or perhaps is it something similar to parallel existence? My mind and body separated but still worked as a whole. Suddenly, Dawn came back to his senses and fought back, but things quickly escalated. Finally Dawn perished under Luna's blade. Her cold eyes looked down on him, tears dwelled inside them. So that's the end of this fight, I lost. I really lost. It's frustrating, knowing the future but not being able to change it. Dawn, wait, change it. I clenched my fist hard enough for blood to come out. I didn't know if it was even possible as I'm not in my mind or anywhere physical. A sort of spiritual realm beyond mindscape itself. Dawn, right, if you don't like a certain ending, then just change it. This is what I always did, as a fanfic writer, rewriting and changing the story for it to fit me. I grabbed the page tightly, ripping it off. The sound echoed through the space as the ending slowly disappeared. Dawn, right, change everything. The blood in my hand slowly ran down to my finger, my nail dug in the page, letters per letters, my eyes went blank, seemingly lost. What is this feeling? I feel like I could do anything now. Dawn, this is better already. Smiling, my eyes stared at the new page, the sentence written with my very own blood. The letters started to glow before acting. The book returned to its original state, the ripped page was gone, only one thing changed from this book and the one I read earlier. The ending was changed, what I wrote became the new reality. I didn't know if I could come back here after, or how to come back here, but that was fine, even if it was a unique time usage, because I will win this now. Third POV. Coming back to his senses, the fight was still ongoing. Luna was on the ground injured with cuts everywhere, she just couldn't read or defend herself on those emotionless attacks. It felt like she was fighting another person. Luna, his optimization over rewrite is absurd too, am I really fighting a human? While Dawn has to take time to analyze and register the information, when author skill takes control, everything processes instantly. This is the very peak of what the current unique skill, author can do. Luna, I'm really going to lose at this rate, heh. Getting up with shaking legs, Luna narrowed her eyes when Dawn's body reacted. It seemed something had changed again in him. Dawn, I'm back, huh, ugh, my body hurt like hell. Anyway, what happened? Did I really change the ending? Author skill has been fighting, totally ignoring the pain, so now he had the entire rawback of the 8 minutes and 21 seconds of pain since he left. Still, Dawn checked around, the fight was going as it was written, the part he changed is yet to come. Dawn, at least, my mind is clear. Rising his bloodied blade, one attack, this has to end now or it will never. Dawn, I understand more about my skills now, I can do it. His gray eyes started to shine rainbow, using everything he had to end this. Dawn, so that's what the world really looks like. Author POV, one of the true abilities of unique skill. Author, it isn't like Red as author POV doesn't analyze. It's more like everything reveals itself to you, the world becomes information and what he thinks is instantly answered. Dawn, I can feel it, this skill is truly out of this world. He smiled seemingly in trance, this power would surely evolve into omniscience one day, but will that day ever come? Probably not, because Dawn is still human, the mere fact of activating the skill already drained him to his mental limit, yet he couldn't stop, it's like an addiction. Dawn, yeah, I can win this part, this is where I should collapse not being able to hold this power before dying, but now I feel I can do it. Looking down, Luna for the first time showed a scared expression, she raised her arm preparing multiple barriers but all of them shattered before they could even appear. Luna, that's Dawn, true rewrite. The completed version of rewrite, when there was limitation with achieved and unachieved rewrite, Dawn couldn't feel it now. With a smile, Dawn pointed his sword toward Luna and charged forward. This true rewrite didn't exist, it's an attack that could only exist because the ending changed. Luna, don't underestimate me. It seems my skills and magic are useless now, then I'll just have to find a counter to your counter. Her voice was filled with her anger, those overwhelming emotions let her roar reach the heaven. In that single moment, the impossible became possible. VOTW, Forced Evolution, Successful, Individual Luna Awakened Hero Egg, Evolution into True Hero, Successful, all resistance will be increased, physical and spiritual bod equals. Luna, who cares about that? Give me a skill to finish this. VOTW, Acquisition of Unique Skill, Copyright, Successful, the evolution will temporarily be paused. Her body shining in green, her new skill glowed aspiring Dawn's light, but as time passed, the distance just closed. Copyright and author clashed against each other, but one factor played a major role. This world might be canon or non-canon, a true story or just fanfiction, none of them could know. But for Dawn, everything was just a story he had to rewrite. He couldn't die here and let Luna go, this would change too much and later Rimuru will pay the price. Dawn, that's why I can't lose. Going through, Luna's eyes grew wide as her skill shattered, the world slowed down as Dawn's blade approached. Everything was slow, her childhood, life as a student, moments passed with friends all until now. Everything flashed before her, then a sharp pain pierced her chest. Luna, hey. Coming back to her senses, Luna looked up into Dawn's eyes, he was standing above her, his sword directly in her chest area. Blood gushed but the pain was gone, the sky was all black with millions of particles falling down, the ice and meteorite were dissolving now that their skills were off. Luna, I lost, huh? Dawn, indeed. It was truly the end, her body didn't respond anymore, her life force was running low and more than anything. She started to come back to her senses. Luna, I really wanted to be with you again. Tears welled in her eyes, the night sky above reflected thousands of stars. Luna, it might be childish and egoistic but I was ready to turn the world upside down for that, I'm really a horrible person aren't I? She chuckled under Dawn's gaze, this was their last moment together so they could at least chill out now. Luna, you know Dawn, IL. Dawn, sorry but I can't return those feelings. Luna, I see, you could have at least let me finish. She pouted cutely, this brought back memories from their student days. Dawn, you and I are from completely different dimensions, we could never be together to start with. Luna, well not like I can do anything now, I hope you have a good life then, Dawn, Arceid. Smiling, she finally closed her eyes, her skin turned paler as life disappeared from the corpse. At the same time, Snowy appeared behind her two masters with a pained expression. Snowy, Moss. She directly stopped her words when her eyes noticed the tears running down Dawn's cheek. Something had changed in him too. Dawn Arceid, you idiot. With her last strength, Luna returned what belonged to him, the name Dawn Arceid and what does it imply? But that was not all, those last strengths she gave him also implied the burden she carried for so many years. Dawn, goodbye Luna, you truly were an amazing woman. Some might have mistaken his words earlier, that they were from different dimensions, Dawn wanted to say that he just didn't deserve her at all. He was way too low to even think about that. Dawn, I'm really an idiot. VOTW, evolution will restart no. Finally, the exhaustion caught him as he closed his eyes, he had to rest now or he'll join Luna way too soon after she left. Snowy POV. I just wanted both my masters to fight to the death, and I couldn't do everything for them. I could just watch as they drained each other's life, the sole vow I made watching them is to serve the winner no matter what. And finally, Master Dawn won, but at what cost? I never saw him cry so sincerely. In the end, I caught him before he could fall, his mind and body were in a crumble but it doesn't seem he was in danger now. Snowy, seriously, Master is so reckless. Ugh. What is this? Looking up, multiple extremely powerful aura were coming this way. I laid Master down and quickly got up ready to fight just in case, but my will shattered when two large dragons made their way here. The Ice and Scorched Dragon. Along that, Guy Crimson and the Emperor Rudra Namal Nazca, what are they doing here? Snowy, it doesn't matter, I'll protect my master with my life. Third POV. As the fight concluded, both Guy and Rudra had the same thought, they needed to get there. The scale of the battle exceeded the limit imposed, yet they just couldn't intervene because they were themselves entranced in this battle. But as soon as it ended, they left their domain with their respective partner. Flying over the western nation, both met above the totally frozen and ruined capital of Falmouth. Guy, hey, to think you would have broken the pact and came all the way here. Rudra, cut your shit, we both are here for the same reason. Glaring at each other, their intention was clear as crystal, the survivor and winner of this battle, he couldn't be left alone now and is the perfect addition for their game. As for the dragon, they just stayed in the air waiting patiently. Velgrind, I didn't expect to see you too, in general it's just that arrogant demon. Velzard, well this human used an ice magic who isn't inferior to mine, I'm naturally interested. Looking down, Velzard's eyes met with Snowy's. Velzard, so it's her, huh, she looks good, as expected of my daughter. Snowy, why is she looking at me? And why does it feel so warm? Their staring contest lasted a few seconds before Velgrind noticed it. Velgrind, is this a spirit? Are you interested in her too? Velzard, it's nothing that involves you. Velgrind, as cold as ever. The tension just kept rising, they would have jumped at each other if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of a third party. A gate opened in the sky near the two groups, all eyes turned toward it as a darkness flooded out of it. A beautiful young lady with silver hair and heterochromatic eyes came out accompanied by a mysterious masked woman. Guy, oh. The daughter of Twilight, Luminous Valentine is it? Luminous, it's an honor to meet you Lord of Darkness. Bowing her head a little, it was clear to everyone present that there was no real respect behind, but what is more important is the heavy and terrifying aura that the masked woman released. Luminous, I will directly go to the point, both of you and the Emperor, leave this place at once. Her words were followed by a silence, this was unexpected from her as clearly, the weakest one was Luminous. Yet she confidently asked them to leave. This earned an interest from Guy and a loud laugh from Rudra. Rudra, ha 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 ha. Us leave. What right do you have to even make this request? Luminous, I have every right to your majesty, after all the one who caused this mess is one of my subordinates. Rudra, ah. Everyone, even Velzard, let out a surprised noise, they repetitively looked at Luminous then at Dawn. Guy, can you prove this claim? Luminous, I can't without his testimony but. Releasing her own aura, naturally it wasn't enough to scare the likes of Guy and Rudra, still it surprised them. This was an act that signified, I'm ready to fight both of you. Luminous, I will prove it to you after he wakes up. Guy, hey, you got some guts you know, or is it because you are backed by this woman? His eyes wandering toward Chloe, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, this woman was definitely a problem. Guy, who is she? Luminous, I will refrain in answering that. Guy, I see, to think you had such a weapon, and if we include the potential of this human down there, you could maybe even form a nation that could rivalize this bloody. Rudra, who are you calling bloody, you bastard red shit demon? The tension rose up once again, but this time, it was quickly subdued by Velzard and Velgrind, who took their human form and restrained their partner. And after a good beat, I mean a good talk, they stopped. Guy, anyway, I guess we can just leave, if he already has a master it doesn't matter anymore. Rudra, right, Luminous Valentine, huh, I'll remember your name from now on. Losing their interest, they just left, it was only after their presence completely disappeared that Luminous could let out a tired sigh. Luminous, this was scary, seriously, I'm really getting myself into a big mess for a human. Chloe, it's fine, he proved himself to be strong after all. Flying down, they landed near Snowy, who raised an ice sword just in case. Chloe, don't worry, we are here to help. Snowy, can I trust you? Chloe, yes. Sensing no animosity, she let her sword go, beside it would be complicated against Chloe, she is a powerhouse and her presence enough pressured those around. Chloe, MMH, his condition is pretty bad but not deadly, I'll still stabilize it with my power. Luminous, good, then let's go to Night Garden, this last attack, he clearly achieved another level of strength, even I am not confident in taking it directly. Chloe, yeah, and you, what are you going to do now? Turning to Snowy, who has been quiet for a while now, the spirit just looked down and sighed. Snowy, the accord passed between Master Dawn and Luna was that I should follow the winner, I will do that. Chloe, I see, do as you please. Nodding, Snowy turned into particles of light and disappeared into her master's soul, thought immediately after, Snowy had an unpleasant encounter as another spirit was sleeping in it, Dusku had exhausted her strength and was resting. Snowy, TCH. Anyway, this was the end of a battle that shook the entire world, the end of an era. Third POV. Inside the Vampire Kingdom, in Night Garden. Dawn finally woke up after 3 weeks. The previous battle had drained everything from him, so now he had to properly rest. Right now, Dawn could only listen to the voice of the world making its announcement, with his mind half unconscious. VOTW, usage of last skill, inheritance from individual Luna, successful, transmission, successful, all characteristic are transferred to individual Dawn Arcead. As the operation started, Dawn could feel a warm feeling fill his soul. VOTW, error, soul of individual Dawn Arcead cannot withstand the overwhelming evolution, reduction, sacrifice of unique skill, copyright, author, reader and fiction, formation of new ultimate skill, lord of story, author, acquisition of remaining skill, successful. Dawn couldn't properly comprehend what was happening, but it seemed his evolution was going well, a little too well. VOTW, acquisition of individual Luna's hero egg, successful, integration, fail. Naturally, Luna had awakened at the last minute her hero egg. She had become a true hero, so integrating it into his body was impossible. An unawakened egg and one awakened couldn't become one, the balance wasn't possible, thought that normally impossible. VOTW, solution found, integration successful, separation, successful, all resistance and immunity will be enhanced, a quizzy. Bearing 2 hero eggs separately, Chloe of the future was the only one able to achieve it, but in theory it's also possible for others. Gaining the characteristic of a true hero despite not having awakened your own egg. Luna's awakening ceremony wasn't done when she interrupted it, so Dawn could assimilate it all and restart the ceremony. Yeah, the first time in history where the voice of the world isn't performing a single individual evolution but multiple on a single person. VOTW, birth of a true hero, successful, individual Dawn Arcead can now freely switch between physical and spiritual body, acquisition of unique skill, fate, successful, notification, unique skill, fate resonated with unique skill, false hope, permission for sacrifice. The request seems to be directly waiting for Dawn to answer. It seems the skills itself wanted it, so Dawn could just smile and agree to everything that is going to happen now. The voice of the world is an ally of neutrality. He will never be unfair, so trusting the system couldn't be bad. VOTW, resource insufficiency, sacrifice of unique skill, regeneration, sacrifice of unique skill sacrifice. This continued for a while. The 12 skills he inherited from Luna were slowly used as sacrifice for false hope and fate's evolution. VOTW, evolution completed, formation of ultimate skill, Lord of Fate, origin, successful. The evolution soon concluded with a bit more announcement. Finally everything became quiet. In his own mind space, another flame appeared beside his own, symbolizing his hero egg. While his flame was a cold blue, this new one was raging blaze. The silhouette of a past friend could be seen. Dawn, really Luna, you might haunt me for the rest of life. Even if they end up fighting, there was no hate, fear, or resentment. Dawn, fate. I guess we were truly bound by fate. Closing his eyes to leave this mind space, Dawn gathered all his strength to reach the realm of the living again. His fight isn't finished yet. 2,000 years, he still has to live all that to meet Rimuru. Dawn POV. Right, everything is just starting now. I'm currently walking toward Luminous' favorite place, the most beautiful garden in this world, Night Garden. I'm pretty much recovered and even stronger. Thanks to Luna's help and her last will, I evolved and exceeded my goal. I can finally take on the big fish though. The likes of Rudra or Guy are really out of range even now. Dawn, well, I still have some time. Skill mastery matters more than the quality of an ultimate skill. The day I will properly be able to use my new skills, that day I'm confident enough in stopping even a true dragon. Well, that's big talk, but I still have to train and gain experience before reaching the cap. Dawn, yeah, with this power I gained in losing everything, with this I will grow stronger. I ignored my voice growing weaker at each new word. I know deep inside, I'm affected by their death more than anyone. I'm just trying to run away from this truth and look forward, but my mind is stuck between the past and future. I killed Luna with my own hand, and couldn't protect Rhea. Lastly, Sola is nowhere to be seen. The soul bonds I made here are gone. Dawn, sometimes, I wonder if it wouldn't be better to just stop all this, and live peacefully a complete life in this world. My emotions are a real mess right now. Still, I know what to do at the moment. I know my course of action now. With that in mind, I entered Night Garden and joined the center where Luminous, Valentine and Chloe were sitting. Their presence was still very potent, but I could bear it. Even now that I was stronger, I could tell how big the gap between Chloe and the rest is. She is really in another realm of power. Compared to her, Luminous is like a small kitten. Luminous, so you finally woke up. You took your time. Engaging the conversation, her tone was different from when we first talked. Well, it's normal. I'm an ultimate skill user and part true hero. If we were to fight, I would definitely win. Maybe not now because I'm not accustomed to my new power yet. People seem to underestimate how important battle experience is. Dawn, yes, I heard all from Snowy. Thank you for your help. When I woke up, Snowy was there. I missed her presence. We talked for a while before she went to sleep. It seems she didn't even bat an eye the whole time I was out. Well, dusk wasn't up either, so I have 2 sleeping spirits in my soul now. Chloe, don't worry, I couldn't let my student get taken away, my dumb hero or weird demon. Luminous, beside we have a contract, remember, I can't let my future knight into someone else's hand. Taking a sip of her drink, I might have misheard it, but her voice tone wavered while she talked. Was she genuinely worried for me? Probably not, we aren't that close after all. Luminous, anyway, Gunther brought that to him. Gunther, hi, my lady. Dawn, MMH. I looked at Gunther leave to bring whatever Luminous asked. I was a bit curious, I couldn't lie. Luminous, since you caused quite the ruckus in the Western nation, I got some work, anyway it's your reward for winning that battle. Chloe, alala, what at Sundara, she is just saying that she took a liking to you and wants to reward you. Luminous, shut it Cronoa. I sweat dropped, it's clearly not romantic affection, unfortunately, Luminous still loves women, she probably sees a good subordinate in me. Anyway, a few minutes later Gunther came back with multiple objects, and the first thing I noticed was a sword. Wait, my Tenryu. I hurriedly looked for it on my wrist but none. Luminous, you passed out immediately so you don't know, but your sword shattered at your final attack. Dawn, ah. I kind of feel empty now, I just upgraded it and was planning to make her a legendary weapon. Chloe, don't worry though, since Guy and Rudra left, no one was there to contest the after-battle scene, so we took your sword and that girl you killed's sword and reforged them together. Dawn, I see. Damn, without my consent or anything, still so this is my new weapon, it was a katana, neither a long sword. It looked more like Chloe's rapier, or maybe in my memories, Gazel's sword, a pretty thin blade shining black pure silver, white silver. My sword turned a crystal black blade and Luna's was fully dark, so why is it silver? I narrowed my use of read for the first time since its evolution, information started to appear in my mind. It was like facing a giant wall, everything about the sword appeared, the story of each material used, the story of my Tenryu and Luna's full moon. This was incredible, and the material that gave this silver color was luminous, magic or but special. To think of you and that Luna girl battle would last 3 days. After the battle we found some magic or infused with your magicule and ice, it turned out to be the perfect composite to forge this new sword. I see, this sword was specifically made for me. I watched in fascination as Gunther handed me the sword, it was a piece of art, it seemed the blacksmith here was as good as Dworgan's. Chloe, it seems you like it, this sword is graded unique class, it could go higher by getting accustomed to you. Dawn, thank you, Chloe, by the way, it still doesn't have a name so choose wisely. A name, huh? Staring at the silver blade, I started thinking, this sword is born from Luna and my weapon. A weapon born from contradiction. Dawn, I guess, dimension would fit it. Luminous, hey, you got some naming sense too. Ugh, it's just you who suck at naming, as an author, naming is one of the most annoying things, I'm not good at it either. But Luminous genuinely sucked at it, I mean they held the entire Valpurgis for naming their council. Chloe, dimension, huh, it's a good name, I can't wait to see how powerful this sword will turn out. This time it was Hinata who spoke, it seemed the knight in her showed interest in my new weapon. Anyway, I tightly grabbed dimension and shielded it before placing it down. Gunther, Dawn-sama, here is the next reward. Dawn, oh yeah, thanks. I quickly snapped out of my trance and looked forward, my eyes instantly widening as I watched a heavy orb in Gunther's hand. Dawn, that's Luminous, your fight left terrible consequences you know, I couldn't collect them all but this orb has over 1 million human souls. Chloe, I was surprised too, the entire population of the Western nation dropped a lot, like 21% were collateral victims. 1 million. And she wasn't able to get them all, how could this be? I made sure to freeze everything so the number of deaths would decrease. My ice shouldn't have been mortal, wait, after I fainted, Frozen World should have cancelled so, the answer to all these deaths are the meteorites who felt after my ice disappeared and everything went back to normal. Dawn, ah, I messed up. Luminous, ha ha ha. You sure did, now the entire human nation placed a bounty on your head, you are literally the most wanted man alive. Dawn, well, this sure is troubling, I'll need to use illusion magic now. Anyway, what should I do with those souls? I'm on the hero side so evolving into a demon lord isn't an option. Why am I even thinking? In fact I already know what to do with them. Gunther, lastly, Dawn-sama, this is another separate soul my lady collected. Dawn, separate. I looked forward, a silver light orb floated toward me, who was that? It felt Fami. Dawn, don't tell me. Luminous, that girl you fought seems to be someone important, so her body is preserved in the night garden. I also collected her soul for you though don't expect to resurrect her. Dawn, it isn't possible. Luminous, not after your attack, it seems to have shattered all possibility of resurrection, it's really a horrific skill you have there. True rewrite, I did it on a whim and instinct, though the process was clear as crystal in my mind. That attack definitely reached the sky. This is probably why the likes of Rudra and Guy came. In fact, if I could land it on Luminous or Sylvia, I could probably win, but that's under several conditions. I'm almost there when I think about it. No, I'm actually confident in fighting them now. The experience was still lacking, but I could surely gap it with raw strength. Dawn, I see. Chloe, this soul is pretty much useless now. Luminous just thought you might want to give her a last farewell. Dawn, no. Chloe, huh? Dawn, a soul will never be useless. I already know what to do with it, so thank you for retrieving it, Lady Luminous. The way I talked might have come out unexpectedly for everyone present, but I made no mistake. One of my knees bent. I bowed my head while straightening my back. Luminous, oi, what are you doing? Dawn, I know there are still centuries before the term on our contract, but I decided, there is nothing left for me to do now that Rhea is gone, so please allow me to serve you now. Third POV. His statement shocked everyone, not even Chloe predicted this. Luminous, are you sure? You could still travel and see more of the world. Dawn, I already thought about that. I want to travel as one of your subordinates from now on. Keeping his head low, Luminous was left in a dilemma, and from the look of it, Chloe wasn't going to help. Luminous, I see. Can I ask, what do you plan to do now? Dawn, honestly, I only have one thing planned that I can't tell you, but after that nothing. I plan on doing whatever task you give me. Luminous, I can see the gist of it. He is trying to find a new reason to live. Since he lost everything, he is trying everything to not fall deeper. Reaching in conclusion, Luminous brought her finger to her mouth and bit it lightly. Fresh blood slowly dropped on the ground. Luminous, this is a vampire art, blood contract. After you accept it, no betrayal will be possible. Blood contract, a pact used by the vampire race. It's a rare usage as this art was lost through the age. Simply because not many vampires thought it necessary. After all, they were the subordinates of the divine ancestor Valentine. This pact works simply by transferring some of the master's blood into the body of the subordinate, thus that blood will continue to exist within him. It will allow many things such as localizing, feeling his mental state and more, but the main point is the trust behind this. For a vampire, giving his blood to someone means that there is mutual trust to a certain degree. Moreover, this technique created by Twilight Valentine was used for the first by Luminous, since blood contract can only be used on non-vampire beings. The other vampire naturally followed her, so Luminous clearly had no use for this. Luminous, now, without waiting, I will give you your first task. Dawn, hi. Facing the ground, the divine ancestor's blood slowly flew inside his chest. The feeling was warm yet cold. It wasn't really potent, but still you could feel like a pair of eyes watching you from behind. Luminous, leave this castle and travel. Come back once I call you back. Until then I don't want to see your face. This unexpected order startled Dawn, but also Gunther. The only one unaffected was Chloe behind, who just nodded. Luminous, that's all. You shall leave when you are fully restored. Turning her head, just like that, he was dismissed and ordered to leave the garden. Dawn stayed silent for a while before nodding. He turned around and left with an unreadable expression. Dawn, before that, Gunther-san, please give those human souls to Lady Luminous. Gunther, what? Dawn, this will serve her evolution. Finishing with that, he silently walked away, leaving Gunther totally speechless. They were both far away from Luminous and Chloe now. Dawn had waited this exact moment to leave the souls behind, and Gunther could only nod watching Dawn silently leave. Gunther, I'm sure we'll get along in the future. Chloe POV. This might appear cruel and cold from Luminous, but she did the right thing. Her action actually showed her how warm and good she was. Chloe, I guess you really took a liking to him, huh? Luminous, he is a good pawn. I take good care of my possession. Chloe, I see. Anyway, what is his state? I was referring to the blood contract. For a brief moment she should have access to his mental state. Dawn hit it well, but he was clearly not good. It felt like he could break at any moment. Luminous, he is on the verge of dying internally. His whole persona and feelings are mixing. Chloe, so you send you away so he can recover by himself? Luminous, yes, serving me right now would have just led to his own destruction. So she wants him to travel around the world on its own. He has lost Rhea and pretty much everything. If he came to work here now, it would just make him dependent on this place and us. He has to go alone, see the world again, refresh himself and find a new purpose so he won't become a simple doll. Chloe, as expected, you are kind. Luminous, oh shut it, it's for my own benefit. I declared hostility toward Guy Crimson and the Emperor. I need all the weapons I have at their best. Hiding your feelings now, well at least I know she is D-mu inside a good person. Anyway, I should worry about Dawn now. He is strong enough to overcome this, he just needs time. I should prepare myself too. In a few centuries, Leon and I will be summoned along with my child self. I have to make sure everything is ready by then. Gunther, my lady. Luminous, oh you're back already. What is that? I also got curious. All the rewards for Dawn were taken beside the human souls. Gunther, well, how to explain this? After he explained the situation, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, look at Luminous' face. She looked dumbfounded. Luminous, he wants me to use those to awaken. Gunther, hi. Luminous, what a stupid brat. She sounded annoyed, but I could see a small smile forming on her face. I guess even the like of Luminous like gifts. Anyway, he still managed to surprise us here. Dawn POV. It's so cold, is it already winter time? I don't really know frankly, since I evolved into a true hero through Luna's power. I gained immunity over a lot of things, like cold and heat are some of them. Yeah, I always had a high cold resistance, so why am I feeling cold right now? This was weird. Dawn, ah. I breathed hard, letting steam out of my mouth, cold steam, so it's almost winter, huh? Looking behind, the castle of Night Garden, it has been 4 days since I received that order from Lady Luminous. The sun was rising from behind, living a beautiful dawn. My eyes stared at the sight blankly. Dawn, this is the start of my long trip, huh? It was probably the last adventure I will have on my own before meeting Rimuru. A sword, a uniform, food and water, that was all I had with me right now, the same path I took with Rhea back then. Dawn, restarting over. I know why I was ordered to leave, I know it very well as a reader of novels. This scenario already happens, but can I really get over all this and restart? That's an answer only future me has. Dawn Arceid, that's my name again, yeah, let's restart it all over. Turning around one last time, I closed my eyes and walked away. Letting time do its work, a lot of things will happen now, but the first thing I should do is to see where Sola is and visit Velzard to make up my part of our deal. Since then many things have happened. To resume quickly, Luminous joined the Demon Lord. I had met a lot of new people, fought some, confronted some future cast members like Kondo or my Furuki. I had also met Shizu Aizawa in one of my travels after Hinata abandoned her. I contributed her lot as an adventurer under an anonymous name. This small paragraph won't be enough to resume all this, well I'm sure future me will come up with some flashbacks for everyone to enjoy. Anyway, finally the time has come for Rimuru to come. Dawn, everything starts now. Third POV. Walking down a long corridor, Dawn Arceid was on his way to see his master. 3 days ago, Dawn had felt the disappearance of Veldora, thus the birth of Rimuru into this world. He didn't plan to go meet him now. His first encounter with him will be during the Valpurgis 2 years later when he becomes a Demon Lord. For the sole reason that his presence would undeniably modify the course of the story and mess up some of Rimuru's decisions. But that didn't mean Dawn was going to stay in Rubrios the whole time. There are things he had planned. Dawn, permission to enter. Stopping in front of the door leading toward the Garden of Rubrios, he waited for an instant before opening the door. Walking through a path of flowers, he stopped a few feet away from his master and her butler. Luminous, it's rare for you to come here on your own. Did something happen? The last time he came here on his own was on Hinata's case, when she discovered the truth behind Rubrios. After defeating her, Luminous decided to make her one of her knights and direct subordinates, and that day Dawn himself asked to train her. Because of that, Hinata was stronger than she was originally. Dawn, I need to leave for a while. Luminous, hey, is it because of that overgrown lizard disappearance? Dawn nodded. 300 years ago, Veldora rampage happened and Chloe, Hinata, defeated and sealed him. After that, Dawn came back after a long journey. Ever since the foundation of Rubrios he hasn't left the nation besides for some missions. Due to that loyalty over the century, he was fairly well known and acknowledged, yes, right now in Rubrios. There were a few individuals and groups known by all, the 7 Days Clergy, the 10 Great Saints, the Right Hand of God Hinata Sakaguchi, the Pope Louis. And finally, the Ace of God, Dawn Arceid. He could use his true name after most of his crimes and accused deeds 2,000 years ago become history. His name slowly became white again, bland of all accusations. He was now Dawn Arceid, the man who served the Holy Empire since its creation. Luminous, well, you served me well for the past century, so go ahead, take it under the pretext of vacation. Dawn, thank you. Over the years, Dawn and Luminous grow closer into a sort of spiritual sibling relationship. Having nothing else to do here, Dawn bowed and left. Gunther, he sure grew stronger. Luminous, indeed, his progression is terrifying. Even after awakening I'm not confident in fighting him head-on. Gunther just nodded. A few rare people know about his true strength, one of the few beings that could somehow rival one of those true dragons. This doesn't mean he can defeat them, but at least put up a fight. This alone puts him high in the hierarchy, because most people would die the moment they stand in front of those catastrophes. Luminous, despite being a member of the 10 Great Demon Lords, Guy is still on my back since that event 2,000 years ago. Gunther, indeed. Luminous, who do you think is the strongest? Guy Crimson or Dawn Arceid? Falling silent, this was actually hard to tell as they never saw either of them going serious since Dawn came back. He was a different man, not the one broken by regret and sorrow. Gunther, I believe even the likes of Guy Crimson will have to be ready to lose something important. Dawn POV. Walking back toward my room, I met a few holy knights and priests on the way. They bowed silently, waiting for me to leave before returning to their daily life. I really became famous here. Well, not like it affects me anymore. 2,000 years worth of experience and life drastically changed my mind. I'm originally just a human. We aren't supposed to live that long. Dawn. Oh. On the other side of the corridor, I could see Hinata accompanied by Lytus approaching. They must be on their way to the meeting room. I think it's about some recent bandit activity near Rubio's. As we crossed paths, both stopped and stepped aside. It's hard to imagine the cold-hearted Hinata doing this to anyone beside Luminous. Hinata, where are you going, sensei? Dawn, my room also gathers the 10 great saints later. I have an announcement to make, Hinata, as you wish. Lytus didn't say anything, keeping a low profile. Well, I guess it must be pretty tense for her. Her direct superior Hinata, and on the hierarchy I come even further above. Having nothing else to say, I left the two of them and went to my room. Dawn, the number of bandits' attacks have been increasing the last few years. Maybe I should take care of it when I leave. Grabbing my sword and strapping it on my wrist, I turned around and voiced something quietly. My words quickly reached the shadows and a few people started to move. While the 10 great saints are the light of Rubio's, the clergy are its icons. I have created another unit who mainly work under the light unit, Fallen Light, a group of 6 people directly working under me. Only the Luminous has knowledge of them. The particularity of this unit is that those 5 individuals are otherworlder, and one of them being another one like me, someone who came from that reality who viewed Tensura as fiction. Speaking about that, Sola, I had only seen her one time in 2,000 years, when I started my last journey. I wonder if she survived. I still freshly remember that one last interaction. Sometimes it made me want to go back to that time when we were still friends. Flashp. No, I already sealed that memory away due to the pain it caused. I only have some residue that leaks into my mind from time to time. Anyway, I should go now. As for the order I gave to the Fallen Light, it's simple. All of them have another identity in Rubio's. Some are apprentice priests/none, others are knights and more. I ordered them to go on standby for now and only act when the situation turns dire. Dawn, you can come too, you. Coming out from the shadows, Yukita Nashi, the one who shares a similar past to me, and Sola, a Japanese girl who had read Tensura from its source. She was reincarnated into this world around 72 years ago as a human slave. She was abused for being a mistress's daughter. Her father was quite the right man, but after losing his parents, he fell into depression, and despite being married, he went on sleeping with multiple other women. One of them led to Yu's birth. After this came out, Yu was mistreated and then thrown. Since she had a rather beautiful mother, people expected her to be equally beautiful when she grew up. And thus, she was sold off for a large sum of money. At that time she was 6. After that, she was taken into one of those horrible slave trading centers where she slowly lost hope in life. Fortunately, this didn't last long, only a few months. Since Rubio's discovered this and rescued the slaves, I was at the command at that time and noticed her status. Perhaps because I felt guilty towards Sola, I took Yu in and raised her myself. It felt like having a daughter. It wasn't bad. Also, she kept her name since she abandoned her name given here. Yu, I came here to ask for a favor. Dawn, what do you need this time? Ice cream. Pasta. Chocolate. One fact about Yu, she is a glutton of the finest rank but also a Cheyenne-level cook. She wanted to taste things from Earth but can't because of her talent in ruining food. Yu, ugh, no. I mean, if you want to make some for me I don't mind, but that's not the point. Please let me come with you. Dawn, you know I won't interact with Rimuru yet. I'm just going out to recruit a new member for the Fallen Light. That's right, Shizu will soon meet Rimuru and die. My goal right now is to recover her soul and revive her. A lot of things had changed. I had worked with her a few times and her mindset changed a little. I know she doesn't want to die yet. Yu, that doesn't matter. I only want to follow you. This really looks like a father and daughter discussion now. You know I'm barely 2,000 years old and still virgin. Please don't lump me with those old dad. Yu, what's wrong? You're unusually silent. Dawn, and nothing. Anyway, follow me if you want. At approval, she made a delighted expression and nodded before quickly following me. Her public identity is also my personal secretary and helps me with all the paperwork I get from Lewis and Roy. Those bastards can't properly make reports and have to lump everything on me. I can't wait to let them suffer while I'm gone. UPOV. Staring at his back, many things flew through my mind. Back when I was living in Japan, I wasn't someone remarkable, just an ordinary girl who started reading manga because of my father. He was a manga editor. I have bathed in this since birth and one day came across Tensura, though I didn't pay much attention to it. And before I knew I was here, in this same Tensura world, everything was cold when I came. I was abused over and over. My father was a depressed guy who probably didn't even know my existence, and my mother was just after money. This is why when Dawn-san saved me, I felt relieved and grateful, but after some time together, I started to look up to him like how I did with my father back then. This feeling when you can only stare at his back, honestly even if I can surpass him, I wouldn't want because this gap between us is comfortable. I owe him a lot. This life of mine is one thing, but even my name, Clarice, is the name given to me in this world, but I hated it after living through that hell. Don-san had some skill that could overwrite my name, and he gave me back the precious name father had given me. For that I will be eternally grateful to him. Yes, for now I'm satisfied and happy of this distance between us. And that's why I want to follow him. Don POV. Seriously, that child. Anyway, things are about to change. In fact, it already started. Making my way toward the meeting room, activated my ultimate skill author, the world around me turned pale as everything became words. For simple information, the ground below me will collapse in 245 years due to an unstable foundation. It was written for me like a book. That didn't really matter though, what was important was the information in front of me. Don Arcead, status, side character. After I eliminated Luna, my status was main character. At the moment I didn't really care because everyone is its own story's main character. But now, I become a side character, just when Rimuru came into this world. This started giving me clues and confirmation that I'm currently inside a story, written by someone. Judging by the name and design given to the important people in my life and myself, it's someone similar to me. This is giving much more questions, and I feel like the only way for me to get these answers is to get through Tensura's storyline. I clenched my fist hard. My existence already changed a lot of things among the main cast. Will everything be alright? You, Don-san. Before I knew, I reached the meeting room. It seemed I spaced out in front of the door. I shook my head and opened it. The 10 great saints were already present. My skill was still active, so all the information about them was visible. This ultimate skill is truly beyond this world. I lost most of the ability I once had when they were unique skills, but my new power isn't to joke at. Dawn, everyone present. Third POV. At his arrival, everyone got up and bowed respectfully. Without waiting, he took his seat and told everyone to follow. Dawn, I'll keep it brief. Our goddess Luminous gave me an order. Everyone. This was naturally a shock, though no one even tried to deny such a bold claim. Dawn was known as the Ace of God, someone who held a position equal to the Pope Louis. Dawn, I will leave later today for a few months. Until then the post of Supreme Commander of Rubio's Night Order will be vacant. This naturally was like a bombshell exploding into the ocean. No one could utter a word as he continued. Dawn, while I'm gone, Hinata will take over the lead. Consider her words as mine. Finishing with that, he got up and readied himself to leave. Honestly, the 10 great saints aren't really worth his time. He didn't like them either. As for bonding, he was a knight for Rubio since way before any of their birth. Most of them grew up knowing Dawn as an icon figurine, knight of Rubio, so talking to him is hard. They were merely at a subordinate and servant level. Hinata, if you allow me, can I ask a few questions? Dawn, you will take care of it. I have to take my leave first. Turning toward his secretary, Dawn knew that among all the Tensura cast Yu's favorite was Hinata. He rather enjoyed seeing her getting along with her favorite character. Hinata, I see. As for Hinata, she actually gets along with you. Thought she was rather annoyed because Dawn literally pushed every interaction he could have with her onto you. Besides training, they haven't talked much, and for Hinata, Dawn was someone similar to Shizu. Dawn, oh, I almost forgot, for the group of bandits lurking around Rubio's, I'll take care of it. With that finally said, he left the meeting room. Along with that, the pressure caused by his presence was removed. Everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. You, then allow me to cover the next few topics. I will charge all of you with some new daily tasks and reschedule some of your training and mission. You can ask questions later. Smashing a large stack of paper on the table, everyone trembled, even Hinata, outside her friendly behavior. You was still chosen to be Dawn's secretary. She is an elite among the elite when it come to administrative tasks. She was a demon for everyone here as they most specialized into combat, so when you took over they had to follow her astronomic pace. You, Dawn-sama, will leave soon, so we'll have to accelerate the process, thus we'll cancel all your break, training, and duty for today. I already have some people hired to do these. Instead focus on the paperwork. Her sinister smile and words were the last straw needed for the glorious 10 saints to fall into despair. Hinata, I would rather fight a demon lord than doing this. After hours, it was finally time to leave, with a small bag and covered by a cape. It was essential to not reveal that he had left Rubio's or it would alert the other nation. So he was going to travel incognito. This strangely reminded him of the past when he had to hide because of his criminal record. You, the bandits' main camp is in the northeast. We should get there in a few minutes if we run. Dawn, MMH, then let's walk. You, huh? Looking at the sleeping sun, the fresh wind hit his face, those light clothes far from the noble suit he had at Rubio's. The irregular ground, everything screamed wild and adventure. Dawn, let's just travel normally. You, Rimuru should still be in that cave, we got time. You, adventure, huh? Dawn, I already lived a long adventure of 1,700 years but you never witnessed that. At that moment, you once again saw this rare sight. Don might appear different in front of others, cold or ruthless, but sometimes he would just do these random actions for those he held dear. He could have accomplished so much alone, yet he went out of his way to help you. Killing two birds with one stone, giving this opportunity to you while going on their quest. Thank you. Don, don't, I also wanted to adventure like that, it's refreshing. Both walking at a slow pace, they just enjoyed this moment. Sometime later, they reached the bandits' camp. It was already nighttime, but still those on night duty noticed their presence, and soon the entire camp was awake, weapon in hand. Don and you were still walking toward them without a care. Bandit, stop right there. A first warning came, but none showed hints of stopping. Then came a second warning. Finally snapping, an arrow was shot right toward Don's head, but shockingly enough, the arrow was cut into dust before it reached him. Invisible to all, this was the result of centuries of swordsmanship, a swift draw too fast for even a saint, consecutive slash reducing the arrow to dust. This nameless technique was formerly known as cross-cardinal slash, but the difference in strength and speed was like night and day. Don, I'll give you 30 seconds, don't disappoint me. It's more than enough. Her eyes turning stone cold, is the holder of the unique skill, Shadow, the art to manipulate the darkness of the world. Placing her hand on the ground, in the split of a second, multiple blades made of shadow appear under the bandits' neck. Execution. The next instant, the 82 bandits present in the base were beheaded, blood spread everywhere with no sound. It was pure silence letting the night take over. A flawless work from the strongest unit within the fallen light. Dawn, your execution has become faster, huh? Well, you often send us to exterminate the trash, so I had plenty of time to become stronger. What she means by trash is either the corrupted nobles within the Western nation or groups of mindless monsters who dare cause a ruckus. Dawn, I see. Anyway, I'll clean the base and we'll depart for the Jura forest. Okay, I'll go loot their boss's room then. Running off, from what you told him, she was a huge RPG gamer and fan of those dungeon-type manga in the past. So she has a sort of fetish to loot down the boss or important people's treasure. Bandits surely have some valuable things. Dawn, I'll just clean this. Stretching his hand, the big problem from this massacre is the blood. The entire base was covered in red and that's quite the disgusting sight. Dawn, headless body is fine though. Shaking his head, this operation will consist in 3 steps, using ultimate skill, author. The first one is selecting the composant, here it's blood. The second step is selecting the area, the entire base. And finally erase everything. Lord of Stories is mainly an ultimate skill that allows direct interaction with information particles, composition of all things. Putting it simply, with his skill, he erased the matter known as blood within the chosen area. Dawn, good, I can probably instantly take on anyone that isn't a top-tier Chara now. Though, his skill has a limit. First, the effect is decreased if the enemy has an ultimate skill and if his EP are overwhelmingly higher. Dawn thought the latter shouldn't be a problem for now. After all 2,000 years passed along that, he had awakened his own hero egg. The number of beings that have higher EP than him could be counted on 2 hands. Dawn, you should be done by now, I guess I'll just wait for her then. Sighing, he sat down and waited, his mind going off toward a few memories of the past. 70 years ago. Walking down a long road, Dawn was out for his duty with a direct order from Luminous. It seems the Eastern Empire had sent a unit toward the Western nation. His job was to intercept them and stop them before they came too close. Upon arriving there, Dawn was met with an unexpected person. Dawn, Tatsuya Kondo, huh? The Gun Saint, a former Japanese military who had swore total loyalty to the Emperor Rudra. Along with him were an army of 2,000 soldiers. It seems Rudra planned to take over 1 or 2 nations to see how the Western nations were developing. Kondo, you seem to know who I am, so I advise you to get out of the way, foreign knight. Dawn, that won't happen. Also, you of all people should know that threats only work on people weaker than you. This naturally tickled Kondo off. Taking out his gun, he pointed it toward Dawn with cold eyes. Kondo, you talk big, tell me your name before you die. Dawn, my name, well, neither of us will die here, so might as well give it. Unshelting dimension, this was a direct challenge thrown toward Kondo. Who will win? Your bullet or my slash? Dawn, my name is Dawn Arseid. Kondo, oh. I think I heard about you, the last wall of the Holy Empire, huh? Tensing up, now he realized the generosity of the situation. Dawn Arseid is one of the few names Rudra himself was aware of. Dawn, it seems the Empire does know about me, what an honor. Kondo, if you are truly Dawn Arseid, things sure took a dim turn. His hand firmly holding his gun, he didn't show any sign of backing down. He was confident in his ability and thus wanted to test Dawn with his own hand. Dawn, overconfidence isn't a great trait. Kondo, WH. Instinctively pulling the trigger, the moment Dawn finished his sentence he disappeared. Out of pure instinct, Kondo managed to aim a bullet toward his moving body, a sort of silver blur covering his movement. But that bullet was cut down midway as it met Dimension's sharpness. It wasn't the work of a skill but pure swordsmanship. Kondo, this movement. I can't avoid it, it's aimed at my neck. Gritting his teeth as he could only helplessly watch the sword coming, he didn't close his eyes, his pride as a warrior didn't allow it. Kondo, is this the end? The world seems so slow. When death is near, rumors say that the world turns slower from your vision, this state of total powerlessness where you can only await your doom. But fate had other plans for him when Dawn's blade flew past him, stopping right beside his head. Dawn, that technique is called Reverse of the Other World, a fusion between multiple swordsmanship I acquired through the ages. You think a simple bullet can defeat a swordsmanship that was polished through the centuries? Sweat dripped from Kondo's face as he turned around. The 2,000 soldiers that accompanied him were all on the ground lifeless. They were several meters away, yet none of them survived. In fact, none of them had the time to realize their own death. Kondo, so this is the power of a true hero. The speed is beyond what I can perceive. Dawn, oh. So Rudra did inform you about the true hero. Kondo, respect the Emperor. Dawn, shut up. Kicking him in the stomach, Kondo was sent among the lifeless corpses. Dawn had lost interest in this interaction, so he just turned around. Dawn, I'll let you live. Tatsuya Kondo, go tell your master about this and deliver my message. Don't come near the border of the Western nation. We'll overlook your action this time, but there won't be another. This was a blunt taunt, and certainly it worked, as the Empire needed everything to stop Rudra from rampaging. Kondo too was frustrated. It was a total defeat, and from then onward he grew a sort of hatred yet respect for Dawn. His words left a deep mark into him. The moment they met, Kondo acted like he was superior or at least equal. But as Dawn said, how could they even be close when Dawn had thousands of years of experience? Kondo, thousands of years, I already ashamed myself too much. Next time I won't fall down that easily. Looking up to the vast sky, he pondered, remembering the day where he led the Empire army to its worst defeat. Kondo, at that moment, it felt like a meteor approached me. Ace of God, bullshit. He didn't feel like a holy knight at all. During a conflict, a single name can change everything. Those names are also translated under titles. It's a way to honor and create a sort of myth around an individual. These titles can vary among the nation. The one who served the Holy Empire, the Ace of God, or also known as the biggest obstacle to the Western nation invasion, the White Meteor Dawn Arcead. That's the name given to him within the Eastern Empire. Third POV. Some time passed. Currently inside the Jura Forests, Rimuru had already went to Dworgen and came back. After meeting the Conqueror of Flames, he soon had to face reality and watch her die. Laying on her deathbed, Shizue stared at the ceiling weakly. Shizue, you know Slime-san, I don't want to die. She broke down in tears after saying that. Rimuru could only helplessly witness the scene. He was forcing Great Sage to find a solution, but nothing. He was too weak at the moment. Rimuru, why, you told me you were searching for someone when you entered the forest. Who? Shizue, his name is Leon Cromwell, a demon lord. Rimuru, Demon Lord Leon Cromwell, The discussion was quiet and awkward. Shizue just stared at the ceiling, feeling her body altering due to old age. This was the consequence after losing Ifrit. Rimuru, do you have any wishes? Rimuru wasn't dumb. It was clear, Shizue is going to die soon and there was nothing he could do to save her. The sole thing he could do is ask for her dying wishes and make them come true. Shizue, please save the children's. Rimuru, the children. Shizue, yes. Closing her eyes, she narrated how she met those 5 summoned children destined to die, how everyone had abandoned them. Shizue, I also came here in hope of finding a way to save them. Rimuru, I see, can you tell me your story? He was desperately trying to hold the conversation longer. Shizue knew that and smiled. Shizue, sure, let's see, all started when. From this point onward, she narrated her life, the painful moment to the happy one. How she was summoned by Leon Cromwell and given Ifrit, how she was abandoned and met the masked hero who then became her teacher and traveling companion. How even that hero left her behind. She then wandered the world alone. Shizue, that was until I met a weird guy. Rimuru, a weird guy. Shizue, yes, he was quiet and we barely exchanged a few words, yet it felt like we were longtime companions. It was during one of her stay at an inn after coming back from a mission. She decided to rest for the day and went to the restaurant on the spot. There she met him. The restaurant was crowded, so she had to share a table with a stranger, not like she minded. The one that day was named Dawn. They shared a short meal and discussed a little, strangely enough that men engaged the conversation when he realized who she was. At first, Shizue thought he knew her due to her adventurer career and reputation, but all this crumbled when he mentioned elements from her past. Flashback. In that crowded restaurant, Shizue ate quietly with her mask on. The person beside her has been engaging in small talk for a while now. Though Shizue only responded with a short answer or nod, it didn't seem to bother him. Dawn, by the way, how is Kranoa? Suddenly freezing, Shizu let her spoon fall as she frantically turned toward this stranger. She didn't draw her sword or activate any skill because they were in public, but you could feel some aura leaking. Shizu, who? Dawn, relax, I just recognized that mask you were wearing. Cronoa was my teacher. Shizu, her student. Smiling, Dawn was currently hiding his identity since he was already pretty famous as one of the heads of Rubrios. Just now, he was on his way back to Rubrios after some affair in this area. He stopped at this inn for the night and coincidentally met with Shizu, even though he hasn't expected that. Dawn, anyway, what's your name? You can just call me Dawn. Shizu. Returning back to their dishes, the atmosphere was kind of tense as the Conqueror of Flames didn't know how to act. Dawn, Nishizu-san, what do you think of this world? Shizu, why this question? Dawn, no need to be so tense, I'm just interested in the opinion of a fellow student, actually that makes us Kohai and Senpai, right? He tried to ease the atmosphere but Shizu didn't let it go and carefully thought about what she should do. Ultimately, answering his questions brings no harm, and she could in exchange ask questions too. Shizu, I hate this world. Dawn. Those words were cold and honest, she told the truth, she hated this world more than anything. Dawn, I see, on the contrary I love it with all my heart. Shizu. His answer was unexpected, this wasn't something a character like Shizu could understand. Tensura, this name alone played a big part in Dawn's former life, despite all he has lost, despite all he suffered he couldn't bring himself to fully hate this world. Shizu, why? People are dying so easily, children are rejected and sent to the battlefield, otherworlders are summoned to become what they don't want. Dawn, well seeing it like that, then yes this world is pure shit, the survival of the fittest, that's the law here. In 2000 years, this world's rule was fully implemented into him, if it wasn't for the perfect memories granted by his skill. He would have forgotten the rule and peace from a magicless world by now. Dawn, but after living for so long, I learned how to enjoy this, I might be a bad person in your eyes but in the end, I'm satisfied with what I am. Shizu, you are really confusing. At the time, Shizu was 22 years old, she was young, really young for this world's standard. Dawn, still Shizu-san, you might think that way right now, but at least give it a thought, this world isn't as bad as you think. Finishing his meal, he got up and left a pile of gold coins on the table. Dawn, tonight's dinner for me. Shizu just quietly watched him leave, his words resonating in her mind for a while. Flashback end. Shizu, after I had met him 2 other times. Rimuru, he seems as you say, quite the weird type. Shizu, Rigug. Suddenly feeling pain, Shizu groaned, this led to a chain reaction as Rimuru jumped startled. He looked at her worried before the pain subdued. Shizu, it's almost time, huh? Truly those words Dawn told her had affected her way too much, at the moment, there was only one thing she wanted. Shizu, Slime-san, I really want to live. Tears rolled down her cheek, after that day, after meeting him she tried to look at the world differently. Slowly she started to see past the dark side, the misery and suffering, this world had also its own good. She realized this way too late and now it was already time for her to go. Staying quiet, Rimuru bit his invisible lips and grabbed her hand. Rimuru, don't worry Shizu-san, I'm going to save those children and on top of that I'll punch that damn demon Lord Leon Cromwell's face for you. At this point, Shizue's body was already old, she was reaching her last limits, her eyes already lost the living light. Shizu, Slime-san, could you eat me? Rimuru, huh? Shizu, I don't deserve this world, I always hated it until my very last moment, I don't want to die in this world I had rejected for so long. She was contradicting herself, in fact she didn't know anymore, it seemed like everything was revealing to her right before death. Maybe she just wanted to escape this reality by proposing this to Rimuru, her thoughts were confusing and she herself couldn't understand them. Ultimately, Rimuru on the side made his decision, he had to seal his resolve before it's too late. Rimuru, very well. Dawn POV. This is more sentimental when you see it directly, I waited patiently, arm crossed. Using author skill to rewrite the direction that LGHT reflect, sound and basically made me invisible. Standing against the wall, I closed my eyes at the last scene, Rimuru using Predator to absorb Shizue's body. Dawn, my nature as a fanfic author wants me to appear and save her, I could if I wanted but I have to restrain myself. I could easily summon a spirit or even heal her condition myself, now that I think, it has been over a year now that Dusk has been sleeping. I placed my hand over my chest, the 2 spirits that reside within me Snowy and Dusk. The latter slept most of his time since I mainly rely on my own strength, whereas Snowy was away at the moment. Once in a while, I let her live so she could join Velzard-san on the ice continent for bonding time. Since the first time they met, they always had that connection between them, I should also be there but over the years I started to trust Velzard-san enough to let Snowy go alone. Dawn, oops, I should refocus on the situation. Turning back toward Rimuru, Shizu was already gone. He was standing there alone with his new body. Soon enough, Eren and the others came. The usual emotional farewell discussion happened. I waited a few more minutes watching the scene with interest before moving. Dawn, I'm just here for this. My eyes glowing, Lord of Fate, Origin, one of the 2 ultimate skills I gained during my evolution 2,000 years ago. At first I thought of it as useless since Fate was something I could rewrite with author, but after uncovering OT's abilities. One of them is the ability to interact with souls. My goal here is Shizu Izawa's soul. After materializing it, I changed its course of fate. Normally a soul would slowly leave toward the cycle of reincarnation. Though her case was different as she wandered around the world as a ghost seen in Tensura Nikki. Instead, I cut down the original destination of the soul and made it come to me. Dawn, luckily, I had plenty of times experiencing this technique in the past. After that, I quickly left. Rimuru and the others were still talking about their recent loss. Though if everything goes well, this farewell will turn into a simple goodbye. Third POV. After getting away, Dawn met up with Yu, who was waiting further away in the Jura forest. Dawn, I'm here. Appearing through the tree, he landed right beside Yu, who was meditating, her eyes closed. In reality she was focusing on her skill. A few kilometers in the east, there you could witness a giant orc army moving, all of them led by an orc lord. Yu, 180, no 200,000 orcs, this is just like in the anime. Dawn, heh, I guess she lost herself in her skill again. Sighing, Dawn went aside and took out Shizue's soul. Dawn, the biggest difference between my author skill and origin is the amount of energy I need to use them. Dawn POV. Let's take another skill for example, water magic and the skill, water manipulation. Water magic demands an absurd amount of control and magicule while water manipulation eases everything. Ultimate skill, author allows me to rewrite reality itself, but it's very draining. One of my powers is also to rewrite one's fate. But as I said, this cost me a lot in terms of mental strength. I have to supplement my brain with mountain information. The hardest job is when it comes to the soul. I have to analyze and read the information of the said soul. It shouldn't be a problem normally, but I realized, when it comes to the main cast and characters with names from the original story, reading their information is a lot harder than normal or random people. Shizue's soul is abnormally heavy and reading it would be equivalent to draining all the mental strength I have left for the day. But that changes when I use origin instead. The equation seems to be doing on its own, altering the fate of Shizue. Dawn, but before resurrecting her, we need to talk first. Materializing her spiritual body from her soul, the beautiful figurine of Shizu Izawa appeared. She slowly opened her eyes before letting out a shocked expression. Shizu, huh? But I just... Dawn, it has been a while, Shizu, around 60 years. Shizu, why you, Dawn-san? How? Dawn, let's say I have a skill made for that. Letting out a faint smile, I turned around and sat on a fallen tree trunk. Dawn, Shizu, I returned you to this world to ask you a question. Shizu, a question. Dawn, what do you think about this world now? Her eyes visibly widened at my question. I already know her position now, but she doesn't. I was invisible so she couldn't know. Shizu, I can't say I hate it anymore. She averted her eyes. Guilt. Embarrassment. Sadness. I couldn't really read her expression. Dawn, I see, then how about a second chance in life? Shizu, that. She is hesitating and it's normal. Being given a second chance in life isn't an easy choice and option. Even more for someone like Shizu, she had suffered a lot and rejected that world for so long. But at the end, she already showed her wishes earlier. Shizu, can you really give me another chance? Dawn, I can. She fell silent, our eyes locking as if she tried to feel my seriousness. Shizu, can I really live? Dawn, yes, and no. Shizu, what do you mean? Finally seeing a catch, she knows better than anyone that you can't have anything without a price. Dawn, Shizu Izawa is already dead for this world. You can't resurrect the dead without changing the world. Resurrection is something that beyond what humanity can handle. No human should be allowed such power. Greed would immediately corrupt it and turn the world into a ball of darkness. Dawn, but you are still alive. The only condition I have for you is to restart everything. You will lose your name and prestige, reborn as a nameless shadow. Stretching my hand, a single piece of earring in my palm, this is a symbol belonging to the fallen light. Since all of them had different identities, they were those earrings, so it's easy to recognize them. The earring consists of a crescent moon made of silver, along with an enchantment that allows the wearer to recognize another wearer. Shizu, what are you planning to do with me? Dawn, oh right, you still don't know my true identity. She didn't know my position inside Rubrios. For her I was just a fellow student under Cronoa who shared adventurer life. Dawn, I'm actually a member of the Holy Church of Rubrios. We also share an acquaintance. You should know her name is Hinata. Shizu, the church? And Hinata. Naturally this was a shock for her, yet it seemed she quickly accepted, for her my existence was already a sort of anomaly. Someone related to Cronoa that she coincidentally met at a random location. Shizu, I see, how is Hinata doing? Dawn, fine, she has become a lot stronger since I started training her. Shizu, I see, that's good. She smiled. I froze up for a moment. Over the centuries I had seen a lot of people smile, from the arrogant to the sincere. But never had I seen such a pure smile. Right, Shizu Izawa was a character that was deep down good. Dawn, so what do you think? Come and work with me, that way you'll see the world Rimuru is going to create. Shizu, you know Slime Sen too, huh? Falling silent for a moment, finally she came to an answer. Stretching her arm, she grabbed my hand. Immediately, her spiritual body started to recover into a physical body. Her soul was intact, but it was true that her material body was gone into Rimuru, so I had to recreate it from nothing. Everything from the tiniest cell to the biggest organ. It took me a full minute before managing to recreate an almost perfect copy of her former body. Dawn, welcome aboard Shizu, or should I call you Shirchan for now? Third POV. After awakening in her new body, Shizu struggled a little to get used to it. After all, this wasn't the work of a god but a mortal. But eventually she will get used to it. Dawn then gave her a mask to hide her identity and waited for you to wake up. It seems she was actually searching for Laplace's presence, but since he wasn't with the main army, she had to expend her shadow throughout the entire forest. She finally came back after 1 more hour. Dawn, finally up, you sure took your time. You, huh? Turning her head around, she noticed Dawn first, then a woman she hadn't met yet. You, E.N. S.H. Shiz. She quickly put her hand over her mouth and forced herself shut. This couldn't leak that she already knew Shizu. Dawn, well, what a blunder. Shizu, she sure is cute. You, hep. What is going on? Dawn, we finished an hour ago, but since you didn't seem to come back, I let Shirchan here poke at your cheek. Teasing her a little, Shizu let out a chuckle at the scene. It was definitely different from what she expected. After all, Dawn is clothed in black and gives off that villain vibe. Anyway, this allowed to ease the atmosphere. Dawn, anyway, you, for now you're going back to Rubrios with Shirchan, show her around and guide her from there. You, oh, sure, what about you? Dawn, I have a few things to do, so I'll come back later. It has already been 2 months since they have left. It's about whether they give news or they'll be labeled as missing. You, MMH, as mysterious as ever, then what should I call you now? Shizu. Shizu-san. Shizu, well, Dawn-kun here, call me Shirchan, you can do the same. While they were waiting, Dawn already explained what she was going to do now. Her new identity is Shur, a D-rank adventurer who has past ties with the Holy Church. This identity was originally one of Yu's covers. She always wore a mask, so it was perfect to hide Shizu. You, sure, huh, then Shur-san, be ready because I'm really strict when it comes to work. Shizu, sure, go easy on me. Shizu sweat dropped. She could basically see fire in Yu's eyes. She prayed to survive whatever hell awaited her. Dawn, then, it's right in the middle of the day, so if you depart now, you'll reach Rubrios in about a week. Adventurer Shur has accepted a quest 2 weeks ago in the Jura forest to collect some mushrooms. Make sure to stop at the guild before going back. Materializing a bag full of mushrooms, they had to keep the identity known as Shii coherent, even more so when the Grandmaster is the genius known as Yuki Kagurazaka. You, when we get back, shall I make the Fallen Light move? Dawn, not yet. If we move too soon, he will notice it. Grand Bell, he who infiltrated the 7 clergy, we already devised a plan to kill these useless enlightened humans. Dawn, stay on standby and train Shirchan for the time being. With that said, they all moved. Shizu followed you as they started a long trip toward Rubio, stopping by Ingracia. While Dawn laid down on the ground, he sighed deeply, staring at the sky. Dawn, now that's done, I can't keep ignoring it. Activating author, the world in front of him turned into words. The story of all things was written in front of me. That was a natural sight for him now, but something unnatural was there this time. It started when he first saw Rimuru. A panel with multiple options. Choose route, villain Rimuru, hero Rimuru. The list goes on. This has made Dawn freeze in shock as he realized what absurdity this was. His ultimate skill allowed him to choose the route taken by Rimuru. Taking a deeper look into it, he could clearly see the fanfiction he had written in the past, looking into villain Rimuru. How everything will continue until the Falmouth War, where Rimuru is going to go berserk. One change too is that Great Sage will because the crazy obsessed seal. This meant that his choice over here will undoubtedly alter reality, to the point where character will become real from nothing. This defies common sense. It didn't seem like the story with an ancient version of Aramiru was listed, but even so the options were multiple. Dawn, but what if I let it empty? Will it follow the main route? He already deduced that on the 2 main Tensura routes, this world followed the light novel due to multiple minor details like the age of Veldora and course of events. but right now, he has proposed to change the course of the plot. Dawn, wait, if I were to choose one of the stories I had written, then does that mean Cosmic Rimuru would come to life? No, it didn't make sense. This isn't something that was possible. This was his real world, right now, not even before he was favored by the system. This couldn't be reality. It was already hinted over and over, at some point it wasn't even hidden. This world is the perfect setting for a fanfiction. Everything was like how he envisaged it to be. It's like one of his own stories, an unwritten story belonging to an authorless book. Dawn, but if that is true and that somehow, I am myself writing my own story by living in it, then this whole world. Covering his mouth, he felt like wanting to throw up. The words around started to surround him like trying to swallow his very existence. Only the panel with the option remained in front of him, still waiting for an answer. Dawn, this is really absurd. Only someone as crazy as me would come up with this kind of plot. No, maybe it wasn't him. If this world was truly fake, a world ruled by words inside a book, then his existence, his personality, his past and present along his future, all is fake. There was no true him. Looking down sadly at the potential realization, he stretched his arm toward the panel before selecting a route. Route selected. Dawn, as if I can accept this fate, I'll break it somehow, author. Creator or even God, I have to resolve myself to even face them. 300 years ago. During Veldora's rampage in Night Garden, the vampire city was set on fire. Hundreds of vampires died under the blind massacre of the Storm Dragon. Luminous was helplessly watching the catastrophe monster destroying everything as Cronoa, Hinata, dealt with him. Luminous, this bastard, I swear I'll never forgive you. Gritting her teeth, her eyes glowed in anger, but suddenly several misfired storm breaths were sent her way. She panicked a little. It seemed the fight was running wild and Hinata had some problem sealing him. With everything she got, Luminous formed multiple barriers and barely blocked the breath. Since it was misfired, the power thrown at her was overwhelming. She might have awakened into a true demon lord after receiving the souls from Dawn and Luna's fight back then. But even for her, the storm breath was breaking through her limit. Luminous, shit. This annoying lizard is too strong. Backing down, her barrier started to crack yet the attack was still ongoing. This was going to end very badly for her. Don't touch my master, you idiotic dragon. Appearing in the sky above, the unknown figurine descended and slashed through the storm breath leaving nothing of it. Luminous was momentarily stunned before letting out a sigh of relief. Luminous, it's you, huh? Since you finally showed up to me after 2 millennia, I guess you found your answer. Falling down, Luminous had to deal with the recoil of stopping such an attack. Her magicule reserves were at their lowest. But it didn't matter, the man standing in front of her smiled and nodded. Indeed, I'm ready to face the future now. His eyes locked on another wave of storm breath. He held his sword tight before running forward. Reverse sword art, anti-dragon. A specialized sword art for dragon subjugation. It's founded on an ancient and useless swordsmanship from the north, useless because the principle of it was to cut dragon breath. Fused with multiple other techniques and art, and with enough power from the user, this new art can even handle attacks from a true dragon. Even Velzard Sand's frost breath was cut down, though it's only possible when she was controlling her strength. Even now if Veldora's attack was thrown directly at me, I wouldn't have been able to cut it. Jumping back once it was done, the man also known as Dawn nodded satisfied and went back to Luminous. Dawn, it has been a while, my lady, I'm here to uphold my promise from back then. Luminous, you stopped that level of attack, huh, meh, it's thanks to you that I'm still alive so. Sighing, this was sure a shock, how much he changed after 2,000 mere years, though this isn't much for the likes of Luminous. Still his evolution is astonishing. Luminous, anyway, I'm not sure about your timing, seeing me in such a bad state is unworthy of a master. She said in an annoyed tone. Dawn looked away as he had his own reason for not being able to come early. He wasn't alone after all, his companion who is also later the oldest member of the Fallen Light was sent to help the evacuation of the citizens. Dawn had to guide him first before coming here. Dawn, I'm a bit guilty for that. Stretching his hand, he helped her get on her feet as both turned toward the horizon. Unlimited imprisonment was just casted by Cronoa. Finally, the battle has ended, but at what price? The once beautiful garden was set on fire. Luminous, what a shame, I wasn't even able to save a single flower. Dawn, I can recover them if you want. By rewriting the surrounding, he could turn back the state of this place. Luminous, no. It might just be fate at this point, the world telling me to change. Looking around regretfully, Luminous assisted at the dawn of the day as the run shone the darkness of her territory away. Behind, Dawn just bowed as he expected this answer. Luminous isn't as cold and insensitive as people think. Third POV. A few days passed, currently in the Jura forest, staring at a fire camp, he blankly waited for the orc invasion to start. Last day, Rimuru had met the ogres and evolved them by giving them names. Soon, Gabimaru will visit Rimuru's village and after that the orc war will happen. Dawn, you can come out, you know. Throwing some wood to the fire, Dawn called out the lurking being who hid in a tree nearby. Feeling no threat and knowing who it was, Dawn barely paid attention to it. After a few seconds, a humanoid form separated from the tree and a beautiful lady appeared, long green hair and a prestigious presence. Trainee, you noticed my presence, may I know the reason for your long stay in this forest, human traveler? Dawn, don't worry, I'm not a threat to this forest or its residents. Trainee, I can see that. She had been observing him for several days now, but weirdly enough he didn't move at all, just stayed sitting there while sometimes meditating. The reason behind that is that Dawn had the necessary skill to observe the entire forest without moving. Trainee, still, your presence along the recent orc movement is suspicious, you understand that right? Dawn nodded, surely this makes him a potential enemy, but Trainee should already be aware of the mastermind behind this. Being Laplace, one of Clayman's dogs. Dawn, as I said, you really don't have to worry about me, after all I wouldn't need an orc army to wipe this forest out. Finally turning his eyes her way, Trainee felt chills down her spine before being assaulted by a massive aura. The wind started pressuring her as a cold mist suddenly invaded the surrounding area. Trainee, this. Dawn, sorry but you should also understand me, I'm being accused for nothing. Trainee, who are you? Dawn, I apologize for the late greeting, guardian of the forest, my name is Dawn Arcead, count me like a mercenary who wants to help with the orc invasion. Getting up, he bowed politely before expressing a smirk. Despite his unclear goal, the small burst of aura a second ago was enough for him to have the advantage in this conversation. UPOV. After a long journey, we finally got into Rubrios. Behind me was Shizu-san, or sure now. Speaking of her, Shizu-san's appearance was rather different. Instead of her usual black hair she had long blonde one now. Her eyes too were switched to green. This was one of the features given by the earring. By the way, this earring is commonly called Earring of Deception. It makes sense considering what it can do. You, by the way, will directly join our hideout, so be careful to ignore anyone on our way. Shizu, okay. She must be thinking about Hinata, though we normally won't cross paths with her, from the schedule I planned before leaving. Hinata should be with Sarah and Arnold out of the city on a monster subjugation. Normally the church doesn't actually take care of these matters. But since those monsters were approaching Rubrios, we took it from the Adventurer Guild to protect our land ourselves and reassure the population that the Saint of Rubrios can protect them. Anyway, our small group's hideout is located inside the hidden sanctuary. With Dawn-san's help, we got the approval of Lady Luminous. It's a simple complex of several rooms hidden under dozens of magic barriers, sound, illusion, protection, scent and more. Everything that would betray us was covered. Shizu, it's really impressive. Shizu-san spoke in amazement. Just now I had shown her the only existing entrance to our base. A small portal formed behind a very crappy wall of the castle. It was hidden from the public near the empty training ground. Rearranging the magical circle around, you could open the gate, but that was impossible for anyone that didn't know its true nature. This circle is a curse. If you get the perfect combination to unlock the portal, which consists of over 100 perfectly set magical reactions, the circle explodes and takes the entire area with him. I'm not confident in surviving the explosion despite being a saint. This entrance was made by our youngest member. He is really talented when it comes to this kind of thing. Finally opening the gate, I stepped back and made way for Shizu-san to enter first. She nodded before placing her hand over the gate. A sudden spark happened as she got sucked into the wall. This is transportation magic. Wait, inside, I can only feel two people, one is Shizu-san and the other is Crap. Third POV. Panicking, you quickly jumped into the gate before it could close. Upon landing on the other side, her fear came true. Shizu was shaking, her back against the wall while just beside her head, a sharp blade pierced the wall. Eleanor. Stop this, she isn't an enemy. Quickly calling out the aggressor, Eleanor von Trinity, otherworlder summoned from England in the old age. She is a noble lady who was spoiled and disgusting despite her blessed appearance. Bullying, torturing, discriminating, her life was epitome to wrongness before being summoned. But once she fell into the cardinal world, she was quickly brought to reality. The nation that summoned her treated her like a slave. Her unique skills were useful, so she wasn't disposed of. Slowly her personality was broken and she became ostracized. She was scared of everything. The stare from the officer, the contempt, lust and humiliating glaze traumatized her. To the point where she barely dared getting out anymore. Eleanor, you. What is the meaning of this? You dare come back without the boss and bring an unknown woman? Glaring at her, Eleanor was the fourth member to join the team. She was an enlightened human who went past her 100th birthday already. I brought her here over Dawn-san's order. The tension rising, Eleanor took a last glance at the terrified Shizu before sighing and backing down. Eleanor, I see, sorry for that. Helping Shizu up, her previous behavior took a sudden shift as instead of a cold and ferocious woman, Eleanor turned into a sweet and elegant one. Shizu, does she have a split personality? Don't mind her, sure, Eleanor is just like that. She might appear cold at times but in reality she is really kind. Eleanor, shut it, you. Turning around, her voice appeared annoyed but in reality she was blushing, playing with her curly and long brown hair. You chuckled before stretching herself. You, it has been a while, home sweet home. Eleanor, anyway, where is boss? You, Don-san decided to stay behind, he had something to attend, probably the orc invasion, he acted a little weird back then, as if he saw something that he shouldn't. Eleanor, I see, what a shame, I just finished the scarf. Looking down, one of Eleanor's hobbies was sewing, though despite having some talent for it, she never sewed anything for anyone besides their leader. You, a scarf this time. Eleanor, what? It's starting to get cold and boss really likes to go outside during the night. You, I see, though he literally is immune to cold. Engaging in trivial talk, they seem to have forgotten the presence of a third party. Shizu, Iito. Scratching her cheek awkwardly, both Eleanor and you finally remembered her presence and looked away embarrassed. Shizu, you actually forgot about me. You, sorry. Eleanor, ahem, sorry for earlier, my name is Eleanor von Trinity, and who might you be? Coughing, she quickly introduced herself to switch subjects, Shizu could only sigh and go with the flow. Shizu, sure dash, wait, how should I introduce myself? You, she is the conqueror of flames, Shizu Izawa. Shizu, eh? Turning toward her companion, Shizu was bewildered when both her and Dawn put a major point over hiding her identity. You, don't worry, anyone inside this group can be trusted. Shizu, I trust you on that then. Eleanor, yeah, don't worry, your identity isn't really important anyway, for us it's just a way to show that you trust us. Nodding, Eleanor turned around, joining back the sofa she was originally seated at before jumping on Shizu. Eleanor, by the way, Lady Luminous called for you, don't ask me why, I don't know. You, she called me. That's weird. Luminous is the only one who is aware of their existence, Gunther, Lewis and Roy had only ever heard of the name Fallen Light but nothing more. So for Luminous to call her, it must mean it's something important. You, then I should go see her. Can you show Shizu-san around? Eleanor, sure. Waving her hand, you nodded before leaving. Shizu POV. This sure isn't what I expected, they are a lot more human and warm than I thought, it's like they were, a big family. Eleanor, so newbie, tell me what are you good at? Shizu, well, I was an adventurer and a teacher, I'd say I'm not bad with sword and fire magic. Eleanor, sword, well this won't be much of you since all of us are trained. I could see it earlier, the speed and swift swordsmanship she used to block me, she could easily kill me at that moment. Are they all that strong? Eleanor, you know how to cook. Shizu, I mean yes, since I mainly lived alone, I had to learn it. Eleanor, good, then from now on you'll take charge of that. Shizu, oh okay. Am I in the right place? Eleanor, oh don't misinterpret, I know how to cook but beside me, the rest are just a bunch of an elegant bunch of muscle heads, they could eat bread with water for years they won't mind. Shizu, bread with water. Eleanor, awful right. Well, it seems I'm going to start by doing chores, I don't really mind that but is it really okay? Third POV. Walking the path leading to the most beautiful place within Rubrios, the garden cherished by its ruler. You pondered what this was about but came to no conclusion. Maybe she already felt Shizu-san's presence. This wouldn't be weird since the current Luminous was much stronger, detecting an unfamiliar presence within her own territory would be easy. One of the other reasons would be, Horizon-san. The first member of their unit, the one who assisted at the creation of Rubrios with Dawn and the most enigmatic among the group. While everyone is friendly to the point of being called a family, Horizon White is someone who only ever opened up to Dawn. His past with their leader is unknown to the other members, but one thing is sure, that even Yu's loyalty pale in comparison to his. Horizon-san is like to kill anyone who dares insult Dawn-san, he might have caused some problem in a neighboring town. And since Yu is the one who takes care of the leadership when Dawn isn't here, she is the one who has to clean behind. I swear if it's him again, I'll send him to join Guy Crimson's straightness. Sighing, she soon finds herself inside the garden, kneeling down upon reaching the center, for the first time in years, Yu sees Demon Lord Luminous Valentine again. Luminous, you grew up quite splendidly Yu-chan. I feel honored by your compliment. Luminous, don't need to be this tense, I actually want to ask you a favor. A favor you say? Luminous, yes, it's about Don Kuan, it's about time he stops holding back on himself. Back to Eleanor's side, she had shown Shizu around her new home and now both were sharing tea while waiting for you. Eleanor, she is taking some time now, it's unlike her. Shizu, why yes, but still, now that I was given a second chance, maybe I could. Eleanor, what's on your mind? Shizu, Eleanor, seriously. Sighing, Eleanor felt like a mother having to explain basic things to her child. Eleanor, listen here, right now you aren't that famous conqueror of flames Shizu Aizawa, your name doesn't matter here, starting from now we are a family so whatever is on your mind, you can tell me or the other, we'll help if we can. Shizu felt conflicted upon hearing the declaration, she wasn't used to such kindness or bond, it was going too fast for her. She couldn't properly understand Eleanor either, why would she care about someone she just met? Shizu, I have some regrets, I had lost hope in fulfilling them but now, I was given a second chance, I don't know what to do. She herself didn't know why she revealed her mind to a half-stranger. Eleanor, I see, well I don't think any of us inside the fallen light has overcome our regrets, but if you can't fulfill them, then just learn to live with them. Shizu, live with them, huh, I don't think I could, no, maybe, after all I had passed down those regrets to Slime-san. Looking down, she was a little lost, things had happened so fast those last weeks that she didn't know where to put herself. Dawn had said that Shizu Aizawa was dead, so she couldn't possibly go save the children now, she could only pray for Rimuru to do it. Yet a part of her wants to do it. Shizu, you said you had regret, if it's not too personal, could you tell me? Eleanor. Shizu, I mean, it's fine if you don't want to. Eleanor just stared at her cup of tea, the liquid formed a clear and clean surface, her reflection stares right back at her. Eleanor, it's fine, I come from another world just like you. Shizu, I already know, everyone here is from the other world. Eleanor nodded quietly, this wasn't a secret to any of them. Eleanor, back then, I was horrible, I bullied people for fun, I ruined life over nothing and overall was the worst type of person one could be. Shizu, that's hard to believe seeing you right now. Eleanor, I changed a lot, you see, I have a unique skill called clairvoyance, it allows me to see the future to a certain degree. Flashback. Back when she was summoned, she started acting spoiled as if above all, her skill showed her the future of people she touched. Everything went on according to her desire and wishes, until one day, those predictions took a horrible turn. The royalty, the nobility, and the army, all routes ended with her being dead, terrified she stopped using her skill. Soon enough, she was forced, her existence become meaningless without that skill, humiliation, torture followed. To stop these, she had to use clairvoyance again, but reality caught up with her. Every time she looked into the future, she saw her misery, how one would beat her, how another would try to use her sexually and more. She did her best to avoid these but the stress and pressure started affecting her mental. No longer than 7 months after being summoned, she had almost lost all hope, her existence was just a weapon. Her role was to predict the course of wars and aside from that, she was locked in a room, barely any edible foods or anyone to talk to. Yet she couldn't complain, if she did she would have to face much worse consequences. The spoiled noble she was, died a long time ago. This continued for 6 months, by then she was just the shadow of herself, until, a certain day a delegation of Rubrios had come to her nation. Since they were important guests from a powerful nation, she was allowed to come out, the purpose being to meet the envoy and see their future. Prince, listen you worthless trash, once you see their future leave at once and report later. Eleanor, hi. Prince, I heard that the famous Ace of Godin Pope are coming, I can't wait to find all their weakness, with that Rubrios is on whim to be conquered. Listening to the prince's antics, Eleanor followed and stood in front of the castle where all high officers and royalty were waiting for the envoy. Eleanor, what's the point of living? I'm just a tool for everyone here, if I died right now, no one would even care. Her eyes dead from all its light, the sound of a carriage rolling was heard, a luxurious carriage with a beautiful white horse stopped right in front of the castle. And soon enough, a man accompanied by another came out. King, Pope Louis, it's an honor to meet you. Louis, the pleasure is mine, King of Farnham. Shaking hand, Eleanor's eyes carefully analyzed the Pope, but her attention was quickly attracted by the men accompanying him. He was releasing a sort of passive aura, that no one seemed to notice, their eyes momentarily locked. Eleanor, this must be the famous Ace of God, the strongest knight in Rubrios. Silently observing, they soon all moved into the castle where Louis would talk with the king about implementing luminism in this small nation. While Don stayed behind, his job was to escort Louis, not like he needed, the people here are extremely weak. Don, may I know your name? While everything went smoothly, Dawn approached the prince and Eleanor who stood side by side waiting for the right occasion to accomplish her task. And it seems it has finally come. Prince, oh, Bihano. Dawn, shut up pig, I was talking to this beautiful lady over there. Extending his hand toward the poor girl, Eleanor's lifeless eyes shone for a moment, no one expected the prince to be insulted that way. The king, Louis and other officers all froze, stopping their activity to watch what was happening over there. Prince, what did you just call me? Dawn, are you deaf too? Gritting his teeth, the prince almost unsheathes the sword at his belt, but is stopped by an officer. Officer, please your highness, calm down, starting a fight now against the Ace of God and in front of the Pope would end up badly for us. Prince, I know. His expression turning enraged, he turned around and left, his eyes shooting a fierce glare toward Eleanor before. Dawn, MMH, how pathetic for a prince, anyway, what's your name? Turning back to Eleanor, the girl gulped, his hand was still extended and she just had to shake it and use her skill. Eleanor. Taking his hand, her eyes glowed purple as clairvoyance took effect. This didn't go unnoticed by Dawn, but he let it go. After all, the moment he had seen her, he already understood her circumstance, and now he wanted her to join his team. Eleanor, this. A single tear running down her cheek, she expected her vision to be filled with blood and despair, but it was the opposite. She saw a beautiful and vast sea of flowers. The peace sight warmed her heart, but the most important part was that she saw herself smiling in that future. Dawn, like what you see. Stepping back, Eleanor covered her mouth with both hands, more tears flowed, the scene made everyone around perplexed. They didn't know how to react, but one thing was dangerous, the weak doll this kingdom had formed was retrieving its emotion. Prince, what are you doing, Eleono? Dawn, I came here personally to investigate an illegal otherworldly summoning that happened a year ago. His cold voice referring through the space, at this point he had already started leaking his hero hockey, forcing everyone to stay still. Dawn, Chapter 7.9 of the Human Moral Law, clearly banning illegal and unannounced otherworldly summoning is heavily punished, It was a law formed by Dawn personally, and since Rubrios is basically the main wall of the Western nation, he was agreed by most. Even the Eastern Empire supported in a way this law. Dawn, this is why under my authority and after investigation, everyone present here is under arrest and will be put under trial in front of the Western Council. Flashback end. Eleanor, that day, my life totally changed. Shizu, that's quite a tragic past. Eleanor, not really, after all, compared to the other, the only thing I had ever lost is myself. Back in England, she was a horrible person, her family already gave up on her and considered her useful just because she could expand their family influence via marriage. As for friends, she had none. Coming to this world was originally an escape route for her, but in the end, no matter which world, she ends up alone. Eleanor, back then, when I used clairvoyance on Boss, I knew that my life was about to change drastically. Smiling, Eleanor admired her reflection. Even now, after so many decades, she couldn't get used to seeing herself smile so sincerely. Eleanor, Shizu-san, you have to understand one thing. Everyone in this group shares a common trait. We are all people who lost everything. Our loyalty to the other is extreme because we have nothing else. Shizu, nothing else, I can't really say I share those thoughts. Eleanor, it's normal, because you aren't like us. I don't know your situation, but I can see it. You will never be able to replicate our loyalty toward Boss. Looking up, her purplish eyes met with Shizue's. The former champion could tell how serious she was. The determination in her eyes was on another level. The only people comparable are those who had sworn total loyalty to their affiliation to the point of dying for it. Shizu, Boss, you mean Dawn-san? It seems you really love him, don't you? Eleanor, love you say, it's only natural, but my feeling can't be simply called love. Shizu, it seems I end up joining a really scary group, though I wonder if I will be able to melt into it and become one of them. That seems kind of unlikely. Eleanor, my feelings for Boss are a little bit different from the other members, while the likes of you respect him and harbor more of a sibling-like relationship, I'm simply happy to be able to see him. Looking to the side, Eleanor pointed her finger toward a small table near the wall. Following her lead, Shizu turned her attention toward the multitude of sewed clothes. Eleanor, I already accepted the fact that my feelings might never be reciprocated and that I will remain as Eleanor von Trinity, a simple subordinate of his forever. Shizu, that's sad, Eleanor, I guess it is. We are all prisoners of our own emotion. I have the ability to see the future to a certain degree. Do you know how frustrating this power is? Changing the course of the future, altering the feelings of others by knowing what will happen. She could use so many methods to gain the favor of others. But no matter how great her power is, at the end she would face a wall she couldn't pass. Eleanor, because of my nature, I know Boss better than anyone here. No, maybe the only person alive that can truly understand him is me. That's precisely why I accepted this reality. Shizu, accepted reality, is that what I lacked back then? Eleanor, anyway, quite talking about me and my feelings, I should help you get used to your new identity for now. We wouldn't want any slip, right? Shizu, oh sure. Getting up, Eleanor grabbed a cloak and ready to leave since you didn't seem to come back anytime soon. Eleanor, by the way. But before she could get to the exit, she stopped, taking a more serious voice tone. Shizu instinctively raised her guard and listened carefully. Eleanor, you should be careful with your actions from now on. Shizu, why? Eleanor, when it comes to failure, me and the other don't mind much as long as they aren't big messes, but it's different when it comes to him. Shizu, him? Eleanor, his name is Horizon White, he is the first member to have joined Boss. There was a small hint of bitterness in her voice. Shizu could only guess what kind of relationship they had. It didn't seem they were fond of each other, yet earlier she heavily implied how close to a family this group was. Eleanor, if my love for Boss is akin to a star, then Horizon's loyalty is just creepy. I don't know what happened to him, I don't even want to know. Her eyes turned darker as unpleasant memories made surface. Eleanor, back then, when I just joined, I was the fourth to come, the first two being Boss and Horizon. Between us is a man called Lucas. That day is still livid in her mind. Despite their loyalty, human mind is bound to evolve and corrupt. Lucas Schwartz had quite the background. Losing people he loved over and over, but after joining the Fallen Light, he didn't just evolve. At some point he openly challenged Dawn because he couldn't really see him as their leader anymore. Eleanor, that day, if Boss didn't stop him, Horizon would have slain Lucas, without a second thought. A cold-hearted monster, Northwest matter how close they were, Horizon was ready to kill his own comrade for Dawn. The betrayed look in Lucas's eyes that day was on clear display. He was closer to Horizon than Dawn, yet the person he trusted didn't think about killing him. Eleanor, the tension is gone since it happened over a century ago, but that doesn't change the fact that Horizon wouldn't hesitate killing a friend. Be careful of him, Shizu. I say that for your own good. Shizu, I see, even killing his own ally. I can't say that's very admirable. In the Jura forest, a few days passed and Dawn was now staring at the giant lizardman lake, which would soon turn into a battlefield. Dawn, it seems Lady Luminous didn't come to investigate the forest in this timeline. Well, it doesn't matter right now. If the route he had selected for this world was truly going to happen, then things are going to turn interesting. A route that was never published, yet it was the safest route toward the ideal Tensura, at least it was as far as he knew. Third POV. Rubrios, inside the inner sanctuary. An intense atmosphere overwhelmed the garden as you and Luminous' eyes locked. There was an invisible tension after the last few words of the vampire. Donquin, it's about time he stops holding back on himself. This made you clench her fist, interpreting those words differently. You, what do you mean by that? Luminous, don't worry, it's not anything you think of. Stretching her glass of wine toward the sky, Luminous admired the bloody red wine, before dropping it on the ground. The glass-shattering sound echoed through the garden as the wine spread around. Luminous, you didn't see what Donquin was like 2,000 years before, so you wouldn't know, but he isn't at his optimal state. You, optimal state. Now that she mentioned it, Don-san never talked about his past. I know he was from a noble family and that he had gone through a tragedy losing everyone he loved, but aside from that. Luminous, ultimate skill, Lord of Stories, Otter, that's Donquin's most powerful weapon. Instantly, Yu's eyes widened, her body froze as she registered the information. Dawn's skills were a mystery for all. He had never mentioned or given any explanation about them, not even to you herself. And she always believed that no one in the entire cardinal world should know. She knew Luminous wouldn't joke with such a sensitive subject. So only shock could be extracted from her. Luminous, he had told me back in the days about his skills. It was quite the shock for me a while. In this world where skills are one's most powerful weapon, sharing them with someone is a sign of total trust or stupidity. Dawn is someone who rather keeps everything hidden, yet he shared his secret with Luminous. This was the proof that he won't betray her no matter what. Luminous, but then I realized a sad truth. Donquin had never used that skill since he joined Rubrios. You, what? I already know that he could overwrite reality to a certain degree. Was this not his strongest skill? Luminous, Lord of Stories, from what I understood, allow the user to overwrite reality itself, but not only that, it also changes fundamentally and to its very core the law and principle of the world. You, but that, he already showed this ability multiple times. Looking down at the wine stain, Luminous shook her head. Luminous, I had seen that ability in the past 2,000 years ago. It was before his awakening as a true hero, yet the intensity of that rewrite was way above anything he had shown in the past 300 years. It was faint at the start, then suspicion arose. Luminous thought he was holding back, but no matter how difficult the situation was, the intensity of his rewrite never came close to 2,000 years ago. It became totally clear when Dawn admitted that he couldn't use his technique anymore and that everything worked on instinct. Luminous knew that in reality, he wasn't using the Lord of Stories anymore, and that the source of his current power lay in Luminous, his sealed memories. Sealed memories. Luminous smirked, using her power to restore the glass of wine. Landing back into her hand, she took a slow sip and nodded. Luminous, it's only my theory, so I can't be sure, but I believe something must have happened after he left for his last journey, that lasted 1,700 years. You looked down. She couldn't understand everything the Demon Lord said, but she didn't seem to lie. As a reader of Tensura, she knew very much about the character of Luminous, but that wasn't accurate anymore. She was an awakened Demon Lord with ultimate skill, Asmodeus, way earlier than the original. This alone changed her character drastically. Why are you telling me this? Luminous, you sure talk coldly to your master. My master is Don-san, he is the one I follow. Yu's eyes turned cold for an instant. This wasn't something that really bothered Luminous after all the fallen lights were working for her through Dawn. In the past she might have not tolerated that, but now, could she really oppose it? If she did, then that would also mean she didn't trust Dawn. This was a relationship of mutual trust, she didn't want to betray such a long partnership. Luminous, you are too young to know all the details, but to keep it brief, I might have to oppose Guy Crimson one day, and for that I need Donquin at its strongest. Jura Forest, the day of the battle has finally come. Rimuru departed with his troops and soon arrived. Staying behind with trainee Dawn localized Laplace and Gelmud. Dawn, I'll go stop them. Trainee, very well. Trainee was a bit hesitant at first, but after dusk finally woke up. Trainee believed that he wasn't someone bad. Light spirit won't attach themselves and shine that bright with a bad person. Dawn, if my timing it's right, then Rimuru should be observing the battlefield right now. Leaping through the tree, Dawn soon reached his destination, two men watching the orc war through a ball of crystal. Dawn, I need Gelmud for now, so consider yourself lucky, Laplace. His eyes shining dangerously, in a split of a second he appeared behind Gelmud, the menacing aura he excluded alerted Laplace, who jumped away panicked. A heavy blow then followed through the air, slicing everything on its path. Laplace managed to dodge it with only a severed arm, but the same couldn't be said for Gelmud. His entire body was cut in half, blood spurted everywhere as a pair of eyes glared right back at Laplace. Laplace, hick. Who are you? Dawn, I'll give you 10 seconds to leave, so leave. His bloodlust redirected toward the clown. Laplace hesitated a moment but soon set off when he noticed Dawn's blade. Quickly running away, Laplace knew that sword was dangerous and the user of such a weapon couldn't be any less dangerous. Laplace, shit. I have to report this to boss. I couldn't see his face because of that murderous intent, but this guy is dangerous for sure. When aura or bloodlust become too potent, it can instill fear in those staring at it. What Laplace saw wasn't a human, but a beast made of black fog staring at him like he was nothing but an insect. Laplace, not even a demon lord can handle such a monster. Who is he? By the time the 10 seconds passed, Laplace was already as far as he could. Back to Dawn, he grabbed Gelmud's body and left for the Lizardman's Lake. His plan is to make contact with Rimuru while helping him. He couldn't just barge into the war killing orc and helping him, it will also decrease his future military power if he helped. That's why he wrote down a scenario. He is an adventurer who coincidentally met Gelmud, defeated him and then coincidentally went to the Lizardman's Lake. Dawn, luckily, I have this quest with me. A quest from the guild, finding some rare herb that only grows near the Lizardman's Lake. The one who requested it was Lat Materia, another member of the Fallen Light who has double identity, a famous researcher in the magic industry. The quest was accepted 7 years ago, but that wasn't a problem since no time limit was on it. This was natural things to do for them as it served as an alibi. They have many more quests at various places for occasions like these. Rimuru POV. MMH, everyone seems to be doing well. Benimaru is going all out with his hellfire. Cheyenne and Hakuru are pretty much rampaging too. Sui should have rescued the Lizardman chief by now. The only thing that remains is the Orc Lord. At this rate, everything will be done in a few hours. Rimuru, now, I should start moving too. Looking around, it wasn't that hard to find the Orc Lord, but it seemed I was bested as I received a thought communication from Cheyenne, who already immediately engaged the fight. Not only her, Benimaru and Hakuru jumped in, followed by Sui. But as strong as they were, the Orc Lord managed to fend off their attack. Isn't he a bit too resistant? Great Sage, notice, very high amount of Magicule is heading this way. Ah. This was the first time I had such a notice from Great Sage. Looking up I saw a silverish light falling from the sky. Hey. I quickly flew aside to avoid it. Soon enough the light crashed into the ground. There appeared a human dragging a corpse. Rimuru, who is that? He looks menacing. Narrowing my eyes, I quickly flew down, landing myself near my subordinates who retreated after the appearance of this mysterious human. He was just standing between the Orc Lord and us. Cheyenne, oi. Who are you? Don't you dare stand in the way. Cheyenne warned the guy while pointing her odachi at him. I should stop her before we engage into a seemingly lost fight, but something holds me off. I didn't know why, but I just felt like I shouldn't intervene now. Rimuru, can you analyze him as a Great Sage? Great Sage, notice, a sort of barrier surrounds this unknown individual. Further analysis is blocked. Rimuru, I see, so even you Great Sage. I raised my guard a little. This guy is really dangerous. Dawn, don't worry, I'm an adventurer who happens to have a quest here, though I didn't expect to be caught in a war between monsters. Benimaru, an adventurer you say? This doesn't explain your sudden interruption. Looking at us, I decided to study his appearance a little. He certainly had the clothes featuring an adventurer. In fact, his equipment looked great, at least better than what I gave Aaron and the others before they left. He was dressed with a small gear and an overall cape going all the way down to his legs, but something about him felt noble. Don't tell me it's the cliché super-op noble adventurer. It often happens in manhwa and manga that stop after 20 chapters. Dawn, I apologize for that, Red Kijin, but I have a reason for this. Benimaru, a reason. Nodding, he looked at the corpse he was carrying. The state of the corpse was miserable, cut in half with fresh organs and blood apparent. If I was still human, I would have surely thrown up. Dawn, this man was lurking around the lake. I coincidentally happened to hear him and one of his companions talking about the orc invasion. He didn't seem to lie, so he is the one who killed that guy. A crow mask, it does appear like a villain. Dawn, after that, we engaged in a short fight. I managed to eliminate this one while the other ran away. Throwing the body away, I pondered about his words. So this is the mastermind. Benimaru, this guy. Sui, hi, this corpse is definitely the man who came to our village before the invasion. His name is Gelmud. So he is really the mastermind, so there is no reason to label this unknown man as an enemy for now. Shaking my head, I took off my mask and took a step forward. Upon seeing my movement, everyone stepped aside. Rimuru, now, Benimaru-kun, it seems he isn't an enemy, so for now let's focus on the Orc Lord. Benimaru, hi. Rimuru, and you, can I conclude that you are an ally? Looking at the adventurer, his grey eyes met my golden one. That's strange, he looked as if he knew me. And it seems I let my question see through my expression as this adventurer shook his head. Dawn, sorry, I was just in a daze. You look exactly like an acquaintance of mine. An acquaintance? Wait, he is an adventurer just like Shizu-san, maybe he knew her. After all, my appearance took after Shizu-san. Dawn, as for your question, yes, I'm your ally. It would be problematic if an orc lord attacked the western nation. Smiling, he turned around. My attention did the same as we stared at the orc lord. It seemed while we talked he took action and went on devouring Gelmud's body. A sudden burst of magicule blasted everyone back. I unconsciously held my arm to cover myself. Rimuru, what is happening? Great Sage, Notif, individual Geld has started a Demon Lord evolution. Demon Lord. Third POV. While everyone was taken aback, Dawn smirked. He had purposely thrown Gelmud's corpse near Geld so he could achieve a semi-evolution. After all, he wasn't going to become a fully awakened Demon Lord with this. Dawn, Rimuru will manage it from here, rather than that I need to see if there is enough sacrifice. Scanning the area, human and monster souls were that much different. In the route he had chosen, Rimuru will summon one of the primordial demons here. Though among the four, Blanc, John, Violet or Noir, he wasn't sure which one. Because the route he had chosen was a story he had abandoned before being able to upload it. The perfect route he has written and imagined. Dawn, it's not enough. Turning around, he quickly left the scene and dashed toward a group of orcs. Everyone on both sides were focused on Geld's awakening. So Dawn could rampage without a care. Dawn, at this rate, it will probably be Noir who is getting summoned. This would be better as my history with the others isn't that good. Noir was an oddball, everyone knows that, while the others are total freaks. What happens when a human meets a demon? Nothing good. Due to her nature, Violet often pulled up to the cardinal world to cause a mess, and because of that, in 2,000 years, Dawn had to cross paths with her. Whereas the other three were quieter. Back to Rubrio's, you left the garden deep in thought. While regaining the base, she noticed Eleanor and Shizu weren't there. Deciding it was a good moment to be alone and recollect her thoughts, luminous words resonated in her mind. You, prisoner of his past, I wonder what could have happened 2,000 years ago. She knew that even if she asked the concerned man, he wouldn't give her a proper explanation. After all, it was clear he didn't like the subject. This was when the answer came on its own, the entrance portal shining behind her. You turned around realizing who it was. You, Horizon-san. A man stood there, snow-like hair and piercing orange eyes. His gaze would be comparable to a dragon staring down at an ant. An intimidating aura spread through the room. You was accustomed to that, but if anyone else would be there, they would surely crawl in fear. Horizon, you, I expect you to come back in a few more days. You don't look happy. In reality, he didn't let slip any emotion, like a wall. You, right, he must know something. Horizon, where is Dawn? You, still in the Jura forest, probably dealing with some orcs soon. Nodding, Horizon just walked past her toward his room, but before that, you quickly grabbed his hand. You, I need your help. The man could only sigh and shake his head. He didn't want to help, but no use personality. He won't be able to escape very long. Horizon, what do you need? You, tell me what happened before you and Dawn-san joined Rubrios. Horizon, I'm already regretting this. Back to the orc invasion, the fight between Rimuru and Geld was concluding. Rimuru had obviously won. Staring down at a puddle of water where the orc lord last stood, Rimuru had a conversation with him that earned his will. Rimuru, rest in peace, Geld, I'll take care of the rest. Closing his eyes, soon everyone approached to celebrate while the orcs looked down in defeat, yet no one complained. They knew they were in the wrong and that at last, their leader died in peace. Further away, Dawn could be seen. His body was covered in blood, orc blood, as he had been massacring them for the best outcome. His sword in hand, he gave a short stare at the people celebrating before shaking his head. Dawn, I felt snowy, departing from the ice continent, can't stay here much longer. Sighing, he sheathed his sword and approached the monsters group. Dawn, may I have a quick word with you? Addressing Rimuru, everyone came to a halt remembering this human's presence, since their attention was on Geld and Rimuru. They kind of forgot him. Rimuru, sure, by the way I haven't got your name yet, damn, he is covered in blood from head to toe, is he really human? Dawn, call me Dawn, I assume you are the leader here. Rimuru nodded before giving his name, before that he quickly gestured at Benimaru to restrain Cheyenne from intervening. Rimuru, my name is Rimuru Tempest, as you said I'm the leader of a small village in the Jura forest. Dawn, I see, may I give you a little advice? Rimuru, advice. Great Sage, notice, a barrier was erected by the individual, Dawn, any sort of sounds or voice will be trapped within the 5 meters around Master. This startled Rimuru as he became wary of the situation but quickly eased up when Dawn lifted his hand. Dawn, don't worry, I just don't want the other to hear this. Rimuru, what do you want? Dawn, you see, I noticed an odd presence following you, from my experience, it must be a demon. Rimuru, a demon. Great Sage. Is that true? Great Sage, unable to answer, advised Master to keep listening. Rimuru gulped nervously, he looked around but nothing. Dawn, don't need to be so tense, that demon shows no hostility, it's more like he is waiting to be summoned. Rimuru, how do you know that? Dawn, let's just say my eyes are particular. Smiling sincerely, Dawn pointed his eyes, they shone for a moment strongly showing off a mysterious power dwelling inside. Rimuru, do you know what that, Great Sage? Great Sage, notice, most likely, individual Dawn has the ability to see spiritual body and magical flux to a higher degree, insufficient data to form a concrete answer. Rimuru, so he noticed some weird magical following me. But from his words I have nothing to worry, a demon, huh? Dawn, in general, demons feed themselves of human soul and search destruction and chaos. Rimuru, don't tell me, that demon wants to eat me. Chuckling, Rimuru's panicked and innocent expression was fun to see, it reminded him of so many memories. Dawn, haha, sure slime is often thought of as food but don't worry, I don't think anyone will be able to eat slime like you. Rimuru, I see, don't tell me Rigard and the others eat slime too. Dawn, anyway back to the demon, you have to know that there are 7 factions in the demon world, among them stand the Black faction which are a bunch of weirdos. Rimuru, 7 factions. That's interesting. Dawn, the one following you doesn't harbor any ill intention, it's more like he is waiting to serve you. Rimuru, but why? Dawn, I don't know, as I said they are weirdo, those black demons' actions are unpredictable, but if I had to guess, then you must have done something that earned their interest. Thinking, Rimuru looked around, it seemed he was catching on to what Dawn wanted. Rimuru, you want me to summon that demon? Dawn, you caught on, huh, yes, you see I know that demon quite well and for him of all people to follow someone, I believe he will be a perfect subordinate for you. Rimuru, a demon subordinate, huh, that sounds quite dangerous you know. Dawn, I guess it is, but... Rimuru, but first, why are you trying to help me? Narrowing his eyes, Rimuru despite being carried by Great Sage, he was still cunning and smart himself. He was also an adult who had some experience, he knew not to trust everyone. Dawn, why? Well it's simply because I believe in you. Rimuru, believe in me. But we just met. Dawn, it's hard to tell but after seeing you fight that Orc Lord and taking his will, I believe you will achieve great things in the future, you could say I'm making a bet for the future. Rimuru POV. This man is clearly suspicious, but at the same time he doesn't seem to lie, should I listen and summon that demon? I'm not sure. Rimuru, what do you think, Great Sage? Great Sage, notice, unable to answer. This is like a dilemma, either I ignore it and move on but I might lose an opportunity or summon that demon and risk a fight. I turned toward Dawn-san again, he seemed really confident about this. Rimuru, I'll do it. Dawn, really? Rimuru, yeah, I wanted to refuse but you changed my mind. It felt as if he knew me, for a while now, I don't know how but it just felt like that. Rimuru, so what should I do to summon that demon? Dawn, oh right, you still don't know how to use summoning magic. Rimuru, Stretching his hand, I felt a small tinkle in the back of my mind as Great Sage gave another notice. Great Sage, notice, individual, Dawn is asking for permission to transfer information, yes or no? Rimuru, yes. Immediately after, the method of summoning demons and spirits appeared in my mind as if I always knew it. That's some useful skill he got, I wonder who he really is. Dawn, you should be able to do it now. Rimuru, yeah, I don't really understand why you helped me but thanks. At my words, I could see his eyes widen for a moment, what happened? I wondered if he wasn't accustomed to thanks. Maybe he had a rough past, well I shouldn't pry in someone's life. Rimuru, Great Sage, use demon summoning. Once again, at my words a large summoning circle appeared around the lake. Benimaru and the others finally noticed it and took guard. But I quickly gestured to them that it was my doing. With them out of the picture, I refocused on the summoning. I felt almost all my Magic leave my body, my vision became blurry. Rimuru, ugh. Great Sage, notice, Magic state is below its 2% capacity. Shit, I forgot about that, what should I do? Dawn, I lend you some Magic. Rimuru, thanks. Looking at Dawn, I could see a sort of mana flux leaving his body to enter mine, a silver-like mana. It's different from the one I usually see and feel in the air. But with this, I understood one thing, that guy is monstrously strong. I felt like all my Magic returned whereas he didn't seem to have broken a sweat. Dawn, I created a semi-soul corridor between us. For as long as it exists you won't be lacking Magic. I wonder why Veldora didn't lend Magic. This caught me off guard. Finally, after a few more seconds, the summoning circle stopped glowing and disappeared. A man dressed in an oddly suspicious black outfit appeared. Black hair and bloody red iris surrounded by gold, so this is a demon. Great Sage, notice, summoned demon has several times master's Magic. He is strong, and this demon is meant to serve me. I can't think of anything he would gain from that. I was about to speak up but Dawn-san took the initiative. Dawn, it has been a while. Noir, you look as weird as always. Noir, Kufufufu, if it isn't the hero who bullied Violet, I didn't expect to meet you again here. They really seem to know each other and bullied Violet. Hero. It seems Dawn-san is actually a big shot. Dawn, anyway, Rimuru, this guy is Noir, a powerful demon that has existed since the dawn of time. Rimuru, yeah. Since the dawn of time. That sounds really dangerous. And since he got a sort of name, he must be important among the demon world. Noir, Kufufufu, it is my honor Lord Rimuru, please forgive me for this late introduction. I am a nameless archdemon but some human decided to call me Noir. Bowing, this was nothing like what I expected. Rimuru, I see. Noir, please allow me to serve you from now on, I will accomplish any task you give me. Rimuru, task. Dawn, in general when a demon finds a suitable master, they would try to gain their favor by accomplishing whatever desire they have. So this Noir really wants to serve me, but that seems really dangerous. Now that I see him I can understand why people call him weird. Rimuru, then, I'll think about a task for you later, for now just follow me. Noir, hi. It is my honor to follow your grace. Ugh, he is really weird. Unconsciously I took a step back and hid behind Dawn-san. Dawn, weirdo. Noir, don't say that, her. Dawn, stop calling me that, I have nothing of a hero. Noir, Kufufu, if you say so hero. Third POV. After this, Dawn bid his goodbye to everyone as from this point onward, it would be politics among the Jura forest. A human like him shouldn't involve himself into this, and besides he already accomplished his goal. With Noir being there, Rimuru's development will improve. Now far away from the Shirshu Lake, Dawn stared at the sky waiting for one of his partners to come back. Dawn, by the way, it seems Malim saw through me, it must be faint since she used her skill through a crystal ball but I felt her piercing eyes for a moment. He shrugged, Malim is clearly one of the strongest current being alive, if she was serious, he won't be able to win this. Dawn, let's just hope, she won't randomly pull up to fight. This would be truly troublesome, not the fight in itself but the useless attention he will get. Shortly after, he felt a strong presence approaching, its freezing aura was enough to shake her surroundings. Dawn, Snowy, you seem even stronger. Snowy, Master. Quickly landing, Snowy had become unexpectedly stronger since she met Velzard, maybe the resonance between them has something to do with it. She wasn't a normal spirit anymore, she was born spirit with the Magic of a true dragon, her composition wasn't normal to start with. Dawn, how is Velzard-san? Snowy, Mother is doing fine, she also expects you to visit her soon with more snacks. Dawn, I see, well this will have to wait, we got some work to do. Snowy, hi. Smiling, Snowy's appearance had changed a little, she still wore ice-like armor but her face was fully displayed, long silver hair reaching her shoulder. But that wasn't something new, the change was on her skin, some part of her body and face, noticeably from her neck to the side of her cheeks were covered in frost scale. Dawn, maybe a new evolution, a draconic spirit. This was a mystery, but Dawn couldn't say he wasn't excited to see Snowy's full potential, she was basically a Charbis but better in all points. Dawn seriously believed that the current Snowy would take on the new generation of demon lords by herself. Dawn, then, the next destination is Ingracia, I have to pay a small visit to Ramis. Third POV. Seating face to face, you and Horizon shared some tea. Horizon, why do you want to know that? You, I have my own reason, for now, I just want to understand Dawn-san more. Horizon, I see, but there is one thing you are wrong about. Yu tilted her head confused at his sudden statement. Horizon, even if I tell you everything I know, you still won't be able to understand him at all. Yu, why? Horizon, I wonder why myself, he is just like that I guess. Closing his eyes, his vague answer was even more confusing. Horizon, you wanted to know my story too, I think it's a good time to finally share it, so listen well. Yu, his story. Is he really going to tell me? I mean, until now he did everything to keep it hidden. Horizon, back then, when I first met Don-san was around 1,300 years ago. 1,300 years ago, at that time, the Eastern Empire's influence was expanding rapidly, otherworldly summoning too spread around like wildfire. Nation would summon them and throw them away if they had no use, most of them were children who died due to unstable magicule. Horizon was one of them, at that time, his name was Azuma Kirai, a 11-years-old boy from Japan. He was a failed summon who didn't manage to gain an unique skill, his soul was unstable and his magicule rampant. It was a question of years before he died, thus he was thrown into prison and for the next 2 years served as a good-for-nothing worker in his cell. This world is really cruel, isn't it? This reminded of her own past as a slave, her family abandoning her. Horizon, it is, I don't really know. He had every reason to hate this world, but still, the way he looks at it now after living so long, it was a bit different. Horizon, after 2 long years of torture, I had felt that my time was near, my body was slowly breaking and so do my mind. But the difference between him and the other was shown at that moment, blinded by the thirst to live, Azuma went crazy. One night, he overcame his own fate by sacrificing his own name. The overflowing magicule coupled to the sacrifice earned him a unique skill from the voice of the world. Unique skill, survival, the sudden surge of power intensified his berserk, and just like that the 62 prison guards and 121 prisoners that accompanied him were slaughtered with his very own hands. Why you slaughtered them all, at the age of 13? Horizon, yeah, I can still feel their bones cracking under my grip, their blood splashing everywhere as my hand digs their organs out. His eyes glowed pure red as a maniac grin formed on his face. You would lie if she said she wasn't terrified by the sight. She knew he was a heartless monster, but this new side might actually be the true Horizon White, a man who killed because he wanted to kill. Horizon, I had become nothing but a mindless killing machine. If he didn't stop me that day, I would have surely destroyed the kingdom that summoned me. He continued his story. When he had broken through the prison located under the castle, his next target was the nobility and royalty that made him that way. Flashback. Smiling wickedly, that nameless 13-year-old boy quickly broke through the guards. The castle was set on high alert as hundreds of guards came in to stop him, but none succeeded. One by one they fell under the monstrosity they had fed. Ha 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 ha. His laugh could be heard throughout the castle. The royal family was petrified as one by one reports came in. Dozens of knights, nobles that visited the castle this day and even the third princess were brutally massacred. The king and queen could only crawl in fear as they had regrouped all the remaining force in the throne room to protect them. King, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Guard, but my lord. This monster is ripping us apart. Even our armor is bent under his strength. King, then shoot him with bow and magic. They did everything they could, but a unique skill wielder was a pure monster in terms of capability. Furthermore, unique skill, survivor gave the nameless monster unlimited stamina, an increase in all physical ability, and removed any primal desire such as hunger or thirst. And the more he desired to survive, the stronger he will get. For him, killing everyone was the same as surviving, because no one will be able to abduct him if there was no one anymore. Kill, I have to kill more. Finally bursting through the giant door leading to the throne room, the former sweet boy stood there. His ragged clothes were filled with cut and blood, some wound previously given by the explosion via fire magic was regenerating rapidly. King, monster, kihi hi hi. Kill. An icy laugh froze the knight's blood. They were terrified by this monster, hesitation overcame their confidence. Yes, they didn't know when or how to attack, it was a desperate situation, a total nightmare. They could only helplessly watch this monster laugh and finally jump at them, ready to shred them apart. Queen, Kaya. King, do something. Ah. Screams of terror could be heard from the inside, as one by one the knights were killed. After a few long minutes, silence came back as successfully murdered the king and his family. Now laughing like crazy, he was pulling his organs out one by one. Ha ha ha. I survived. I won. But unknown to him, someone stood there at the door frame, arm crossed while observing the little monster. He didn't seem to be fazed at the sight of a dismembered corpse, as you expect. The one standing there is Dawn. Dawn, what a chaotic child, this is almost disgusting. Despite his words, he was smiling. Dawn, oi. Kid, are you done killing them? Kill. Finally noticing this unknown presence. Turned around with the same crazy smirk and jumped forward. His hand dripping in blood, the skill survivor shone once again in his eyes. Dawn, kill or be killed, huh, well I'm not really fond of this mindset to start with. Sighing, Dawn raised his arm and took a fighting position. Martial art is pretty as important as swordsmanship. Though, there is a major difference between them. Martial arts aren't meant to kill, they can, but their primal purpose is to disarm and fight closely, whereas swordsmanship is originally meant to slice flesh and kill. Dawn, you might be strong physically and have immense bloodlust, but still you are just a kid. When he was close enough, Dawn grabbed his right arm midair, smashed his knee into his stomach before locking both arms behind his back. A quick succession of moves to stop this rampage. Dawn, my name is Dawn Arcead, what's yours kiddo? Kill. 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 Dawn, MMH, you're almost a mindless beast at this point, no name, huh? Staring at the boy below him, he was moving and fighting like crazy. If Dawn wasn't careful, this beast would even go as far as breaking his own arm to escape his grip. Dawn, stay do. Art. Roaring, Dawn was forced to jump back as some sort of claw appeared behind the boy's back. Even his appearance was starting to turn into a beast. Dawn, is that another skill? Or is it the effect a unique skill has on a nameless being, kill? He was bragging about his head, pure bloodlust leaking, something unimaginable from a small kid. Dawn, I planned to kill you after analyzing your skill, but I changed my mind, you could be useful in the future. Releasing his own bloodlust, with beasts like those you can only talk through violence, unsheathing his sword. Seeing the difference in strength. Unconsciously took a step back, the intensity set by Dawn was enough to shake him. Dawn, then let's start. Flashing a smile similar to the boy's, the next few minutes were pure torture, cutting his arms and legs one by one before letting them regenerate. The cycle happened dozens of times before. At the end the boy laid on the ground, his once lively eyes lit by rage turned down. His regeneration couldn't keep up with his injuries, slowly he was dying for real this time. Dawn, I could have killed you 61 times already, you are too weak. Giga. Looking up weakly. Couldn't help but beg, his instinct just made him do it, no matter how powerful he had become. This man in front of him was a wall he couldn't pass, no matter what. Dawn, it seems you calmed down, still, did losing your name also rip your intelligence? Seeing no will of resisting, Dawn did a last swing cleaning his sword from this dirty blood before shielding it. Dawn, still you did a good job, still it would have been better if you didn't cause so much destruction. Looking around, the castle was destroyed, you could see the sky and outside from the many holes and ruins of the building. His eyes shone as the sight of the horizon reflected in his pupil. Dawn, it's already dusk, huh? Dusk, called me master. Dawn, nah, go back to sleep. Dusk, hi gladly. Sighing at his spirit's antics, Dawn returned his attention toward the boy he had just beaten. Dawn, kiddo, do you still want to live, Giga? Dawn, it hurt right, being summoned then thrown away, it seems your classmates were more useful. Before coming here, Dawn had checked the underground prison and carnage made by this boy, the otherworlders summoned this time were an entire class. And those useless things were thrown away, among them Azuma and a few others. While those who gained good abilities were used for war purposes or treated like nobility, well that didn't really matter after all, most of them died either outside or by Azuma's hand. Dawn, you got some potential, so what do you think? Looking up. Stayed silent, he opened his mouth but said nothing, at the moment all he could think was based on instinct. He was literally a beast now, but his cold eyes had a gleam of hope, Dawn saw that and planned to exploit it. Dawn, come with me. Stretching his hand toward the beast, the sun settling the room's atmosphere also went down, everything became dark. Yet Dawn shone like a star, his hand hurriedly grabbed his as if feared that if he hesitated, Dawn would retract his offer. Gah. Dawn, you did good, then from now let's call you Horizon, his power will surely be useful in the future. A single tear ran down Horizon's right eye, Dawn's magicule was transferred to his body, the bestial appearance disappearing slowly. His once black hair was now white, and his eyes turned orange due to the deformation, it was like the birth of a new human, totally different from his former self. Dawn, white hair, huh, were you influenced by my power? Smirking, after finishing his transformation, Horizon opened his eyes, he was still a 13-years-old boy at that time. Flashback end. Horizon, for me Dawn is like a father, my appearance was influenced by his magicule, my new skills too. I didn't expect the you to have such a story behind. Horizon, you understand now, I enjoy killing, for me when Dawn asked me to kill someone, it's the highest prestige, after all, I was meant to be a weapon to kill. That's right, you understood, this man in front of her is dangerous, even more than Dawn, his power might not match his but his mindset was truly terrifying. Horizon, now why am I telling you this, it doesn't help your case at all. You wanted to show me how merciless Dawn-san was. Horizon, not really, we all know he doesn't care about taking others' life, he is similar to me on this side. Then is that a warning? Horizon, yes, I might not care about any of you but you dying isn't something I want to see. Getting up, Horizon just walked away, but before totally leaving, he spoke again. Horizon, Dawn had told me a rather strange story, about a woman named Sola. What you're searching for must be related to her, but be careful, he might kill you with his own hand if you ask directly. His predatory eyes glared at you. He was serious and this feeling was mutual. You took them to heart. I see, this might be even more serious than what we thought. Now to Ingracia. Dawn was currently walking down a long path in the jungle near Ramis's labyrinth. A bag full of sweets on his shoulder, but as he walked he noticed something odd. Dawn, MMH. Someone passed here earlier. It rained earlier so the ground was fresh and footprints could easily be seen everywhere around. Dawn, 6, number 7 people. And judging by some large tool's print, they were adventurers. Dawn, Snowy, can you take these and go to Ramis first? Snowy, hi. Taking a material form, Snowy grabbed the bag and left. The reason for such print here was obvious. Humans are greedy and with legends such as the Spirit Queen, it was bound to attract a few people. Dawn, you're up, Dusk. Dusk, Gush morning, Master. Dawn, we got some prey to hunt so get ready. Sensing the seriousness in his voice, the light spirit quickly got herself ready and materialized outside. Dusk, I sense 4 people in the east while the remaining went ahead. They are near the labyrinth. Dawn, so their goals are really Ramis, must be hard to be popular. Despite the sarcastic tone he used to talk, his eyes were dead cold. Ramis was a sensible subject for him. Not only is she like an older sister for Dusk and Snowy, she is only one of the few people that has supported Dawn since his youth. Dawn, let's make it a quick work. I should be able to kill them in a F-weight kill. Suddenly taking in a headache, he grabbed his face as if in his subconscious was remembering something. Dawn, ugh. Dusk, Master. Dawn, why did I suddenly react like, could it be the sealed memories? He knew he had some sealed memories and that they were sealed via author skill. Knowing himself, he would have never done that if the memories aren't something he couldn't take in. Even the painful memories of his mother's death and Rhea or Luna's death were still present. Dawn, did something here trigger those memories? Gritting his teeth, he quickly closed his eyes and traveled through his subconscious. Soon enough he found the section where the seal was placed. Dawn, I should just put another seal to reinforce it. Stretching his hand, the process is similar to putting a password and a lock with ultimate skill, author. By redoing the same thing, he could put a second layer of seal above the first one. Dawn, but something feels off. And this feeling was quickly confirmed when the second seal failed. Dawn, Try again. Fail, again, and another fail. No matter how many times or many changes he did, the second seal just didn't work. Dawn, why? My skill never failed me that way before. This was really confusing, but only one answer could explain this, that the first seal is rejecting the second. And that would only be possible if their nature were different. Dawn, what happened back then? The pain intensifying outside, he was forced onto a knee while holding his chest. Sounds of people approaching or Dusk's worry reasoned in the background. Dawn, shut up already, I'm trying to focus there. Clear anger dripped from his words. His eyes went into a dangerous red as he unsheathed Dimension. Bandit POV. Why did everything go so wrong? Me and my friends are simple road bandits who attacked small merchants. We lived a slow life consisting of robbing and killing. I know we aren't good people, but do we really deserve this fate? This time, we wanted to try something else. We heard from some elves about a certain labyrinth where the Spirit Queen resides. With everyone, we just wanted to get in there and take some treasure. Since it's a labyrinth, there must be something right. But when we were searching for the labyrinth, I spotted a guy kneeling on the ground. He seemed to be in pain. Naturally, I noticed the expensive-looking sword on his wrist. Calling for the other, we quickly rushed at him with a wide grin. That's some easy gold, I thought, but the next instant, everything turned grim. This guy wasn't normal. He is a total monster. His eyes were blinded with bloodlust. In a few movements we were already done. He mercilessly destroyed us mentally and physically. Our dislocated and dismembered body only brought us pain, yet our conscience refused to die. At the very end, all I could see was the back of this guy walking away, the corpse of my friends laying behind me. The sound of his footsteps walking through our splattered blood, I could just mutter a single word. Bandit, monster. Before dying. Third POV. Walking away, Dawn grunted as the pain hasn't subdued yet. This was a really unusual sight as he lost control for a moment. The noise and pain made him act harshly and those bandits became victims of his wrath. Even Dusk, who had accompanied him for a while now, didn't dare talk. She didn't understand how her usually calm master lost control that way. Dusk, Master, did something happen? Dawn, ugh, Dusk, do you remember everything that happened the last 2,000 years? Dusk, Well ye. Suddenly freezing, this was enough for Dawn to understand that even Dusk had forgotten. Dusk, I remember when Master summoned me and how he fought Lady Luna, but then, nothing until Master met Sir Horizon. Dawn, I see, then maybe I should just open the seal. The pain was just getting stronger, he just had enough strength to get into the labyrinth. Dawn, Ramis, I know you're here. His eyes flickering, he felt his consciousness leaving. Ramis, Dawn. What happened? Appearing in a trail of light, a startled Ramis quickly rushed over her old student's side and checked for injuries but nothing. Dawn, I'll be out for some time, so take care of me. Ramis, Hey. She got even more worried when he closed his eyes and let himself fall onto her, his weight crushing her. Velzard POV. The world was so cold before I met my daughter, honestly, when the spirit Snowy came into my life, I finally started to feel more alive. It was a strange feeling, I just liked her presence around, well I also got a student who happened to be my daughter's master. Those two gave me some company while I had to stay on this cold continent with a heartless demon. Still, the world has started changing since my little brother Veldora's disappearance, Guy and his small group of demon lords too. Velzard, it seems Demon Lord Luminous is starting to sharpen her fang too. She must have realized that Guy doesn't see her as an ally at all, the only reason she was given the Demon Lord's seat was to keep her in check. And it's normal for Guy, Luminous Valentine, a divine ancestor who awakened as a true Demon Lord, and at her side is Dawn Arceid. Student of the Spirit Queen and myself, a true dragon, I'm proud to say that in an all-out fight, he might have a 5% chance of beating even the likes of me. Velzard, thought the percentage would be much higher if he hasn't changed that much. Something weird happened back in the ages, well it's not something that I should involve myself in. What more important is the choice I have to make, Guy and Rudra's game are reaching its end. Guy is planning something big and he won't only be fighting against the Eastern Empire but also Rubrios, it's only a matter of time before they turn against each other. Velzard, the choice is mine. Either I keep fighting on Guy's side or I'll join my daughter and student, the world is changing. In the past I wouldn't have cared but now, I feel like it's my duty to protect those two, at least do what I can to protect them. Still, this would also mean I turn my back again to the world. Velzard, emotions sure are a bother, they make you act irrationally. I chuckled softly while looking at the horizon covered in ice, though I believe something even bigger is happening right now. Third POV. Inside the Jura forest, Rimuru had now formed an alliance with the lizardman and took the orc under his leadership. Now the chancellor of this forest, Rimuru's small village was developing at a very scary pace. He had finished a few days ago naming all the orcs and was now chilling watching his citizens feasting for the end of the war. Rimuru, by the way, Noir-san, can you tell me more about the underworld? Noir, gladly my lord. Bowing, Noir had been staying at Rimuru's side ever since they came back, he had proven himself useful as he cordoned the different team, gave instruction to ease Rimuru's job and more. He was truly a competent man. Noir, the underworld is a spiritual world where all demons reside, for its aesthetic, there is unfortunately nothing much of a desolate land filled with destruction. Rimuru, must be hard to live there. Noir, we demons have no need of food or drink, most of us are just guided by power so fighting becomes a natural means in the underworld. Rimuru, I see, also, you know Don-san from before right? Noir nodded. Rimuru, can you tell me more about him too? I feel like he is going to be important in the future. Noir, MMH, our first encounter was around 900 years ago. Rimuru, 9 to 900, damn, how old are you guys? You could be the ancestor of my grandpa. Noir, it was in a nation called Lemuria thought in the current era, that nation is no longer. Rimuru, I see. Noir let out a small smirk as he continued his narration, it was one of those rare occasions where two primordials were summoned in the same place. Lemuria, Kingdom of Light was located where the current Rubrios was, you could say Luminous Valentine took the destroyed land and rebuilded it from scratch. But before that, Lemuria was a land that worshipped a false god of light, the record didn't remember much of it because of its short story. When Noir was summoned there, the kingdom had barely 70 years since its creation, and 3 years after, the land was abandoned. Flashback. At that time, Dawn was still traveling with Horizon who had awakened as a saint. They have been to various places and pretty much wandered the entire world, now building a small reputation as champion or hero in the Western nation. Passing through Lemuria Kingdom, Dawn immediately knew that something was wrong here, the demonic energy was just too potent. Dawn, maybe another kingdom corrupted by demons. Horizon, Dawn-san. Dawn, can you feel it too? Horizon, yes, from the street all the way to the royal palace, there are demons hidden among the citizens. Looking around, he already noticed a few demons monitoring them. Horizon, it's well hidden but I can also feel several archdemon, this is a serious case. Dawn, your detection skill improved, Violet, this must be another one of her playground and since it isn't mentioned in the novel, then Lemuria will probably get destroyed by her. But suddenly, another presence clicked in Dawn's mind, it was much more terrifying and well hidden than the other. Looking at his side, it seems Horizon didn't manage to get it this one. Dawn, is that Violet? No, she shouldn't be able to get here, It must be another primordial summoned from sacrifice, Noir. Horizon, is something wrong? Dawn, no. The demons are already wary of me because I keep releasing some true hero haki, so this time I want you to take care of this alone. Horizon, I see, then I'll excuse myself. Horizon is already a few hundreds years old, he had much more experience than some of the demon lords themselves. Such a talent who died and never appeared in the novel, Otherworlder has all similar potential to Hinata. They are just not exploited. Dawn, Horizon should get this done in a few days for now. Should I go meet Noir? Or leave the kingdom? His presence even hidden would agitate the demons, after a true hero and demon were like natural enemies. Dawn, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Crossing paths with him as he walked, a man clad in black with a large cape hiding everything but a few strands of hair. Dawn spoke up, he was clearly not normal. Dawn, I thought I might have to go meet you, but to think you will come to me, Noir, progenitor of black. Noir, Kufufu, what an interesting human you are, just per curiosity, how did you find out? Not even facing each other, both were back to back talking in the middle of the crowded street, their conversation happened under whisper. Dawn, while you are hiding your presence, it's easy to recognize a primordial person if you have already met one. He already met Rouge or Guy Crimson when he visited Velzard, so finding Noir wasn't much of a problem. They were similar while Noir was more quiet and mysterious, his previous knowledge about the novel helped too. Noir, I see, judging from your aura, you are a hero. Why talk to me when you should just slice my neck? Dawn, heroes are the guardians of humanity who have to fight against the demons. This bullshit was created by the human who feared our power and tried to use it to fit their thirst. Do you really believe in that crap? Noir, Kufufu, so you won't hunt me down. Dawn, the demons in this kingdom are from the Violet lineage, you have nothing to do here, as long as you leave without causing a ruckus, I won't take action. His eyes were shining dangerously, despite not being able to see them, Noir understood the danger. He is a primordial who had lived since the dawn of time, he could easily tell how dangerous this hero is. Noir, unfortunately, I have to refuse, you see someone made a commission to me and now I'm just merely doing my job. Dawn, I see, then I have nothing more to say. Noir expected more resistance or even a fight, but to his shock, Dawn just walked forward, he didn't seem like he wasn't going to stop Noir. Noir, what a stranger human, what more is that he felt so incomplete to talk with. Dawn, this will be good training for Horizon, I need him to be at least capable of fighting the likes of the Imperial soldier in the future. Flashback end. Noir, this was our very first meeting. Rimuru, I see, what happened after that? Noir, well, Violet managed to get a body and started meaningless destruction. At the end, I couldn't assist what happened afterward as the offering for my body was too low. Noir had to return to the underworld shortly after Violet's arrival. He didn't see what happened afterward, but rumors had been going that Violet was killed. She resurrected way later and didn't want to disclose what happened. Noir, I suspect Sir Dawn to have engaged in a fight against Violet. Last time when my lord summoned me, I could properly see how dreadful of an individual he is. As prideful as he is, there was only one individual present in Lemuria who could take on a primordial demon. And this was him. Noir, my lord, if I may give you advice, it would be to be careful around the likes of him. Rimuru, the like of him. Noir, in this world, there are foes that could wipe out the world itself if not controlled. The true dragons, Demon Lord Guy Crimson or the Emperor Rudra Namal Nazca are pretty famous people considered to be the very peak of our world. Rimuru, true dragon, Veldora is one of them, right, so he is that strong. Noir, but recently, this man Dawn Arcead appeared to be a total anomaly, his intentions are unknown yet his power keeps increasing, he might just become another catastrophic being if this continues. What more is that he didn't seem to understand his own existence. Rimuru just stared at Noir as he spoke, he didn't seem worried or anything, more than that it felt like a genuine warning. Rimuru, I see, I'll keep it in mind. Dawn POV. Where am I? Hey, this strangely reminds me of the day I reincarnated in this world, the world was totally black until I opened my eyes. Dawn, maybe I would wake up in front of my computer writing my story. Why do I feel uncomfortable when saying that? This is weird, is it because the seal on my memories is opening? Before I knew it, I found myself staring at a vast sea of darkness, I didn't know if my eyes were open or not, I felt like letting myself float through an invisible sea. Is this my subconscious? I did pass out, how long has it been now? My sense of time wasn't reliable here, we meet again, huh? Startled, I tried looking around but nothing, no, there was someone here, I just couldn't see him. The world was spinning around and changing as I thought, isn't this my mindscape? Why is it reacting that way? The time has finally come, our game has finally begun. Straightening my back, I stared ahead of me, the previous sea of darkness closed on itself, a wall made of mirrors formed. Staring at my reflection, I felt a sense of disgust. Behind me was another figurine, his body height was slightly smaller than mine. Our backs facing each other, I couldn't see his face but the feeling of uncomfort kept growing. Dawn, who are you? Oh right, you forgot, but we already met a long time ago. Well, that's not quite right too. The surrounding shattering, a new landscape appeared, a vast plain filled with grass and a few trees but no animals or signs of life other than us. Tell me, did you find the answer to that question already? Dawn, what question? That's really troublesome, you know. I promised you to not unseal your memories as long as you don't give me a proper answer. Dawn, unseal, does that mean he is the one who put that seal on me? That would explain why my own seal failed. Well, I appeared today, that means you actually have the answer, you are just not conscious of it. I still couldn't see him, but the more we talked the more I felt like I knew him, but at the same time, the feeling disgusted me. Let's get the answer then. Following his words, his body was eaten by flames coming from nowhere, the vast plain too started to burn. Like a picture torn and burned, everything collapsed on itself as the fire died before reaching me, the landscape changed again. My mind became agitated as I recognized this new location, a single modern apartment room. A simple bed, a few personal belongings that I knew way too well, and a desk with a computer on it. The screen was lit. A single window opens on the monitor, a white page with few words written. Dawn, who are you? I couldn't help but read it out aloud. Suddenly, the familiar figurine that brought me here appeared beside me. I tried looking at him but a black fog covered his entire body, only a faceless head could be seen. Let me ask you again, who are you? What is the meaning of this question? He couldn't just be asking for my name. Returning my attention to the computer, the words written turned red. You don't seem to understand. What do you think of this room? Dawn, shut up. This room was a big part of my life, the room where I died before reincarnating. The same room where I failed everything. You seem hesitant at calling this place your room. Dawn, I said shut up. Let me ask you again, who are you? Dawn, I said shut up. Rage built up in my head as I punched the black fog, everything dispersed around before reforming on my other side. You start to remember, right, our first encounter. Dawn, you piece of sh. But he was right, a constant flux of information was hitting my brain, slowly but surely I was going to remember what was sealed. And the question too, the question he had asked me when we first met, you remember everything now, we meet again, how should I call you now? Third POV. His eyes going blank for a moment, Dawn remembered everything, the memories weren't pleasant to say the least. Turning his head toward the black fog, this entity slowly took a concrete form, a young man whose face was hidden by a long cape. Only this moving mouth could be seen. Dawn, Dawn. I see, is that your answer? The one asking this question is, the author, the one writing the story, the one wording the white page. Dawn, you asked me, whereas I was Dawn Arseid, a man born in this story with the memories of Elite 3532 or Elite 3532, the one outside the story who reincarnated into Dawn Arseid's body. Author, that's right, so your answer. Elite 3532, there is a misunderstanding about this character, he was known to be a fanfiction author who failed in writing his own novel. But Elite 3532 isn't the author, he is just another character, the plot, an author who gets reincarnated into his favorite story. This question is similar to, are you God because you created the world or you created the world because you are God? Dawn, I believe there were two stages in my life, the first one before the 2000 years time skip and the one after. He noticed it, now that he was back to his full self, with all his memories, this was clear, before his life was awkward at a certain level but now this feeling was gone. To give you an idea, it's like, if someone actually wrote this story, the one doing it Elite 3532. But at the same time, Dawn was elite, writing his own story, it felt awkward to ship himself with another character. Like writing a lemon about yourself would be cringe, but now that feeling is gone. Dawn, because, I am Dawn Arseid, those memories have nothing to do with my identity. Author, is that so? Can you really say that those memories influenced your entire life? Dawn, yes, because I am myself. His answer was firm, author just stood there accepting his answer, a large door made of light appeared behind him. Dawn saw that and began to walk toward it, passing by an author who stayed frozen like a status. Dawn, I already accepted being Dawn Arseid, so don't pretend to be someone else. Author. His words were cold as he walked through the door, the sound of glass shattering as he stopped halfway. The ultimate skill, Lord of Stories shattered too, it wasn't his skill but the phantasm of his memories. His true skill was always the Lord of Fate, Origin. Dawn, you said that it was the start of our game, right? You haven't disclosed that information yet. Author, right, good luck Dawn Arseid, because the true villain of this story is just behind you. Without turning around, Dawn understood, yes he understood the author more than anyone as he had lived thinking he was him for a long time. Author, work hard getting your favorite ending because I'm going to crush you, mere character. His voice dripping in anger, Dawn nodded and left. Back to reality, he opened his eyes as the sight of a raspy ceiling he recognized as Ramras's labyrinth came to view. Dawn, so I am back. Dawn POV. The situation was complicated, the one known as author, he is the one who implemented the memories of Elite 3532 into me. Elite 3532, the same one from my memories, was nothing but another character for the author. I was him but he wasn't me. Those memories were given to me before even my birth. Can I really be someone else if all my memories were replaced? But in this case, his memories were mine as I didn't have anything else. I was born with those memories and lived with them. But I know I am not Elite 3532, because I precisely had his memories and understood them as if they were mine. And despite having those memories, I still acted differently from Elite, simply because I wasn't him, but a character created by the author with someone else's memories. Perhaps, it was even Elite who wrote my character, as I can see myself creating someone like Dawn Arceid. Dawn, this was something I could only understand because I had his memories since birth. But no matter how, a creation couldn't be his creator, a character couldn't be his author. I am Dawn Arceid, not some kind of author. This answer I couldn't give before leading to this seal on my memories. My existential crisis, all is gone. That panel to select the setting of this world, which Rimuru Tempest this world will welcome, this was a scheme from the author to change the story. Dawn, unknown, I chose a route that wasn't completed, a simple route that will follow the main canon route. I had convinced myself that I, or rather author, had written this story because Tensura was his ideal novel. In the end I believe the author was jealous of Tensura and wanted to change the story to make it his. That's why I came so far, given memories of someone else to survive, just so I could change the story. Even during the Orc invasion, Rimuru had no intention in summoning Noir, it was me who convinced him to do so. The foundation of this route is, Rimuru Tempest, a slime with unconditional potential, will rise above all being in the cardinal world, build his nation and achieve world peace. Dawn, this is the ending I am thriving for. The natural ending of Tensura, while the author wants this story to become his, changes everything to make a new one. What I don't understand is why isn't he forcing the world to change? As the author, he should have every power to alter reality, but then the answer is clear. This isn't a novel but reality. The author might be someone who wants to get a hold over Tensura's story, but it isn't his. I had chosen a route that belonged to the original to no one, a storyline that has no proper conclusion. I will lead it to the end. Dawn, a game of chess between me and the author, huh? Slowly getting up, I found myself in an empty room. Where did Ramis go? Dawn, ugh. Before I could even properly stand up, I felt a sharp pain traversing my chest. It must be the sudden void left by the Lord of Stories, author. Now that I think, I was influenced to follow a certain ever since I used the skill, author, in its evolution. Yeah, right, I remember. When I was traveling, I discovered all the truth by using author skill. The author was manipulating me through my skill. But he still had to follow the rules of this world. For me to awaken the skill author, I need to have the memories of one. And who better than Elite, who had failed in his quest? Despair, depression, sadness, shame, and regret. With all these emotions, there was no way I couldn't awaken the skills I had. Anyway, after our first meeting, I had lost the will to use the Lord of Stories, even if it meant losing most of my power. But since I was still useful to him, the author decided to spare me and put this seal on my memories, asking me the last question before. Who are you? Subconsciously, I had lived 2,000 years to answer this question. I don't know how I got out of his control or how things didn't go as the author planned. But just now, I found my answer. I was Dawn Arceid. Dawn, no. Maybe it's because of you. Holding my chest, the pain subdued as instead a warm feeling filled the void. It was the ultimate skill, Lord of Fate, Origin. The true skill that belonged to me. If an ultimate skill managed to counter his influence, then maybe the author wasn't as powerful as I thought. I couldn't help but smile sincerely. Origin might have guided and protected me until now, so I don't become Elite 3532 but stay as Dawn Arceid. Fate is a night omnipresent concept that bound most living beings, not even inanimate things. Perhaps Origin even looked after me before I awakened as a true hero. Ramis, hey. That was my masterpiece. You destroyed it. Suddenly, Ramis' voice rang through the labyrinth. I quickly turned around and tried to look for her, but she wasn't here. The room was closed too. Hey, it's time for me to get out now. For 1900 years I actually never used the Lord of Stories but instead used a very low portion of Origin and developed other skills. After all, I had 2 awakening with my hero eggs. When you think about it, they are pretty similar. When I erased the blood from the bandit camp, I actually altered the fate of the element known as blood. Dawn, open a path for me, Fate. Shaking the labyrinth itself, the wall that was previously closed opened, making a long path for me to walk in. The way I used Origin is a lot more comfortable and natural. I could feel it. At the end of this corridor is Ramis, who seems to be fighting someone. Wait, she just talked about her masterpiece, which is her golem. And the one who destroyed it is Rimuru. That means, I went unconscious for 2 whole years. Third POV. Quickly rushing over the scene, Dawn arrived after Rimuru defeated Ramis' golem. They were now on the ground doing a mini picnic. Dawn, so 2 years really passed. Damn it, a lot of things must have changed. What about the fallen light? Falmouth War 2 is going to change since Noir was summoned way earlier. Standing there thinking, his presence was well concealed but for the master of this place, Ramis quickly noticed him. Her eyes widening, she quickly flew over him letting the cookie she was eating fall. Ramis, you finally woke up. It has been 2 years, you idiot. Punching his face lightly, it seemed she got really worried, tears swelled in her eyes, this made Dawn feel a bit guilty. Dawn, sorry, I got caught in something. Ramis, idiot. Oot took a few more minutes for her to calm down and rest on his shoulder. Dawn then turned his attention toward Rimuru. He was a bit taller than the last time they met. Dawn, oh. He is a lot stronger than he should be. At this level, he might be able to take down Hinata even under anti-magic area. This was problematic. Rimuru, Dawn-san. Dawn, it has been a while. Rimuru POV. I didn't expect to meet him here, furthermore it has been 2 years already, he never came to visit Tempest. Still, what is he doing here? It seems he knows Ramis quite well and even that noisy fairy cried for his sake. Dawn, you assume you are here to summon spirits for these children. Rimuru, you already knew. Dawn, well, seeing their unstable state, this is a logical conclusion. Turning toward the children's, they were hiding behind Ranga but I could see Chloe more interested than usual. She was peeking her head as if she was trying to remember something. Rimuru, it's impressive how you found out with just a glance, it took me a month before finding a solution. Dawn, I just lived for a long time. GUH, from Noir's story, this guy is at least 1,000 years old, seriously, he just looks like a man in his 20s. Dawn, anyway, do you mind if I accompany you from here? Rimuru, not really, we are just going to summon the spirits so you can watch I guess. Smiling, I still remember how Noir told me to be careful with him but I don't think there is a need for that. Actually, this time he seems a bit different, more honest I would say. Anyway, after some more talk we found ourselves walking through a long corridor toward the summoning room. I was with the children's and Ranga a bit behind while Dawn-san and Ramis talked ahead. Third POV. While catching up, Ramis told Dawn a little information. It seems Snowy and Dusk decided to leave for now. They went on informing Luminous or the member of the Fallen Light about his situation. Since Dawn collapsed inside Ramis's labyrinth there was nothing really to worry, now both spirits returned to the spirit world. Because for 2 years, Dawn's existence became somehow unstable, staying here would be too dangerous for their soul corridor. So Dawn has to resummon them. Dawn, still I would have liked more information about the outside world, I guess it can't be helped. For now, he has to stay with Rimuru until he meets Hinata. If Hinata loses now, things will turn really chaotic. What more is that Rimuru needs to go back earlier, with Noir there, Falmouth might get wiped out before the important part. Dawn, this is cruel of me but I have to do it. Closing his eyes as he walked, the black scenery called Mindscape quickly shifted as countless threats of energy presented themselves to him. Falling quickly on a directed path, slowly but surely he got where he wanted to be, the fate of Cheyenne and the other inhabitant of Tempest. Dawn, as I thought, they will live this time, it's bad for Rimuru's evolution. Lord of Fate, Origin gives the subs kill, Destiny Beyond Fate, the ability to change the course of fate through reality itself. Its efficiency is at 100% when used against a non-ultimate skill user, though, the skill Lord of Fate itself could bypass its own limit. Dawn, I wonder if that makes me the bad guy, should I feel guilty? I wonder. Cutting their fate before replacing it, they are destined to die no matter how during the first attack of Falmouth. No matter how powerful Noir is, no matter how prepared they are, fate will follow its course. Dawn, though it seems, Rimuru is an exception, his fate is totally blurry, is it because his fate is the key factor of this world? Or maybe Veldanava did have something to do with him. He tried to overrule Rimuru's victory against Hinata but that fate didn't exist, Rimuru's future is building outside even the ultimate skill that orders fate around. Dawn, or it is the doing of the author. Ramis, Did you say something? Dawn, no, I was just daydreaming. Dawn POV. Before I knew it, I was standing with Ramis watching Rimuru turning lesser spirits into greater ones with Degenerate. Everyone passed, it was now Chloe's turn, the important part is there, Cronoa, I can already feel her presence lurking around by feeling the near future fate. Though Cronoa and Chloe's fate are blurry too, but that's due to their relation to time. Ramis, what the hell is this? Dawn, don't interfere. A sudden pressure taking out the sky falling on us, Ramis naturally became agitated to the appearance of Cronoa. The Manas quickly flew around the room kissing Rimuru before going back to Chloe, though before she left, her eyes flew toward my direction for a moment. Dawn, I will have to meet with Chloe later. Well, I should get to work too. Turning around I quickly muttered some incantation under my breath. Immediately, 2 earth-shaking magical circles appeared, this was just how powerful Dusk and Snowy were. Their intensity wasn't anywhere near Cronoa's but it could still be felt so that's why I took precaution. Immediately, I cancelled the pressure by dispersing its fate. Everything has a fate, similar to information management with the Lord of Stories. Fate could just overrule things like that. Dawn, it has been a while, sorry for suddenly leaving you too. Snowy, welcome back Master. Dusk, hee hee, as I thought there is Northwest better napping place than Master's soul. They didn't wait much to come back into my soul and reform our soul corridor. I missed this warmth a little, and I just woke up an hour ago. I can't imagine what those two felt for 2 years. Dawn, we're going to get busy so get ready for you too. Snowy, oh for that, I already went on ahead and made a little preparation with the fallen light. Preparation, she says, interesting, I'll have her explain everything to me while we leave this labyrinth. Dawn, by the way Ramis, what do you think about recovering your power? Interrupting Ramis and Rimuru's small dispute over Cronoa's existence, the Spirit Queen turned to me shocked. Ramis, what do you mean? Dawn, you already noticed because for me you are like a mother, I finally understand myself and my power. This was a bit embarrassing but that is the pure truth, ever since I was a child I had been with Ramis, I had seen her state falling from grace. Yet over 2,000 years, even when I lived as elite, I still came here to meet her and she welcomed me. A parent and child, that is the closest bond one have with the people currently alive. Ramis, Dawn. Rimuru, recover her power. Great Sage, notice, individual Ramis stated that she had fallen from grace to become a demon lord, the stats of Spirit Queen outclass the status of a true demon lord. Rimuru, oh I see, so Ramis is really a big deal, huh? How ironic, in the past I did try to overwrite Ramis's condition but it failed, I thought it was because of her abnormal status but in reality it was because I never really used Lord of Stories. If I had used it, then it would have worked. I realize that because my skills are working right now, I can see the fate of Ramis. You know, fate is fascinating, everyone is constantly submerged under this concept. Today, your fate will be good luck, you will see a cat and if you follow it you will find love, but if you don't you'll miss that chance. At that moment, two fate open to you, a mere action in the vast time that is a day, countless of fate formed for a single person. The fate of Ramis's power, the corruption from Malim's Magicule, I can turn null that fate and replace it from will never recover to recover now. Dawn, Rimuru-san, your students seem to be tired from receiving their spirits, I think it would be better if you guys leave first. A small smile forming on my face, I felt like a child giving his first gift to his mother. Understanding my message, Rimuru nodded and gathered the kids, but before leaving he turned to me and muttered a few words. Rimuru, I confirmed that you aren't a bad person, so let's meet again, Dawn-kun. Dawn. So that's the protagonist Rimuru Tempest, Elite was fascinated by his character and I understand why now. The smile he was giving me right now was warming my heart, seriously, ever since I accepted myself, I feel like I returned to the me before I became a monster. Dawn, yeah, don't worry we'll meet soon enough. Flush. Watching as they teleported away, I returned my attention toward Ramis who stood still in the air. Her hair overshadowed her eyes, I couldn't read her despite her pixie form being easy to see through. Ramis, what are you saying, me a mother? You don't seem to realize how much you did for me over the past 2,000 years. Dawn, huh? Ramis, you know, ever since I had fallen from grace and gradually became weaker, I had lost most of my memories. Small tears fell from her eyes, I was stunned for an instant, not expecting this outcome, it was as if I was talking to the Ramis from 2,000 years ago. Ramis, but I did everything in my power to keep those memories, the memories of 2 abandoned human children who entered my labyrinth and became my very first friends. Dawn, Ramis. Ramis, please, don't ever call me anything like a mother, I had the power to change so many things yet I failed, you know how devastated I was when you told me about Sola. My heart tightened at the mention of her name, I'm still reluctant in remembering that story. After all, Sola isn't properly dead, her existence was shattered to a writer level, she was the reason I had discovered about the Lord of Stories' true nature and the author. At the end, Sola had outsmarted me, and I couldn't keep up my vow to make her meet Rimuru. No. Actually, Sola might have known something about the author before I even discovered it, she wasn't normal in the end. I think, yes, since she knew the author was reading this story, Sola had manipulated her own character so she could trick the author. That must be why, at a certain point she appeared less and less when she was introduced as the deuteragonist of my life. Who is really the author and Sola? Those are questions I might never get answered. Dawn, Ramis, I know, calling mother might not have been the best term. Taking a step ahead, I quickly appeared in front of the Spirit Queen and took her in my hand comforting her. Dawn, sorry, I was really insensitive, I ignored your pain and got more and more reckless. Ramis, why you idiot. Dawn, I thought I was protecting you but in reality, I was just making you worried, huh? So just this once, please let me protect you Ramis. Dawn, reverse fate. Unlike Chloe's technique which returned one's state to its former self, my reverse fate inverted fate itself. 100 luck will turn into 100 bad luck, with this, Ramis you are finally back to your true self. Closing my eyes with a satisfied smile, I let myself fall into the embrace of the adult Ramis. Yeah, this is the path I am choosing. Third POV. Several weeks passed then, the day of Rimuru's departure finally came. By the way, for the OVA episode where Noir appears to save Tis-sensei and the children's, Rimuru came in at the right time and saved everyone. Bidding his goodbye, he left on the back of Ranga hoping to teleport to Tempest once he was far away enough. But before he could get too far, he was stopped as he felt the effect of anti-magic area. Hinata Sakaguchi appeared. It was her time to avenge Shizue Izawa, her teacher. On a cliff a few kilometers away from the fighting scene, Dawn was observing with two specific individuals. Dawn, everything is set then. Yes, we had sent 10,000 knights to support Falmouth, instead of the original 3,000s, they will be sacrificed for Rimuru's evolution. Her eyes turned darker as she didn't expect this order from Dawn. When he came back, he was a bit different. The coldness surrounding him seemed to have disappeared, yet he gave such a horrible order. Eleanor, I have also assigned Shizue to go back to Rubio's. Horizon is on the move too. As we speak he must be dealing with Demon Lord de Grul's men's. Yes, that's right, there is one big change in this timeline. Since more knights from Rubio's are sent off, de Grul decides to launch another tentative in overthrowing Rubio's. Unfortunately, they were sent the worst opponent in a war, a man who will do everything his master orders. As for the other members, they are ready to launch an all-out attack on the clergy. Dawn, good, then can you two help me with something else? Eleanor, naturally, give us your order and it will be done. UPOV. 2 years, for 2 years our leader was gone, because of this and Snowy Sand's order. We served under Luminous, it caused quite a stir, but at the end, all of us had different perceptions of the time than normal humans. 2 years was fine, though I was more worried about the plot. If Dawn-san came back after the Falmouth War, changing the course of events would be impossible. Dawn, I need you two to infiltrate the Eastern Empire. 2 years ago, I was tasked with a direct request from Luminous. The mission was simple but hard. I had to find out more about Dawn-san and help him. But now, when he came back to us a few days ago, I could see how different he was. This is what Luminous talked about. The true Dawn Arceid. Honestly, I don't know how to feel about this. What more is that he looks weaker than before. No, maybe weaker isn't the right word, he is just different. What should we investigate? Dawn, I need an exact report on their military force, equipment, and the Imperial Guards. Eleanor, it shouldn't be that hard. The only problem is the Emperor and the Scorched Dragon, Velgrind. They can easily see through our lie. Dawn, don't worry, as long as they don't personally investigate and meet you, nothing will happen. His abilities too changed. He showed us some weird things like teleportation, but it was different from the one he used before. From his explanation it was a question of fate. The place where he should be can be changed, so instead of being fated to be at point A, he will appear at point B. It's all very confusing, but we just have to trust him. Dawn, I heard there were a few immigration groups who fled toward the Empire after Falmouth announced their war. Melt into them. I see, you already planned everything. Eleanor, when should we report? Dawn, every 3 weeks until I call you back. Nodding, all that is left to do is for us to leave. Third POV. After settling a few more details, both girls left. Dawn stared at their backs as they disappeared into Yu's shadow. Dawn, it's time, I guess. Looking at his sword on his waist, Hinata and Rimuru seemed to be talking at the moment. Dawn, might as well conceal my identity for now. Grabbing an odd-looking mask, it was nothing like the one Rimuru, Chloe, and Shizue wore. To Hinata and Rimuru's location, both powerful individuals were staring at each other. Bloodlust could be felt coming from the Knight of Rubio's. Hinata, I'm here to avenge my teacher, 2 of them actually. Rimuru, what? Hinata, Shizu-sensei, this name reminds you of one of your prayers, right? This confused Rimuru, but soon things started to make sense. Someone told Hinata about Shizue's death and her contact with Rimuru. Hinata, not only that, but Dawn-sensei was last seen in the Jura forest, your domain before disappearing. You are a threat I can't let go. Rimuru, Dawn. Hinata, yeah, I don't know what kind of trick you used to defeat him, but this ends now. Unsheathing her sword, she dashed forward. This took Rimuru by surprise, but still he managed to dodge and take out his own sword. The next instant, both already exchanged a series of blows. Hinata, I see, you are this strong even under anti-magic area. I severely underestimated you. But that's still not enough to beat Dawn-sensei. I have to be careful of his potential tricks. Rimuru, TCH. Can't we talk first? She is kinda slow, the only problem is her swordsmanship. The fight continued for a little while before both noticed another presence approaching, and this newcomer didn't even bother trying to hide it. Hinata, what a strong aura, who is that? An ally of this monster. Rimuru, this aura, another knight who wants my head. Great Sage, notice, the owner of this aura is individual Dawn. The slime's eyes widened at the notice. He quickly looked over at the aura's location, a man wearing a long grey cape. From head to toe, he was covered as if hiding something. As for his face, he wore a mask with 2 holes displaying his eyes. Rimuru, what is this appearance? Hinata, so you planned this far, no wonder you managed to kill the strongest knight of Rubrios. Rimuru, The longer the fight became, the more misunderstanding formed, it seems. Anyway, when Dawn was close enough, he without warning unsheathed Dimension and swung his blade forward. The attack aimed at Hinata and Rimuru, the two of them quickly jumped back feeling the danger incoming. Rimuru, this guy is insane. I would have turned into slime puddles if it had landed. The sword swing split the earth, forming a semi-large rift between Hinata and Rimuru. It was big enough to stop trained soldiers from crossing. Hinata, such strength, AS rank, no maybe even a disaster class monster. Silent after such an entrance, Dawn looked toward Rimuru and motioned him to leave first. This didn't go unnoticed by the slime who nodded. Rimuru, I'll leave first then. Turning around, he ran off activating special transfer. Hinata, as if I will. She jumped forward not wanting to let the ruler of the monster go. The rift might be large enough to stop a trained soldier, but that was a basic jump for her. Unfortunately, her opponent wasn't Rimuru anymore. Dawn, not so fast, God's right hand. Hinata, you. Appearing behind her mid-air, Hinata struggle evaded a sidekick before engaging a close combat fight while falling. Hinata, he is fast, this won't be easy, and that Rimuru already left. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed her opponent's arm after finding a flaw in his guard, but her grip immediately felt off. She soon realized that it was a trap, now close enough with one arm available, her left hand which is the non-dominant one at that, she was full of opening now. Hinata, dammy. Dawn, you're still lacking. Hinata felt the danger coming, her neck was quickly seized as they reached near the ground, the man holding her was strong. She couldn't get his hand off, it was only the very last moment that he let her go crashing into the ground. Hinata, why you, bastard? Despite the heavy fall, the knight wasn't much affected. She quickly recomposed herself and got up, clearing the surrounding dust. Hinata, TCH, to think a monster would be this good at hand-to-hand combat. Rimuru Tempest is already gone, I can't do much about it now, should I run? No, I have to eliminate this monster first. Holding her rapier, she turned around searching for the enemy, but somehow he was nowhere to be seen. Hinata, how did he escape my detection? Can he still use magic? Wait, anti-magic area is gone. A sweat formed on her forehead as she realized, Rimuru used a special transfer to leave, he couldn't have done that with anti-magic area in the way. She suddenly felt a creepy feeling coming from behind, following her instinct she moved her sword around and parried an incoming attack. Dawn, good reflex. Hinata, why you? Glaring at him while they engaged into a battle of strength, Hinata could see her sword shaking, the blade particularly. This only happened when in a duel of sword, one is superior to the other, ultimately it would end with the weaker sword breaking. Hinata, wait, this sword swing, the way he sneaked behind me. Something felt really off about this guy, and Hinata's suspicion only grew as she decided to retreat. Kicking off the ground, she disengaged the face of and went back several feet. She expected Dawn to follow and attack again, but surprisingly he didn't and just stood still watching her do. Hinata, are you underestimating me? Dawn, not at all, just my goal is done so I have no reason to fight anymore. Hinata, so you are really his accomplice, I really can't let you go. Gripping her sword tighter, she took an odd-looking battle stance. Dawn, oh. Hinata, this ends here. I only remember Dawn-sensei using it, but he never openly taught it to me, but that should be fine, I can replicate it at least. There was no magicule, no skill, it was pure swordsmanship. This took Dawn off guard, she wasn't even using her skill, mathematician. Dawn, very well, I'll accept your challenge. Taking his own simple battle stance, he held his sword straight in a common knightly way. Hinata, he isn't taking me seriously. Tension kept rising each second that passed, the winds brushed through their air as not even their breath could be felt. Finally, when everything felt right, Hinata rushed forward, her sword danced in the air aiming for her enemy's body. Hinata, the combination of 7 swordsmanship, the supreme art that only someone who lived that long could master. A technique that combined all strong points from different swordsmanship, aimed for direct death, the consecutive slash generated by the technique could go beyond the molecular degree, perhaps even affect the astral body directly. Hinata, Dawn break. Her heart stopped as the re of her blade reached her enemy. The normal process would have ended after her enemy was totally annihilated. But just now, before she could even start the second phase of the sword art, she was blocked, her eyes widened in shock as this wasn't possible. Hinata, he was faster than me. No, I am sure I executed it perfectly, he knew where my sword was going before I even launched myself. This could only mean that this mysterious opponent of hers knew about Dawn break as well, and only one person should know that. Dawn, it's really impressive, you managed to master 7 swordsmanship in just a few years, truly your talent is something else. Looking down on her as his sword swiftly parted Hinata's sword. Dawn, but you failed to see, Dawn Break isn't constituted of 7 sword art but 8. Hinata, I was skeptical at first but I'm certain now, you are Dawn-sensei aren't you? Dawn, oh. Well I guess seeing you use my own technique against me made me excited. It's true, after all, Dawn Break is the very peak of his swordsmanship, he hasn't seen Nova Break with his own eyes yet. But deep down, he believed that Dawn Break won't be inferior to even the strongest sword art. Hinata, what is the meaning of this? Dawn, will you listen if I say I wanted to talk this out? Hinata, yes. This startled Dawn, not expecting this. It seemed Hinata trusted him more than he thought. With a smile he sighed and sheathed his sword. Dawn, then let's go, I'll explain the situation while we get back to Rubrio's. Hinata, what about the ruler of the monster? Dawn, he isn't our enemy, don't worry. It was good that things ended peacefully, still he could feel some frustration in Hinata. She must either feel bad for failing Dawn Break or about Shizue's revenge. Dawn, don't worry, everything is under control. Reassuring her, he hastily patted her head before messing with her hair a little. For a brief moment, Hinata showed a surprised expression, not expecting this from Dawn of all people. Hinata, he changed, I heard he disappeared after going to the Jura forest to deal with the orcs, but then no news, even Lumina-sama just said to leave him behind. This was devastating news for her. What more is that she was left in the dark, losing her 2 teachers at the same time. This news was really bad, taken by Hinata, and all redirected toward the Jura forest, who coincidentally welcomed a new nation with its leader having a similar appearance to Shizue. Everything was too much, she even intensified her training to learn Dawn Break. Dawn, Shizue is alive, so don't worry. Hinata.